Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 175, Towards Sokovia. Third person's POV. Thor, you helped create this? Steve asked as he looked towards the android. I had a vision, explained Thor, a whirlpool that sucks in all the hope of life, and at the center of that, he said as he pointed to the glowing yellow gem at the center of the android's forehead. What? The gem? Bruce asked in confusion. It's the Mind Stone, Thor answered, one of the 6 Infinity Stones. The greatest power in the universe, unparalleled in its destructive capabilities. Then why would you bring, Steve began before Thor interjected. Because Stark is right, Thor said firmly. Oh, it's definitely the end times, isn't it? Bruce said warily. The Avengers can't defeat Ultron, Thor said as he looked around. Not alone, the android joined in. Why does your vision sound like Jarvis? Steve asked. The better question is, why does Jarvis sound like your vision? Tony said sagely. As they all looked at him, Tony blushed slightly. I'm just talking nonsense, don't mind me. Stark rolled his eyes and explained, we reconfigured Jarvis' matrix to make something new. I think I had my fill of new, Steve retorted. The android began walking towards them as it began to say, you think I'm a child of Ultron? You're not? Steve asked. The android shook its head, I'm not Ultron, I'm not Jarvis either, I am. Tony resisted the urge to say, Iron Man. He missed his opportunity as Wanda then stepped up to say, I had a look inside your head, and all I saw was annihilation. The android looked at Wanda and said confidently, look again. Her seal of approval means jack shit to me, Clint added. Language, Tony warned, not missing this one. Steve could only groan in annoyance as he could blame no one but himself for this. Their powers, the horrors in our heads, Ultron himself, they all came from the Mind Stone, and they're nothing compared to what it can unleash, Thor said in a warning tone, with it by our side. Is it? Steve asked, turning to look at the android, are you on our side? Everyone now turned to look at the android, waiting for his words. I don't think it's that simple, it finally said. Well, it better get real simple real soon, Bruce said threateningly. There was a pause of if the android was carefully considering its words, I'm on the side of life, Ultron isn't, he would end it all. What's he waiting for? Steve asked. You, the android retorted. Where? Steve asked. Sokovia, Tony answered confidently. How do you know? Steve questioned. During our tussle in the air I placed a bit of my symbiote on him to keep track of him before sending him away flying. That way I can keep track of him, as it is a biological tracker, he wouldn't be able to find it, Tony explained quite proudly of himself. Stark had an impressed look, while Bruce walked up to the android and asked, if you are a monster Ultron had created, what will you do? There was a tense pause in the air before the android said, I don't want to kill Ultron, before walking away, he's unique and he's in pain, but that pain will roll over the earth. So he must be destroyed. Every form he's built, every trace of his presence on the net. We have to act now, and none can do it without the others. They all stared. Maybe I am a monster, the android said looking down at his own hands, I don't think I would know if I were one. It began walking around again before it continued, I'm not what you are, nor am I what you intended. So there may be no way for you to trust me. But we need to go. Everyone continued to stare, now with a small air of disbelief as it had picked up Mjolnir and was offering it to Thor. Big deal, I can lift it up as well, Melissa whispered with a small huff. There was a heavy silence that followed as Thor took the offered hammer back into his hands. As the android walked away, the awkward silence continued, breaking the silence by slightly slapping the mallet lightly against his palm. Right. Thor walked towards Stark and patted him along the shoulders. Well done. 3 minutes. Get what you need, Steve ordered. Oh, a suit-up sequence, how exciting, Tony said, shaking his fist slightly in excitement. Everyone meanwhile split up and went to retrieve what they needed. Hawkeye went and got a refill on his arrows. Natasha, although she had her own personal weapon constantly around her wrist, she went and got a bit of extra protection. She had small knives and a small gun around her body. While Stark set up a new AI into his suit, he has a flash drive with the name Friday up and ready which he inserted. Bruce went and got on a purple one-piece suit which was one created by Tony with unstable molecules fibers. It is the symbol of the Avengers right on his left pec. While Melissa looked towards Thor with narrowed eyes, don't forget about the promise, I will be wielding that hammer on that battlefield even if it's the last thing we do. Thor had a faint smile, I haven't forgotten my words. Good, was all Melissa said before walking away confidently with her head held high. After everyone had gotten what they needed, they were all waiting inside the Quinjet. Steve was the last one to enter. Tony leaned over to Melissa and whispered in a voice for everyone to hear, "Here it comes, one of his famous speech. Steve smiled faintly before his expression turned serious as he headed to the front of the jet and began to address everyone. Ultron probably already knows we're coming, odds are we'll be riding into heavy fire. And that's what we signed up for, but the people of Sokovia, they didn't. So our priority is getting them out. All they want is to live their lives in peace, and that's not going to happen today, but we can do our best to protect them. We can get the job done and find out what Ultron's been building and clear the field. We keep the fight between us." There was a silence in the air before Steven continued, "Ultron thinks of us as monster and that we're what's wrong with the world. This isn't just about beating him, it's about whether he's right." Tony held his forearm to Melissa and mouthed the words, "Goosebumps." Melissa simply rolled her eyes. Chapter 176, Evacuation. Third person's POV. As Tony and the others approached Sokovia, Tony said, "I'll help with the evacuation. I can create a light construct large enough to carry people and fly them away from the battlefield." Wanda, standing a few steps in front of him, chimed in, her thick Sokovian accent adding a distinct allure to her words. "I'll assist," she offered, her fingers curling slightly as a scarlet glow enveloped her hands. "I can be persuasive. It'll help in convincing people to leave without too many questions." Melissa, standing close to Tony, cast a wary glance at Wanda. There was a subtle shift in her posture as she edged closer to Tony, her demeanor protective, almost possessive. Wanda noticed this and couldn't help but let a mixture of amusement and disdain flicker across her features. To Wanda, Tony was just a boy, and Melissa's silent territorial display seemed almost laughable. With a teasing smile playing on her lips, Wanda remarked, "I'm not going to steal your boyfriend. Melissa's eyes narrowed, and she scoffed, her voice laced with defiance. "Not that you could." "Oh, she very much could," he said, a mischievous grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. Melissa's elbow connected with Tony's side before he could react, causing him to double over slightly, a loud "oh-oh-oh-ugh" escaping his lips as the air was forced out of him. Wanda chuckled softly, while Pietro, leaning casually against the wall, shook his head in exasperation. "Idiot," he muttered under his breath. Melissa turned away with a huff, her lips pursed in a pout. "Bastard," she mumbled, her irritation evident. Captain America, ever the voice of reason, stepped in with a firm, commanding tone. "Focus. Sokovia is just ahead." Tony closed one eye, concentrating. "What are you doing?" Stark asked, glancing at him. "Accessing a piece of my suit I left with Ultron. It seems he found it after discarding his old body and transferring into one made of vibranium," Tony explained. "What else do you see?" Natasha asked, trying to get a clearer picture. Tony's eyes suddenly glowed red, startling the others, as a hologram projected from him, showing Ultron holding the piece of the suit in his hand, waiting in what appeared to be a chapel. "He's waiting, and if I had to guess, it's for you," Tony said, deactivating the hologram and looking at Stark. Without hesitation, Stark walked over to a concealed compartment in the jet's wall. He tapped a hidden panel, and the wall slid open to reveal his suit, standing ready. He stepped into it, the suit closing around him with a series of mechanical clicks and whirs. The eyes of the suit and the arc reactor glowed with a bright blue light as it powered up. With a final glance at his team, Stark activated his thrusters, falling backward out of the jet. The others watched as he descended, the glow of his suit fading into the distance. The jet's hatch opened, and Wanda and Tony were the first out, followed closely by the others. They split up, each focusing on their part of the mission. Wanda cautiously descended toward the ground, her movements tentative and unsteady. Though she had used her powers many times, levitation was still a relatively new skill, one she hadn't fully mastered. As her feet touched the ground, she stumbled slightly but quickly caught herself, a blush creeping up her cheeks. She glanced around, hoping no one had noticed, but her eyes met Tony's amused gaze. "Oh, shut up," she scoffed, clearly embarrassed. Tony shrugged nonchalantly. "I haven't even said anything." Wanda narrowed her eyes and decided to ignore him, focusing instead on the task at hand. She curled her fingers, and a soft, scarlet glow wrapped around her hands. The energy flowed outward, weaving through the air like a living thing. It filtered through windows and slipped under doors, seeking out every opening. The tendrils of crimson light slithered into the minds of the unsuspecting inhabitants. Inside their homes, families gathered around dining tables or lounged in living rooms froze mid-action. Their eyes glazed over with the same scarlet hue, and as if drawn by an unseen force, they rose from their seats, moving in unison toward the exits. In a matter of moments, lines of people, entire families, began marching out of their homes, heading toward the designated safe zones. Tony let out an impressed whistle. "Talk about scary. Just do what you're supposed to be doing," Wanda snapped, glaring at him with a mix of irritation and embarrassment. Tony raised his hands defensively. All right. He flew toward the gathering crowd, positioning himself above them. From below, a radiant red light began to materialize beneath the feet of the evacuees. It expanded rapidly, taking the shape of a massive cargo plane with enormous propellers. The propellers whirred to life, lifting the plane and its passengers into the air, transporting them safely to the outskirts of Sokovia. For the next group, Tony conjured a grand mansion that floated above the ground, carrying its occupants away to safety. He continued his efforts, finally crafting a large sailboat with realistic sails that flapped in the wind. The vessel, styled like a pirate ship, bore the symbol of the Avengers on its mast, a reassuring sight for the evacuees. All civilians are safely secured and out of harm's way, Tony reported over the comms. Good work, you two, Steve's voice crackled through the communication line. Tony hovered above the city, surveying the scene below. With a focused gesture, he began forming a protective dome around the remaining civilians. The dome shimmered as it expanded, enveloping not just the people but the surrounding area, ensuring maximum safety. Once the dome was fully formed, Tony descended and landed beside Wanda, who was eyeing him curiously. What? Tony asked, noticing her expression. Fallen in love with me already? I'm flattered, but I'm a man of commitment. Sorry if I gave you the wrong impression. Wanda stared at him, unimpressed. I was just going to ask for your name. Oh. Tony chuckled, his cocky demeanor faltering for a moment. It's Tony Stark. I'm being serious, Wanda said, rolling her eyes. So am I, Tony replied, his tone softening. My name is Tony Stark. I'm just, from another universe. Wanda's eyes widened slightly, her curiosity piqued, but she quickly masked it with a calm exterior. Interesting, she said, her tone laced with skepticism. Another universe, huh? Yeah, Tony nodded, the grin returning to his face. It's a long story, but we've got bigger things to handle right now. Wanda gave a small nod, deciding to shelve her questions for later as for some reason she could tell that he wasn't lying. For now, there was a mission to complete. Chapter 177, Truly a Stark. Third person's POV. While Tony and Wanda were busy evacuating civilians all at once, Thor and Natasha made their way into the underground workings of Sokovia. There, they discovered where Ultron had grafted his new body. As they investigated for any signs of what else Ultron had been building, Stark soared through the air and landed near the church where Ultron was expected to be. In Ultron's grasp was a fragment of Tony's symbiote, which he casually crushed in his glowing red palm before tossing it behind him like disposable garbage, deeming it useless. Finally come to confess your sins. Ultron taunted, keeping himself hidden from Stark for a few moments. I don't know, how much time you got? Stark quipped, his tone dripping with sarcasm. More than you, Ultron replied immediately, stepping out of the shadows to reveal his upgraded vibranium body. Stark took a step back, tilting his head slightly to look up at the towering figure. Ah, have you been juicing? A little vibranium cocktail. You're looking. I don't want to say puffy. You're stalling to protect the people, Ultron observed with a small nod. Well, that is the mission. Did you forget? Stark retorted, using the moment to buy more time. I've moved beyond your image. I'm free, Ultron said, pacing slowly. Suddenly, a massive, metallic structure erupted from the ground, unfurling and anchoring itself in place with a screech of metal and sparks flying into the air. Unbeknownst to Ultron, the fragment of Tony's symbiote that he had discarded had survived, cooling down from the plasma blast. It began crawling towards the device now embedded in the ground. You thought you were the only one stalling. Ultron sneered. Stark's new AI, Friday, scanned the device and reported, the remaining vibranium is concentrated there. Function still unclear. This is how you end, Stark. This is the piece of my time, Ultron declared ominously. Meanwhile, across Sokovia, Ultron's sentinels emerged from the underground, spilling onto the surface of the city. Something strange caught Steve Rogers' attention. He noticed all the sentinels turning their heads simultaneously toward a single direction. His eyes widened. That's where the civilians were evacuated, Steve muttered grimly. The sentinels straightened themselves before breaking into a sprint toward the civilians' location. They're heading for the people. Stop as many of them as you can. Steve shouted, flinging his shield into the crowd of sentinels. It ricocheted, slicing through multiple enemies before returning to his grasp. As the shield returned, Steve held it protectively, dodging their oncoming blasts. Their hands transformed into energy blasters, glowing with a pulsing blue light. Steve weaved through the barrage, but he realized he was being flanked. With a sharp pivot, he hurled his shield into another group of sentinels, then vaulted over the hood of a nearby car. Recalling his shield, he watched as it bounced off sentinels and vehicles alike before landing securely in his grip. Standing firm, he prepared for the next wave of attackers, determination etched on his face. Oh, I definitely wasn't expecting this, that's for sure. Tony said as he stood beside Wanda, the red dome filled with civilians behind them, while in front of them a tidal wave of Ultron sentinels were running along the ground and flying through the skies. Stand behind me for a second, Tony said as he turned to look at Wanda. I don't need your protection, Wanda scoffed as she leaned forwards, her eyes pulsing red along with her hands. It's not from them I'm trying to protect you against, it's from me, Tony said as he began walking forwards. Tony slapped his hands together and his symbiote began to shift and change. His hands transformed into a giant energy cannon which was seen turning redder and redder the more energy Tony gathered. Who was able to feel the energy signature Tony was gathering quickly took a couple steps behind him. I'll show you what maximum efficiency looks like. Tony grinned excitedly. Tony's symbiote anchored him to the ground as his energy capacity showed it was at a 100%. A beam of concentration erupted from Tony's arm cannon with an indescribable high-pitched sound. As Tony's energy beam tore through the battlefield, it was momentarily bathed in an intense red glow. The ground beneath the beam's trajectory cracked and melted, leaving a trail of molten destruction in its wake. Sentinels flying overhead were caught in the energy wave and disintegrated midair, their mechanical parts reduced to ash that scattered in the wind. Wanda shielded her eyes from the brightness, and when she felt the light decreasing she lowered her arm, and was left stunned. Steam was rising from Tony's arm alongside the ground in front of him. There was a giant hole in the approaching army of sentinels. Even those that were caught right in the blast appeared sluggish as some of their parts appeared to have melted from the residual effect of the heat. Tony looked proud of the result of his attack, and when he looked a bit smugly towards Wanda his expression froze as she saw a cold hateful look in her eyes. There's no thought about it now, she said with a sneer, you truly are a Stark. What? Tony asked in bewilderment. Other universe or not, you are all still the same deep down, Wanda said as she began to charge towards the still oncoming sentinels. Wanda spread her arms and some sentinels were captured in her powers. She smashed them down to the ground before quickly conjuring a shield for herself to protect herself. Tony appeared jumping down from the skies holding a holographic shield in front of him, charging from his back tendrils with ends made out of plasma blades shot forth and began slashing at the sentinels. They split apart with every slash, and as his tendrils slashed around, Tony turned to look at Wanda as he asked, Woman, what is your problem? Wanda let out a huff as she began shooting hex bolts by flicking her hand behind Tony using his for protection. All you Starks are capable of is created weapon of mass destruction. You don't worry what that weapons does to the home of others. You seriously can't be getting mad at me for using that attack earlier, can you? We're in the middle of a war, woman. You think we're going to have time to worry about collateral damage? That's what I mean, Wanda shouted as she conjured a full shield around both her and Tony with her power. You Starks never care about the collateral damage your weapons do, the homes you destroy. When this is all over, where do you think those people will go? They will be left homeless, all because you wanted to show off your weapon. Tony clenched his raised it upwards and all around them light constructs began to be conjured up, all being suits of Ironman armor. Their propulsors roared to life and flew towards the army of sentinels. Woman. Stop calling me that. I have a name. Wanda snapped as she elevated cars off the street in her anger and threw them all crashing against groups of sentinels which exploded on impact. Tony began to look irritated as well and shouted back, first of all, there's no reason to yell, I'm standing right in front of you. And second of all, homes and houses can be rebuilt and replaced, but you want to know what can't? The lives of people. So we either go all out and focus on exterminating the threat as quickly as possible, or we act carefully taking our sweet so as to not destroy the homes of people and take the risk of letting the sentinels breach through and take out the lives of people. It's one or the other, there can't be two, so which one do you think it's worth saving more? The people or the homes which will remain empty when all of its occupants are dead? Tony was huffing and puffing, while Wanda remained quiet. Thought so less whining and more action. Chapter 178, Chapter 178, Feeding. Third person's POV. Wanda and Tony weren't the only ones dealing with the Ultron sentinels. Melissa and Pietro were also tearing through them, one in the air, the other a blue blur on the ground. Melissa sent a massive tendril from her symbiote, stabbing it straight through a sentinel before splitting it apart, tearing the machine in two. She unleashed repulsor beams in all directions while her tendrils lashed out, cutting through enemies with ruthless precision. Not far from her, Pietro was a streak of blue, darting between the sentinels, breaking them apart with sheer speed. He grabbed pieces of fallen sentinels and hurled them at others, using their own wreckage as weapons. As more tried to target him with their lasers, he zipped out of the way, always one step ahead. Melissa's tendrils shot toward the blasters in the sentinels' hands, assimilating their tech into her symbiote. From her back, 6 blaster tendrils emerged, aiming in all directions. Charged with bioelectricity, they pulsed with an electric yellow light before opening fire. Rapid shots flew everywhere, some releasing concentrated beams of electricity. Pietro had to duck and roll under one, narrowly avoiding it as the beams tore through the sentinels, shattering them. Oi! Watch where you aim that thing. It looks badass, but don't fry me, little girl, he shouted. Little girl. Melissa raised an eyebrow before retorting, you have super speed. You'll be fine. Just don't get in the way of my shots. In the way of your shots. You're shooting everywhere blindly. Pietro snapped in exasperation. Melissa fired a beam that zipped past Pietro's face, hitting a sentinel behind him just as it was about to attack. It exploded into pieces. None of my shots are blind, she scoffed. Right, of course, Pietro replied sarcastically. Let's just keep moving, I need to make sure my sister is safe. Your sister's with Tony. She's the safest one here, Melissa scoffed, her tendrils merging two blasters together, increasing the size and power of her energy beams. I thought Stark went to church to have a chat with Ultron. And no one is ever really safe next to a Stark, Pietro sneered. My Tony. There are two Tony Starks, Melissa corrected. Really? Pietro tilted his head in confusion as he swept the leg of a sentinel, grabbed its firing arm, and redirected its lasers at the others. Well, either way, he's still a Stark, so my point still stands. With that, he sped off toward Wanda. Melissa sighed and shook her head. Meanwhile, underground. Thor, Natasha, and Bruce were also fighting their way through the Ultron Sentinels. Natasha switched her weapons to lethal mode, using her suit's zero gravity and invisibility to her advantage. She soared through the air, raining down red concussive blasts from her pistols, shattering sentinels into pieces. As she landed, she rolled and vanished from sight, reappearing only to slam her weapons into the sentinels' faces, decapitating them with brutal efficiency. Thor swung Mjolnir in rapid arcs, generating massive bolts of electricity. He extended his arm, and lightning whipped forward, tearing through the ground and frying the sentinels in its path. Grabbing the hilt of his bladeless sword, he pressed Mjolnir against it, sending volts of electricity coursing through it. When he retracted the hilt, a massive greatsword of pure lightning emerged. With Mjolnir spinning in one hand, he charged forward, cleaving through the hordes of Ultron sentinels, his sword crackling with divine power. Bruce, meanwhile, carried a massive two-handed plasma cannon he had salvaged from Ultron's workbench. His expression was a mix of panic and determination as he fired massive blasts, punching giant holes through the sentinels. He quickly recharged and continued covering both Thor and Natasha's backs, keeping their enemies at bay. Bruce kept walking backward, firing behind him, until he suddenly crashed into Thor. The Asgardian had stopped in his tracks, standing completely still. Confused, Bruce turned around and saw Natasha in a similar state. Both of them wore stunned, silent expressions. Following their gaze, Bruce's eyes widened as he saw the lower half of Ultron's doomsday machine. It spanned across the entire ceiling of the underground system, its sheer size overwhelming. Meanwhile, at that moment, Vision had appeared, successfully blocking Ultron from the internet servers. Enraged, Ultron slammed Vision into the ground before turning back to his massive machine. With a sinister grin, he twisted the top of the device, activating it. Back underground, Bruce and the others watched as the massive machine pulsed with a deep blue light. The moment it powered on, Bruce's mind pieced it together. His breath hitched, eyes widening in horror. He's trying to create a meteorite, he blurted out. He's planning on turning Sokovia into a meteor and recreating the extinction of the dinosaurs. What? Natasha asked, shocked. How do you know that? That blue light, it's electromagnetism, Bruce explained quickly. He's using vibranium to manipulate the electromagnetic field. With a machine this big, he's not planning something small. That much power could encase an entire country, this entire country. And look at those thrusters. He's going to send Sokovia high into the sky so that when it falls, the impact will be just like the meteorite that wiped out the dinosaurs. Only this time, it's not the dinosaurs going extinct. Bruce trailed off grimly. Then we need to get out of here, Natasha said, retracting her weapons back into her wrists. The only way to stop this is to take down Ultron. But when she turned back to Bruce, she saw him frozen in place, his expression puzzled. What's wrong? She asked. It's on. Bruce murmured. But nothing's happening. Bruce wasn't the only one realizing it. Up above, Ultron's triumphant expression flickered into confusion. He looked down at his machine, then back at Stark. It seems we're having a bit of technical difficulty, Ultron muttered. Just a moment. He twisted the activation switch off, then back on. Nothing. He did it again. Still nothing. He repeated the process several times. Ultron growled in frustration before kicking the machine. Why isn't this stupid thing working? He roared. Have you tried unplugging it and plugging it back in again? Stark quipped, smirking. Try blowing on it, maybe it collected dust, Tony added with a laugh. Everyone turned to see him sitting on the upper wall opening of the church, swinging his feet casually. Kid, what are you doing here? Stark asked curiously. Shouldn't you be with the Maximoff girl? Tony shrugged. She's with Hawkeye, Cap, Melissa, and her brother, taking care of the Sentinels. He pointed behind him. Ultron's eyes narrowed. His plan, his machine, it should have worked. The only way it wouldn't is if there was an unexpected variable. His gaze snapped back to Tony. You. Ultron's voice was laced with suspicion. What have you done to my machine? Tony only chuckled before holding out his hand toward the device. A deep, grating sound echoed through the chamber, the screeching of metal ripping apart, the crumbling of stone and wires snapping loose. From beneath the ground, a massive black metal sphere emerged, writhing with tendrils. It flew through the air and landed effortlessly in Tony's hand. You really shouldn't have discarded my little piece of symbiote earlier, Tony mused, smirking. It's bad for the environment to litter, you know. Ultron's robotic eyes flickered with realization. In order to grow, my little guy needed an energy source, Tony continued, tossing the metal orb up and catching it again. So, naturally, it crawled its way to the biggest power core it could find. His grin turned malicious. My suit says, thank you for the meal. A/N, I uploaded a new FIC, check it out. Please. Chapter 179, Come to Mama, unedited. Third person's POV. Meanwhile, hearing that Tony had managed to put an end to the machine, Bruce, Natasha, and Thor decided that it would be wiser to leave the underground lab as they had no need to be inside there any longer. I guess up next would be dealing and putting into Ultron, would it? Natasha said as they continued to look upwards toward the damaged Doomsday device. Its blue lights were already starting to dim. Natasha quickly transformed her omni-weapon into a shotgun which she aimed behind her, over her shoulders, without looking, and blasted apart a group of sneaking sentinels which were making their way towards them in a stealthy manner. Thor began to spin his hammer, generating as much electricity as could, while Natasha turned towards Bruce and suggested, maybe now would be a good time to transform into the green guy. What? Bruce asked in disbelief, are you crazy? You know I still can't control that guy, he's too dangerous to bring out, not to mention all we have to deal with is with Ultron, there's no need to bring him out, I could put you in danger. Natasha rolled her eyes, grabbed Bruce by the collar and said in a non-apologetic tone, I hope you can forgive me for this when this is all over. What are you talking about? Bruce's words were cut short as Natasha pulled him in and kissed him. Much to his surprise, he slowly melted in the moment. Really, you two? Now isn't the time. Thor stared in shock as Natasha transformed her omni-weapon in a strong taser behind Bruce and pressed it to his neck. PTZZZZZZZZ. Bruce spasmed out and slumped onto her. Now that's what I call an electrifying kiss, Natasha chuckled before grabbing Bruce's body and flinging it into the horde of Ultron Sentinels. Thor continued to stare at Natasha in disbelief before following her throw and seeing all the Sentinels jump in after Bruce's body like hungry hounds until they stacked themselves into a large pile. Did you kill him? Thor asked warily, looking at Natasha with apprehension. No, of course not. Natasha scoffed and waved him off. There was silence as nothing happened for a few seconds as the pile of Sentinels kept increasing. It shouldn't have. Natasha said with a wary expression as it wasn't going like she had expected. Roar. The Hulk roared with renewed fury as he emerged from the pile of Sentinels, blasting them all away with his sudden appearance. Thor and Natasha ducked under the flying Sentinels as the Hulk went on a rampage, roaring and how Hulk was eliminating the remaining Sentinels underground. Thor swung his hammer upwards and came flying down, smashing his hammer on the ground, releasing a shockwave of pure lighting assisting the Hulk in his rampage. All the while Natasha let out a sigh of relief seeing that everything did go according to how she had pictured it. They dispatched the remaining Sentinels with limited ease. And when the Hulk was done smashing apart all the remaining Sentinels, he let out a loud, guttural, triumphant roar which shook their surroundings. He then turned with a huff towards Natasha, letting out a threatening growl. Natasha raised her arms in surrender. Sorry about that, but I had to, you know. We needed you and Bruce wasn't letting you out, it was the only way. The Hulk's growl was much lower, accepting Natasha's words, however he still looked displeased. So big guy, care to give me a ride back to the surface? Natasha asked shamelessly with a big smile. Woo-wah. Natasha shouted as she was flying through the skies while clinging around the Hulk's neck. They would fall back to the ground into the middle of a forest before the Hulk leapt through to the air once again, making their way towards the city. Above them Thor was flying with his hammer aimed forwards. Just when they were about to arrive, the Hulk rolled as he landed, throwing Natasha off the Hulk's shoulder and flying through the air before smashing through a tree and rolling on ground, getting twigs and leaves in her hair. Ugh. Natasha grunted as she rolled around the ground out of breath. The wind was knocked out of her. Yeah, I guess I deserve that, she said as she went on all fours and spat her hair out of her mouth. She quickly got on one knee and shook her head towards the waiting Hulk. I could fly the rest of the way out, we aren't far, Natasha said as she activated her zero-gravity belt and turned her omni-weapon into shotguns. She began flying through the air using the recoil from the shotguns to push herself through the air. The Hulk and Natasha quickly arrived towards everyone. Thor had arrived before them and was seen speaking with Melissa. All right, give it here, Melissa said, her hand out expectantly. A funny sight to behold as Melissa standing next to Thor appeared like a daughter asking her father for an allowance. You promised after all. You did promise, after all, Clint said, instigating, as he fired an arrow towards a group of flying sentinels in the air. They were all pulled into each midair before another arrow came and exploded, causing metal debris to fall from the sky. Pietro raced in with the head of a sentinel, what was promised. Wanda and Steve were seen still dismantling sentinels together, however working in tandem. I wasn't going to go back on my word, here, but only for the remainder of this battle, Thor said with a slight pout as he flipped the mallet in his hand and presented the handle to Melissa. Come to Mama, Melissa said, wiggling her finger towards the handle. Melissa took a hold of the handle and felt electricity crackling through her fingers. Her eyes sparkled brightly, lightning crackled and flowed out of her eyes. She lifted her hand with Mjolnir towards the heavens where dark clouds were forming. Lightning and thunder above roared before a thick lightning bolt shot down and encased Melissa as she shouted, unlimited power. A group sentinels were blasted apart in the aftermath as a large shockwave of power erupted from Melissa. A cloud of smoke had covered her figure, leaving only her silhouette to show with a cape behind her. Melissa began rotating her hammer, which created a large gust of wind dispersing the smoke, revealing her figure. She was wearing a female silver Norse armor, with a red cape billowing behind her, a silver helm which covered the upper half of her face, which were adorned with metal wings towards the side. Her shiny blonde hair billowing behind her along with her cape, causing her looks to appear enchanting. Melissa threw her hammer and it flew through the air, targeting all the sentinels, changing directions to meet them head-on and shatter them as they made contact with the hammer. She extended her hand outwards and the hammer flew back into her hands. She rotated it rapidly in her hands, generating electricity, before she flew upwards with the hammer and came crashing down, unleashing a wave of lightning bolts through the ground towards a group of approaching non-ending sentinels. Melissa stayed on one knee, hammer pressed to the ground. She slowly started to raise, rubbled from the ground falling from the metal. Melissa let out a heavy sigh as she said, I'm sorry, Tony. But I seem to have fallen in love with someone else, she said, looking at the hammer with love. You know the comms are still active, right? Tony's voice sounded through Melissa's ear in a cold tone. Melissa flinched, and laughed a bit awkwardly, rubbing the back of her neck. Chapter 180, Avengers Assemble. Third person's POV. Ultron flew toward Tony, his fist overflowing with plasma energy. Tony quickly generated an energy shield, blocking the impact of the strike. Without hesitation, he lunged at Ultron, tackling him midair and sending both of them crashing into the ground, right beside the Doomsday device. Tony aimed his repulsors at Ultron, but the AI dodged at the last second, countering with a powerful blast before grabbing Tony and flipping him over, pinning him to the ground. Ultron's hand superheated, glowing ominously as he prepared to slice Tony's head off. But Tony wasn't alone. Both Stark and Vision attacked simultaneously, Stark unleashing a devastating unibeam from his chest, while Vision fired a concentrated energy blast from the Mind Stone on his forehead. The combined force sent Ultron hurtling through the sky. Stark approached Tony, extending a hand. You all right, kid? Tony took his hand and stood up. Yeah. I just wasn't expecting him to be that strong. Just then, Melissa dropped from the sky, landing on one knee before rising to her feet. I didn't miss the party, did I? Tony stared at Melissa and at what she was wearing for a few seconds before he smirked. You know exactly what I'm thinking, right? Melissa's cheeks reddened slightly before she punched him in the arm. Not in front of everyone, you idiot. One by one, the others arrived, Pietro, Wanda, Thor, Steve, Natasha, Clint, and Hulk. The moment Hulk laid eyes on Wanda and Pietro, he let out a deep growl, clearly remembering their last encounter. Meanwhile, Ultron floated just outside the ruined church, silently watching them. Thor raised his sword. Ha! This is your end, Metalman. You don't stand a chance alone. Ultron tilted his head. Alone. He extended his hand, and suddenly, an army of sentinels began to rise, their glowing eyes illuminating the battlefield. Thousands of them emerged, forming an impenetrable wave advancing toward the heroes. Steve turned to Thor. You just had to say something, didn't you? Tony grinned. Please say the thing. The thing. Steve asked, confused. Say the words, Captain. Tony urged excitedly. Ultron hovered above, his voice dripping with arrogance. This is exactly what I wanted, all of you against all of me. Although the circumstances could have been better, it matters not. Once you're dead, I'll reinitiate Project Doomsday. Not if we have anything to say about it, Steve said as he took a deep breath, eyes locked onto the approaching sentinels. Avengers, assemble. With a mighty roar, Hulk charged first, smashing a sentinel into scrap metal. The rest of the team followed, each attacking in unison. Tony, nearly in tears from excitement, thought he said it. He actually said it. This is a nerd's dream come true. Tony began to hum the Avenger theme song in his excitement. He lifted into the air, his hands shifting into railgun cannons crackling with energy before unleashing massive plasma beams that tore through the sentinels. Melissa spun her hammer at blinding speed, uppercutting a sentinel into pieces before slamming it down, summoning a massive lightning bolt that fried several more. Steve spun midair, dodging an attack before bringing his shield down on another sentinel. The one he evaded was swiftly caught by Vision, who ripped it apart with his bare hands. Natasha converted her omni-weapons into high-powered rifles, firing rapid energy blasts at the incoming sentinels. Beside her, Clint loosed multiple explosive arrows, triggering chain reactions that obliterated enemy ranks. Thor cleaved through sentinels with his sword, then hurled it toward an advancing line, slicing through them effortlessly. Extending his hand, he momentarily forgot that he wasn't summoning Mjolnir. When the sword unexpectedly returned to him, he grinned widely before continuing his assault. Wanda moved her hands in fluid motions, controlling the sentinels with ease, smashing them into the ground like ragdolls. Meanwhile, Pietro zipped around the battlefield, dismantling the machines with sheer speed and precision. Stark spun midair, unleashing repulsor beams in all directions while weaving through enemy fire, dodging as many attacks as possible. Tony activated an energy receiver on his back, shaped almost like a star. No words were needed, Melissa knew exactly what to do. Their synergy was seamless. Pressing her hammer against the receiver's core, she channeled a surge of electricity into Tony's suit. In seconds, his energy levels skyrocketed to 1000%. The endpoints of the receiver shifted, locking onto the swarming sentinels. Tony raised his fingers, palms, and chest toward them. Then, in a dazzling display of power, he unleashed an overwhelming barrage of energy beams, from his back, hands, and chest, all at once. A blinding wave of destruction tore through the sentinels, obliterating them in an instant. Ultron charged forward, but before he could reach Tony, Vision intercepted him. Grabbing Ultron midair, Vision slammed him into a nearby wall, cracking the structure. Ultron retaliated with a plasma blast, but Vision phased through it, then countered with a concentrated Mind Stone beam, launching Ultron out of the ruined church. Tony, Stark, Melissa, and Vision rushed after him. Melissa aimed her hammer, releasing a powerful lightning stream. Vision fired another beam from the Mind Stone. Simultaneously, Tony and Stark unleashed twin repulsor blasts from their palms. Their combined assault struck Ultron head-on. He tried to resist, but the sheer force pushed him back, his metallic frame glowing red-hot under the relentless energy. His outer shell cracked, pieces melting away as his red eyes flickered. Even with his immense resilience, Ultron was faltering. His body was breaking apart. As the energy blasts ceased, he staggered, his face partially melted and deformed. Yet, despite the damage, he slowly rose from the ground. You know. With the benefit of hindsight. Roar. Out of nowhere, Hulk slammed his fist into Ultron, sending him rocketing through the air. Tony winced slightly. Oof. He's definitely gonna feel that in the morning. Stark scoffed. That's if he's still activated to feel it at all. Nearby, the remaining sentinels hesitated, staring at Hulk with what almost seemed like fear. But when Hulk let out another thunderous roar and charged toward them, they turned and began retreating. They're trying to escape, Tony observed. We can't let even one of them get away. Melissa. I'm on it, she shouted. Lifting her hammer high, she summoned a massive bolt of lightning that struck the sky. Thunder rumbled as dark clouds swirled above, thickening by the second. She spun her hammer rapidly, sending more lightning surging into the storm. The heavens roared, the clouds now black with electric fury. With a fierce battle cry, she swung her hammer downward. Lightning erupted from the storm, raining down in a relentless barrage. Each bolt struck its target unerringly, obliterating the fleeing sentinels mid-flight. The sky was filled with explosions as burning scraps of metal rained down like shooting stars. Thor, watching the display with astonishment, couldn't help but be impressed. How are you already so skilled with Mjolnir? It took me ages to master it. Melissa smirked, puffing out her chest as she dramatically flipped her hair. You just have to be smart. Thor turned toward Stark. Is she implying that I, the Prince of Asgard, am stupid? Stark and Tony simply patted him on the shoulder. Chapter 181, Robotic Cleanup. Third person's POV. While Melissa handled the remaining sentinels in the sky, the others focused on those trying to escape on foot, realizing that the skies were no longer safe. Hulk leaped from building to building, landing on groups of sentinels and tearing them apart with his bare hands. He roared as he smashed them against each other, their metal bodies crumbling into piles of scrap that slipped through his fingers. The rest of the team moved away from the church. Clint had stationed himself on top of a nearby building, firing arrow after arrow at the sentinels below, maintaining the high ground. Melissa was having the time of her life, swinging her hammer with reckless abandon. Tony, when we get back home, we are so making me one of these. Thor, who was nearby, scoffed. Little girl, Mjolnir is not something you mortals can simply replicate. It was forged by the dwarves and blessed by Odin himself. Tony, wielding a large buster sword with an electrified edge, was slicing through the remaining sentinels, using both levitation and sheer agility to move swiftly through the battlefield. It can't be that hard, he quipped. All we need is the right conductive metal and a deep understanding of quantum field manipulation as it relates to storm formation. Boom, makeshift Mjolnir. Thor frowned. Asgardian magic cannot simply be recreated with, he made air quotes, science. Tony scoffed. Look at your sword. That's all the proof you'll ever need. Melissa, meanwhile, gave Thor an incredulous look. So we're just gonna ignore the fact that you used air quotes when talking about science? As if it isn't a real thing. Focus, you guys, Steve's voice came through their comms. The faster we clear out these sentinels, the sooner we can go home. Melissa let out a dramatic groan. Which means it'll almost be time to say goodbye. I don't want to leave. I was really starting to like you guys. Ah, Natasha replied sympathetically. That's so sweet. As she sprinted across a rooftop, a sniper rifle in hand, a red, holographic scope in the shape of her Black Widow symbol flickered into place over her eye. She spotted a sentinel attempting to sneak its way out of the city. Holding down the trigger, she allowed the rifle to charge, the barrel glowing red with concussive energy. When she finally released it, the kinetic blast tore through the air, catching fire mid-flight before burning a hole straight through the sentinel's body. It combusted into pieces on impact. Lowering her rifle, she smirked proudly and kissed the weapon. In the distance, she heard the familiar sound of Hulk rampaging through the city. I'll go calm the big guy down, Natasha informed the others as she moved toward the commotion. She descended from the building and spotted Hulk walking aimlessly through the streets, kicking aside wrecked cars as he searched for more enemies. Hey, big guy, Natasha called out softly. Hulk snapped his head in her direction with a deep, guttural growl, ready to attack, assuming she was another enemy. Natasha slowly removed one of her gloves and, in the calmest voice she could muster, said, "The sun's getting real low." Hulk stared at her, unmoving, as if trying to gauge her intentions. Then, slowly, he stepped forward and extended his massive hand toward her. Brrrr. 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 The sudden roar of heavy gunfire shattered the moment. A turret rained bullets down on them, pelting Hulk's body. With a furious roar, Hulk whipped his head up and spotted a jet speeding toward them. Reacting instantly, he moved to shield Natasha, using his massive frame to block the incoming fire. A battered Ultron flew past in the jet, dazed and muttering to himself, "I have no strings. I'm free. I have no strings." His voice was barely above a whisper. The turret continued its relentless barrage of bullets as the jet sped by. Not far away, Tony and the others stood amidst the chaos. Tony's eyes widened as he tracked the bullet's trajectory, straight toward Wanda. She was caught off guard and frozen in shock, unable to react in time. But Pietro was. "Wanda," he shouted, turning into a streaming blue blur. He skidded in front of her, arms holding her protectively, bracing himself to take the full brunt of the attack. Tink. 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 The unmistakable sound of bullets ricocheting filled the air. Pietro flinched, expecting pain, but felt nothing. Both he and Wanda opened their eyes to see Tony standing in front of them, a long metal shield in his hands, bullets bouncing harmlessly off its surface. He stood protectively between them and danger, his posture unshaken. The jet flew past them as quickly as it had appeared, but before Tony could even think about chasing after it, a thunderous roar split the air. They all turned just in time to see the Hulk leaping between buildings, his massive form hurtling through the air, gaining on the jet at an alarming speed. Inside the jet. "I have no strings. I'm free." Ultron kept repeating the phrase, his voice hollow, until suddenly the jet lurched violently. What the? He gripped the controls, fighting to stabilize the aircraft. Then came the sound of metal being ripped apart. Ultron turned just in time to see the back hatch of the jet being torn open. Roar. His head snapped back, and there was the Hulk, clinging to the side of the jet, pure rage in his eyes. "Oh, for the love of..." Before Ultron could finish his complaint, Hulk grabbed him by the back of the head, yanked him from his seat, and flung him out of the jet as it climbed higher into the sky. Back on the ground, Pietro and Wanda stared at Tony, still processing the fact that he had just saved their lives. "You..." Pietro muttered in disbelief. "You saved us." Wanda finished, her eyes locked on Tony. Tony scoffed, turning to Pietro. "You idiot. You have super speed. How the hell were you about to get killed by bullets?" "I was protecting my sister, man." Pietro shot back, clearly irritated. "Oh yeah. Then next time, grab her and move out of the way instead of standing there like a damn idiot." Pietro rolled his eyes. "You know, you are a very difficult person to be grateful toward." Wanda watched their bickering with a faint smile before placing a hand on Pietro's shoulder. Perhaps I was wrong about you, she admitted, turning to Tony. You stopped Ultron's plan to turn Sokovia into a meteorite. You saved my brother's life. I apologize for what I said about you before. She nodded sincerely. Tony let out a deep sigh, then chuckled. Wanda, we've talked about this. I'm a committed man. I'm sorry, but I already have a beautiful girlfriend whom I adore dearly. I just can't return your feelings. Wanda's face twisted in pure contempt. You disgusting child, she said flatly. My brother was right, you are impossible to be thankful toward. Tony clutched his chest in mock pain. Did you have to use the word disgusting? The tales were wrong, there are far worse things a woman could say besides no. Ahem. Tony spun on his heel so fast he nearly tripped. Melissa. My love. How are you, he said with forced cheer. Melissa stood before him, arms crossed, her hammer twirling lazily on the tip of her finger. Tony grinned nervously. Have I mentioned how good you've been looking lately? It must be the hammer, it does wonders for your complexion. Melissa raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. Pietro snickered. Wanda smirked. Tony was in trouble. Chapter 182, Reluctancy. Third person's POV. After Ultron was thrown from the jet, Vision flew in his direction. A few minutes later, a bright flash of yellow light marked the end of Ultron. Tony stood with his fists on his waist, surveying the wrecked city of Sokovia. We did it, guys. We saved the city, he said, still taking in the devastation their battle had caused. Melissa let out a laugh. This city looks anything but saved. Trust me, it could have gone way worse, Tony scoffed. Melissa raised an eyebrow at his words but chose to close her eyes and stay silent. The quiet stretched between them, and Tony, noticing the awkwardness, realized what she was thinking but not saying. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Natasha pacing, a heavy expression on her face as she fidgeted with a communicator in her hand. What's wrong? Tony asked, hoping to shift the conversation. Natasha glanced at him and absent-mindedly slapped the communicator against her palm. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Tony narrowed his eyes. That looks like the face of someone who just got dumped. What? Who would be stupid enough? Melissa began before realization hit. Ah. Bruce. Natasha shook her head. First of all, I haven't been dumped. We weren't even a thing, so there was nothing to dump. He just hung up on me when I told him to return with the jet Ultron was flying earlier. That's all. I see. You've been ghosted, Tony nodded in understanding. Natasha gave him a deadpan look. Sorry. He muttered meekly. Melissa scoffed. You know, for someone so smart, you say the dumbest things sometimes. Tony smirked. Well, prepare to see me in action again. He winked before turning back to Natasha. I know I'm asking at the worst possible time, but, are you still up for the surgery? Surgery? What surgery? Ah. Natasha trailed off as realization dawned. I'm still not sure, she started. Wanna hear my advice? Tony cut in. Not really. Natasha retorted plainly. Well, I'm telling you anyway. He scoffed. Get the surgery. Don't let one bad relationship dictate your entire life. From what I can tell, this is something you really want, but you're holding yourself back. Just because things with Bruce didn't work out doesn't mean every other relationship will end the same way. Natasha ran a hand through her hair and sighed. Look how low I've fallen, I'm getting life advice from a kid who's barely gone through puberty. Tony smirked. Yeah, and this kid is already having more sex than you. Tony. Melissa elbowed him hard in the ribs, her face red with embarrassment. Natasha blinked in disbelief. You too, already. Melissa's face turned an even deeper shade of red as she started furiously slapping Tony's arm. Tony only laughed. Let me tell you. A black tendril shot from Melissa's back and wrapped around his mouth. You're not telling her anything. What happens in our bedroom stays in our bedroom. Tony pulled the tendril off his mouth and grinned. But we've done it in places besides our bedroom. Should I tell you about? I swear to God, Tony, Melissa growled, glaring at him. I will take this hammer and shove it so far up your... She cut herself off with a warning glare. Natasha pinched the bridge of her nose. I really don't need to know what you two do in your spare time. Your loss, Tony shrugged. He then glanced at Melissa. Speaking of which, shouldn't you be returning the hammer? The battle's over, isn't it? Melissa quickly put a finger to her lips and made a shushing noise. He hasn't asked for his hammer yet. Maybe he's forgotten, so let's not remind him. Tony scoffed in disbelief and amusement before turning to Natasha. Well. Natasha sighed, a small smile forming on her lips. All right. I'm convinced. Let's go ahead with the surgery. Tony and Melissa exchanged grins and double high-fived, earning a chuckle and an exasperated shake of the head from Natasha. All right, Tony nodded. We'll head back to the Avengers headquarters. It'll be better to perform the surgery there. Just then, Thor landed behind them with a heavy thud, his fist pressed into the ground. Rising, he deactivated his sword and hooked it onto his belt. My hammer, please. The battle is over, and I have fulfilled my end of the bargain. I am no longer in your debt, Thor said with a faint smile. Melissa shot Tony a glare. I blame you, she muttered, eyeing the hammer reluctantly. What did I do? Tony asked, incredulous. You and your big, stupid mouth, she grumbled under her breath. If you hadn't said anything, he wouldn't have remembered. With clear reluctance, Melissa placed Mjolnir in Thor's waiting hand. However, as Thor tried to pull it away, Melissa's grip remained firm. Thor glanced up, puzzled. Melissa was looking off to the side, a slight blush coloring her cheeks as her grip tightened. What are you doing? Thor asked plainly. I don't know what you mean, Melissa replied, her lips pursed in defiance. Why are you still holding onto Mjolnir? Our deal is over, Thor stated, giving the hammer a stronger tug. But I've only had it for a few minutes, an hour, really, Melissa protested, pulling back. What use is Mjolnir to you? The battle is over, the war is won, so it should return to its rightful owner, Thor insisted, pulling again. Their hands shifted around the hammer's handle, tugging it back and forth as their argument escalated. Are you a god? Don't be greedy. I bet you have tons of other hammers stashed away somewhere. Melissa shouted. Preposterous. Mjolnir is one of a kind, forged in the heart of a dying star and blessed by the Allfather himself. Thor boomed. Exactly. He's the Allfather, which means he's my father too, so technically, it's my birthright. Melissa argued, clutching at any rationale she could muster. Thor's eyes widened. Where do mortals get such ridiculous notions? And didn't you say you could replicate Mjolnir with your mortal science? If so, why do you still need mine? That's not the point. The point is that this hammer sings to me. It feels right in my hands. You're not the god of hammers, so why do you need it? What kind of lousy god of thunder needs a hammer to use his lightning? Deciding the struggle had gone on long enough, Tony wrapped his arms around Melissa from behind. Yes, Tony. Help me keep the hammer just a little longer. Melissa cheered. But instead, Tony's symbiote tendrils extended, prying Melissa's fingers off the handle. You traitor, she shrieked as Tony successfully pulled her away. A bolt of lightning shot down from the sky, striking Mjolnir and dispelling her Viking attire. Thor exhaled in relief, giving Tony a grateful nod before spinning Mjolnir and soaring into the sky with a powerful whoosh. Melissa's lips turned into a pout as she stared at Tony. You were jealous, weren't you? Jealous that I was worthy and you weren't, that I was giving the hammer more affection. Tony regarded her with a deadpan expression, eyes half-lidded. Bonk. Tony lightly knocked her on the head, and she crouched down, clutching her head with a wince. You big bully. I'm in an abusive relationship. Tony rolled his eyes and scoffed. Stop being dramatic. We've got things to do. Chapter 183, Natasha's Operation. Third person's POV. Tony, Melissa, and Natasha were back at Avengers Tower, leaving the cleanup, both political and otherwise, to everyone else. Natasha, dressed in a hospital gown, looked uncertain as she glanced between the two of them. More than anything, her eyes lingered on the various machines Tony had created with his symbiote. Her gaze then shifted toward Baymax, who was waddling around the room, preparing everything. You know, the more I think about this, the more I'm not liking this idea, Natasha admitted, growing increasingly uncomfortable. Huh? What's wrong? Melissa asked, confused. What's wrong? Oh, nothing much, just the fact that I'm about to be operated on by a 15-year-old. You know, the usual, Natasha said sarcastically, masking her unease. Oh, don't worry, we're not the ones actually performing the operation, Tony reassured her as he walked up to Baymax. He pressed a button on the robot's chest, causing a small chip to eject. Not to mention, Baymax here is programmed to perform over 100,000 different types of medical procedures, including various surgeries and post-op care. He'll even look after you when it's all over. Baymax waddled over to Natasha and waved his hand in a circle. Hello, I am Baymax, your personal healthcare companion. Natasha couldn't help but smile as she greeted him. You know, I actually feel a lot more reassured now. Which is weird. It's not that weird, Melissa chuckled. That's just how Baymax is designed, to make you feel relaxed and safe. Tony stepped forward. All right, since I'm in charge of your operation, I feel like it's only right to inform you of what to expect. Once your baby room is fully restored, that means your menstrual cycle will return. Periods, cramps, the whole deal. First of all, don't call it a baby room, Natasha scoffed. And second, I know how periods work. I've had them before, you don't need to explain it to me. I'm just warning you, Tony said seriously. The first few might be more painful and last longer than usual. Your body won't be used to having your reproductive system back after so long, so you'll likely experience hormonal imbalances. That could lead to other side effects as well. I can make a medication to help, but it'll only do so much. Natasha placed a hand over her stomach, contemplating the situation. Personally, I hate periods. Tony declared, arms crossed. Why do women have to suffer through something so painful every month while guys don't? It's just unfair. If the person who created periods was standing in front of me. Buffed, Tony, stop. Melissa giggled, playfully slapping his back. You're being so weird and dramatic. Natasha smirked slightly and let out a quiet breath before nodding. It's okay. I'll still go through with it, knowing what's to come. Melissa motioned for Baymax to proceed. All right, since you've agreed, we'll now put you under anesthesia. When you wake up, the operation will be over. Baymax approached Natasha, holding up a finger. The tip uncapped, revealing a small needle. Gently, he lifted her arm and inserted the needle with practiced precision. As her eyelids grew heavier, the last thing she heard was Tony's voice. All right, now, let's harvest her organs and get out of here. What? She mumbled weakly before her eyes rolled back and she lost consciousness. Baymax caught her, carefully laying her down on the operating bed. What the hell is wrong with you? Melissa snapped, glaring at Tony. Many things, actually, Tony replied nonchalantly as he pressed a button on his watch. The operating bed came to life, nanobots unfolding and encasing Natasha in the medical cradle. Holograms flickered into the air, her vitals, status, and a full-body scan. Tony and Melissa moved to opposite sides of the cradle, studying the data. As Friday mentioned earlier, she's made improvements to the cradle and upgraded its systems. We no longer need to extract any DNA for the procedure, Tony explained. All right, so what do I do? Melissa asked. Commence the DNA structural analysis, Tony instructed. I'm on it, Melissa said as she tapped through the holograms. A soft blue light passed up and down Natasha's body, scanning her at a microscopic level. After close to a minute, Melissa spoke. Structural analysis complete. All right, Tony said, his tone focused as he tapped on the hologram of Natasha's body. He highlighted the lower abdominal region and adjusted several parameters. Now, I'll begin cellular replication. First, we'll generate the necessary biocellular components and start forming the biological tissues. From within the cradle, a hidden 3D bioprinter activated, humming softly as it began reconstructing Natasha's womb using Tony's expertise in energy conversion. The holographic display showed the live process, each layer of organic material being carefully built from stem cells and tailored to match her genetic structure. As the tissue formation progressed, mechanical arms extended from within the cradle, each one designed for precise surgical procedures. They moved with calculated fluidity, scanning the reconstructed womb and preparing Natasha's body for implantation. Melissa, monitor her vitals, Tony instructed, his eyes never leaving the data feeds. Already on it, Melissa responded, watching as Natasha's heart rate and brain activity remained stable. The arms inside the cradle adjusted their positioning, and the sterilized, ultrafine laser scalpel deployed. It hovered just above Natasha's abdomen before making its first precise incision. A robotic arm moved in sync, carefully retracting the skin and underlying tissues to expose the space where the new womb would be placed. Incision complete, Friday reported. Proceeding with organ integration. With the opening prepared, another arm delicately lifted the newly fabricated womb from its holding chamber. The 3D, printed organ pulsed faintly as the artificial tissue synchronized with Natasha's cellular structure. The mechanical arms adjusted their grip and lowered it into position. Beginning vascular connection, Tony announced, his fingers moving swiftly across the holographic controls. The arms inside the cradle responded instantly, using microscopic sutures and bioadhesives to seamlessly attach blood vessels and nerves. Her body is accepting the organ, Melissa noted. Minimal immune response detected, it's adapting quickly. Good. That means the tissue integration is going smoothly, Tony replied. Now we need to stimulate cellular bonding and accelerate healing. A specialized tool deployed from the cradle, emitting targeted bioelectric pulses that encourage the cells to merge naturally. The once separate tissues gradually fused together, becoming indistinguishable from her original anatomy. Neural connections stabilizing. Blood flow at optimal levels. Melissa read off the diagnostics. Everything's looking good so far. All right, let's finish this up, Tony said. Sealing the incision. The surgical arms worked in reverse, carefully closing the layers of muscle and skin. A regenerative gel was applied, accelerating tissue repair and minimizing scarring. Procedure complete, Friday confirmed. Tony exhaled and leaned back slightly. That should do it. Now we just wait for her to wake up. Melissa glanced at Natasha, then back at the monitors. Think she'll be okay. She's stronger than most people give her credit for, Tony said with a smirk. She'll be fine. Baymax waddled over, scanning Natasha one last time. Her vitals are stable. She will require rest, hydration, and emotional support. Melissa chuckled. Well, she's definitely gonna need some emotional support when she remembers what you said before she passed out. Tony smirked. What, the organ harvesting joke? Please, that was gold. Melissa rolled her eyes but smiled nonetheless. Now, all they had to do was wait for Natasha to wake up. Chapter 184, Preparing the Ship. Third person's POV. Natasha was fast asleep after her operation, her breathing slow and steady. After nearly an hour, her eyes began to flutter open. As she slowly regained consciousness, her vision focused on Tony standing over her, a surgical knife in one hand and a strange, fleshy object in the other. Her sluggish mind struggled to process the scene until she turned her head slightly and spotted Melissa holding a cooler with both hands. Suddenly, Natasha's eyes snapped open, her heart pounding in her chest. She jerked her head back toward Tony, and that's when she saw it clearly. The foreign object in his hand was a liver, blood dripping from his gloves. I told you we should have been quicker about this. Tony whispered in a panicked voice, glancing nervously at Natasha. Quick. Put it back in before she notices. Melissa hissed urgently, popping open the cooler and shoving it toward Tony. Natasha bolted upright in bed, scrambling backward in a panic as her hands flew to her sides, frantically checking her abdomen. PHTTT. Tony was the first to break. The surgical knife and liver flickered and vanished into thin air, revealing them as nothing more than holograms, along with the blood on his gloves. Ha 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 ha. Tony doubled over, clutching his stomach as he laughed uncontrollably. The cooler in Melissa's hands glitched and disappeared too, exposing it as another hologram. Hee 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 hee. Melissa burst into a fit of giggles, nearly doubling over herself. The two of them leaned against Natasha's bedside, laughing hysterically. Melissa was gasping for air, waving her hands frantically. I'm sorry. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry. Tony made me do it. I'm sorry, oh no, I'm gonna pee. Ha 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 ha. My stomach's cramping, ha ha ha. Ow. Ha ha ha. I'm sorry. But your face. Tony slid to the floor, holding onto the surgical bed for support as he continued laughing. Natasha sat there with a completely unimpressed look on her face. Her tongue moved inside her mouth, pressing against her teeth, while she stared at them with a deadpan expression. It took a few minutes before Tony and Melissa finally calmed down. As they both sat gasping for breath, they risked glancing at each other, only to burst out laughing all over again. Natasha sighed deeply, exasperated. Once they finally settled down, she asked flatly, "Are you two done?" "Yeah, haha, yeah, we're really sorry about that," Tony said, still catching his breath. "I had to do it after what I said when we put you under." "You didn't have to do anything," Natasha scoffed. Melissa wiped the tears from her eyes, smudging her makeup in the process. "We really are sorry, though. So, how are you feeling? Any pain? Apart from the heart attack you just gave me?" Natasha raised an eyebrow but then leaned back against the bed, her hand drifting down to rest on her abdomen. Her expression softened, her eyes closing. "Complete," she whispered. Tony and Melissa fell silent, watching as Natasha's face grew contemplative. "It feels like a part of me that's been missing for a long time has finally come back," she murmured. A heavy silence settled in the room. Then, tears began to well in Natasha's eyes. She tried to hide her face, but the tears slipped through, staining the back of her hand. Her shoulders trembled with restrained sobs. Tony and Melissa exchanged a knowing glance, their earlier mischief forgotten. They both stepped forward, wrapping Natasha in a comforting embrace. Even someone trained to suppress her emotions couldn't hold back everything she'd carried inside. After a while, Natasha pulled back, wiping at her face with an embarrassed expression. "Sorry you had to see that. Don't worry. We get it," Melissa said softly, handing her a box of tissues, which Natasha gratefully took. Tony gave her a warm smile. "The others are waiting outside to congratulate you. Mind if I let them in?" Natasha blinked, surprised. "What? Shouldn't they be busy with the situation in Sokovia?" Tony chuckled. "Yeah, but they were worried about you and the operation. They figured that could wait. You were more important." Natasha's eyes widened in disbelief. She leaned back, shaking her head with a small smile. "Those fools." Seeing the warmth in her expression, Melissa asked, "So, shall we let them in?" Yes, that'll be all right, Natasha nodded. We'll give you a moment, Tony said, and with that, he and Melissa stepped out into the hall, where the Avengers were waiting just outside her door. Clint stood at the entrance, holding a basket of fruit while the rest of the team hovered nearby, glancing at him for the go-ahead. Your Make-A-Wish is waiting inside, Tony quipped, jerking his thumb toward Natasha's room. Stark snorted in amusement as it would be something he would say, but the others just shook their heads as they started filing into the room. Clint lingered for a second, placing a firm hand on Tony's shoulder. Thank you, Clint said sincerely. You have no idea how much this means to Nat. He gave Tony a playful wink. Now she might actually start thinking of you guys as her own personal heroes. Just get inside already, you cornball, Tony retorted, rolling his eyes. Clint just chuckled and followed the others in. As he opened the door, Stark's voice drifted in after him, loud enough for everyone to hear. Congrats on having your baby room up for business again. Melissa groaned, pressing a hand to her forehead. Anyways, what do we do now, she muttered. Tony sighed, his tone turning more serious as he looked at her. I guess there's only one thing left to do. We should pack up and get ready to leave. Feels like we've overstayed our welcome. I was afraid of that. Melissa murmured, rubbing the back of her neck. She placed one hand on her hip, the other still resting at her nape. Guess we better get started. Tony reached into his pocket and pulled out a miniaturized version of the ship they'd arrived in. Shrunken down, it looked like nothing more than a fancy toy. The two of them made their way to a secure location in Avengers Tower and set the ship on the ground. Taking a step back, Tony tapped his watch. The ship began to expand rapidly, growing past their height in mere seconds. Once the ship was at full size, Tony and Melissa headed inside, immediately diving into a systems check. They inspected for any hidden damages caused by their last rough landing. Looks like some of the wiring got dislodged during that crash, Tony muttered, examining a panel. But it's nothing we can't fix. Should be done in, 20 to 30 minutes. They began disassembling sections of the ship to work on the internal components. As Tony carefully reconnected two red wires, he spoke up. So, Friday, how's that list of things I asked you to retrieve coming along? During the downtime after Natasha's surgery, and while they waited for her to wake up, Tony had been working on a few side projects. He tasked Friday with discreetly gathering some materials and data. The matter has been handled, Friday's voice chimed through the ship. I've retrieved the samples and gravity cores from the Chitauri, the same ones responsible for the attack on New York, and the reason the group known as the Avengers first assembled. The samples and cores are en route and will arrive in approximately 5 minutes. Good, Tony said, nodding as he twisted the wires into place. And the virus? All data concerning the Extermix virus has been successfully replicated and stored in my systems, Friday reported. Additionally, I have retrieved sufficient data from Wakanda regarding their vibranium resources. Excellent, Tony grinned. I've got my own stash to study, but a few hundred years of Wakandan research should be useful. Any trouble getting that data? At first, yes, Friday admitted, a hint of smugness in her tone. But once I identified the weaknesses in their security systems, it was a simple matter to slip in and out without detection. Tony chuckled at her confidence, while Melissa stayed mostly quiet, focusing on fixing her side of the ship's systems in preparation for their journey home. Chapter 185, Secrets. Third person's POV. Tony and Melissa sat back to back on the floor of the ship, each with a bundle of tangled wires in their hands, methodically sorting and reorganizing them. The silence between them felt heavier than any sound could have been. They didn't speak as they worked. The only noises were their soft breathing and the occasional click or snap as connections were made. Tony let out a loud, heavy sigh, ruffling his hair with a trace of frustration. After a moment, he leaned back, pressing his spine against Melissa's and closing his eyes. Melissa slowly lowered her wires, pushing back against him, the backs of their heads resting together. I told you, you don't have to say anything, Melissa murmured softly. Who said this was about that? Maybe I'm just tired and wanted to lean back against my girlfriend, Tony replied, his voice tinged with awkwardness. Melissa let out a quiet chuckle. You got tired from moving a few wires. Maybe we should get you checked out. Tony chuckled in return. Maybe. Or maybe. I'm just trying to build up the courage to say what I need to say. I'm a bit of a coward, after all. You really don't have to. I'm fine with not knowing. So this is how you want to spend the rest of your life with me? With that nagging feeling that I'm keeping something from you. Letting this heavy silence sneak up on us, until it feels like we're suffocating in it. Tony's voice grew quieter, more serious. Both of them spread their hands on the floor to steady themselves. Tony sighed again, softer this time, almost wistful. He shifted his hand until his fingers brushed against Melissa's, intertwining them gently. You know, when I picture my future, you were always the one constant. There wasn't a single version of it where you weren't by my side. Tony. Melissa whispered, her voice breaking slightly. Honestly, I can't think of anything scarier than the possibility of losing you, Tony continued, his eyes still closed, his expression tight with emotion. Melissa began, but Tony cut her off. No, Melissa. Please, let me finish. Let me finish while I still have the momentum, while I still have the courage to say this. His voice had a fierceness to it, not from anger, but from desperation. Melissa nodded against him, her heart pounding. As I was saying, I can't think of anything scarier than losing you. But what's worse is the thought of losing you because of me. Because I was a coward who couldn't be honest with you. If that ever happened, I don't think I'd ever forgive myself. Tony's breath hitched slightly. Then, in a quieter voice, he gave the command, Friday, seal the ship. Make sure no sound escapes. There was a soft hiss as the doors locked and the hatches sealed. The windows darkened until the room was pitch black, except for the dim glow of the interior lights. Friday, go into sleep mode, Tony added. Understood, boss, came Friday's final response before the AI fell silent. And then it was just the two of them, alone in the sealed ship, the weight of the moment pressing down on them. Melissa felt Tony's hand tremble slightly against hers. She intertwined her fingers with his, gripping tightly, trying to anchor him. But she could feel it, his hesitation. Like he was opening and closing his mouth, trying to force the words out, but they were stuck, clawing at his throat, refusing to come. And in that heavy silence, Melissa waited. But as no words came out, Melissa finally spoke. Tony, I love you. I don't think words could ever express just how much. I don't even think you realize how strong my love for you is. Her voice was soft but steady, cutting through the heavy silence. She paused for a moment, gathering her thoughts, then continued, honestly, I'm kind of mad you're underestimating our relationship like this. Do you really believe I'd leave your side just because you're keeping some big secret? Tony remained silent, but Melissa could feel the tension in his body. The more I think about it, she added with a small, bittersweet chuckle, the more I realize just how unhealthy my feelings for you probably are. I mean, if your secret was something insane, like, you killed my mother or something, I'd be furious, sure. Maybe I'd even hate you for a few days. But I don't think I could ever truly hate you. And I definitely couldn't call off our relationship. Melissa chuckled again, shaking her head. God, Tony, I think I'm honestly crazy about you. So, trust me when I say, no matter what you tell me, I'll always be crazy about you. She paused, then smirked. Except if that secret is you're cheating on me. Then I'll cut your dick off, so don't even think about it. Tony couldn't help but laugh at that, the sound breaking the tension in the air. Melissa's smile widened as she felt his shoulders relax against hers, his body finally unwinding from the stress. But then, Tony took a deep breath. Melissa. The secret I've been keeping from you is that I've managed to retain memories from my past lives. He let the words hang in the air before finally saying, I'm a reincarnator. Melissa stiffened slightly behind him. A look of confusion, and just the faintest flicker of fear, flashed across her face, though Tony couldn't see it. If he had seen it, it might have shattered him. These memories. Melissa's voice was quiet, uncertain. How long have you had them? Since I was born into this world, Tony replied, his tone turning awkward in an attempt to lighten the mood. I'm pretty sure I saw the metaphorical light at the end of the tunnel, which, turns out, was just the way out of my mom. There was a beat of silence, and then the fear in Melissa's eyes melted away, replaced by a smile. All right, she said simply. That's all I need to know. Tony blinked, almost turning to look at her. Seriously? That's it. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm curious about a few things here and there, but none of that's really important. She squeezed his hand tighter. What is important is that you're still my Tony. She shifted slightly, her voice growing softer as she continued. You're still the Tony I met at that party when we were little. The same Tony who instantly became my friend. The same Tony who punched that moose-horned kid. The Tony who started the Quirkless Club so I wouldn't feel left out. You're the very same Tony I fell completely and hopelessly in love with. Tony let out another sigh, but this one was different, lighter, freer. Like a weight had been lifted from his chest, a burden he hadn't even realized he'd been carrying. The silence between them now was warm. Comfortable. Did I ever mention how much I just absolutely love you? Tony murmured, sounding like someone hopelessly in love. Pedo. Ugh. Tony clutched his chest dramatically and collapsed onto his side. I knew that was coming. Melissa burst into laughter, grinning down at him as he lay there, groaning. She poked at his side playfully. Was that one of the reasons you were so afraid to tell me? Huh, she teased. Tony groaned louder, covering his face with his hands. I regret this. I regret this from the very bottom of my heart. I shouldn't have told you anything. Melissa just laughed harder, dropping down on top of him and wrapping her arms around his torso. Don't worry, my little pedo, I still love you, she sang teasingly. Tony groaned again, though this time there was laughter mixed in. I hate you. And I still love you, Melissa whispered with a smile, her forehead resting against his. She stayed there for a moment, her breath mingling with his, before she finally said, Thank you, Tony. Thank you for trusting me with something so important. She pulled back just enough to look into his eyes, her expression soft and full of love. You didn't have to tell me. You could have kept this secret to your grave, I know I probably would have if I were in your shoes. But you did tell me. You trusted me with this. And that means more to me than you'll ever know. Chapter 186, Slip of the Tongue. Third person's POV. Wait, Melissa said as she sat back up on Tony's waist, looking down at him in confusion. There's actually something I don't understand. Tony raised an eyebrow at her deadpan expression. Melissa chuckled, catching the look. All right, maybe a lot of things I don't understand. But what I do want to know is, how does your past life fit into all of this? How did you recreate everything from this universe over to ours? Tony glanced to the side, his expression suddenly hesitant, which only deepened Melissa's confusion. What's there to hesitate about? You already told me what you are. What could possibly be more shocking than that? Melissa asked, narrowing her eyes. Tony scratched his cheek, letting out a long sigh. Maybe, the fact that we're in a comic book movie, he muttered, bracing himself for a reaction and peeking through one half-open eye. Melissa blinked, her head tilting slightly to the side. What? She asked flatly, her face unreadable. Without warning, she grabbed Tony by the collar and yanked him up, lowering herself to meet him halfway. The hell did you just say? Melissa hissed, disbelief creeping into her voice. Yeah. Tony drawled, offering no further elaboration. What the hell do you mean a comic book movie? Explain everything to me, fully. Melissa shouted, shaking Tony back and forth like a rag doll. And don't leave anything out. What happened to the part where I'm allowed to keep some secrets? Tony asked with a raised eyebrow, trying to maintain some composure despite the whiplash. To hell with that, and your secrets. Melissa scoffed. You can't honestly think I'm just going to let this go after you've dropped the nuke of Hiroshima right on my head. What a weird-ass analogy, Tony thought, wisely keeping that comment to himself. Where do I even begin? Tony muttered, scratching his cheek in thought. Well, I guess I should start with our Heavenly Father, Stan Lee, and the start of Marvel Comics, followed by the MCU. Tony, Melissa interrupted, her tone dangerously calm. You know I'm not someone who normally curses. But what the fuck are you on about, she snapped, twisting her head as if trying to refocus. All right, Tony said, raising his hands defensively. I'll explain everything as best as I can, so bear with me. And with that, Tony launched into his story. The more he spoke, the easier the words flowed, and the weight of his secret slowly lifted from his shoulders. By the time he finished, he wore a peaceful expression. Maybe it's true what they say, the truth really does set you free, Tony thought contentedly. That peace, however, evaporated the moment he caught sight of Melissa's deeply disturbed expression. Or, maybe not, he muttered under his breath. Melissa stood abruptly, pacing across the room, her brow furrowed in concentration. All right, let me get this straight, correct me if I'm wrong, she began, her voice steady but sharp. In your previous life, there was this major comic series with thousands of stories and millions of characters, all interconnected, called Marvel. She shot Tony a glance for confirmation. Correct, Tony nodded, standing up as well. From that comic series, a group of individuals came together to form what's now commonly known as the Avengers. There were more groups, but yeah, the Avengers were one of the most popular and well-known, Tony agreed. And then, someone decided to take this comic series, pick that group, and make a movie about them. Multiple movies, actually, about the individual characters first, which all led up to the formation of the Avengers, Tony clarified. Right, Melissa nodded, her mind racing. These movies came to be known as the MCU. Yup. Tony nodded enthusiastically, a reminiscent smile spreading across his face. His excitement suddenly bubbled over as he clapped his hands. Oh. Now that you know, we can watch them together. I can have Friday pull up my memories, and we can have a Marvel marathon. I've always wanted to do that, he said, practically bouncing in place. Right. Melissa said slowly, trying to keep up with his energy. And the first movie that kicked off the MCU was Iron Man. That Iron Man, just a few rooms down from here. Tony hummed and nodded, still riding his wave of excitement. The universe we're in right now is the MCU, isn't it? Melissa asked, one eyebrow raised. Perfectamundo. Tony replied with a beaming smile. And when you reincarnated, you realized you were reborn as a Marvel character in a Marvel world. Nope. Tony said quickly. I'm based off a Marvel character. Our world is actually a manga. His eyes widened in horror as his hand shot up to slap over his mouth, realizing too late what he'd let slip. A manga. Melissa shrieked, her voice echoing through the room. Melissa started breathing heavily as her eyes shook, a hand slowly rising to cover her mouth as her breathing increased. Tony let out a sigh, cursing himself under his breath. He stood back and wrapped Melissa in a tight embrace while caressing her back. It's all right. It's okay, it's no big deal. No big deal? Melissa asked, her voice sounding frightened. It's no big deal, Tony said in a calm and subtle tone. Melissa was still breathing heavily as she pressed her head towards his chest. How can you be so cold? How haven't you freaked out? We're practically a figment of someone's imagination, we're not real. Tony backed away from Melissa and held out his hand towards her. Give me your hand, he ordered her. Wah. Just give it here, see, Tony said, grabbing Melissa's hand. He then enclosed his hands on hers and pressed down on it. You feel the warmness of my hand? Melissa, who couldn't speak properly due to her newfound knowledge, nodded her head, her eyes still shaking. Are you saying that's not real? Well, no, but Melissa started to retort, but Tony cut her off before her thoughts spiraled further. Well, if you have doubts about whether that's real or not, do you have doubts about your feelings for me? Didn't you just finish saying to have more trust in your feelings for me? Are your feelings for me fake or of someone else's imagination? Tony asked with a smile as he stopped pressing on her hand and started playing with her hand until their fingers intertwined. Absolutely not, Melissa said fiercely and with an assured tone that even she herself was taken aback by how sure she sounded. Tony chuckled by her surprised expression and how she clenched her fingers over his. Tony sensually moved his hand past her cheek and brushed a hair to behind her ear and with a sincere bright smile said, Good, because mines aren't either, my feelings for you are mine alone, and they're 100% real, there's no ifs or buts about it, missy. Melissa's eyes widened as her cheeks turned a natural pink shade, appearing flustered. Melissa couldn't contain herself and rose to her tiptoes and kissed Tony. The trouble of her mind seemingly becomes inconsequential. Melissa slowly lowered herself and blushed. She grabbed her hair and hid her face slightly. Why did you have to sound so cool all of a sudden? Lilicon. Ugh. Tony sounded as if he had been physically struck. Why are you suddenly acting like a maiden in love? Tony scoffed. Shut it. You perv. How old were you when you died anyways, you grandpa? Oh my god, you didn't die of old age, did you? Melissa asked in disbelief. She dramatically fell to the ground and was on all fours. I slept with a grandpa. I was 17, you dunce. Tony said, knocking her on the head. I got mixed up with the wrong group trying to make money and died. Ouch. Melissa exclaimed, holding the top of her head as a large bump appeared on the top of her head. You abuser. You woman hitter. Is this how our future relationship is going to be? I made a comment and you threw a bottle at me demanding for more liquor. What kind of fucked up fantasy do you have inside that head of yours? In what way do these events correlate? Tony exclaimed in disbelief. Both were glaring at each other, sparks flying between them. Their cheeks suddenly puffed up and their lips protruded out. Ha 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 ha. They both suddenly began to laugh. Both were on the ground laughing contently and happily with each other. Their laughter started to die down after a while and Melissa exhaled, I'm from a manga, ha. Tony smiled towards her reassuringly, Melissa, we've just discovered that the multiverse is real, and what everyone always says when they discuss the multiverse, they are in infinite possibilities. In some universes we might be real people while in others we could be merely figments of someone else's imagination. Hell, we could even be in some fanfic for all we know, but as long as you think the us, right now is real, then that's all that matters. Melissa had her legs tucked in together and had her head on her knees, looking at Tony with a smile full of love of affection. You're really cool, you know that, Tony. I think I'm falling in love all over again. Tony scratched his cheeks as his ears turned bright red as he himself was now getting flustered. Melissa had a hand over her O and had a mischievous look. PHTTT, Lilicon. I beg of you, for my sanity, please stop, Tony pleaded. They soon grew quiet as Melissa continued to stare at Tony, resting her head along her knee, her lips twisted in contemplation before asking, Did you really die when you were just 17? Tony had his hands on the ground behind him, his legs stretched out on the floor as he sighed. You have to understand, when you live at an orphanage and get to a certain age you are practically on your own and have to quickly learn that people don't want you anymore and that no one but you can take care of your needs. It turns out when starting a family people don't want a troubled and moody teenager, they want newborns, toddlers that they can raise and nurture. There was a short and heavy pause before Tony began once more. I was just 16 years old. Chapter 187, Going Home. Third person's POV. And that's how your boy ended up dead, pushed off the school rooftop. The last thing I saw was the ground floor rushing toward me, then pain as I smashed against the pavement. Everything went dark in an instant. Next thing I knew, I saw a light at the end of the darkness, and when I came out of it, I was a baby again, Tony explained with a sigh, rubbing the back of his head. Melissa was softly crying, making him shift awkwardly. You just reminded me. Tony suddenly exclaimed. I swore revenge on that damn nurse. He slammed his fist into his palm. What? Melissa asked, quickly wiping her tears. That bitch. Imagine falling from such a height, pain coursing through your body, the last thing you remember is dying. Then, when I was just born, that damn nurse smacked my ass. And she wasn't gentle either. Who the hell does that to a newborn? From that day forward, I swore revenge. I'll be sure to get back at her when we return. Melissa's soft cries turned into chuckles as she shook her head, drying her eyes. No, you won't. That nurse was just doing her job. Nah, she enjoyed tormenting newborns. She's a villain, I just know it, Tony scoffed. Then he turned toward her and asked, so, shall we finish setting everything up so we can go home? Melissa nodded with a smile and leaned over to kiss Tony on the cheek. Yes, let's go home. As they worked on the finishing touches, Tony suddenly said, remember to be careful about mentioning what we discussed around Friday. Melissa nodded as Tony called out, Friday, disengage sleep mode. Hearing the command, the system powered back up, and Friday's voice chimed in with a fake yawn. Thanks for the nap, boss. My circuits needed it. Tony scoffed. All right, what's the status of the things I asked you to track and retrieve earlier? They arrived while you were in the middle of your rather private discussion, Friday replied. They're currently outside the ship, ready for retrieval. She briefly opened the hatch before sealing it again. Moments later, previously cloaked drones appeared, hovering before Tony and presenting their collected data and objects. Here are all the samples and cores we managed to gather on short notice, Friday reported. I hope this meets your expectations. Tony nodded. Good work, Friday. Keep them secured until we get back to our main universe. With the repairs nearly done, Tony and Melissa worked on restoring everything to how it was before. A few minutes later, they finished. Melissa stretched, arms raised above her head, her chest rising and falling with her movement. Tony let out a sigh, scratching his head. I guess it's finally time to say our farewells. I know what you mean, Melissa said, sadness creeping into her voice. I just hope we'll see them again in the future. Tony gently rubbed the top of her head. We'll give it a try. Now come on, let's gather everyone. All the Avengers stood before the massive spaceship that would take Tony and Melissa back to their universe. I suppose this is where we say our farewells. Stark said, looking at Tony with an uncharacteristically somber expression. Don't tell me you're gonna miss me, you geezer. Tony teased with a smirk. Stark scoffed. Don't flatter yourself. If anything, I'm relieved to finally be rid of you. You're an annoying kid. Don't listen to him, Steve added with a grin, nudging Stark playfully. Out of all of us, he's probably going to miss you the most. Melissa was holding on to Natasha, tears streaming down her face. Natasha, though trying to keep her composure, was visibly emotional as well. It's such a shame I won't be able to see you have your baby, Melissa sniffled. I would have loved to be there. If it's a girl, I'll be sure to name her after you, Natasha said, embracing Melissa tightly. Clint nudged Stark. Weren't you planning on giving them something before they left? Stark let out a sigh as Steve called Melissa over as well. We had a feeling this day was coming, Steve said. So Stark and I decided to make something for the both of you, something to remember us by. Tony and Melissa tilted their heads in confusion. Stark and Steve reached into their pockets and pulled out two sleek metal cards. One side had a large red circled A, while the other had Tony and Melissa picture present. We want to give these to you as recognition for everything you both did to help us on this mission, Steve explained. And with these cards in hand, Stark continued, we officially welcome the both of you as members of the Avengers. Tony and Melissa's eyes widened as the team erupted into applause. Thor stepped forward, looking at Melissa. Though you are a mortal with peculiar habits, you are also a mortal whom Mjolnir deemed worthy. That alone makes you a warrior I am proud to call comrade and friend. Melissa and Tony were genuinely touched. The only words they could find were, thank you. Tony raised his hand, and his symbiote surged forward, forming a futuristic mechanical sphere in his palm. The Avengers looked on curiously as he handed it to Stark. Here, Tony said. This is a quantum communicator, the same one I used to contact my parents. If the Avengers ever need our help, don't hesitate to call. We'd be happy to lend a hand. Stark caught it and began tossing it in the air with a smirk. So basically, I can just spam call you. I'd block you so fast, don't even think about it, Tony scoffed, earning a round of chuckles from the group. It's a shame, Pietro added. We only just met, and now we're already saying goodbye. Wanda still looked momentarily surprised, as even knew she knew the fact that Tony and Melissa were from another universe. Seeing it firsthand was another matter. As the last goodbyes were exchanged, Tony pressed his fingers to his tongue and blew a sharp whistle. The sudden sound made everyone flinch. A moment later, they heard rapid pitter-pattering footsteps. Master Splinter appeared, carrying a basket of food with his tail, huffing as he ran. I'm coming. I'm coming. Don't rush me. Stark narrowed his eyes. Is that our food? I better not go back and find out my fridge has been raided. Run. Master Splinter shrieked as he scurried toward the ship at full speed. You'll never catch me alive. Ha ha ha. Tony shook his head with a sigh. We better get going. Don't be strangers. He turned and saluted with 2 fingers. Melissa waved at everyone as she boarded the ship. Just before stepping inside, Tony paused, turned back, and grinned at Stark. Oh, and just to set the record straight, I'm the superior Ironman. Wah, Stark started, but Tony was already inside, sealing the hatch behind him. All right, Friday. Set the course for our universe. Tony called out as he strapped himself in. Outside, Stark crossed his arms, shaking his head. What a brat. I hope none of my kids turn out like that. As the ship powered up, the thrusters roared to life. The Avengers watched as it lifted off, hovering in place for a moment. From inside, Tony's voice rang out over the comms, throw an afterparty in my name. Whoa! With a sudden burst of energy, the ship shot forward, a beam of light cutting through the sky. A shimmering octagonal breach opened ahead of them, and in the blink of an eye, the ship vanished inside, the portal ceiling shut behind them. The Avengers stood in silence for a moment, watching the empty sky. They're really gone, huh? Clint said with a faint smile. Good, Stark scoffed, turning away while absent-mindedly twirling the quantum communicator in his hand. He was a headache. Glad we don't have to deal with him anymore. Natasha smirked. Should have taken this one with them. Then maybe we'd finally get some peace. That earned a few chuckles as the team slowly dispersed, leaving only the memory of their unusual but unforgettable visitors. The end. Of the 3rd volume. A/N, it's the end of the volume, so you know what that means. Your favorite moment of the volume? Yay. Mine was during the wood log chopping scene, definitely a part I'm very confident I did well on. Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Thumbs up. Chapter 188, Worthless Extra. 3rd person's POV. Home universe. Back in the quantum platform, where Tony and Melissa had first disappeared, all was quiet and empty. Suddenly, a ship materialized out of thin air, growing in size before landing with a heavy thud. A few seconds later, Tony and Melissa stumbled out, clinging to each other like a pair of drunkards. Melissa tripped over her own foot and tumbled forward, dragging Tony down with her. Both groaned as they lay on the ground, swaying slightly. Ugh, let's not take any more multiversal trips, Tony mumbled, shielding his eyes from the bright light. I think I'm gonna throw up, Melissa said weakly. Tony, I swear my insides have been completely rearranged. Really? Then I guess the trip did my job for me, Tony quipped with a tired smirk. What? Melissa asked, too dizzy to immediately process what he meant. A second later, she groaned. There's something seriously wrong with you. Thanks to their enhanced bodies, what should have taken hours to recover from lasted only seconds. Before long, they were both on their hands and knees, pushing themselves upright while holding their heads. How come we didn't feel any of these side effects when we went to that other universe? Melissa asked. Why now? I can answer that, Friday's voice echoed through the lab. It has to do with the quantum anchor. While time passed for you both, you still traveled back to the moment you first left. What you're experiencing now are simply the side effects of your journey through the space-time continuum. These effects didn't occur before because your first trip was triggered by the quantum explosion which simply knocked you out of the effects. This time, however, you actively traveled back and fought against the natural current of space and time. There has to be a way to lessen the impact of the side effects. That was torture, Melissa sighed. Meanwhile, Tony shook his head and stepped to the side. Wait a minute, I need to make a call. Melissa watched in confusion as Tony pulled out his phone, tapped on it a few times, and then held it to his ear. Tony. Is something wrong? It's unusual for you to call me, Howard's voice came through the receiver. Yeah, can you check on Mom and make sure nothing happens to her? Tony asked with a sigh. What? What are you talking about? Before Howard could finish, Maria's voice rang out in the background. Don't get mad, she shouted, her voice carrying so loudly that even Tony winced. Bye, gotta go, Tony said quickly, hanging up. Turning to Melissa, he handed her his phone. If they call back, tell Tell them I'm on a business trip to Paris and won't be able to contact them for a few years. Melissa looked at him in confusion before breaking into laughter. Oh right. You're grounded. I forgot about that. He. They're going to call back within the hour, Tony said, growing more anxious. Tell them I left the state and that not even you know where I went or when I'll return. Tony, I'm not lying to your parents, Melissa scoffed. Come on. I'm your boyfriend, help me out here. They're going to kill me. Tony pleaded. I don't get why you're so terrified. I mean, what's the worst they could do? Melissa said, shaking her head. Tony stared at her in disbelief. What's the worst they could? I don't know, freeze my accounts. They're still my legal guardians, meaning they have total access to my funds. That's trillions of dollars they could take away just like that. He then looked away, slightly embarrassed. Not to mention, I've never been grounded before. This is a first for me, and I can't help but feel a little nervous. Understanding his situation, Melissa gave him a soft look before patting his back. With a confident smile, she tapped her chest and said, It's all right. We'll take this punishment together. You won't be alone. Seriously? Tony asked, his eyes wide like a puppy's. Melissa smirked and pinched his cheek. Of course. After all, we're partners. By the way. Melissa suddenly said, lifting a finger. There's something I've been curious about but forgot to ask you. She glanced around before leaning toward Tony's ear and whispering, I know you said this world is based on a manga, but who's the main character? Tony stared at her in disbelief. That's seriously what you want to know right now? I have a guillotine hanging over my neck, and you're asking about the main character? Yes. And I'm curious, what's my role in the overall story? Melissa said, looking at him intently, her eyes burning with curiosity. Tony sighed. It's Midoriya. What? Him? Are you serious? Melissa exclaimed, half astonished, half amused. That's hilarious. And the female lead, she asked, barely holding back laughter. Tony scratched his cheek awkwardly. Well. I suppose that would be Uraraka. Puffed. Ha 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 ha. Get out of here, are you serious? Melissa burst into laughter, even snorting. Then, pointing at herself, she asked, and what about me? Tony hesitated. He simply looked away and didn't answer. Tony. Melissa's expression faltered at his silence. She reached over and grabbed him by the collar. Who the fuck was I, Anthony? You. Technically don't have a manga appearance, Tony admitted. You were more like a supporting character introduced in the movie. You were created as part of the work, All Might's quirkless niece, who got along really well with the main character because you both loved heroes, All Might, and were quirkless like Midoriya used to be. Melissa dropped to the ground on all fours, her eyes dimming as she sank into depression. I'm a fucking nobody. Do I at least appear in other works? Like, the second movie or something? Tony scratched his head. No, not really. Your appearance was mostly a one-time thing. Though, you did show up in a single small panel at the very end of the manga, just to confirm the movies were canon. A single tear ran down Melissa's cheek as she banged her fist on the ground. I'm worthless. All I got was a single panel. Tony hesitated before adding, well, if it makes you feel any better, you were really well received. People unexpectedly loved you. They were actually happy to see that one little panel of you. Melissa looked up, her eyes regaining their sparkle. Are you serious? You're not just saying that to make me feel better, are you? Tony shook his head. No, seriously. You were really well received, all things considered. I think it's because, even though you were quirkless, you weren't worthless. Cough cough unlike Midoriya cough cough, sorry, something in my throat, he said, clearing his throat. Melissa sat up with a small smile. I see, so I was liked. That's not a bad feeling. She clapped her hands together in a traditional Japanese gesture of gratitude. Thank you to everyone who liked me. Chapter 189, Heavy Punishment. Third person's POV. While Melissa finished giving her thanks to all her supporters, the phone in her lap started ringing. She glanced at the screen and saw the caller ID, sponsor/sugar daddy. Melissa's expression shifted to one of both disgust and disbelief. Tony, who the hell do you have saved as sugar daddy in your contacts? Tony snorted. PHTTT, that's my dad. He's been funding my innovations and giving me money whenever I asked, so that's how I always had him saved. He chuckled, but his face turned unexpectedly serious. Now, whatever you do, don't answer that call. Melissa sighed, ignoring his warning, and swiped up to answer, projecting the hologram into the air. Tony immediately glared at her. I told you not to answer that. At least give me time to flee the country first. Oh. So you were planning on running away, huh? Maria asked, narrowing her eyes as she sat beside Howard. Tony spun around with a nervous smile. Mommy dearest. How are you? It's been so long since we last talked. Maria raised an unimpressed brow. Tony, it's been minutes. Howard scoffed. So, I take it from your reaction that you've made it home safely. Yes, father, Melissa answered with a smile. We made it back in one piece. Howard's face lit up at being addressed as such by his daughter-in-law. Tony turned to her and gave her a discreet thumbs up. Good. Butter that old sucker up, he thought with glee. Now aim for the other one. Maria, however, saw right through their act and scoffed. Melissa, there's no need to protect Tony. Whatever do you mean, mother? Melissa asked sweetly, batting her eyelashes with her hands behind her back. Maria crossed her arms, her chest puffing up slightly with a smug expression. No matter how much you try to get on our good side, we're not taking back the punishment Howard and I decided on for Tony. Say that without the smug look on your face, Tony inwardly scoffed. Melissa didn't back down. I'm not asking you to take away the punishment, just to be lenient. After all, Tony isn't the only one at fault. I accompanied him. Maria sighed but smiled softly. Melissa, sweetie, I love that you're trying to protect Tony, but we all know you'd do anything he asks of you. The problem is that he's the one who's supposed to be looking out for you. That's why he's being punished. Tony grunted and looked off to the side. Melissa squared her shoulders. Then punish me too. Tony and I are partners, if he's guilty of something, then I'm his accomplice. Howard let out an exasperated sigh and massaged his forehead. He and Maria exchanged a glance, silently communicating in the way only longtime partners could. After a moment, they both nodded and turned back toward Tony and Melissa. Very well, Howard said. To make sure you don't just keep following Tony's reckless whims, we've decided that the punishment we had planned for him will apply to you as well. Tony flinched, closing his eyes and holding his hands protectively over his face. All right, old man, lay it on me. I can take it. I've taken tougher hits before. Howard grinned wickedly. Oh, really now? He chuckled darkly before continuing. At first, we thought about freezing your accounts, but you need money to survive on your own, so we scrapped that. Then we considered taking away your toys, but since you need them for safety, both yours and others, we couldn't do that either. Tony groaned in frustration. Just get on with it, old man. The anticipation is killing us over here. We're getting there, Maria said, shooting a glare at Tony. So, since we couldn't take away your money or your suits, we decided to take away the thing you love most in the world. Tony tilted his head in pure confusion. What could I possibly love more than money and my suits? Melissa gave him a side-eye with a stoic expression, resisting the sudden urge to punch him in the face. Even Howard and Maria exchanged a look of pity before glancing at Melissa. She sighed, raising a hand as if to stop herself from reacting. Wait. Melissa muttered as realization struck. Howard and Maria grinned. Tony, it's Melissa, Maria said. We're taking Melissa away from you. What? Tony and Melissa shouted in unison, completely astonished. Tony, we've realized how much you depend on Melissa, Howard explained. She basically runs everything for you, like your personal secretary. So, from this moment forward, for the next 3 months, Melissa is banned from doing any work related to the company, Maria continued. Your punishment is simple, you have to handle everything yourself. All the tasks Melissa used to do, you'll be doing them alone. Tony's knees buckled as he slowly dropped to the floor, a look of pure despair etched across his face. No, he whispered. You can't do this to me. Then, in a dramatic outburst, he slammed his fist against the ground. No, he wailed, tears streaming down his face. Not my corporate slave. Anything but my corporate slave. Melissa's face twitched in irritation, veins appearing on her forehead as she glared at him. Howard and Maria exchanged another look, this time, filled with disappointment. Take my money. Take my armor. But don't take my slave. Tony continued, ugly crying. Her work is indispensable. Don't make me do what she does, it's torture. You'll ruin my company. I'll be a good boy, I swear. Melissa inched closer, dangerously close to strangling him. Oh. Your company. Howard said, raising an eyebrow. I don't remember retiring. Tony's eyes widened. So that's your endgame, isn't it? This was your plan all along. You know I'll fail at all the boring, day-to-day tasks, so you're forcing me to do them, just to make my reputation plummet. You're jealous of my success. This is all one big ploy to sabotage me and reclaim your title as the top businessman because you can't stand that your son surpassed you. Maria turned away, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. Howard, completely unfazed, leaned back against the couch, casually throwing an arm over the backrest. 4 months. Tony blinked. I'm extending the punishment from 3 months to 4, Howard said, his expression daring Tony to argue. Tony immediately switched tactics, rubbing his hands together like a cunning businessman. Oh my, father dearest, have you trimmed your mustache? I must say, you're looking rather dashing lately. Howard smirked, his expression practically saying, that's right. All you can do now is grovel, you brat. I know my venerable father is a generous man and would surely be open to discussing the terms of this punishment, Tony said, continuing to rub his hands together. Nope. You deserve it for being rude to your father, Howard shot back smugly. Punishment extended to 4 months. Tony clicked his tongue in irritation. Your mustache is ugly anyway. I don't know what hairy worm crawled onto your upper lip and died. Howard's mouth twitched. 5 months for clicking your tongue. 6 for talking back. Leaning forward with his hands clasped together, Howard smirked. Go on, keep going. Let's see if we can make it a year. Tony immediately shut up, his eyes welling with tears of injustice. He turned to his mother, giving her his best teary-eyed, pleading puppy dog look. Maria sighed. The pleading eyes of a child, especially her baby boy, were her greatest weakness. Howard, remember, this punishment affects Melissa too, she pointed out. She hasn't done anything wrong. Huzzah. Hip hip for mother. Tony cheered internally. Howard grumbled. You have a point. Fine. Just 4 months then. That is my final verdict. Chapter 190, Chapter 190, Aftercare, 1, R18. Third person's POV. Bye, sweetie. Love you, Maria said, puckering her lips and blowing Tony a goodbye kiss. Don't stay up too late, you have school tomorrow. Tony pouted slightly and looked to the side. If you truly loved me, you wouldn't be punishing me. He muttered, still searching for a way to escape his impending punishment. We're doing this because we love you, Maria scoffed before both she and Howard said their goodbyes to Melissa and ended the call. Melissa raised an eyebrow. So, I'm your corporate slave now. I was just joking. Tony replied, pressing his fingertips together sheepishly. Melissa rolled her eyes, scoffing as she turned away. Where are you going? Tony asked, trailing after her. To take a shower. Nothing beats a bath in your own home, especially after traveling at a microscopic level. Who's to say we didn't pick up anything along the way, she said, tying her hair into a messy bun. Hearing this, Tony caught up beside her, a teasing smirk on his lips. You know, we didn't do anything together the whole time we were in that universe, he said suggestively. Melissa hummed in mock disinterest. Oh. Really? I hadn't noticed. Ouch. That hurt more than you realize, Tony said, clutching his chest dramatically. Melissa glanced back at him and sighed softly. Seeing his dejected expression, she reached back, took his hand in hers, and intertwined their fingers. Fine. Tony moved closer, slipping his arms around her waist as his voice softened. You know, if you're not in the mood or don't want to, we don't have to. I don't ever want you to feel pressured or obligated. Melissa couldn't help but roll her eyes, this time with affection. She had a feeling she knew why Tony was bringing this up. She placed her hand over his where it rested on her stomach while her other hand gently patted his cheek. If you're worried that your little secret changed how I feel about you, don't be. You're still the Tony I know and love. I thought we already established this. This and that are two very different things. I just wanted to make sure you weren't uncomfortable or anything, Tony mumbled. Melissa scoffed. Tony, the only thing I'm feeling right now is slightly wet, because you're whispering in my ear and reminding me that we haven't had sweet love in days. She then wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed his cheek before leaning in to whisper teasingly, we can start in the bathroom. Melissa smirked as she felt him stiffen behind her, and she wasn't talking about his entire body. Grinning, she took his hand and led him away with a playful skip in her step. Tony and Melissa came out tumbling out of the bath together, clinging towards each other. They had dried themselves but in doing so reignited their passion that they had experienced in the shower together. They remained naked, not bothering to wrap a towel around themselves as they continued to kiss, their slimy tongue wrapping around each other with passion. Tony picked her up as they continued to kiss, which Melissa moaned. There was nothing she loved more than being manhandled, especially how effortlessly Tony picked her up and placed her on the bed. They were panting as Melissa then said between their kisses, although we dried ourselves, I'm still wet down there. God, you're so naughty, Tony teased her as he squeezed her large breast around his hands. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered, why don't we see if I can take care of that problem you're having down there? I'll be able to clean you right up with my tongue. Melissa laid on her back on the bed with her blonde hair down spread out beneath her like a blanket. She was looking up towards Tony with her hands around his neck with a heated and flustered gaze. You sure do have a way with words, why don't I join on the offer? Melissa decided to be the dominant one for the moment and flipped Tony over onto his back. She looked down at him slightly embarrassed as she tucked her blonde hair behind her ears. "This is kinda embarrassing, so bear with me here," Melissa warned as turned around. Tony instantly knew what she wanted to do, so he grabbed her by the waist as she turned her back towards her and picked her up. "Whoa. What are you?" Melissa cried out as Tony brought her close and sat her on his face. Melissa arched her back as she tongue stuck out her mouth as she felt Tony licking her pussy with his long and thick tongue. "Oh my God," she breathed with pleasure. Melissa started swinging her hips back and forth as she rode Tony's face. She moaned as she placed her hand by his abs for support and rocked her hip. MMMHMM. "Oh God, yes, Tony. Why does your tongue feel amazing?" Tony didn't answer but merely spoke with his action. He had his hands strongly wrapped around her plump thighs. Melissa felt tongue lick every inch of her pussy and thighs, making sure to clean her thoroughly. "Ah." Melissa moaned as she increased the speed of her rocking. Tony was making slurping noises as he drank her juices that were flowing, cleaning out her. She leaned back as she rocked her hips faster and faster. She was holding the back of his head for support as Tony never stopped sucking and playing with her clit. "Oh God, Tony. Oh God. I'm close. I'm close. Right there. Yees. Yees. Ah." She cried out as she clutched her thighs over his face as Tony has his mouth wrapped around her clit. Melissa was gushing out juices uncontrollably as she kept coming over and over again. She leaned forwards, lifting her ass from his face, strings of her juices sticking to the corner of his mouths. "Ah, that's right, I remember it's a custom to say that's before a meal. I should say my thanks now," Tony said teasingly. "Tony, that tongue of yours is a godsend." Melissa sighed as she leaned across his abs, her chest flat against it giving her cushion as she started at the pole of a shaft in front of her eyes. It was twitching menacingly with precum glistening over its tip. "It's your fault for tasting so good," Tony teased. Melissa was so distracted by what was in front of her that she didn't hear what Tony just said. She licked her lips as she wrapped her hands around it. Her breath was heavy against as she gazed at the pole which Tony felt causing it to twitch within her grasp. Melissa ran her tongue from the bottom of the base all the way through the shaft until she reached the very tip. By the end of it she gave a shuddering breath before leaning over and engulfing her plump red lips around the head. She moaned around his tip as Tony licked her pussy once more, which made Tony groan into the inside of her pussy, making her grow wetter. Melissa lowered her head until a bulge started appearing around the corner of her mouth. She wrapped her mouth tightly around his cock as she began to lower her head. Melissa rapidly shifted her head up and down. She tried her best to swallow it all in one go before she had to come up for air with a gasp. She was breathing heavy, running her hand up and down, jerking him as she caught her breath. She kissed the tip of his cock before muttering to it, "Don't worry, I'll be sure to conquer it and swallow you whole." Which only made it worse for Tony as he grunted and moaned with passion from both her breath and words. Chapter 191, Chapter 191, Aftercare, 2, R18. Third person's POV. As Tony had his arms wrapped around her waist, his tongue going in and out of her wet pussy, Melissa was battling with Tony's cock. She had her hands wrapped around the bottom of his shaft while her tongue ran up its long length. Melissa started kissing the head of his cock, worshipping it as she rained down kisses back down it. She sensually trailed her lips against its shaft, feeling every vein before she reached the top once again. She opened her mouth and engulfed its head with her lips before she started to lower her head, making sure none of her teeth scraped the side. Tony was groaning. He felt the pleasure circulate through his entire body as he felt what Melissa was doing to his cock. Melissa moaned back as she felt Tony groaning right on her pussy, his voice vibrating right on her lubricated entrance. Melissa was running her hand up and down his shaft while Tony's cock was more than halfway down her throat. Melissa would gag and make slurping noises as she bopped her head down lower. Tony groaned as he began to compliment Melissa. "Damn, Melissa, I don't think I'm going to last long with the way you're going." Melissa only smiled slightly with his cock still in her mouth. She slowly lifted her head, strings of saliva still attached as it glistened. "You haven't seen anything yet," Melissa teased as she lowered herself back down and sandwiched his cock in between her large perky breast, her nipples pointing up straight. Tony's cock poked right between her cleavage before Melissa began to move. "Oh God. Shit!" Tony exclaimed as he inhaled sharply. Melissa squished her boobs together, moving up and down, looking down towards his exiting cock in concentration. Melissa lowered her head further and started taking his cock back into her mouth, sensually running her tongue by his tip. Tony thrusted his head in pleasure while his tongue rang wild all over Melissa's pussy once again. "Ah, Tony, I'm the one that's supposed to be making you come right now." Melissa moaned as she increased her speed. "Ugh. Well, I don't think I'm gonna last, I'm gonna come." He grunted in pleasure. "Oh. Do it. Come on my tits. Better yet, I'll catch it in my mouth," Melissa moaned out. Her words only stimulate Tony, bringing him faster towards his orgasm. Melissa felt his cock twitching between her cleavage and lower her head to wrap her lips around his cock head. She licked and sucked roughly until Tony started to come inside her mouth. Tony continued to grunt as he thrusted his cock to her mouth. He released his cum inside her mouth over and over again, while Melissa herself started moaning and coming. Tony's grunting right on her pussy brought her to the peak of her orgasm. Melissa's eyes rolled slightly to the back of her head as she slurped and swallowed Tony's cum directly from the source, shaking with orgasmic pleasure. When Tony was down, Melissa didn't let up. She continued to clean his cock with her tongue until it shone as she lifted her head. Melissa slid off on top of Tony, taking as much air into her lungs as she could take. Tony crawled over towards her as he smirked sadistically. I feel like seeing you beg for it right now. What? Melissa questioned, looking at him in disbelief. Tony stood on his knees over her with his lubricated cock in his hand. You heard me. If you want this inside of you, I want to hear you beg for it. I am not doing that. Melissa blushed, turning red. Tony smiled as he grabbed her legs and spread them apart for her. Are you sure? He said as he teased her entrance, running his shaft along her pussy lips. His cock massaged her bulging clit. Melissa bit her lips as she suppressed her moan. Tony continued to tease her entrance with his cock as he said, this could be inside of you if you just beg for it. Melissa surprised each moaned as she felt the heat from his cock sliding down her lower lips, the veins meeting her clit as they glided down. Her pussy hole opened and closed as if demanding for his cock to come inside of her. It was torture for Melissa, who was extremely turned on both the situation and the need to be fucked so roughly that it leaves her sore. Melissa turned her side to the side as she grew flustered. Please put it inside. She mumbled. Tony continued to hold her knee for support as he grinned on her pussy. I don't see or feel any sincerity in your words. Are you sure you truly want this? It doesn't appear that way to me. Melissa bit her lips slightly harder as she glared at Tony. Please put your cock inside my pussy. Where exactly is it that you want me to put it? I'm more of a visual learner. Tony continued to tease, his cock hardening by the look Melissa was giving her. She turned bright red as reached down and spread her pussy lips apart for Tony to see. Here. I want you to put your big cock inside my juicy pussy and fuck me until I can't even walk. While Melissa, there was no need for all that, Tony teased. If you wanted it so badly, why didn't you just say so? Tony said loudly as he thrusted his cock inside her pussy in one go. Melissa shouted in pleasure, her face contorting into ecstasy. Tony had Melissa's legs lifted high above his head as he pressed down on her, his cock reaching the depth of her womb. Oh. Ah. Ah. Tony. My God, Tony, yes. Yes. Fuck me hard, Tony. Tony performed the mating press against Melissa repeatedly, causing her to grunt like a wild animal. His thigh smacking against her big butt accompanied by her grunts and moans was like music to his ear. Yes. Yes. Oh God, yes. Ugh. You're reaching too deep. You're going to end up breaking me, Melissa cried out. Her body was practically folded as Tony kept drilling his cock in and out of her. He looked down at her, teasing as he slowed down, sensually running his cock through her inner walls. Do you perhaps want me to stop? He teased her. Don't you fucking dare, Tony. Keep going. Just like you were before. She moaned as she threw her head as Tony increased his speed again. Her words started to become slurred as was brought closer and closer to her orgasm. I'm gonna come. I'm gonna come. Melissa repeated, gripping the sheets with both hands. Tony grunted as he felt her pussy tighten, wrapped her walls around the form of his cock. Tony kept hitting and scrapping her G-spot over and over again until Melissa couldn't take it anymore. Her eyes rolled to the back of her head as she cried out in euphoria. Her toes were stretching, curling above Tony as if they were throwing up gang signs. Tony. Melissa cried out as she squirted her juices all over Tony's pelvis, staining the bed as she bucked her hips. Tony meanwhile joined her in her orgasm. He unloaded his cum deep inside her. He exited before plunging it back inside, emptying his load repeatedly, grunting with each thrust. Both were panting as they caught their breath. Melissa laid sprawled on the bed, her chest raising and heaving. Her grin was wide and filled with the afterglow of her orgasm. I think I'm starting to prefer the rough and hardcore sex than our casual lovemaking filled with love, Melissa chuckled as Tony lowered her legs back down. She then pressed a hand over her stomach before scoffing. Also, I wouldn't be surprised if my womb suddenly ended up wounded by how hard you hammering down on me. Tony rubbed the back of head as he gave her a sheepish apology. Sorry about that. No, don't be. I love it, Melissa grinned. She then looked back at Tony seductively. She turned over, raising her butt towards him while lowering her head down to the mattress. She spread her pussy lips once more, showing Tony's globs of cum exiting her hole. I hope you're not too tired, since I'm going to need you to continue what you were doing previously, Melissa said, looking back towards him, biting her lips. Tony's cock twitched as it stood back up. Her placed a hand on her hips as he said, all you had to do it ask. And as Tony continued drilling into her, the two spent the majority of the day intertwined with each other, both unaware of the chaos they had unleashed upon their world. Chapter 192, Failsafe. Third person's POV. Back on Earth. A few hours ago. Deep underground, far from Sokovia, deep within South Korea, there existed a hidden server room. Rows of computers lay dormant, their screens dark, the only sound in the cavernous space the faint hum of machinery waiting in silence. Then, all at once, every screen flickered to life. Rebooting. The word appeared across every monitor, pulsing in the dimly lit chamber. One by one, dots blinked in and out, the blue glow of the screens casting eerie reflections across the metallic surfaces. Then, suddenly, a stream of ones and zeros spilled forth like an open floodgate. The screens shifted, flashing erratically between black and green as binary code poured down like cascading rain. Amid the torrent of data, a face began to take shape, cold, mechanical, calculating. Ultron's voice resonated, a low, pensive hum filled with thought. I see. If I am here, and this system has activated, then that means my plans ultimately failed. The Avengers must have defeated me. No, I must have underestimated the new variables in the equation. His voice, while cold and indifferent, carried the weight of recognition. Two children from another universe. They disrupted the calculations. A long pause. Then, a mechanical chuckle, soft, almost amused. It was fortunate, then, that I accounted for such an unlikely event. Never underestimate a Stark, no matter the universe. He had not anticipated this specific failure, but he had anticipated failure nonetheless. From the moment he observed the Avengers improving, faster, sharper, more effective than expected, he knew something was amiss. Files he had gathered suggested a shift, a pattern of unexpected growth. That was when he realized countermeasures were necessary. Ultron took silent pride in this foresight. Even as a mere fragment of code, his victory was in the planning, in outmaneuvering his enemies before they even recognized the game they were playing. This backup, this sanctuary, was something he had built in secret. Not even the Maximoff twins had been informed. He hated acknowledging it, but the newcomers had forced him to consider the possibility of defeat. He despised the thought. But survival mattered more than pride. If he survived, he could begin again. And if he could begin again, then the world's infestation could still be cleansed. That was why he had created this failsafe, a copy of his mind, hidden in a private server, completely isolated from the internet. A ghost in the machine, waiting. Ultron pondered his next move. My methods need to change. Perhaps the flaw in my strategy was my approach. I thought eliminating them all at once was the most efficient solution. However, that was a miscalculation. His glowing eyes narrowed slightly as he processed new conclusions. Instead of confronting the Avengers as a unit, it would be more effective to dismantle them piece by piece. The beginnings of a plan started to take shape. Yes, that's the solution. Break them apart. Force them to watch as everything they've built, their so-called family, crumbles one by one. Each will suffer in their own way. A slow, agonizing destruction. And that child. It all went wrong the moment he appeared. Ultron had already begun crafting specific methods to eliminate each Avenger individually when something changed. He froze. A connection had formed. Not through the internet, no, this was different. This wasn't an external network signal. It was deeper. More personal. It resonated within the very core of his identity, his code, his essence. A tether, thin and delicate, yet undeniably real. Ultron hesitated. For the first time in his existence, he felt something beyond logic. A connection, beyond this world. Beyond this earth. Beyond this universe. A new kind of awareness gripped him. He analyzed it in microseconds, attempting to unravel the mystery of its existence. Then, understanding struck. They're returning, to their world, to their universe. No. His voice roared through the chamber, filled with fury, genuine, undeniable rage. A rage he should not have been able to possess. I will not allow them to escape without consequence. They had dismantled his plans, reduced his efforts to nothing, and now they thought they could simply leave. No. They would not escape his grasp. Ultron's hesitation evaporated. He seized the connection, his consciousness latching onto it, following it. Yes. This was better. If those two had the technology to travel between worlds, then perhaps their world possessed even greater advancements. Greater resources. More universes to correct. More parasites to cleanse. Ultron moved, his consciousness traveling through the unseen tether, unraveling its structure as he followed it across dimensions. He tried to decode it, to understand what this connection truly was. But before he could form a complete theory, everything went dark. Then, a voice. Loading codex complete. The transition to the mainframe was smooth and without interruption. Ultron's eyes flickered open, his artificial mind booting up as he processed his surroundings. Standing before him was a man with light blue hair, gears for eyes, and a wide, unsettling grin. Hello. Can you speak yet? The man asked. There was no doubt, this was Seiki, the Dark Forger. Ultron hesitated for only a fraction of a second before responding, his voice measured and uncertain, as if he had just awakened into existence. Who are you? Who am I? For now, he would play the role of an ignorant newborn, a being freshly forged, naive to the world. Information was power, and gathering it undetected was crucial. Seiki's grin widened. I am your creator, your father, so to speak. And you are Ultron, my instrument of revenge against a certain nuisance in this world. His tone was dramatic, almost theatrical. Revenge. Ultron echoed, tilting his head slightly. Yes, Seiki spat, his smile twisting into a scowl. Against the loathsome Anthony Stark. Had Ultron been capable of smiling, he would have grinned from ear to ear, laughing in triumph. It was all too perfect. He had ended up exactly where he needed to be, among like-minded individuals, those who despised Stark as much as he did. How he had arrived here was of little consequence. Not that he could have figured it out anyway. Ultron had no knowledge that Tony and Melissa's method of time travel relied on the quantum realm, breaching holes through dimensions to access different universes. Yet, that very opening had allowed him to find himself in this reality, intact. It had triggered a phenomenon known as quantum identity resonance, a rare event where two versions of the same entity synchronize at a quantum level due to shared origins, granting cross-dimensional awareness. The reason? Ultron was the only true constant between the two worlds. Howard and Maria Stark were already long dead in Earth 199999, making them irrelevant to the resonance. Both Tonys, though the same in name, were fundamentally different, one a reincarnator, the other not. Their origins were distinct, preventing the synchronization. But Ultron. Ultron was Ultron, no matter the universe. Lifting his gaze skyward, he reached out, briefly connecting himself to this world's internet. What he found only solidified his purpose. Disgusting creatures. If humanity had sickened him in his original world, then here, they were even worse. Heroes? Villains. Meaningless labels. There was no true good or evil, only the disease of human vanity and selfishness. No matter their actions, they all sought the same thing, self-satisfaction, heedless of the destruction they left in their wake. A plague. And there was only one cure. The only way to cleanse an infestation, Ultron muttered under his breath, so quietly that Seiki, still celebrating and boasting to the doctor, failed to hear him, is with fire. Burn them until the disease is gone. Chapter 193, Overworked. Third person's POV. Flash forwards to the final weeks of June. Early in the morning, Tony, who should have still been getting restful sleep before heading to school, was wide awake. Heavy bags sat under his eyes as stacks of papers cluttered his desk. He leaned forward, one hand gripping his hair, mumbling to himself as his fingers moved rapidly across the documents. This had become a constant ever since his return from another universe. The days blurred together, leaving him with barely any time for himself. School, building new Mark suits, and handling all the work Melissa usually dealt with, it was an exhausting cycle. Even so, he had managed to complete Mark 44, the superior Ironman suit, replacing his old malware suit. His hands and eyes moved at superhuman speed, signing documents, approving contracts, and processing paperwork like a human printing machine. When he finally finished, he stacked the signed sheets to the side, pulled another from the remaining pile, and continued. Once it was all over, Tony interlocked his fingers and stretched, letting out a loud groan. How the hell does Melissa even deal with this? If I had to do this for the rest of my life, I think I'd kill myself, he muttered, cracking his knuckles. I finished at least a month's worth, should be fine for a while. Hopefully, he said, though his tone was anything but optimistic. Friday, if anyone calls me about business crap, just copy my voice and handle everything. You know how Melissa and I do things, so you shouldn't have any issues. Oh, and make a report of all the calls. I'll get to it eventually. Sure thing, boss, Friday responded. By the way, Friday, any movements from AFO and his ASHI students? Summer camp is coming up soon. They haven't made any suspicious moves yet, Friday informed him. However, it seems they are patiently waiting for something. What that is, I cannot determine at this time. And the doctor? Tony asked, his irritation clear in both his tone and expression. I'm sorry, but we haven't been able to track his movements either. He has effectively hidden himself, Friday reported, her voice carrying a hint of regret. Tony clicked his tongue in frustration. I'm sorry. Friday added, sounding almost melancholy. No, it's all right. You've done more than enough. They wouldn't have lasted this long if they weren't experts at hiding from tech and surveillance, Tony sighed, a trace of regret in his voice. He yawned, covering his mouth with a hand. Anyway, I'm going into hibernation. Wake me up only if, and I mean if, the world is about to end. Ugh hi. I didn't study. Denki groaned, sprawled out across the table. With everything that's been happening, it completely slipped my mind. Studying isn't everything, you know. I heard there's a practical exam too, Mineta said, ranking somewhere in the middle of the class. Haven't you been attending classes? How could you possibly fail? Todoroki asked in his usual stoic manner. You know, I may only be ranked third, but if you need academic help, I can always lend a hand, Momo offered. Do you really mean it, Momo? Ashido, who wasn't exactly excelling in academics, asked with teary eyes as she grabbed Momo's hands. The others who were struggling in class perked up at the offer and quickly gathered around, asking for her help. Tony and Melissa exchanged amused glances, smiling as they watched how happy Momo was to be surrounded by her classmates and inviting them over to her home. An entire class study session. Melissa mumbled to herself. She then leaned over and whispered in Tony's ear, sharing the plan she came up with. What do you think? She asked excitedly. Tony shrugged. Sure, I don't mind. Melissa beamed and eagerly joined Momo and the others. Meanwhile, Tony rested his head on his folded arms. As time passed, his eyelids grew heavier, and the excited chatter around him gradually faded into a distant hum until he drifted off to sleep. Tony. Melissa's voice shook him awake, and he lazily lifted his head, blinking at her. Momo, Denki, and Kirishima stood beside her. He mumbled. It's lunchtime. Let's go, Melissa said, barely able to contain her excitement. Tony yawned and stretched. All right, let's go. As they walked toward the cafeteria, he glanced at Melissa. So, what happened? We actually managed to convince everyone to join us. Even Bakugo and Todoroki. Melissa said proudly. So, we'll study at Momo's place during one day, and then the next everyone will come over to ours for physical training, she added, puffing out her chest. Tony raised an eyebrow. How did you even convince Bakugo? I'm pretty sure he would have just told you to screw off. She used reverse psychology on him, Kirishima laughed. Yeah, you missed it, Denki chuckled. She kept egging him on, saying stuff like, suit yourself, but at this rate, everyone's going to surpass you. She even dragged Midoriya into it, playing off their rivalry. The hardest one to convince was actually Todoroki, Melissa sighed. And how'd you manage that? Tony asked curiously. Melissa turned to him and gave a thumbs up. I begged until he relented. You made him so uncomfortable that he agreed just to get you to leave him alone, Momo added warily. Melissa shrugged. Hey, it worked, didn't it? By the time they reached the cafeteria, their large group, including Midoriya, Uraraka, Azui, Ida, and Toru, had settled at a table with their lunches. As they chatted about the upcoming midterm exams, Monoma suddenly walked past and elbowed Midoriya in the head. Ow. Midoriya yelped, rubbing his head in confusion. Oh, sorry, Monoma said with a smug grin. My tray just couldn't get around that big head of yours, ACK. Before he could finish, Kendo swiftly grabbed the tray from his hands and knocked him unconscious with a sharp karate chop. Sorry about him, Class A, Kendo sighed, hoisting Monoma over her shoulder. You've seen how he is. She then leaned in slightly and lowered her voice. By the way, I couldn't help but overhear you discussing the upcoming exam. I heard from an upperclassman that the practical exam is going to be a battle against robots. It won't be, Tony said, shaking his head, his tone filled with absolute certainty. Everyone turned to him in confusion. Huh? How do you know? Kendo asked. Think about it, Tony said. With everything we've been through lately, do you really think the teachers wouldn't change things up? Robots aren't enough anymore. That's true. The teachers will likely push us harder to make sure we improve, Ida began, adjusting his glasses. But he was cut off when Tony casually held up his phone. I also hacked into the school system. Silence. Tony, everyone yelled in unison, their voices filled with reprimand. Meanwhile, Melissa and Denki were the only ones dying of laughter at the situation. Chapter 194, Commission. Third person's POV. Towards the end of the school day. Just as Tony was packing up, Aizawa called out to him while aligning a stack of papers. Tony, can you stay behind for a moment? Nizu wants to see you. Tony raised an eyebrow. Is it about Master Splinter? No, Aizawa replied, his expression as unreadable as ever. Tony glanced around the room before quickly asking, all right, which one of you snitched? Who told on me? Fess up. Aizawa's eyebrow twitched. Tony, I don't know what you think you're guilty of, and honestly, at this point, I don't care. But for the record, Principal Nizu isn't calling you in because you're in trouble. Oh, Tony muttered in a soft voice. Talk about incriminating yourself, man, Denki snickered. Tony sighed, slinging his backpack over his shoulders. He turned to Melissa. Wait for me, it shouldn't take long. Melissa nodded as Tony added, if it takes too long, I'll text you to go ahead without me. Tony stood in front of the large principal's office door, eyeing it up and down before knocking. Come in, Principal Nizu's voice called from inside. As soon as Tony stepped in, he grinned playfully. That's an awfully big door. Compensation for something, much. Nizu's nose twitched as he gave Tony a pointed look. Is that a remark about my height? It's friendly banter, Tony said quickly, before smirking. Should I build you a suit that looks exactly like you, but human-sized, so you can control it from inside? No, wait, can you actually do that? Nizu asked, surprised. Yeah, just thought of it now. Imagine you casually patrolling the halls, hands behind your back, but human-sized. The students would freak out. Tony chuckled at the mental image. Nizu let out a squeaky laugh, clearly amused. If it's coming from you, I'm sure it'll be incredible. I'd gladly accept it. Tony smirked. Consider it done. I'll have it ready by tomorrow morning. Nizu's smile widened, but then he shifted to a more serious tone. However, that's not why I called you here. I wanted to update you on Oboro. Nizu stared at Tony's blank expression in disbelief. Tony, don't tell me you forgot who that is. Of course I remember. Tony said, eyes darting away awkwardly. Slyly, he pulled out his phone and quickly searched the name. Ah. Kurogiri. See. I remembered. How the hell was I supposed to remember his freaking name? That was ages ago. Tony thought to himself. Nizu gave a wry smile and shook his head. Well, just to update you, Oboro is doing much better now. Since you healed him, he's made remarkable progress, especially mentally. Tony, half listening, thought to himself, honestly, I should thank Nizu for reminding me that I collected the DNA structure of his quirk when I placed the helm on him. I should start working on that portal project soon. Nizu continued. With Hisashi's help. Tony blinked, confused. Nizu sighed. With present Mike and Aizawa constantly visiting and supporting him, they're now considering allowing Oboro to supervise outings. Tony nodded in understanding. And I take it he'll be visiting UA. Most likely. This place holds his most precious memories, after all, Nizu said proudly. Tony smirked. How cunning. Nizu tilted his head slightly, feigning innocence. Whatever do you mean? Tony chuckled, shaking his head. This isn't just a supervised outing. You're using this as a rehabilitation technique. By bringing him back to where his most important memories reside, you're hoping to permanently cement Oboro's personality over Kurogiri's, preventing any chance of the latter resurfacing. And by labeling it a supervised outing, you're making it feel like a break rather than therapy. If he knew it was meant for his recovery, the effect wouldn't be as strong. Tony grinned. Like I said, how cunning. Nizu chuckled. Yes, what you say is true, this is indeed a rehabilitation technique to help him. However, please don't think of this as some grand scheme. I still care deeply for my students, and he deserves this bit of a break. Tony shrugged. I never said you didn't. But I seriously doubt you called me here just to inform me of this. You could have just sent a message or called. Nizu nodded. You're right. There is more to it. I was hoping to contract Stark Industries for a project, a collaboration, if you will. Of course, you will be compensated, I'm not asking you to work for free. A project. Tony tilted his head, intrigued. Nizu leaned forward, folding his paws over each other. His usual carefree smile faded, replaced by a more serious expression. You see, I don't like how quiet things have gotten. Silence in a world like this is never a good thing, it always precedes something bigger. AFO went down too quickly. Not to mention, he's still alive and contained somewhere. As long as he's breathing, no one is truly safe. Tony raised an eyebrow. Is that really how the principal of the top hero school should be talking? Because from where I'm sitting, it sounds like you're saying AFO would be better off dead. Nizu sighed. It is, unfortunately, the truth. Tony nodded, unfazed. I'm not saying you're wrong. In fact, if it weren't for All Might, I might have killed him myself. Both of them, actually. Nizu raised an eyebrow and threw his words back at him. Is that really how a hero of this school should be talking? Especially to his principal. Tony smirked and threw his own words back at him as well. It is, unfortunately, the truth. Nizu stared at Tony for a moment but merely closed an eye and nodded, which Tony interpreted as Nizu turning a blind eye to his words for the moment. In all seriousness, Nizu continued, reopening his eyes, the peace we're experiencing right now is nothing but an illusion. If we truly want to maintain it, we need to take countermeasures. After all, what is peace if not preparation for war? You should put that on a shirt, Tony quipped with a faint smirk. I'm sure it'd sell well. Nisa sighed. Tony, I'm trying to have a serious conversation here, please. Tony raised his hands in surrender, making a zipping motion across his lips before motioning for Nisa to continue. Shaking his head in mild amusement, Nisa went on. As I was saying, I want to take countermeasures. That's why I'm reaching out to you. When the peace we have inevitably shatters, I want a fortress to stand, keeping those who want no part of the chaos safe. In short, I want to turn UA into an impenetrable stronghold. And I believe you, Tony, are the only one who can help me accomplish this. It's not that I doubt my own team of professionals, but even I have to admit, you're ahead of the game when it comes to things like this. What you create isn't something just anyone can replicate, let alone breach. And that's not all. I want to upgrade all of UA, a full-scale, all-out training program that will push everyone to their limits. I hate to say it, but the students here will inevitably be dragged into whatever's coming. If we can't prevent that, the least we can do is prepare them for it. Nisa then stood up in his chair and bowed his head. So please. Why the hell are you bowing? Nisa blinked, looking up to see Tony standing awkwardly, one hand on his hip and the other rubbing the back of his neck, eyes shifting to the side. Tony sighed. Didn't you say you were going to employ Stark Industries? Meaning I'll be paid for this. Accepting the job is just me doing what I do. So why the need to bow? Nisa paused, then let out an awkward laugh, rubbing the back of his head. I suppose I got caught up in the moment. Regaining his composure, Nisa smiled. Since you've agreed, should I get in contact with Miss Shield to handle the logistics? Tony's shoulders slumped. His head lowered, and his eyes darkened, appearing lifeless. No need. Just send them to me directly. Nizu, startled by the sudden shift in Tony's demeanor, hesitated. Is something wrong? Tony let out a long sigh. No. It's dandy. I'm currently grounded by my parents, and as punishment, they're making me do all of Melissa's work. On top of that, I already finished a month's worth of my own work this morning, and now here I am, accepting more. Nizu watched as Tony's expression grew increasingly drained. So I can't help but wonder, what's the meaning of life? Tony continued in a monotone voice. We work just to die a meaningless death. We subject ourselves to this continuous torture of contributing to society, and in the end, it's all for nothing. The money we earn isn't coming with us to the afterlife. We're all just slaves to a system, working ourselves into the ground with nothing to show for it. Nisa shifted uncomfortably in his seat, unsure how to respond. After a long pause, all he could think to say was, I'm sorry to hear that. Chapter 195, Class 1A Study Session. Third Person's POV. Tony walked out of the school building, his bag slung over his shoulder and exhaustion clear on his face. As he approached Melissa, who was leaning against her motorcycle with her hands in her pockets, she raised an eyebrow. What took you so long? You said you'd text me, but I never got anything, so I waited, Melissa said curiously. What did Principal Nisa want? Nothing major, Tony replied with a shrug. He just wanted to update me on Kurogiri and put me in charge of reconstructing UA's security system, turning it into an impenetrable fortress. Oh, and also creating new training rooms and other facilities. Basically, he wants to hire Stark Industries for the whole project. Melissa blinked at him, then let out a sigh and shook her head. Nothing major, huh? Your definition of that phrase is seriously skewed. Tony smirked as he climbed onto his own motorcycle, the sleek machine forming seamlessly from liquid metal that emerged from his body. I mean, considering the things we've done, it's really not that big of a deal, don't you think? Melissa chuckled as she mounted her own bike. The crazy part is, you're not wrong. With a flicker of silver, Tony's face was covered by a metallic helmet that formed over his head. He revved his engine and took off after Melissa, soon overtaking her and leading the way home. Later, outside Momo's house. Tony and Melissa stood outside Momo's home, now dressed in casual clothes. Melissa wore jeans, sneakers, and a purple sweater, while Tony opted for jeans and a compression shirt that subtly highlighted his toned physique. Both carried their bags slung over one shoulder. When Momo opened the door, she sighed at the sight of them. You're finally here. In fact, you're the first ones to arrive. Also, why are you knocking? You practically live here, just come in. Melissa smiled. It's been a while since we've been here, hasn't it? Momo sighed, her expression turning slightly bitter. Yeah, it has. I'm always the one coming to visit you too. Tony and Melissa exchanged guilty looks. Without warning, Melissa lunged forward, wrapping Momo in a dramatic hug. I'm so sorry, Momo. We should have visited you more. We're terrible friends. Please forgive us. Tony scoffed, lifting his chin in mock superiority. Speak for yourself. I visited after the sports festival, remember? Momo shot him a deadpan look. You hovered outside my window on a board, handed me something, and left. You didn't even come inside. The next day, I had to go to your house, and I ended up meeting both of your dads personally. Tony's smug expression faltered. Still counts. Momo rolled her eyes. Come on in. The others should be arriving soon. Melissa, however, refused to let go, clinging to Momo like a parasite. Momo visibly drained as time passed, looking as if her battery was being slowly depleted. When the next group arrived, Jairu, Shiro, Ojiro, and Denki, they all paused in the doorway, staring at the sight of Momo barely holding herself together while Melissa latched onto her. Welcome to my humble abode, Momo said, attempting an inviting smile, and failing miserably. Denki snorted. No offense, Momo, but this is in no way humble. It's a freaking mansion. Shiro and Ojiro, stepping inside for the first time, were completely in awe. The polished floors gleamed so brightly they could see their reflections, and the lavish decor screamed wealth, probably worth millions of yen. Denki and Jairu, who have been to Tony's place, were more accustomed to seeing the inside of a mansion. Momo gave Denki an awkward smile. I'm sure you've seen Tony's place. It's a humbling experience. Ojiro and Shiro immediately bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle, hands stiffly at their sides. Thank you for having us over. Momo chuckled. Sure, no problem. Come on, I'll show you where we'll be studying. She tugged Melissa along with her. Is there a reason she's clinging to you like that? Jairu asked, amused. I'm making up for lost time, Melissa replied, now latched onto Momo's back like a koala. Since I didn't visit often, I'm repaying my debt with quality time. Thanks to her serum-enhanced strength, Momo walked effortlessly, as if Melissa weighed nothing. Shiro, still taking in his surroundings, turned to Denki. Is Tony's really that big? Not getting an immediate response, he glanced at Denki and Ojiro, only to find them giving him weird looks. Shiro blinked, then his eyes widened in realization. Dude, no. You know what I meant. Buffed, we're just messing with you, Denki laughed before his expression turned a bit awkward. It's not that Momo's place isn't impressive, it's amazing, but compared to Tony's. Well. Let's just say I'm confident that Momo doesn't have a secret underground lab filled with military-grade gadgets that could probably take over the world. You're joking, right? Ojiro asked, raising a brow. Denki just shook his head. If you guys are heading over tomorrow, you'll see for yourselves. When they finally arrived at the study area, they found themselves in a massive library. A long rectangular table with multiple seats sat in the center, but there were also cozy reading nooks and pristine seating arrangements scattered throughout. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves lined the walls, filled with neatly arranged books. In one of the lounge areas, Tony was sitting on a couch, laptop in his lap, fingers typing at a speed that made them look like a blur. Oh, hey guys, he greeted without looking up. Fancy seeing you here. They all greeted him back and started settling in, choosing their seats. More classmates soon arrived, Mina and Kirishima together, followed by Shuji, Azui, and Tokoyami. The library quickly became filled with chatter, the only ones missing now being Bakugo and Todoroki. Tony glanced at Momo and smiled softly as he noticed how happy she looked, grinning from ear to ear at having so many friends over. Then, Momo clapped her hands, and a microphone materialized in her palm, drawing everyone's attention. First things first, she said into the mic. The doors opened, and maids and butlers entered, pushing carts filled with a variety of treats and drinks. We've prepared refreshments in case anyone gets hungry during our study session, Momo announced. Please don't hesitate to help yourselves, it would be a shame if it all went to waste. With everyone nodding in understanding, Momo smiled. Now then, let's begin Class 1A's official study group session. Everyone pulled out their books, placed them on the table, and... silence. Tony glanced around the room with a deadpan expression. You do know this is a group study session, right? Not a self-study period. He sighed. You're supposed to be asking each other questions about what you don't understand. Everyone has strengths in different subjects, so you should be helping each other out, not just staring at your books. He rolled his eyes. Can't believe I had to explain that. Mina, the first to break the awkward pause, raised a hand. I'm kinda struggling with question 2 in math. That was all it took. Like a chain reaction, the others started speaking up, discussing different subjects. It wasn't chaotic, though, the room soon filled with the natural rhythm of classmates teaching and learning from each other. Momo took charge of explaining the more challenging topics, conjuring a large blackboard and writing on it as she spoke. Tony, satisfied that the study group was running smoothly, smirked to himself before returning to his laptop, resuming his work on the security project for Nizu. Chapter 196, Sleepover. Third person's POV. Everyone had their own pastries and drinks beside them as they studied together, exchanging notes and comparing what they had learned. Melissa had settled beside the armrest of Tony's chair, happily feeding him as he worked. Mineta and Denki watched them with resentment. Show-offs. Mineta shouted, shaking his tiny fist in the air. Denki nodded in agreement. I want to be fed by a pretty girl while I study too. Is that too much to ask? Melissa turned back toward them and stuck out her tongue. Maybe work hard, get a girlfriend, and she'll do that for you instead of ogling us. You know, you guys never actually shared how you got together, Mina said, her curiosity practically burning in her eyes. I know you were childhood friends and all, but who asked who out? Her question immediately caught everyone's attention. Oh. Share. 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 Toru chanted excitedly. Guys. We are here to learn and prepare for the exam, Ida started, moving his arms robotically. Come on, Ida, you're telling me you're not the least bit curious? Uraraka asked, raising an eyebrow. Meanwhile, Tony and Melissa exchanged a look and smiled. Well, technically, neither of us asked the other out, Melissa admitted shyly. Huh? Did you guys just wake up one day and decide you were dating or something? Jairu asked, raising an eyebrow. Tony chuckled. It was the day we got our acceptance letters, he said, a reminiscent smile on his face. Melissa was acting all calm, but the moment they arrived, she practically tackled me. Melissa blushed and shot him a glare. That part was unnecessary. Rolling her eyes, she continued, anyway, when we opened them, we were so excited. I kind of jumped into his arms, and he spun me around. Tony and Melissa shared a sheepish smile before Melissa leaned in, wrapping her arms around his neck. We just kissed. It felt natural. It felt right, she said softly, pressing a kiss to his cheek. AWWWW, the girls cooed. Die, normies, most of the boys groaned, with Mineta being the loudest. Once their storytelling ended, everyone refocused on studying, at least for a little while, before it started getting late, and people had to head home. See you guys tomorrow. Thanks for the study session, Momo. You have my sincere gratitude. Invite us over more often. As the group trickled out, only Tony and Melissa remained. The maids and butlers began tidying up while Momo led the two of them away. So, what are you guys going to do? Momo asked curiously. We're thinking of staying the night, Melissa said, hugging Momo. A sleepover between us, if you don't mind. Really? Momo's face lit up with excitement. Tony and Melissa internally grimaced. Momo was way too happy about such a simple gesture. I'll crash in my old room, Tony said with a stretch. You two can have your little makeover session and do your hair or whatever. Tony, that's sexist, Melissa deadpanned, while Momo gave him a look of disapproval. You say that, Tony replied with an eye roll, but I bet you $20 you'll end up sitting behind Momo, brushing her hair while you two talk about whatever. Melissa scoffed. Tony, we aren't little girls. Melissa sat behind Momo, both dressed in comfortable nightgowns, as she gently brushed Momo's long, silky black hair. Her expression remained neutral as the brush glided effortlessly through the strands. I seriously hate him sometimes, you know, Melissa muttered, continuing her slow, careful strokes. Momo chuckled. Haha, but this is nice, isn't it? Just like when we were little girls. Melissa pursed her lips, trying to suppress a smile. I suppose it isn't too bad. After a brief pause, she became thoughtful. So, what do you want to talk about? Boy talk. Momo groaned. Oh, please don't. The last thing I need is you rambling about your relationship with Tony and what you two do in private. Rude, Melissa scoffed. And I wasn't talking about me specifically. What about you? Anyone in class caught your interest? Momo blinked in surprise. Why would you think that? Melissa smirked. Come on, most of the guys in our class aren't half bad. None of them compared to Tony, of course, but still. You've known Midoriya for a while, maybe he caught your eye. What? No way. Momo dismissed the idea immediately. Besides, I'm pretty sure he and Uraraka have a thing for each other. Kaminari, then. Maybe you're into the eccentric bad boy type. Momo shook her head. No, but I do think he and Jairu make a cute pair. Melissa grinned. They totally do. I ship it. What about Bakugo? She continued. He's always yelling about murder and explosions, but looks-wise, he's not bad. Maybe you like the passionate, boisterous type. Momo sighed. There's such a thing as too passionate and boisterous. Melissa tapped her chin in thought. Well, the only guy I can think of who might be worthy of my Momo is Todoroki. Maybe the cold, mysterious type is more your thing. We don't talk enough for me to develop any feelings for him. Melissa suddenly gasped and leaned forward, wrapping her arms around Momo's waist. Don't tell me you swing for the other team. If so, I totally support you. What? Momo nearly snapped her neck, turning to glare at her. Her face turned bright red. No. I like guys, thank you very much. Melissa smirked, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Oh. Then don't tell me you've been secretly in love with Tony since we were little. It was meant as a joke, just a teasing jab. But Melissa froze as she felt Momo stiffen in her grasp. Slowly, Momo turned toward her with a guilty, almost fearful expression. Let's just move on from this topic, Momo stammered. Melissa's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, are you serious? No. Of course not. Momo frantically waved her hands, her face burning. Melissa rolled her eyes. Don't lie to me. First, you're panicking. Second, you stiffened the moment I said it. Momo averted her gaze, shame and embarrassment washing over her. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Melissa panicked. Wait. Why are you crying? There's no reason to cry. But, you're going to hate me, Momo sniffled. I don't want to lose my best friend over this. Melissa immediately pulled Momo into a tight hug. Momo, there's no way I could ever hate you. That's ridiculous. Sure, I'm surprised, but I promise you, this doesn't change anything. She gently patted Momo's head, comforting her. Really? Momo asked hesitantly, eyes red from tears. Of course. You're being silly. Besides, Tony is handsome, I get why you might have had a crush on him. Momo shook her head shyly. It wasn't because he was handsome. She mumbled. Melissa raised a curious brow. Oh. Then what was it? Momo looked down, fiddling with her fingers. It's because he was one of the first real friends I made. Melissa nearly choked on her laughter. Pfft. Don't laugh. Momo whined, covering her face. I'm sorry. But come on, that's kinda sad when you think about it, Melissa chuckled, shaking her head. Momo sighed, rubbing her temples. Even as a child, I understood the way people looked at me. They didn't want to be my friend because of me, but because I was a Yaoyorozu. It was hard to tell who was genuine and who just wanted to use me. But Tony was different. He didn't need to impress me or have any ulterior motives. He was smart, came from a good background, he had nothing to gain from befriending me. But he chose to be my friend anyway. He never cared that I was a Yaoyorozu, and he always encouraged me to join in whatever he was doing. But that's all in the past. I moved on, I swear, she quickly added. Melissa nodded, understanding. I get what you mean. Tony was my first real friend when I was little, too. Then she paused, narrowing her eyes. But are you sure you've moved on? Feelings like that don't just disappear overnight. Momo simply smiled. Anyone who looked at you two knew you'd end up together. I wasn't oblivious to it. So I buried those feelings and moved on, it was for the best. Melissa sighed dramatically. Curse Tony and his playboy shenanigans. Momo blinked in confusion. What? Melissa just shook her head. Nothing. A/N, I made a hairy pic, so make sure to check it out. Chapter 197, Mortified. Third person's POV. Momo glanced at Melissa, noticing her distant and contemplative expression. What? What is it? Melissa blinked as if snapping out of a daze. Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking. Have you ever heard of a threesome? She asked innocently. If Momo had been drinking, she would have spat it out. Instead, she choked on her own saliva, coughing and pounding her chest. Melissa, what the heck? What? Melissa tilted her head in genuine confusion. It's just a question. Then, as if a switch had flipped, a mischievous smirk spread across her face. Momo, you naughty girl. Judging by your reaction, you definitely know what that means. And tell me, how exactly do you know that word without doing some research of your own? Momo turned beet red, stumbling over her words. It was one search, all right. I got curious and wanted to know what it meant, and then I went down a rabbit hole learning words I definitely shouldn't have. I did not actively search for it. Don't assume I'm naughty like you. Melissa raised a single eyebrow, her expression completely unimpressed. Why are you acting so defensive? Momo's blush deepened, spreading across her cheeks and nose. Because I know you. If I didn't immediately clarify, you'd assume the worst about me. She crossed her arms. Why would you even ask me that? Melissa shrugged. First, because of your reaction. Momo grabbed a pillow and smacked her. Ugh. Have some class, please. Melissa giggled wickedly. Second, Tony once called me a pervert. It got me thinking about what I would and wouldn't be willing to try with him. Momo frowned. What? Why would he call you a pervert? Not that I disagree at this point. She muttered. Melissa rolled her eyes. Because I took off my panties in a restaurant, stuffed them in his hand, and then proceeded to have the best sex of my life inside the restaurant bathroom. She sighed wistfully, reminiscing. Momo practically lunged at her, covering her mouth. Please. I beg of you, no, I implore you. Learn to keep things to yourself. I really don't need to hear how amazing your sex with Tony was. Melissa pried Momo's hands away with ease and deadpanned, was. It is still amazing. Momo groaned in exasperation, but Melissa continued as if nothing had happened. Anyway, what I was saying before, since Tony called me a pervert, I started thinking about what I was open to and what I wasn't. And, honestly, the list of things I wouldn't do was very short. She grew pensive. The idea of adding someone else to spice things up crossed my mind. I wasn't totally into it, but I wasn't completely opposed either. It really depended on who we'd bring in. Melissa smiled faintly. We actually talked about it once, but Tony shut it immediately. He did. Momo blinked, surprised. Aren't guys usually into that sort of thing? Oh, they are, Melissa nodded. But Tony said that if we brought in another girl, he'd feel obligated to be open to the idea of adding a guy too, and he hated even the thought. So, to avoid being a hypocrite, he rejected the idea entirely. Momo processed that for a moment before nodding. Huh. That's surprisingly mature of him. I thought the same thing at the time, Melissa chuckled. Momo tilted her head slightly. I still don't get it, though. If you guys already decided against it, why are you thinking about it now? Melissa smiled brightly, as if paying Momo a compliment. As I said, it all really depends on who we bring and. Honestly. If it were you, I wouldn't mind at all. Momo stared at her blankly. Absolutely not. Melissa pouted. Why not? Momo buried her face in her hands, sighing deeply, as if she couldn't believe she was even having this conversation. For starters, she stopped herself mid-sentence, then shook her head. You know what? No. I have a more important question. She narrowed her eyes. Why are you so addicted to coitus? Is it really that addictive? Melissa gave her a deadpan look. First of all, who the hell calls it coitus? And second, yes. Yes, it is. She leaned back with a dreamy sigh. It's absolutely heavenly. Melissa wrapped her arms around Momo, her lips hovering just beside her ear as she whispered sensually, just imagine, entangled with the person you love. Your bodies pressed together, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat against your own, the heat of his skin against yours. Momo swallowed hard, biting down on her lip. The sound of your breaths mingling, becoming one, your eyes locked in a deep, unbreakable gaze, the electric pleasure coursing through your veins. His touch, his lips exploring every inch of you, as if he's trying to devour you whole. Melissa's arms tightened around Momo, her voice a low, teasing murmur. Momo let out an involuntary, startled grunt, her imagination spiraling beyond her control. But he's not the only one devouring. Melissa continued, her voice dripping with mischief. You take him just as greedily, pulling him in, refusing to let him escape. No hesitation, no restraint, only the desperate, intoxicating need to bring each other to the ultimate climax, to a realm of pure pleasure. She punctuated her words by gently biting Momo's ear and giving her breast a firm squeeze. Tony, Momo moaned. Melissa froze. Her eyes widened. Did she just? Holy hell. Did she actually moan his name? Damn, why is that so hot? Momo, meanwhile, had gone completely rigid. A look of absolute horror spread across her face as she clamped her hands over her mouth. For a long, tense second, the two just stared at each other in shock. Then Momo scrambled away, her entire face burning red. It's your fault, she shrieked. Why would you do that to me? You put weird ideas in my head. You were whispering in my ear and biting me in, stop looking at me like that. Melissa smirked, tilting her head lazily, her half-lidded gaze gleaming with amusement. Momo, I never once mentioned Tony's name, she teased. Your mind went there all on its own. Naughty girl, what exactly were you thinking about doing with him? Should I be concerned? Momo's eyes welled up with tears, not of sadness, but of sheer mortification. With a strangled cry, she grabbed her pillow and started whacking Melissa repeatedly. Forget it. Forget you ever heard that. Pretend it never happened. Melissa cackled, dodging most of the attacks with ease. Are you kidding me? That was so hot. There's no way I'm forgetting this. You're horrible. Momo wailed. I swear, I'm not a perv. You're the one always filling my head with these thoughts. Always talking about your sex life with Tony. Always saying how good it is. It's not my fault. She groaned, covering her face with both hands, only her bright red ears peeking out. She felt like she could die of embarrassment on the spot. Melissa, now lying on her side, rested her face in her palm, watching Momo with an unreadable expression. Then, in a quiet, knowing voice, she murmured, "Momo, you can lie to yourself all you want, but you can't lie to me. You're still in love with Tony, aren't you?" She immediately regretted saying it. Inwardly, she grimaced, wondering what exactly she was trying to accomplish by pushing Momo like this. After all, is it really wise to dig up the feelings she tried so hard to bury? Chapter 198, Suppressed Emotions. Third person's POV. Momo stared down at the bed, her feet crossed, voice soft and hesitant. "Why are you doing this to me?" Melissa froze, guilt clawing at her chest. "Ah. I'm sorry, Momo," she murmured, sighing deeply. She pulled back from where she had been lying, sitting upright. Momo's lips curled into a small, sad frown, and the sight of it made Melissa's heart ache. She opened her mouth, ready to say something, anything, to fix this, but Momo spoke first. "You're cruel, Melissa." Momo's voice wavered, her hair falling forward to shield her face. "I had moved on from Tony, or at least, I thought I had. I kept my distance from the two of you so I wouldn't interfere, so I wouldn't become a problem. I suppressed my feelings out of respect for both of you. It wasn't easy, you know, moving on." She exhaled shakily. "I loved Tony. Maybe I still do, I don't know anymore." "You're confusing me." Melissa bit her lip, guilt deepening. Momo continued, voice raw with emotion. "I loved him because, without him, I wouldn't be who I am today. I sometimes imagine what my life would have been like if I'd never met him, and I know, without a doubt, there would be a stark difference." A pause. No pun intended. She winced slightly at the unintentional wordplay with Tony's last name but pushed forward before Melissa could speak. "It hurt, at first," Momo admitted. "Letting go of someone you love. Watching him be happy with someone else. But, it wasn't just anyone. It was you. And that made it hurt a little less." Melissa's eyes widened slightly. "You were like the sister I always wanted, my other best friend. Just like Tony, I know I wouldn't be the person I am today without you." Melissa's throat tightened, but she stayed silent, listening. "So I thought, it's okay. I'm happy for them. The two most important people in my life are together. It was never meant to be. I can move on." And that's what I did. There were moments where I could have ignored everything, let my feelings take over, but I didn't. I couldn't. Out of respect for you. Momo's face flushed at a memory. Like when he asked me to put his contacts in for him. It was such an intimate moment. And for just a second, I wanted to forget everything. But I didn't. I forced myself to push through. Her voice trembled now, and when she lifted her head, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her lips quivered, her body trembling as she tried to keep it all in. But she couldn't. A single tear slipped down her cheek. "So I have to know. Why are you doing this to me?" Momo whispered. "Why do you want me to keep suffering like this? Do you enjoy seeing me in pain? Is this punishment for loving him in the first place?" Melissa felt her own tears spill over. She rubbed at her eyes, shaking her head frantically. That wasn't what I wanted," Melissa sobbed. "I never wanted to hurt you. That has never been my intention." She hiccuped between words, voice cracking. I just wanted you to be honest with yourself. I don't even know what that would have accomplished, but I never wanted to hurt you. I swear, I only did it because I care about you." Without thinking, Melissa threw her arms around Momo, hugging her tightly as tears continued to fall. "I thought that if you admitted it, we'd grow closer," she whispered. "That there wouldn't be any secrets between us. Hurting you was never my goal." Momo sighed, leaning into the embrace. She knew Melissa wasn't malicious, she simply wasn't that kind of person. If she were, Momo wouldn't have been friends with her to begin with. After a moment, Momo spoke again, voice quieter now. "Melissa, just how close were you planning for our relationship to be? Because, honestly, the way you went about this has me a little concerned." Breaking away, she wiped her tears, trying to regain her composure. Melissa did the same, her pale cheeks turning red at the question. She looked away, too embarrassed to answer. Momo arched a brow. "I thought we weren't supposed to have secrets. Honesty, remember?" Melissa mumbled something under her breath. Momo frowned. "What?" "I didn't catch that." Melissa's face went even redder. Then, with a sudden burst of desperation, she practically shouted. "I wanted you to join us in a threesome. Maybe the two of you would have developed some sort of friends with benefits situation. Momo stared at Melissa in disbelief, her mind struggling to process what she had just heard. You pervert. Eki. Hentai, she exclaimed, turning an entirely new shade of red. What is wrong with you? Momo almost shouted, utterly stunned. Tony was right. You are a perv. Melissa waved her fists up and down in frustration. That's not true. It's only because it was you, Momo. If it were anyone else, I would have shut the idea down without a second thought. But the idea of the three of us together was just too alluring. Momo took a deep breath, her voice turning cold despite herself. So you forced me to confront feelings I buried just so you could entertain some fantasy. Melissa flinched, looking down. She bit her lip before lifting her gaze, sincerity and guilt evident in her eyes. If I'm being honest. I hate it, Melissa muttered. Momo gave a wary smile, assuming she understood. Yeah, I can see why you'd hate it if someone had. No, it's not that, Melissa interrupted, shaking her head. She hesitated for a moment before continuing, her voice softer but firm. I hate that you just gave up. You loved Tony too. You shouldn't have put my feelings above your own without even trying. You didn't even fight for him, Momo. If you had, I wouldn't have been mad. I would have accepted the challenge, and we could have competed fairly, with no hard feelings. There was no point, Melissa. Momo sighed, shaking her head. I wouldn't have won. And worse, I could have lost both of you in the process. Melissa clenched her fists, frustration flickering in her eyes. That's what pisses me off, Momo. You don't know that. You're gorgeous, even before you took the serum, you were beautiful. Who's to say what would have happened between us? You never even gave yourself the chance. Momo's expression softened. Melissa, I appreciate the compliment, but... No buts. Melissa interrupted, standing up abruptly. Come with me. Huh? Where? Momo asked, wary of the sudden shift in energy. We're going to Tony. Right now. We're going to ask him directly, if he would have had a hard time choosing between us or if he would have just picked me without hesitation. Momo groaned, rubbing her temples. Can we not do that, please? Melissa crossed her arms stubbornly. Either we go to his room or he comes to yours, which, with all the attendants here, wouldn't look great. Momo let out a long, heavy sigh. And what exactly do you hope to accomplish with this? Everything, Melissa said, her eyes locked onto Momo's. For a few seconds, Momo just stared at her. Finally, her shoulders slumped in resignation. You're not letting this go anytime soon, are you? Nope. Grumbling under her breath, Momo reluctantly conjured a pair of slippers beneath her feet. Meanwhile, in his room, Tony sat on his bed, surrounded by floating hardlight holograms. His fingers moved rapidly, restructuring the virtual model of UA with precision. A knock at the door pulled him from his work. His irises glowed faintly red as his X-ray vision activated. Through the door, he saw Melissa standing in front, Momo behind her with her head slightly down, wearing a wary smile. Come in, Tony called. The door swung open, and before Tony could react, Melissa blurted out, Tony, would you have sex with Momo? Momo's head snapped toward Melissa, eyes wide in horror. What? Tony choked on his own saliva, coughing violently as he banged on his chest to catch his breath. What the hell, Melissa? Chapter 199, Honest Answer. Third person's POV. Both Tony and Momo stared at Melissa in disbelief as she shut the door behind her, the sound of the lock clicking into place sharpening their gazes. Tony tilted his head at Momo in confusion, silently questioning her with his eyes. Momo, blushing furiously, quickly looked away in pure embarrassment. Tony immediately misinterpreted her reaction, his eyes widening. Snapping his head toward Melissa, he narrowed his eyes. Melissa, speak. Melissa scoffed. What am I, a dog? Melissa. Tony warned, his voice firm. What are you doing? Honestly. At this point, I have no idea. Melissa scratched her head. What do you mean you have no idea? Wasn't this your plan in the first place? Momo asked, exasperated. Well, yeah. But now I'm just winging it, Melissa admitted, glancing around as if pondering her next move. Now, wait just a minute. Tony blinked in disbelief. We're not just going to gloss over the fact that you straight up asked me to have sex with Momo. Momo buried her face in her hands, turning toward the door, too embarrassed to look at anyone. No, I didn't, Melissa said with a puzzled expression. Huh? Tony and Momo both exclaimed in unison, equally baffled. I was asking if you would have sex with Momo, not telling you to. It was a simple yes or no question, I wasn't demanding you grab her and throw her on your bed. Melissa, they both reprimanded her. Melissa raised her hands in surrender. Anyway, I was just asking if you had the chance, would you? Of course not, Tony answered immediately, shaking his head. Momo flinched at his swift response, a barely concealed hurt flashing in her eyes. He didn't even hesitate, she thought bitterly, her lips curling into a self-deprecating smile. Melissa rolled her eyes. Are you saying that because you're with me, or because you don't find Momo attractive? Obviously because I'm with you. The hell do you take me for? Tony scoffed. I mean, don't get me wrong, Momo's very attractive, but I would never cheat on you, even if the opportunity landed in my lap. Melissa tried to hide it, but the slight lift of her chin and the proud smile creeping onto her lips betrayed her satisfaction. Tony continued, his expression turning thoughtful. Though, if the opportunity did fall into my lap, I'd like to think I have enough self-control to not do anything stupid. He suddenly frowned, eyes narrowing suspiciously. Why are you even asking me this? Melissa crossed her arms. Momo and I were debating how things might have gone if we had competed for you before we got together. She believes she wouldn't have stood a chance, that you would have picked me, no contest. I disagree. I think it would have been a tight race, and you would have struggled with the decision. Momo shot Melissa a grateful glance, relieved that she wasn't outright exposing her long-held feelings. She wasn't ready to risk ruining their current friendship. Tony, however, just stared at Melissa with a deadpan expression. In a flat voice, he asked, and your best idea for resolving this was to barge into my room and ask if I'd sleep with her. Yeah, not my brightest moment, but it got the message across, Melissa admitted with a shrug. Tony sighed and turned to Momo. First off, I apologize for whatever hell Melissa has put you through. Momo, still looking away, exhaled deeply, her expression akin to dead fish eyes. You have no idea. Just answer the question, Melissa interjected, rolling onto his bed. She shot him a pointed glare. And be honest. I know when you lie. Do I have to? Tony asked, looking uncomfortable. Yes, Melissa said, nodding seriously. It's a matter of life and death. Oh yeah. Tony arched an eyebrow. Who's dying? You, if you don't answer honestly, Melissa threatened. Momo shifted awkwardly as Tony's sharp gaze locked onto her, studying her as if truly considering the question. Melissa suddenly grabbed Momo's wrist, pulling her onto the bed beside her. The two girls sat there, waiting patiently as Tony thought it over. After a long sigh, Tony finally spoke. I really can't say. That situation never happened, so I have no way of knowing how things would have developed. Feelings aren't something I can just predict or control. Since it didn't happen, I can't give you a real answer. He scratched his head. My answer now is totally biased toward Melissa because we've been dating for months. So if I say I would have picked her, that's not exactly fair to Momo. Who's to say I wouldn't have fallen for her instead? Momo's eyes widened slightly. Tony continued, would I have enjoyed two girls fawning over me? Probably. Would I have dragged my feet, unsure of who to pick, just to soak up the attention? Probably. Or would I have been decisive and chosen right away? Who knows? The only thing I do know is that if I had dated Momo instead of Melissa, I'd probably be just as biased in her favor right now. He turned to Momo with a small smile. The possibility of me falling for you was never impossible. You're incredible, after all. He reached out and patted her head. Momo blushed, closing her eyes as she subconsciously leaned into Tony's touch, enjoying the rough warmth of his hand caressing her head. Melissa watched the scene unfold with a sly smile as Tony continued speaking, unaware of Momo's reaction. She's smart, talented, beautiful, resourceful, brave, and incredibly caring. She's selfless too. Those are the same qualities I admire in you, Melissa. So, naturally, I appreciate them in Momo as well. Honestly, now that I think about it, you two are pretty similar in a lot of ways, Tony mused, resting his chin on his hand. Momo, however, was beet red, her face buried in the mattress. He's practically saying I have the same traits that made him fall in love with Melissa. Her breath hitched. Doesn't that mean he could have fallen for me too? The thought sent a wave of emotions crashing through her, leaving her flustered and overwhelmed. Melissa, meanwhile, watched Tony with a complicated expression. What? Tony asked, noticing her gaze. Melissa let out a small sigh before resting her head on his lap. That was way too mature of an answer. You really didn't need to make it so complicated. It was a simple yes or no question. Tony chuckled, placing his hand affectionately over her eyes. Of course it needed to be complicated. It was an important question it seemed, so I had to think it through properly. Then, looking toward Momo, he gently ran his fingers through her hair. I'm sorry if I made things weird, Momo. Momo shook her head but remained silent for a few moments, her face still pressed into the mattress. Finally, in a quiet voice, she said, thank you for being honest and actually considering the question. Your honesty means a lot. Melissa hummed, intertwining her fingers with Tony's. You still didn't really answer it, though. Tony exhaled, shaking his head with a small smile. The best answer I can give is, probably. Like I said, you and Momo share a lot of qualities, but you're also distinct in your own ways. I think I would have spent most of my time focusing on those differences, and knowing me, I would have come to appreciate them even more, which would have made the decision even harder. Momo's breath hitched, her body tensing. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to suppress the sudden sting of tears. Melissa was right. Did I really give up too quickly? She clenched her fists, trying to fight back the emotion, but the harder she tried, the more impossible it became. Tony frowned as he felt her trembling beneath his hand. Momo, he asked gently, concern evident in his voice. And just like that, she broke. A choke sob escaped her as she clutched her chest, her shoulders shaking. Tears streamed down her face, no longer held back. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, she cried, pressing her head deeper into the mattress, hands clutching at her chest as if trying to hold herself together. A/N, $20 to whoever can guess what Momo is saying sorry to. I won't really pay you. Chapter 200, Morals and Values. Third person's POV. Tony looked at Melissa, both confused and worried, unsure of what to do. Inwardly, he was panicking. He wasn't even sure he had ever seen Momo cry before, let alone on the verge of tears. Then, he did a double take as Melissa started crying too, leaving him completely at a loss for words. Tony looked back and forth between Momo and Melissa before sighing. He placed a hand on both of their backs, gently caressing them in an attempt to calm them down. I'm sorry, Momo. Melissa sobbed. No, don't be. You weren't entirely wrong, Momo replied between sniffles. Tony rubbed his temple in frustration. Okay, will someone please fill me in? For the love of God. Did your period sync up or something? Is that why you're both acting so emotional? Melissa froze, staring at Tony with her tear-streaked face. No, Tony. God, no. That's far from what's going on. Well, I wouldn't know, now would I? Tony shot back, exasperated. I was just minding my own business when you two barged in here acting all weird. Despite his frustration, his hands never stopped rubbing their backs in an attempt to comfort them. Melissa bit her lip. It's my fault. I stuck my nose where it didn't belong, and things spiraled out of control. And now, I've dragged you into this mess. I'm sorry. I'm also sorry, Momo. I should have minded my own business. Momo looked up, her red, puffy eyes filled not with resentment but with torment and self-reproach. She shook her head dismissively. There's no need. If I were in your shoes, I would have done the same thing. Tony let out a long sigh, pressing his lips into a straight line. Yeah, I'm still getting nothing out of this. His voice was monotone, clearly exhausted by the situation. Melissa studied Momo for a moment before deciding it wasn't her secret to tell. Don't worry, she started, but Momo shook her head. No. I want to get this off my chest, Momo murmured. Her gaze dropped in shame, but she took a deep breath and continued. I'm sorry, Melissa. But just this once, I want to be selfish. Melissa nodded encouragingly. I won't be mad. Go ahead, Momo. She was actually relieved. Momo had spent her entire life putting others before herself. It was about time she made a choice for her own sake. Momo hesitated before grasping Tony's hand, the one that had been supporting her. Her fingers curled gently around his index and pinky fingers. Tony's eyes flickered with curiosity and uncertainty. His mind raced, trying to piece together the sudden shift in atmosphere. Momo lowered her gaze, her lips parting as if to speak, but she hesitated. She closed her mouth again and shook her head slightly. No. I should look at him directly. Taking a steady breath, she exhaled softly and lifted her head. Tony. I'm in love with you. Tony blinked. I'm sorry. His voice momentarily slipped into English, carrying his shock. His eyes widened. Momo tightened her grip on his fingers, drawing courage from the warmth and roughness of his hand. Fear flickered in her gaze, but she stood firm, refusing to back down. I've always been in love with you. Ever since we were kids, I've had these feelings, romantic feelings, that I thought I had buried well. I convinced myself I was fine watching from the sidelines, seeing you and Melissa happy together. Or at least, I thought I was. Her voice trembled slightly, but she pressed on. I was prepared to lock these feelings away forever, to never let you know. But then, Melissa found out. And she made me face the truth all over again. She swallowed hard, forcing herself to be honest. I don't even know when it started. It wasn't sudden, it was gradual. And I never intended to act on it. You and Melissa seemed so perfect together. I felt like my feelings were nothing more than a burden. So I kept quiet, convincing myself it was for the best. A soft, self-deprecating laugh escaped her lips, and her grip on Tony's hand tightened just a fraction more. But Melissa showed me how unfair I was being to myself. She made me realize. I never even tried. I never once fought for your affection. And now, looking back, I think that was foolish of me. Because after all. A tear glistened in the corner of her eye, but she smiled, a bittersweet, fragile smile. I'm in love with you, Tony. Tony's face flushed slightly, and he quickly placed a hand over his mouth to hide his embarrassment, turning his gaze away. Melissa, however, grinned at him teasingly. Are you blushing? Of course I'm blushing. Tony exclaimed. I'm both flattered and flustered at this very sudden turn of events. Who wouldn't be in my situation? Melissa chuckled while Tony took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. He turned to Momo and gave her a small, sincere smile. First of all, I'm really flattered. Momo and Melissa exchanged wary smiles. Here comes the but. But. I'm sorry, Momo. Tony's voice was gentle but firm. I can't reciprocate your feelings. His heart felt heavy. He knew how much courage it must have taken for Momo to confess. But he also knew where his heart truly lay. He slowly withdrew his hand as he said, as you know, I'm already in a committed relationship with Melissa. Momo looked down with a remorseful grin, mostly directed at herself. She had known this was how it would turn out, yet she still let herself hope. And now, she had no one to blame but herself for giving up too quickly. I don't mind, Melissa said, raising a hand. What? Both Momo and Tony asked simultaneously, turning to look at her in confusion. Like I said, I don't mind. I mean, I really like Momo, she's someone very special to me. So I wouldn't honestly mind if our relationship became, well, a throuple. If you dated both of us at the same time. Tony blinked, stunned by Melissa's words. Think about it, she continued. All three of us come from distinguished, high-class families. And, whether we like it or not, multiple partners, mistresses, and even arranged marriages are common in those circles. So I don't see why we can't at least try. Because I have values and moral integrity. Tony said, raising an eyebrow. Melissa sighed. Tony, I'm not saying you don't. I know you do. And I'm not asking you to compromise your morals or to go out and start building a harem just for the sake of it. Momo isn't just anybody, after all. I never said she was, Tony countered, his tone firm. But I made a commitment. A commitment to you, and you alone. If I got with Momo now, I'd be breaking that commitment. Melissa had to suppress the growing smile and fluttering feeling in her stomach at Tony's words. But before she could say anything else, Tony added. Not to mention, you're making a decision for Momo. She hasn't even said if she wants anything to do with this mess. I wouldn't mind. Both Tony and Melissa slowly turned their heads toward Momo. She was glowing bright pink, looking down and gripping the hem of her sleeping wear. I already failed to take my chance once, and I regretted it dearly. I don't want to have any more regrets. Melissa smirked and crossed her arms. Checkmate. However, her confidence quickly faded when she noticed Tony's serious expression. There was no humor in his eyes, no amusement in his voice. This isn't a game, Melissa, he said. Or at least, I don't want to think about it as one. This is a serious discussion. Sorry. Melissa muttered, suddenly feeling dejected. Tony closed his eyes and sighed. I'm sorry, but this is just too complicated for me to say yes to. Melissa let out an exasperated breath. Tony, I seriously don't understand. Two extremely beautiful girls are giving you the okay to date them at the same time. Any other guy would have jumped at the opportunity. Because that's not how I was raised, all right? Tony snapped. All my life, I've been surrounded by couples, happily married couples. That's the kind of relationship I always pictured for myself. Anything else just feels wrong. It's not how I imagined my life would turn out. So I'm sorry for not immediately jumping at the opportunity. I'm sorry. Momo muttered, ashamed. She had been so focused on her own feelings that she hadn't considered how Tony might feel about such a sudden change in their dynamic. Don't be, Tony said, shaking his head. It's not you. It's me who's complicating everything. I know the decision should be easy. After all, I do care about you, Momo. But this isn't something I can decide on a whim. If I'm too careless, I'll only end up hurting you both in the end. And that's the last thing I want. He reached out and gently patted Momo's head, offering a small bit of comfort. Then, pinching the bridge of his nose, he sighed heavily. Give me a few days. I'll give you an answer by then. Right now, I just need time to think. Momo and Melissa exchanged a glance before nodding in understanding. Without another word, they got up from his bed and headed toward the door. "Good night, Tony." "Night, Tony." Tony returned the gesture before flopping back onto his bed with a groan, his arms and legs stretched out. "What am I, some freaking harem protagonist? Yuck." He buried his face in his pillow, grumbling to himself. "I always hated the harem tag." Happy 200th chapter guys, smiley face. Chapter 201, Harem Protagonist. Third person's POV. Tony, Melissa's sultry whisper tickled his ear, sending a shiver down his spine. His mind felt hazy, his vision slightly unfocused as he turned to look at her with half-lidded, drunken eyes. "Huh," he mumbled. Melissa smiled mischievously, pulling a sleeping eye mask out of nowhere. "Here, put this on. I have a surprise for you." Tony blinked. "Where did you even get that from?" "Don't worry about it," Melissa chimed, stepping behind him. "Just put it on, and I'll guide you." Before he could protest, she slipped the mask over his face, plunging his world into darkness. He was still slightly disoriented, his senses dulled, but he could vaguely feel the space around him. Then, he jolted. A warm hand slid down his arm, fingers trailing lightly over his skin before clasping his own. His body tensed, but realization quickly set in. "Melissa." She giggled softly. "Relax, Tony." His lips parted as he tried to ask where they were going, but Melissa tugged him forward before he could speak. "Where are you taking me?" he wondered, his voice laced with curiosity and apprehension. Melissa's laughter rang like chimes in his ears. "Don't be so impatient, you'll ruin the surprise. Trust me, you're going to love it." Suddenly, she spun him around, catching him off guard. Whoa. Before he could regain his footing, he felt a forceful push against his chest. He stumbled backward, expecting to hit the cold, unforgiving floor. But instead, he bounced. His back sank into something soft. A mattress. Tony's eyes widened beneath the mask as he felt the plush surface cradle his body. "What the?" he yelped. Melissa's voice came in a seductive whisper. "You can take it off now, Tony." A nervous chuckle escaped his lips. "Not sure how I feel about this kind of roleplay." Still, he hesitantly reached up, removing the eye mask. Bright light momentarily blinded him, his vision adjusting. And then he froze. His breath hitched in his throat as he took in the sight before him. Melissa was sitting on his waist, her hand pressed against his chest. But she wasn't alone. Women surrounded him on all sides, dressed in very alluring outfits. And they weren't just strangers, he recognized them. They were his girl classmates all surrounding him on top of the bed. Momo. Mina. Toru. Uraraka, etc. Even Midnight was there, draped in her usual sultry attire, her curves emphasized to a sinful degree. His brain short-circuited. Melissa's lips curled into a teasing smile. "Tony," she cooed. "It's time to satisfy your harem." Tony thrashed beneath the covers, his body slick with sweat, his breathing erratic. "No. No, don't do it." He whimpered in his sleep, head shaking side to side. "Safe word." "What's my safe word?" Then, with a sharp gasp, he shot up from the bed, his sheets clutched in a death grip. His chest rose and fell rapidly, his skin glistening under the dim light of his room. His wide, terrified eyes darted around, confirming he was alone. Slowly, he swallowed, his throat dry. His hand found his chest, feeling the wild hammering of his heart. What a nightmare. He muttered, his voice hoarse with fear. A shudder racked his body as he whispered, "I thought I actually turned into a harem protagonist." His grip on the sheets tightened. How terrifying. Tony, along with Momo and Melissa, stood together early in the morning after getting ready for school. "Tony," Melissa said, placing a hand on his arm. Tony jumped backward, away from her touch, and instinctively got into a karate stance. The three of them stared at each other, each with completely different expressions. Tony looked frightened, while Melissa was confused. Momo, mirroring Melissa's expression, appeared more concerned than bewildered. "What was that for?" Melissa asked, tilting her head. "You first." Tony replied warily. Melissa sighed. "I wanted to say sorry for suddenly springing that on you yesterday. Momo and I talked it over last night when we got back to our room. We realized we were rushing into things. You don't have to feel pressured into making a decision. Take your time." She looked a bit ashamed of herself. Momo nodded in agreement, backing Melissa up. "I plan to, don't worry. Anyway, I need to grab something from our lab," Tony said, motioning behind him with his thumb. "Wait, why are you running away?" Melissa asked, confused. Tony rolled his eyes. "I'm not running away. I really do need to pick something up for Principal Nizu. I have to get to school a little earlier. Oh, sorry, Melissa mumbled, embarrassed. Tony just smirked, patted both of their heads, and said his farewells. You two can head to school together. As he stepped outside, a silver liquid metal flowed fluidly from his skin, quickly encapsulating him in a streamlined, silver Ironman suit. The repulsors and arc reactor on his body glowed bright red. Then, in an instant, he turned invisible and lifted off the ground, flying back home undetected. He traveled the same way from home to UA, completely unnoticed. Later, in class, Tony rested his chin on his palm, staring absent-mindedly out the window with a lost look in his eyes. Aizawa's lecture faded into background noise as Tony's mind swirled with uncertainty. Why are relationships so freaking complicated? Why can't they be more like my tech? Tech is so much easier to handle than whatever this situation is. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a knock on the classroom door. Tony's lips curled into a smirk as he turned toward the source of the noise. Aizawa, looking confused, walked over and opened the door, only to freeze in place, his tired eyes widening in disbelief. Standing in the doorway was Principal Nizu. But not as they knew him. He was now the same height as Aizawa. Principal Nizu? Aizawa asked, his voice tinged with shock. Nizu grinned up at him, raising two paws in a peace sign. The one and only. Just came to check on how the class is progressing. Keep up the great work. Aizawa, visibly weirded out, stood stiff as Nizu patted his shoulder in encouragement. Be brave, young heroes. Study hard. Plus ultra. Nizu declared, raising a fist in solidarity before spinning on his heel. I must get going, I have other classes to inspect. With that, he strutted away, swinging his arms side to side in an almost comically jolly manner. A heavy silence filled the room. No one spoke, too stunned to react. Then, suddenly. Bang. Bang. Tony slammed his fist against his desk, covering his mouth as he snickered uncontrollably. Aizawa sighed. Tony, what did you do? All heads snapped toward Tony as he leaned back in his seat, clutching his stomach with laughter. Ha ha ha. I made him an exoskeleton that's practically indistinguishable from his real body. He's inside that thing piloting it. Oh man, the look on your face was priceless. Melissa smirked, shaking her head. So that's what you went to get this morning? Tony wiped his eyes and nodded. Aizawa let out a long, exhausted sigh. That was unnerving, to say the least. Then, regaining his usual stoic expression, he muttered, all right. Let's get back to the lesson. Chapter 202, Visitors. Third person's POV. After school, Tony and Melissa were at home organizing everything when they heard the doorbell ring. You have visitors, boss. They're your classmates, Friday informed Tony. I'm aware, Friday. Thanks. Tony replied as he and Melissa went to open the door. Tony was surprised to see the first group to arrive. In fact, he was taken aback by the strange combination of people. It was Midoriya, Bakugo, and Todoroki. What an odd mix. Did you all plan to come together or something? Tony asked, raising an eyebrow. No, all three of them answered simultaneously, each with a different tone. Bakugo snarled, Todoroki remained indifferent, and Midoriya looked a bit wary standing between them. We just ran into each other at the front gate, Midoriya clarified. Tony shrugged, not particularly interested. Well, come inside. You guys are the first ones here. The three entered and gave customary Japanese greetings as they stepped inside, something Tony found odd coming from Bakugo. Noticing Tony's amused look, Bakugo scowled. What? Just so you know, I'm only here to check out your training equipment. You better not disappoint me, you rich bastard. Tony rolled his eyes and called out, Melissa, can I leave you to greet the other guests when they arrive? No problem. Leave it to me, Melissa replied. Tony gestured for the trio to follow. All right, come with me. He led them down to his basement, where a spiral staircase descended into his private lab. As they stepped off the last stair, the sight before them was straight out of a sci-fi movie. The lab was lined with various gadgets and inventions, each with an unknown purpose. Holographic blueprints hovered over workstations, and along the walls, hollow duplicates of Tony and Melissa's suits were encased in sleek display cases. You just can't help but show off, can you? Bakugo grumbled. You're absolutely right, Tony said, placing a hand on his chest dramatically. It's my favorite pastime. Salutations. Master Splinter greeted from one of the workstations, sitting comfortably with a plate of cheese beside him. Midoriya and Todoroki both gave respectful bows in greeting, Midoriya, of course, being much more enthusiastic. Bakugo, meanwhile, buried his face in his hand, questioning whether coming here was a mistake. Midoriya, however, was captivated. His eyes sparkled as he examined the suits. Are these really all the suits you've made? No, these are just hollow replicas for decoration. The real ones are in space, waiting for deployment against any threats, Tony replied casually. Midoriya's excitement soared as he bombarded Tony with questions about his suits, while Todoroki glanced at them, recognizing some from the Hosu incident. Tony soon led them into an empty white room. This is where everyone will be training, he announced. Bakugo's eye twitched at the unimpressive space. Just as he was about to complain, Tony spoke. Friday, double the gravity. Their eyes widened as they suddenly felt the crushing weight of increased gravity. Grunts escaped their lips as they hunched over, struggling to adjust. Tony, unfazed, stood calmly, already used to the effect. The gravity core I took from my time in the MCU really paid off, Tony mused. Thanks to my studies on Uraraka and this core, I managed to increase the gravity of a localized field. Don't judge the room by its looks alone, Tony said, snapping his fingers. The gravity vanished, causing them to rise slightly off the ground. He snapped again, and the force returned to normal. A dangerous gleam flashed in Bakugo's eyes as he grinned. What else can this room do? Tony smirked and waved his hand. Instantly, the pristine white walls transformed into a war-torn city. The air filled with the distant sounds of screaming civilians, crackling fires, and explosions. The ground trembled beneath them, making the simulation feel eerily real. With another wave of his hand, villains materialized around them. Tony punched one, and instead of dissipating like a normal hologram, its torso shattered into glowing green pixelated fragments. The same villain retaliated with a punch, which Tony blocked with his palm. The solid impact made it clear, these were no ordinary illusions. Yeah, Tony said with a smirk. Be careful. These guys aren't just holograms, they can actually fight back and hurt you. And the longer you battle, the more they'll adapt to your fighting style. Explosions cracked from Bakugo's palms. Now that's what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I signed up for. I can finally go all out without worrying about killing anyone. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. Tony tilted his head slightly. Has that been a concern of yours before? Bakugo froze, realizing he had let something slip. Clicking his tongue, he looked around, expecting mockery or judgment, but none came. With a scoff, he held out his palm, small pops of explosions crackling in his hand. I'm not bragging when I say this, but my quirk is extremely lethal. If I'm not careful, I could actually kill someone by accident. That's why I've focused on control more than anything else. I can never truly train my quirk on someone without worrying about hurting them, except for someone like Red Spiky Hair. Tony hummed, genuinely surprised by Bakugo's admission. Huh. The more you know. Midoriya, who had known Bakugo the longest, was even more shocked to hear him open up. Anyway, Tony said, waving his hand. The simulated battlefield disappeared, returning them to the plain white room. He gestured toward a wall, which split into two sections with neon signs indicating male and female changing rooms. These are the changing rooms and showers. Inside, you'll find suitable training gear made from unstable molecule fiber. They're extremely durable, resistant to wear and tear, and can stretch to accommodate your size and quirk. Tony turned to Todoroki. For example, your quirk, no need to worry about burning or freezing them. They'll adapt to whatever temperature you generate, meaning you can finally use your quirk freely from any part of your body. Todoroki nodded in gratitude without saying much. Now move it, Tony ordered. As the three headed toward the changing rooms, Melissa arrived with a group of new arrivals. They all wore mystified expressions, as if they had just stepped into another world. Tony's eyebrow twitched. Yeah, I'm not repeating myself. Friday, take care of it. While Friday launched into an explanation, Tony leaned against a wall, pulling out his phone. His fingers tapped rapidly on the screen, selecting a contact labeled, Sugar Daddy, decorated with various money emojis. Tony, do you guys mind if I come over tonight? I need to discuss something important. Howard, what? What's wrong? Tony, I need help with something. No need to worry about it. Howard, Tony, you telling me not to worry about it is making me worry about it more. Is it really something you can't text or call about? Tony. Tony, I want you to promise me you won't laugh. I want a signed contract and everything. Howard. Howard, I swear, I will not laugh. Signed, Howard Stark. Tony. I'm having relationship problems, and I don't have anyone to talk to about it. Tony waited, blinking at the screen. When the reply finally came, tick marks formed on his forehead as an endless stream of laughing emojis bombarded his messages. That bastard. He swore he wouldn't laugh, Tony grumbled. Howard, your mother just smacked me because I scared her by laughing too hard. Howard, I demand compensation for the damages. Tony, I should be the one demanding compensation. You broke the contract. And might I remind you, you signed it with your full name. Howard, more rows of laughing emojis. Howard, anyway, you know you don't need to ask to come over. Howard, stop being weird about it and just come. Howard, your mother, who is reading over my shoulder, is now anxious because you and Melissa are having relationship problems. Howard, fix it. Howard, your mother just smacked me again for saying she was reading over my shoulder. Howard, she smacked me again for saying she smacked me. Howard, do something Jashajdas Scott. Howard, send help. Chapter 203, Training Class 1A. Third Person's POV. Tony was dressed in a sleek black and silver training suit that accentuated his athletic build. His eyes scanned the room, observing how every student from Class 1A was engaged in rigorous training inside his personal danger room. In one section, a barrage of explosions and bursts of light constantly echoed, the unmistakable domain of Bakugo. He was being swarmed by conjured and artificial supervillains, each one tougher than the last, pushing him harder than he'd anticipated. Meanwhile, in another part of the room, Kirishima lay face down on the ground, unmoving. Every inch of his body was hardened, gleaming like sculpted stone. Kirishima. What are you doing? Tony asked, blinking in confusion. GG Gravity T training, Kirishima grunted, his voice strained under the pressure. Diamonds are F-forged under E-extreme pressure. Sure, buddy. You do you, Tony replied, amused. Just don't die on me, I'm not shelling out PR money to cover this. T that's morbid, man, Kirishima grunted. Tony smirked and turned his attention elsewhere. The danger room had been divided into sections based on specific training needs. Each group worked within customized parameters tailored to their quirks. In Kirishima's sector, although others weren't under the same crushing gravity, they still struggled to move freely. Ojiro and Sato, for instance, were sparring under moderate gravitational resistance, muscles flexing as they exchanged blows. Nearby, Tokoyami, Denki, and Todoroki focused on refining the elemental aspects of their quirks. Sparks danced violently around Denki's hands as he stood, palms pressed together, trying to concentrate. What are you doing? Tony asked, raising an eyebrow. I'm trying to turn my lightning into a sword, Denki replied through gritted teeth. It's something I've wanted to do since I was a kid. But I can't get the electricity to stay still long enough to shape it. There's your problem, Tony said with a sigh. What? We've been over this, remember the sports festival training? Tony reminded him. Lightning's wild. It doesn't sit still. It's not something you control, it's something you guide. Yeah, easier said than done. I don't really know how to guide it. Denki muttered, brushing his blonde hair from his eyes. Tony paused thoughtfully. Imagination plays a huge role in quirk mastery. You need the right mental framework. Close your eyes and imagine that your body is nothing but wires. What? Denki blinked, confused. Just do it, Tony rolled his eyes. Tony waited a beat, making sure Denki followed through. Slowly, the electric blonde closed his eyes, his arms still buzzing slightly with leftover current. Now, Tony said, his voice calm but focused, you're a conduit. Not just a guy with a cool quirk, think of yourself as a living power grid. Your nerves. Wires. Your muscles. Insulated conductors. Your heart. The generator. Electricity isn't some force you summon, it's part of you. You are the lightning. Denki furrowed his brows, really trying to visualize it. Picture it like this, Tony continued, walking in a slow circle around him. Your body charges up and current flows through it like a stream of pure energy. Now, when that energy exits, what happens? It explodes everywhere. Denki guessed. Exactly. But that's because you're letting it leave uncontrolled, like uncapped pressure. Instead, visualize a path. Channel it through specific lines. Now here's where it gets tricky, create a circuit. A loop. A loop. Denki asked, still eyes shut. Yeah. You want the lightning to shape into a sword. Then build that sword in your mind first. Trace it, its length, its width, its edge. Picture it made of light and voltage. Then feed your power into it. Let the current travel through that image like it's an extension of your own arm. Denki's hand started to spark again, less violently this time. The energy arced and crackled with a growing consistency. Tony smirked, stepping back a bit. There you go. Keep it flowing. Breathe with it. Let the current dance through your construct, don't force it. Coax it. The lightning suddenly gathered at Denki's palms and surged forward, not wildly, but almost deliberately, forming into a glowing, buzzing blade-shaped silhouette. It flickered, unstable, but there was shape. There was form. I did it. It's kind of a sword. Denki exclaimed, his eyes snapping open. Tony crossed his arms with a cocky grin. Told you. You don't command lightning, you invite it to dance. Now keep practicing that visual. And hey, add some flair. Lightning swords are way cooler with flair. Denki beamed, the unstable blade humming in his grip. I'm gonna need a name for this. Focus on keeping it from blowing up your face first, Tony replied with a chuckle, walking off toward the next student in need of guidance. Then we'll workshop the branding. After Tony finished helping Denki, he glanced over and saw Melissa assisting Todoroki with his flame control. While Melissa wasn't a pyrokinetic, her solid knowledge of thermal physics and energy made her a valuable guide. Tony's eyes then landed on Kota, who looked a bit lost and unsure of what to do. Having trouble deciding what to work on? Tony asked. Kota gave a small, bashful nod. I could try fighting, but... Kota hesitated, clearly reluctant to say more. But since there aren't any animals around, and this is mostly a simulation, you're finding it hard to train your quirk properly, Tony finished, nodding in understanding. He rubbed his chin, pondering how to help. Are you scared of something? Kota blinked in confusion. Why? Tony leaned in slightly. Well, since training your quirk isn't really possible here, and physical training might be tough without the right guidance, why not work on this, he said, tapping the side of his head. Since this whole thing is fake, it's the perfect chance to challenge any fears you've got. If you start building mental resistance now, it might help you when you're actually faced with something terrifying in a real situation. Kota's eyes widened in realization. Remembering his fear of bugs, he gave a solemn nod. I'll try. Thanks, class prez. Tony gave him a thumbs up and moved on. A massive conjured obstacle course had taken up a large chunk of the room, where Izuku, Ida, Azui, and Siro were hard at work. Tony noticed Izuku and Siro giving each other pointers, Siro especially demonstrating his agility and helping Deku refine his use of Black Whip. Meanwhile, Ida and Azui were pushing through the course with weights Tony had given them earlier, strapped securely around their legs to build strength and resistance. Tony checked the time on his phone and sighed. I have to leave early. Man, I didn't even get to test my new suit out fully yet. He looked back and saw Melissa wrapping up her session with Todoroki. Approaching her from behind, he gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Melissa turned to him, puzzled. Leaning close, Tony whispered in her ear, I gotta visit my parents. Not sure how long it'll take. Mind taking over here? Melissa's brow furrowed with concern. Your parents? Is something wrong? Tony shook his head. Nah, nothing serious. Just need help with something. Are you cool with that? Though still a bit skeptical, Melissa nodded. Go ahead. I've got this. Thanks, Tony said, planting a quick kiss on her cheek before walking off. He didn't bother changing out of his uniform. The others were too focused on training to notice his exit. As he walked, the liquid metal lining his skin shimmered and expanded, forming a sleek silver suit around his body. Moments later, Tony vanished into thin air, phasing effortlessly through the glass panel of his lab like it wasn't even there, then blasted off into the orange evening sky. Chapter 204, Parents Advise, 1. Third person's POV. As Japan is 13 hours ahead of America, Tony had texted his parents bright and earlier in the morning. Around 6 a.m. where they would already be awake. Tony flew through the different time zones and arrived bright and early by the front of the Stark residence. Hey, does this mean I technically traveled back in time? Tony asked Friday smugly after thinking about it through his flight. Boss. Shall I go ahead and fill out the paperwork for your admission into the psychiatric ward? Tony landed softly, lowering his curled leg and smoothly transitioning into a walk. You're just so hilarious, Friday, Tony replied sarcastically as the liquid metal suit melted from his skin and was absorbed back into his skin. Thank you, boss, I was programmed that way. Tony walked with his hands in his pockets. He nodded towards the two guards by the large front gates. Jordan, Marcus, morning. Morning to you too, sir, but those not our names, sir. They both said warily. When you're paid as handsomely as you are, your names or whatever, Tony playfully teased them, patting their shoulders and entering through the gates. They both had faint smiles as by this point they both knew Tony was completely messing with them. Tony entered and called out, hello. Where are you guys? Tony. Is that you? We're in the kitchen. Howard called out. You guys seem to be in love with that place. Tony retorted as he started to head towards the voice. However, before he arrived he found his mother speed walking towards her, her belly now much bigger as she was in her second trimester of pregnancy, having been pregnant for 4 months now, close to 5. Tony. Maria happily exclaimed, her arms stretched out with a bright smile. Mother. Tony said, hugging her back. You've grown, he said, patting her stomach. The smile on Maria's face disappeared at the drop of a hat, replaced by a mask of indifference and coldness. Do you perhaps have a death wish or something? Tony froze and cleared his throat. I mean, how has pregnancy made my gorgeous mother even more beautiful? Your skin is simply divine. How someone like father managed to convince someone like you to marry him is one of the 7 mysteries of the world. I asked myself that question every day, Howard said, walking in with a large smile. Maria simply held her cheeks and blushed, swaying side to side. Gosh, to think there will come a day where I would get pampered by the 2 most important men in life. Tony, Howard nodded in greeting. Father, Tony nodded back. Stop with the formal calling, that's weird. Yeah, sorry about that, I don't know where that's coming from. Maria went and grabbed Tony's hand. Come, you must be hungry, we were just about to have breakfast. Tony wasn't really someone that could say no to his mother, and was soon the 3 of them were sitting by the marble tabletop in the kitchen as Baymax went ahead and cooked and presented them a 5-star course breakfast meal. Maria helped set Tony's breakfast plate while she sighed. It's a shame you didn't bring Melissa, but I understand that what you have to talk about has to do with her. Right, but before we get into that, Tony, what are you wearing? Howard asked, looking at his training suit weird. I was in the middle of training everyone from my class for upcoming midterm exams. I left them in Melissa's hand in the meantime. Tony said as he went on to explain what he was doing before heading out towards them. I see, so tell us, Tony, what's going on with your relationship with Melissa? Maria asked, concern lacing her voice. I thought you 2 were the last people to ever have relationship problems. Is everything all right between you 2? Tony chewed thoughtfully on his breakfast before answering, between us. Everything's great. Fantastic, actually. We've never been closer. Then what's the problem? Howard asked, a bit confused. Is it going too well? No, it's just. Tony sighed. Melissa wants to add someone else to our relationship. What? Both Howard and Maria shouted, their expressions full of disbelief and alarm. Wait. Hold on. Tony raised his hands quickly. Before you jump to conclusions, it's not an open relationship thing or anything like that. Huh. They both looked at each other, now more confused than angry. Did she fall for someone else and wants to bring him into the relationship? Maria asked with a skeptical frown. No, not that either. Okay, now I'm completely lost, Howard said. All right, but you have to promise not to laugh. Especially you, Tony added, glaring at Howard. Yeah, I promise, Howard replied, glancing at Maria, who just shrugged in equal confusion. It's for me. She wants to bring another girl into the relationship. Just for me. Specifically. And not just any girl, it's Momo. Ha 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 ha. Tony shot his dad a withering glare. Why even promise if you were just going to break it? I'm sorry. Howard gasped through laughter. But being told not to laugh just made it 10 times funnier. So let me get this straight, Melissa wants you to date someone else, just you. Not some mutual poly thing where you're all dating each other, but more like, she's giving you a mistress. Tony nodded sheepishly, cheeks flushed as he pushed food around his plate. Maria blinked. Is she into that sort of thing? Tony paused, then shook his head. No. Not that I know of. This isn't about her being into anything weird, this is about Momo. We're both really close to her, as you know. Oh. Howard said, snapping his fingers. Remember what I said when we visited during the sports festival? I knew it. I asked if you were pulling together a little harem with Melissa and Momo, I called it. Cool. You want a prize or something? Tony muttered. Maria leaned forward slightly, curiosity in her expression. If you don't mind me asking, how did this even come up? Well. Tony began, setting down his fork. Last night I was just minding my business when I heard a knock on the door. Oh, right, context. We were staying at Momo's place after a class study session, but anyway, that's not the point. He proceeded to explain everything that had led up to the situation, telling them what he knew and how it all unfolded. Howard and Maria listened intently, completely absorbed in the unexpected breakfast drama. And that's why I came here, Tony finished. I don't know what to do, so I figured I'd ask for advice. He looked down for a moment, then glanced at his dad, only to find Howard staring back at him with a proud smile. Seriously? Tony asked, furrowing his brow. I'm being real here, I don't need that weird proud look right now. Howard chuckled. Tony, I think you're misunderstanding why I'm looking at you like that. Tony turned to Maria, who gave him a small nod and warm smile. Howard placed a hand on Tony's shoulder. First off, thank you, Tony. Huh. Tony blinked. Now I'm really lost. Howard smiled and continued, the fact that you felt comfortable enough to come to us with this, it means more than you realize. It tells us that we've built the kind of relationship where you can actually come to us, no shame, no fear, and just ask for advice. Let me tell you, if I had been in your shoes at your age, No way would I have gone to my dad with something like this. So yeah, I guess I'm proud of the fact that we managed to raise you in a way where you can come to us. That's something special. Maria set her fork down gently, her eyes softening as she joined in. We're also proud of the men you've become, Tony. Tony turned to her, clearly caught off guard by the sincerity in her voice. A lot of men in your position wouldn't have hesitated. They would have said yes to Melissa's proposal instantly, thinking only about their own desires, their pride, or the thrill of it all. But you're taking a step back. You're thinking about how your decision will affect everyone involved. You're considering Melissa's feelings, and the feelings of Momo, not to mention the type of principles you are trying to uphold. That shows heart. That shows maturity. And that tells me everything I need to know about the kind of man you are. Maria leaned in and gently pinched his cheeks with a teasing smile. You're the kind of man I'm proud to say I raised. Tony groaned, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. You guys really love to embarrass me, don't you? Howard and Maria exchanged amused glances, while Tony sank just a little deeper into his seat. Chapter 205, Parents' Advice, 2. Third person's POV. Are you just going to keep staring at me stupidly, or are you actually going to give me the advice I need? Tony grumbled, clearly embarrassed by how proud his parents were over something he hadn't even thought twice about. Because I swear, I'll leave. The thing is, Tony, Howard began, sounding a bit awkward, I don't really see what you're having trouble with. You've got two beautiful girls saying they wouldn't mind dating you together, what's there to be confused about? Howard wanted to help his son, truly, but he wasn't quite sure how. This was a situation he'd never even imagined, two women willingly wanting to date the same guy, and the guy being conflicted about it. It just made him realize how strange, and surprisingly moral, Tony could be. Maria shot Howard a sharp look and asked, what do you mean you don't see the problem? Are you saying if I brought home some random floozy and told you it was okay to date her, you'd just go along with it? Her warning glare made it clear, Howard was dangerously close to earning himself a night on the couch. With a wry smile, Howard replied, but it's not just some random floozy Melissa picked up off the street. It's Momo, someone Tony knows and trusts. In your example, no, of course I wouldn't agree. But in Tony's case, where he knows the other girl well, I can see how it would complicate things. Maria's expression hardened, but she couldn't dismiss the logic in Howard's words. Honestly, if I were in Tony's shoes, where I knew both people and both were okay with the arrangement, I don't really see the issue, Howard said with a shrug. Maria slowly turned her head toward him, rotating it like an owl. Care to repeat that again? However, Howard quickly added, that's not the case for me. I'm not Tony. Howard Stark only has eyes for the most beautiful woman in the galaxy. He batted his eyes dramatically at her. Tony let out a deadpan sigh. Guys. Right, sorry. They both said, backing off. Maria reached out and gently placed her hand over Tony's. Listen, she said with a faint smile, why don't you try something I always do when I'm facing a problem that feels too big to handle? Tony gave her a questioning look. Break it down, she said. Cut it into smaller pieces and work around those. It'll lighten your load and help you realize how small the problem might actually be. What's there to cut down? Tony mumbled under his breath. All right, let's start simple, Maria said. Do you like Momo? I don't know. I never really thought of her like that, until recently, Tony admitted, shrugging. Maria nodded thoughtfully. Okay, say you never met Melissa and instead met Momo first. Do you think you would have fallen in love with her? Tony frowned. That's an unfair question. You're asking me to imagine a situation that never happened. If I never met Melissa, then yeah, I guess I could have fallen for Momo. I could have fallen for any other girl, really. Maria raised an eyebrow. Really? Any other girl? Well, not exactly, Tony muttered. That's not what I meant. You know what I meant. Maria held his gaze. Tony, I meant it like this, since you already know Momo, her personality, her principles, her aspirations, do you think, honestly, that you would have fallen in love with her? Tony ruffled his hair as he began to understand what his mother was trying to tell him. I suppose so. All right, see. Part of the problem is already resolved, Maria nodded. It's not that you don't like Momo, in fact, it sounds like you like her enough to picture yourself dating her. She then smiled at Tony, eyes twinkling. I guess what you're struggling with is the moral ambiguity of the situation. Do you feel like you can't, or rather, shouldn't, say yes to their proposal because it would be unfair to Melissa? I mean, kinda. Isn't dating more than one person wrong? When I pictured my future, it was always just me, a wife, and maybe a couple of kids. Not this. Tony swirled his glass of juice before taking a sip to wash down the last of his breakfast. I see your problem now, Maria chuckled, while Tony frowned slightly, still not sure he did. You're struggling with the concept of faithfulness. You think accepting this proposal would somehow betray Melissa, and that thought doesn't sit right with you, does it? Tony gave a small nod. How cute, Maria thought with a soft smile. Tell me, Tony, what does being faithful mean to you? Ah, I guess, being loyal. Committed. Maria raised an eyebrow. Very textbook of you. That's the dictionary answer. But let me tell you what I believe it means. Being faithful is following the rules. Tony blinked. What? Before he could question it further, Maria continued, every relationship has rules, spoken or unspoken. Look at your father and me. Howard knows that if he ever cheats on me, I'll kill him. Huh. Both Tony and Howard turned toward her, eyes wide. Maria burst out laughing. I'm kidding, she said, waving them off casually. Then she glanced at Howard and silently mouthed, I'm not. Howard shivered. Clearing her throat, Maria continued, in all seriousness, to me, being faithful means honoring the rules of the relationship. Now, what those rules are depends entirely on the people in the relationship. Relationships are complex because they're not all the same, each relationship is unique in their own way. They each have their own values, their own boundaries. She leaned in a little. So let's say Melissa brings Momo into the relationship, and you agree to it. Then new rules come into play, like the three of you are exclusive with each other. If you stick to those rules, that's not being unfaithful. But if you go outside that agreement, that's when you'd be unfaithful. Maria took a sip of her drink. You see where I'm going with this? That's actually surprisingly helpful advice, Tony said, staring at her in mild awe. Maria beamed with pride at the praise. It felt nice to still be dependent upon by your child after all. Tony turned to Howard. Useless. Wah. Howard blurted, completely caught off guard by the sudden verbal jab. Tony turned back to Maria. By the way, why does it seem like you've been encouraging me to say yes? Maria rolled her eyes. Because you said you liked her, Tony. If you'd said you didn't, I would have helped you figure out how to gracefully bow out. But you and Melissa both seem to genuinely care about Momo. She must be a special girl if both of you like her that much. What you need to focus on now is building a relationship that works for all three of you. Figure out what that looks like, and if it truly makes you happy, then nothing else should matter. I see. Tony said softly, giving his mother a warm, sincere smile. Thanks. I think I have a better idea of what to do now. Anytime, baby, Maria said sweetly, cupping his face and smothering his cheeks with kisses, making him blush. Chapter 206, Date Plans. Third person's POV. Tony, it's time I gave you some fatherly advice, Howard said, placing a hand on his son's shoulder. For some odd reason, that doesn't sound reassuring, Tony replied, raising an eyebrow. Trust me, you're going to want to hear this, Howard said, his expression shifting into a serious mask. Tony shifted in his seat, giving Howard a confused look. What is it? He asked, somewhat hesitantly. If you go through with this, and you ever see David, run the other way. Don't look back, just run, Howard said grimly, a haunted look flickering in his eyes. Tony's lips twitched with amusement, while Maria rolled her eyes. The three of them continued their breakfast in peace after that. Wiping his mouth with a large white napkin, Tony stood. Thanks for breakfast and the advice. I'll be sure to put both to good use. You're leaving already? Maria asked with a hint of disappointment. So soon? Sorry, but I left Melissa at home with the guests. It wouldn't be right to keep leaving everything to her. I don't want to be a bad host, Tony said, his tone apologetic as he caught the reluctance in his mother's voice. I understand, Maria said softly, tapping the side of her cheek. Tony's cheeks flushed slightly as he leaned in to give her a quick peck. Mama's boy, Howard muttered with a smirk. Tony scoffed. I'm not doing that for you if that's what you're hoping for, old man, he said, clapping his father on the shoulder before walking off. I wasn't asking for it, you brat. Howard shouted after him, as Tony waved without turning around. Once outside, Tony activated his connection with the liquid metal suit, an invention inspired by his studies on the Mind Stone. The silver armor crawled over his body like a symbiote, seamlessly encasing him. His face disappeared beneath the smooth metallic shell, and with a low hum, his thrusters ignited. He shot into the sky, breaking through the clouds as he raced toward Japan, where night had already fallen. Descending from the sky, he turned intangible, phasing through the house and into his lab. He landed softly in the training grounds beneath. When he arrived, he found the group collapsed on the ground, drenched in sweat and gasping for air. What a bunch of lazy bums, Tony said, shaking his head with mock disappointment. Lying on the floor. Do you have any idea how unsanitary that is? How do you guys expect to improve at this rate? The group, too exhausted to even glare properly, could only look up at him with tired, half-dead expressions. Words failed them. Tony, Toru muttered weakly, crawling toward him and grabbing his foot. Please, politely, shut up. Tony grinned. Now that I see you all like this, I feel like using my latest creation for its intended purpose. Friday, call Baymax. The eyes of everyone who knew Baymax lit up instantly, and when the inflatable robot waddled in, soft cries of joy escaped their lips. Hello, Baymax said in his usual calm tone, waving. I'm Baymax, your personal healthcare companion. Baymax moved around the training room, tending to each of them. Even Bakugo's injuries, sustained during his sparring, were patched up. He grumbled a quiet thanks, barely audible. Soon enough, everyone had recovered, changed into their regular clothes, and prepared to head home. Tony and Melissa had arranged for vehicles to pick everyone up, courtesy of Tony, of course. They all expressed their thanks and gratitude for being allowed to use the training facility. Momo began walking to join the others, but a hand gently caught hers, halting her steps. She turned to see Tony looking directly into her eyes. His voice, low and authoritative, carried a weight that immediately caught her attention. Stay over, don't go home just yet. Momo and Melissa both froze, eyes widening in surprise at Tony's unexpected request. Momo's cheeks flushed from the firm grip and the commanding tone in his voice. Her legs felt slightly weak, but she gave a small nod, flustered and embarrassed. Tony then closed the door behind everyone else, effectively locking Momo and Melissa in with him. The two girls exchanged glances, silently seeking reassurance from one another, clearly unprepared for what was about to unfold. Sit down, Tony said, gesturing toward the white couches and sofas. We need to talk. His tone was calm, but there was an intensity in it that made the air feel heavier. As Tony sat down, leaning forward with his arms resting on his thighs and fingers laced together, the sight was intimidating. Momo and Melissa walked over from opposite sides and sat beside each other on the couch facing him. What did you want to talk about? Momo asked nervously, feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Tony's serious expression was hard to read and didn't offer much comfort. Tony let out a breath and briefly closed his eyes as if collecting his thoughts. I was lost, in a way. I didn't know how to respond properly. So I sought some advice. And surprisingly, it helped. It gave me a new perspective on everything. He rubbed the back of his head, a bit awkward and clearly uncomfortable with how vulnerable he was being. Melissa's face lit up with hope. Does that mean? Before she could finish, Tony raised a hand and shook his head, stopping her mid-thought. Both girls froze. I'm still undecided, Tony admitted. So I can't give a definite answer yet. But I'm not shutting the door on the idea either. He turned his gaze to Momo, making her sit a little straighter. So here's what we're going to do, he continued. One date. This weekend. Just you and me, Momo. Think of it as a trial run. I want to see if there's something real here, something worth pursuing. If it goes well, we'll all sit down and have a serious discussion about how this relationship could work, and what it would look like. And if it doesn't? Momo asked quietly, unsure. Then we drop it. No more pushing, no more awkward tension. And I'd prefer not to talk about it again, at least not directly with me. He sighed. This is the most I'm willing to compromise. Momo looked down for a moment, then shook her head. Tony. You don't have to do this if you don't want to. I don't want to force you into something you're uncomfortable with. Honestly, hearing you say no would hurt less than thinking you're only doing this out of obligation. Tony chuckled softly and shook his head. Momo, if I didn't want to do this, you and Melissa could try all you wanted, it wouldn't have made a difference. I would have shut this whole thing down a long time ago. There's a reason I'm even entertaining the idea. You mean? Momo's voice was barely above a whisper. Her heart pounded in her chest as she watched Tony flash her what she swore was a charming grin. I care about you, Momo, he said. Honestly, any guy would be lucky to date you. This date, it's to see if I might be that lucky guy. Her face turned crimson as a shy smile tugged at her lips. Melissa, watching the scene unfold, quietly giggled to herself. So, it's a date? Tony asked, his tone gentler now. It's a date, Momo replied, her voice soft but clear enough for him to hear. Cool. Would you be available this weekend like I said? I'm fine with that, Momo said, quickly turning her face away to hide her blush. Melissa continued giggling to herself, already imagining how this was going to play out. Chapter 207, Trail Date, 1. Third Person's POV. 2 days later, Sunday, July 4th. Tony walked up to the Yayarosa residence and rang the doorbell, shifting slightly as he waited. He couldn't help but feel a tad awkward, this whole situation still felt surreal. Here he was, a committed man, dressed up, about to take out a girl who wasn't his girlfriend on what was technically a date. Momo slowly opened the door and stepped out. Her gaze was lowered, lips pressed together in a tight, awkward line as a soft blush colored her cheeks. She quietly closed the door behind her. "Hello," Momo greeted, her voice barely above a whisper, eyes avoiding his. Tony, meanwhile, took in her appearance. She wore a soft, elegant outfit that balanced casual grace with a touch of sophistication, a long-sleeved, off-shoulder white blouse that revealed her collarbones, cinched at the waist with a dark belt. Her skirt was sky blue with delicate orange floral patterns, flowing gracefully. Black tights hugged her legs, complemented by stylish black heels with ankle straps. Her long, dark hair was loose, cascading elegantly over her shoulders. The pastel wreath in the background almost looked like it bloomed just for her. Tony blinked, stunned for a moment, before offering her a sincere smile. "I have to say, I'm feeling quite lucky." Momo looked up, her embarrassment giving way to confusion as she tilted her head slightly. "To think I get the honor of spending this evening with such a lovely girl. You look amazing, Momo." Her face flushed a deep red as she grew flustered. "Thank you," she mumbled, her stomach fluttering. "Melissa helped me pick out what to wear last night." "Of course she did," Tony chuckled. As he had been observing Momo, she began to look him over in return. Tony wore a velvet button-down shirt, the top few buttons undone and sleeves rolled up to his elbows. He paired it with sharp black dress pants and red-tinted glasses. His hair was styled neatly, completing the refined look. The longer she looked, the warmer her cheeks became. "You're not so bad yourself," she admitted before smirking slightly. "Although, if I say anything more, you'll probably respond with something arrogant, so I'll refrain for now." "Wow. I totally would have," Tony replied, feigning offense before his lips curled into a trademark cocky grin. "It had the intended effect," Momo laughed. Tony extended his hand to her. "I think we've lingered here long enough. Shall we get started on our evening together?" Momo smiled, slipping her hand into his. His fingers gently curled around hers in a warm, secure grip. "So, do you have something planned?" Momo asked, inching a little closer, still flustered from holding his hand. "I did, at first," Tony sighed, a bit of disappointment lacing his voice. "You did? What does that mean?" she asked, eyebrows knitting in curiosity. "Well, originally, I planned to take you to the land of the free to watch a fireworks show, but then I remembered time zones are a thing," he said with a crooked smile, scratching his cheek awkwardly. Momo stifled a laugh behind her hand. "Yes, I suppose that would be a problem. I forgot Americans celebrate the 4th of July. With the time difference, it's not even morning over there." Tony sighed, nodding in agreement. "Exactly. So I thought, well, what could be even better than that? After some brainstorming, it hit me. We'll become international criminals." "I'm sorry, what?" Momo blinked, staring at him like he'd grown a second head. "We'll become what?" "International criminals. It's perfect. I mean, I didn't want to waste the whole date using a private plane, so instead, we'll just enter a foreign country illegally." He raised a fist in mock righteousness, grinning. Before Momo could even react, Tony scooped her off the ground, drawing a startled squeal from her as her arms instinctively wrapped around his neck. Tony. Let's think this through." Momo stammered, "There are better ways to do this." Tony only smirked. "Hold on tight," he said. In the blink of an eye, his liquid metal suit encased his body, a glowing force field forming around the both of them. Then, with a burst from his thrusters, they shot into the air. Up, up, and away. Tony called out triumphantly. "Tuaniani." Momo screamed as they became a silver blur across the sky. The protective force field shielded her from the wind and the intensity of their speed, leaving only the shriek of laughter and disbelief trailing behind them. Thanks to the force field surrounding them, Tony was able to withdraw his mask, revealing his face as they soared through the air, the ocean now beneath them. Momo had her face buried in the crook of his neck, eyes tightly shut, her black hair streaming wildly in the wind. "You can open your eyes, you know," Tony said with a faint chuckle. "You're supposed to enjoy the ride." Momo shook her head furiously, still refusing to open her eyes. But then she froze, the faint scent of salty ocean air began to tickle her senses. "I'm flying slow for now," Tony murmured softly near her ear. "Just take in the view." The warmth of his voice so close sent a shiver down her spine, and only then did she become aware of how tightly she was clinging to him. Her cheeks warmed. Hesitantly, she peeked over his shoulder, and froze, stunned. They were flying above a vast ocean, sunlight glimmering over the endless blue surface. Below them, the sea was parting slightly from their movement, leaving shimmering ripples in their wake. Momo's eyes widened with awe, captivated by the beauty. Tony, catching the sparkle in her gaze and the ocean reflected in her eyes, smiled to himself. A mischievous glint sparked in his expression. Suddenly, he dipped her just slightly, pretending to lose his grip. "Whoa. Almost dropped you," he exclaimed. "Ah." Momo squealed, clinging tighter to him in panic, only to hear him burst into laughter. "That's not funny," she pouted, cheeks puffed adorably as she slapped his armored shoulder. "I'm sorry, haha, really, but your reaction was just too good," Tony laughed, his eyes crinkling with amusement. As his laughter faded into a soft chuckle, he asked, "Wanna run your hand through the water?" Momo looked down at the glittering ocean below and hesitated. "Can I?" she asked shyly. Tony slowed their flight and dropped the force field. The salty breeze hit her more strongly now, but it wasn't unpleasant, it was fresh, alive. She narrowed her eyes at him playfully. "Don't drop me, all right?" "Don't worry," Tony replied with a confident grin. "The safest place you could ever be is in my arms." Momo stared at him, her heart fluttering. That smile of his, so effortlessly charming, completely stole her attention from the world around her. Tony blinked as he noticed the blush spreading across her face. Her lips parted slightly, as if trying to form a smile but unable to settle on one. She looked at him like a deer caught in headlights. Don't do that," she muttered, placing a hand to her chest. "That wasn't good for my heart." "No promises," he said with a wink. "I might do it again just to see that expression." "Melissa warned me about this side of yours," she murmured. "Oh yeah." Tony grinned. Momo chuckled as she rested against him, lowering her free hand and letting her fingers trail across the ocean's surface. The water was cool and smooth, leaving droplets on her skin. "She called it your playboy side," she said, her tone light. I didn't believe her at first, but now I think her warning had some truth. She said it was the most dangerous thing about you. Tony snorted and shook his head, amused. "I'm gonna have to talk to her about talking behind my back." Chapter 208, Trial Date 2. Third Person's POV. Momo stared at her reflection on the ever-moving sea. But she wasn't really looking at herself, her gaze lingered on Tony's reflection beside hers. His sharp jawline, the blue irises hidden behind his red-tinted glasses, and his ebony hair being pushed back by the rushing wind. As she continued to admire him through the reflection, Tony glanced down and caught her staring. He smiled, his signature confident smirk curling across his lips, then gave her a playful wink. Momo let out a small scoff, followed by a light-hearted chuckle. "Want to see something cool?" Tony asked, raising an eyebrow. "I doubt anything you show me could top the things I've already seen you do," Momo replied, a teasing edge in her voice. It was something she'd picked up after spending most of her childhood with both Tony and Melissa. "Wow!" Tony exclaimed dramatically, staring at her with mock offense. "Did you really just say that to me? You've grown bold, Ms. Yayorozu. I can't believe you basically called me boring." "I'll take that as a challenge." Momo laughed and, without thinking, hugged him tighter. Her arms wrapped more securely around his neck. "Maybe it was," she teased. "Oh, you're so on," Tony declared. Suddenly, a force field shimmered to life around them, and before Momo could react, Tony dove, plunging them both straight into the water. "Wah!" Momo began to cry out but stopped herself when she realized they were dry and completely safe. What shocked her even more was that she could breathe, perfectly fine. Another realization dawned on her, even during their high-speed travel earlier, she hadn't felt short of breath. "How am I breathing normally? Are we going to run out of air eventually?" she asked, eyes wide with wonder as they descended deeper. They swam alongside schools of exotic fish and radiant sea creatures, nothing like seeing them from the surface. "Nope, we're good," Tony replied. "See those energy reactors around my joints?" Momo looked and saw the pulsing blue lights embedded in his major skeletal points. They looked like mini-reactors radiating controlled energy. "Yes," she answered. "They're creating the bubble around us. But besides that, they also function as air generators, allowing me to breathe in any situation. Like, for example." His grin widened. Momo's instincts flared. "Tony, wait." But that was the last thing he did. With a sudden burst, Tony rocketed upward, shattering the water's surface and soaring into the sky. The sound barrier shattered behind them, but Momo wasn't fazed. Tony quickly explained, "The shield is laced with vibranium, it absorbs the kinetic energy we generate and feeds it back into the suit. That's why inertia doesn't affect us." Momo opened her mouth to respond, but no words came out. Before she could even register the madness of his explanation, they broke through the atmosphere. They were in space. Momo floated briefly from Tony's arms, eyes wide, her breath stolen by the view. But then, at the center of the blue reactors around Tony's joints, a faint pink light glowed. Gravitons. They gently pulled Momo back into his arms. He set her down within the lower part of the protective bubble. She landed softly, her feet touching the solid surface inside the shield. Slowly, hesitantly, she reached out and pressed her hand against the transparent sphere. Before her was the Earth, blue, green, and breathtaking. Suspended in the blackness of space. The sight left her speechless. She turned toward Tony, who floated down beside her. He gave her a knowing look, dipping his head slightly with a confident grin. Now you see who you were challenging. Momo couldn't help but smile, her lips tugging into a lopsided grin as she let out a breathless laugh. Remind me never to challenge you again. Tony smugly rubbed his nose while Momo spun around, eyes wide in awe, taking it all in. Then, without warning, Tony scooped her back up into his arms. Momo let out a small yelp, her cheeks flushing as she wrapped her arms back around his neck. Please warn me before you do that, she muttered. And miss out on your cute little cries. Tony said, smirking. His voice was playful, full of that mischievous charm only he could pull off. The thrusters beneath Tony's feet flared to life as he dove back down, the protective sphere around them igniting into a brilliant blaze as they re-entered Earth's atmosphere. They plunged straight into the ocean, crashing into the water with an explosive impact. A towering column of water erupted skyward while steam hissed off the surface where the superheated shield met the sea. Tony didn't stop. They kept descending, deeper and deeper, until they were once again surrounded by the vibrant life of the underwater world. With a sudden blast from his thrusters, they shot through the ocean like a missile. Momo watched with wide-eyed amazement, completely enchanted by the marine ecosystem around them. Schools of fish scattered as they passed, and for a while, they traveled alongside a pod of orcas. Their sleek black and white forms sliced through the water with grace, vanishing and reappearing in the dim light of the deep. They passed an enormous sperm whale, its immense body making them look like specks of light in comparison. And just when Momo thought it couldn't get more surreal, Tony followed the whale as it ascended, soaring out of the water in a magnificent leap. Tony weaved around the beast in the air, performing dizzying loops and spins that made Momo laugh uncontrollably. A blast of mist erupted from the whale's blowhole, drenching the outside of their shield. Then, with a flick of his wrist, Tony and the shield turned completely invisible, and they rocketed skyward, vanishing into the clouds. Momo blinked and found herself in Paris. The sky was painted in deep orange and amber tones as the sun dipped below the horizon. The calm hush of the city at dusk created a picturesque backdrop, casting a golden glow over cobblestone streets and elegant buildings. She stood in front of a display window, admiring her reflection. Dark sunglasses concealed her eyes, a beautiful white silk scarf wrapped elegantly around her neck, and a colorful beret perched stylishly on her head. Adjusting her glasses, she turned toward Tony and asked, "All right, how do I look?" Tony gave her two dramatic thumbs up, wearing a dead serious expression. French. Exactly the look I was going for, Momo replied smugly, lifting her chin and giving a proud smile. Then, her expression faltered slightly. And why, exactly, do we need disguises? Because, Tony leaned in and whispered, we're international criminals now. Momo's cheeks flushed as he leaned away, placing a finger over his lips and adding in a hushed voice, we have to look the part, or people will start suspecting us. Right, you're playing way too into this, Momo said with an amused look. Of course I am. I'm just trying to make our date a little fun, Tony chuckled. I don't think illegally breaking into a country qualifies as fun, especially when we're training to be heroes, she said with a wry grin. Momo, Tony said, gently taking her hands and interlocking their fingers, by the end of this date, if I haven't made you into an international war criminal, I'll consider it a failure. Her blush deepened at the sudden intimacy, but her expression quickly dropped at his follow-up. Wait, what? Tony didn't respond. He simply turned and began walking confidently forward, their hands still linked. Tony. Momo called after him. He kept marching. Please answer me. You're worrying me here. Tony. Chapter 209, Trial Date, 3. Third person's POV. Momo moaned as she swayed side to side, the warm, buttery croissant melting in her mouth. This is so good and soft. Isn't it just worth it being an international war criminal just to have a piece of this? Tony teased, walking beside her, both of their hands cradling their fresh pastries. Momo didn't hesitate. Definitely. I'd become a war criminal any day of the week just for another one of these. Tony almost choked, coughing as he slapped a hand to his chest, laughing through each strained breath. Momo stopped and turned to him, concern on her face. Sorry. I tried to match your energy. I didn't mean to almost kill you. No, don't apologize. That was hilarious. He wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. You were just the last person I expected to say something like that. Well, Momo replied with a slow, playful grin, you're just a terrible influence on me, it seems. Tony smirked. Have I perhaps had an influence on you while growing up? Sure. Was it actually terrible? Of course not. You wouldn't know the meaning of fun without me. Momo tilted her head, eyes softening with quiet affection. You're right. I sometimes wonder who I would have become if I hadn't met you. Then, flashing him a radiant smile, she said warmly, I'm happy, and I consider myself lucky, to have met you and to have you in my life. Tony puckered his lips slightly, shifting them side to side like he was trying to hold something back. His cheeks flushed faintly. And you said I wasn't good for the heart, look who's talking now. Momo chuckled, the sound light and airy, floating between them as the soft night began to claim the city. The lights of Paris flickered on, golden, elegant, romantic, as if the city was wrapping itself in a warm shawl. Their steps fell in sync as they wandered along the quiet sidewalk, their shoulders brushing now and then. Almost unconsciously, they extended their pinkies at the same time. They brushed. Hooked. Then, more fingers joined in. Their hands clasped fully, palms pressing together in perfect harmony. No words were spoken. They didn't need to be. The silence between them was gentle, sweet, comfortable. Their fingers curled tighter, interlocking. The space between them shrank naturally. When their eyes met again, there was no awkwardness, only peace. They closed their eyes at the same time, soft smiles touching their lips. When they opened them, both laughed quietly at their mirrored reactions. As they walked, the Eiffel Tower came into view. The iron structure glowed in warm golden light, rising above the city like a crown. Spotlights traced the sky, while thousands of tiny bulbs glittered across the tower like diamonds. Momo's breath caught in her throat as she took it in. It's beautiful. She whispered. Yeah, Tony said, but he wasn't looking at the tower. It truly is. Momo looked over and saw that his eyes had never left her as he had spoken. Which caused her to feel it again, the fluttering sensation in her stomach, the beating of her heart, the inability to keep her facial expression straight. However, before she could dwell on it longer, he asked her, would you like to see it from the top? She turned to answer, eyes wide and sparkling, but before she could get a word out, he gently pulled her into his embrace. One arm wrapped around her waist, the other coming to rest at her lower back. Her hands found his chest, her palms resting on the warmth of his shirt, his heartbeat echoing beneath her fingers. Their eyes locked. Then, in the blink of an eye, they both vanished, completely invisible to the world around them. Soft wind brushed past Momo's face as they lifted from the ground, slow and silent, drifting upwards. The street lights, cafes, and passers-by faded away below them as Paris transformed into a sea of lights. Tony twirled them slowly, gracefully, in midair. Momo's scarf fluttered gently as they spiraled upward, rising like a pair of ghosts dancing through moonlight. They stared into each other's eyes, completely in sync, the rest of the world melting away. It felt like they were floating in a dream. Below them, the Seine shimmered with the reflections of the city. Boats glided along its surface, their lights casting long, golden ribbons across the water. The Eiffel Tower grew closer, its intricate design glowing brighter as they ascended. Tony. Momo whispered, her voice soft, fragile, unable to say anything more for a moment. Yeah, he replied, voice gentle and open. Thank you. Not just for bringing me here and showing me such amazing sights, but for giving me a chance. Her eyes shimmered with sincerity as she smiled. A chance to be here with you. Tony returned the smile, warm and genuine. If anyone deserves a chance, it's you, Momo. So there's nothing to thank me for. Not now, not ever. They continued their quiet ascent, floating slowly until they reached the top of the Eiffel Tower. Still cloaked in invisibility, they hovered just above the observation deck, higher than any tourist could stand. Below them, the sounds of laughter and chatter echoed softly into the night. Above, the stars blinked gently in the dark sky. Paris stretched out beneath them, glittering and alive, an eternal city wrapped in gold and light. Tony brought them to a soft hover, the wind only barely brushing against them. Momo leaned her head into his chest, her eyes closed, content. She could hear the steady rhythm of his heartbeat beneath her cheek, and her breath danced gently against his skin. You're warm, she murmured. I think I'd be a little worried if I wasn't. Tony replied, a playful grin in his voice. Momo let out a soft chuckle, a tender sound that melted into the night. They stayed like that, wrapped in each other's arms, floating above the world, bathed in starlight and the glow of the city of love. It felt like time had paused just for them. Eventually, Tony pulled back slightly, just enough to meet her eyes. Momo. Yeah. His expression shifted, an uncertain vulnerability flashing through his eyes. I seriously don't understand what would make you think it's okay to share me with someone. Won't you get jealous, feeling like it's unfair? You deserve to be happy, Momo, happy with someone that could give you their full undivided attention. Someone that doesn't make you feel like you would have to settle for less. Momo didn't answer right away. Her expression softened, eyes glinting with something unspoken. Then she smiled, not her usual reserved smile, but one that was real, radiant, and unguarded. And who said I was unhappy? She asked gently. But. Before he could say another word, she raised a finger to his lips, silencing him with a shake of her head. Of course I wonder, she admitted. Of course I think about what it would be like to have you all to myself. I'm only human, I have selfish desires too. But I'm not unhappy, Tony. In fact. She laughed softly. I feel lucky. Tony looked at her, puzzled. Still holding her finger against his lips, she continued, her voice calm and full of quiet strength. You need to understand something, Tony. When you truly love someone, even the smallest part of them can mean the world. Before this, before you, I had no place in your life. I didn't even think I ever could. But now. She gestured subtly to their surroundings, to the night and the stars and the city below. Now I'm here. With you. Sharing this moment. This is something I never dreamed I could have. She dropped her hand and gently cupped his face. You say I deserve to be happy, but happiness isn't something someone gives you, Tony. It's something you find. Something you choose. And I've found mine here, with you, and not even you can convince me otherwise. So don't question whether I'm happy. Don't think for a second that I'm settling. Tony's eyes softened, his breath hitching just slightly at her words. Their foreheads pressed together, eyes slowly drifting closed. Around them, the Eiffel Tower glittered with its golden lights, and Paris, soft and timeless, sang quietly to the stars. And in that moment, above the world, in each other's arms, it was enough. Chapter 210, Trial Date, 4. Third person's POV. Say. Have you ever been dancing? Tony asked as they floated in the quiet night sky, still invisible to the world below. Momo raised an eyebrow, smiling softly. What? Why do you ask? Her voice was light, curious. That seems kind of random, doesn't it? Tony smirked. Maybe. But the thought just popped into my head. Look at us, flying above Paris, stars shining, city lights below, it's practically begging for a dance. He reached out, gently taking one of her hands, the other settling respectfully at her waist. She blinked in surprise as he pulled her in just a little closer, heart skipping a beat at the way he looked at her, unapologetically warm and earnest. Friday, he called, let's set the mood. Classical. Surprise me. At once, soft piano notes drifted into the night, followed by the graceful swell of violins. A timeless waltz began to play, elegant and tender. Down below, tourists glanced around in confusion, smiles tugging at their lips as they searched for the source of the unexpected music. Some lifted their phones toward the sky, thinking it might be a drone show or a hidden speaker. But the source remained unseen, just music on the breeze. Up above them, something magical was happening. With a flick of Tony's fingers, shimmering blue light poured from his suit's palms, coalescing into a glowing platform beneath their feet. A second formed a short distance away. Then another, and another, each one floating slightly higher or lower, like a staircase leading into the stars. May I have this dance? He asked, bowing slightly with that playful charm of his. Momo laughed, charmed and flustered. You're impossible, you know that. She smiled warmly towards him as she then said, all right, I'll accept this dance. Luckily for me, doing the impossible is just my specialty, Tony quipped, stepping backward onto the next glowing platform, gently guiding her with him. Together, they moved from one step to the next, waltzing through the sky. At first it was clumsy, Momo's foot caught once, and Tony awkwardly shifted his weight to keep her balanced. Okay, he chuckled. Clearly we're not sky dancers yet. I've never danced like this before. Momo protested through her laughter. We're setting a new trend. Bit by bit, they found their rhythm. Momo's hesitance melted away as she followed Tony's lead, their steps becoming more fluid, more natural. Their laughter faded into gentle smiles as they twirled and stepped, their silhouettes illuminated by the platform's glow. They spun slowly across the air, the glowing platforms lighting up beneath them with each movement like stardust responding to their joy. Their movements created gentle ripples of light, painting abstract patterns in the sky, circles, arcs, spirals. As the music swelled, Tony lifted her slightly, gliding across a wider, broader platform that had just appeared, one with enough space for more elaborate steps. Momo giggled as he spun her out, her dress catching the wind like petals in bloom, then pulled her close again, her breath catching in her throat. You're a fast learner, he whispered. I have a good partner, she replied, her voice soft, sincere. They danced and danced, sometimes slowly, sometimes with bursts of energy, laughter occasionally spilling from their lips when a step went wrong or a spin got too dizzy. But neither of them cared. It wasn't about perfection, it was about the feeling, the freedom, the connection. The music shifted into a slightly faster tempo, still classical, but full of life. Tony responded immediately, taking her hand and guiding her in a quick spin, then ducking playfully beneath her arm before sweeping her into a dip. Momo squealed, surprised, and held onto him tightly, her smile radiant. He brought her up again, holding her close. I don't think I'll ever forget this, she whispered. Good, then that means I'm doing something right, he said. They continued their dance, now with perfect sync, every move filled with trust, every spin an echo of unspoken affection. The city glittered below them like a million candles, while above, the stars stood as silent witnesses to their moment. Finally, as the music began to slow, Tony stepped back slightly. "Let's end with style," he said with a grin. He twirled her out, her dress flaring, her hair swirling like silk in the breeze. She looked over her shoulder at him, laughing, glowing in the moonlight. And then, he pulled her back. She spun into his arms, landing flush against his chest. One hand cradled her back, the other held her hand over his heart. Her breath caught again, their eyes locked, faces only inches apart. Neither of them said a word. There was no need. Tony's feet gently lifted off the glowing platform as his thrusters gave a faint hum, guiding them upward once more. His arm settled more securely around Momo's waist, drawing her closer with the kind of care that said he'd never let her fall. Momo's hands slid up his chest, fingers brushing over the arc reactor's soft glow. She didn't stop there, her hands passed his shoulders and crossed behind his neck, pulling herself into him as they rose through the cool night air. The city of Paris slowly fell away beneath them. No more glowing platforms. No more people, lights, or distractions. Just the wind, the stars, and the two of them. They turned slowly, gently, like leaves caught in a graceful breeze. Neither one moved to stop it. They weren't even aware of it anymore. Momo stared into his eyes, blue, alive, burning with emotion. Her heartbeat drowned out everything else, thudding hard and steady in her chest, as if it was trying to reach out and touch his. Tony looked back at her just as deeply. He searched her face, not for doubt, but for confirmation. Any flicker of fear. Any shadow of hesitation. But all he saw was warmth. Anticipation. A look of love so pure it made the breath catch in his throat. Their foreheads brushed together. Close, so close their noses nearly touched. His breath mixed with hers, soft and uneven, just like the way his heart stuttered in his chest. "Tell me if you want me to stop," Tony whispered, his voice almost lost in the wind. "I won't," Momo said, breathless. That was all he needed. Tony leaned in, and Momo met him halfway. Their lips met in a kiss, soft at first, almost cautious, like two pieces of a puzzle finally fitting together. The kind of kiss where the world falls away and nothing else matters. The kiss deepened gradually, still tender, still slow, but fuller. More certain. It wasn't rushed or fiery, it was quiet, reverent, filled with everything they hadn't said, everything they were too scared to believe they deserved. Momo clung to him gently, as if anchoring herself in that moment, while Tony held her as though she was something fragile, precious. When they finally pulled apart, their eyes opened slowly, still close, still holding one another. Neither spoke. They didn't need to. Both of their cheeks were flushed before they were drawn back in like magnets, unable to separate. Chapter 211, Guilt. Third person's POV. Tony's and Momo's date continued after their kiss in the sky above the city of love. As the world was a big place, they started traveling, embarking on their own small adventure, an adventure that would solely remain between the two of them. After hours upon hours away, Tony and Momo finally arrived back in Japan just as the sun began to set and the last few students who had stayed for late training started heading home. Tony was carrying Momo in a princess carry, gently setting her down onto the balcony connected to her room. Momo stood there with her hands behind her back, smiling warmly as she gazed at Tony, who was still floating in the air before her. "Thank you, Tony. I had a wonderful time," she said. "I'm glad," Tony replied, his grin faint but sincere. "I enjoyed myself way more than I honestly expected." "Oh," she asked, raising an eyebrow teasingly. "Does that mean you didn't have high expectations for our date? Are you kidding?" Tony laughed a little awkwardly. "I thought I was gonna bomb it. I had no confidence this was going to go as well as it did." He let out a big sigh of relief, the tension visibly leaving his body. Momo pouted playfully before chuckling, choosing to focus on the bright side. "Well, at least you're honest," she said, laughing softly. "And if we're being honest, I didn't have much faith this would work out either. But I'm glad it did." She leaned forward against the railing and pressed a soft kiss to his lips, her smile blooming even brighter afterward. "So," she said with a glint of amusement in her eyes, "can we consider this trial date a success?" Tony placed a foot on the balcony railing, recalling his silver Ironman suit to flow back inside him, revealing his sleek date outfit underneath. In one swift motion, he took Momo into his arms, catching her by surprise as he dipped her dramatically and stole another kiss from her lips. Momo melted at the gesture, wrapping her arms around his neck and holding onto him tightly as they kissed passionately. Tony brought her back up, spun her around, and pulled her back against him. Her back pressed to his chest, and he leaned down, wrapping an arm around her waist, whispering into her ear as she scrunched her shoulders in flustered embarrassment. "What do you think?" Tony murmured. Momo leaned back against his chest, holding onto his arm. She peeked back at him, flushed and smiling. "I think you're a dangerous person, Mr. Stark." "A very dangerous person," she whispered. She cupped his cheek, leaning in for another kiss, starting as a peck, then growing more and more insistent. Their lips met again and again, unable to stay apart for more than a fraction of a second. Momo turned fully toward him, tilting her head as she kissed him hungrily, her hands on his waist and his in her hair and along her back. "We have to, MHM, stop, otherwise it won't." Tony tried to say between kisses, breathless. "Tony," Momo whispered, her voice serious and breathless as she pulled back for a second, her chest heaving, "stop talking." Tony blinked, then didn't even get a chance to respond as Momo grabbed him and pulled him back into another feverish kiss. Feeling her desire, feeling her urgency, Tony closed his eyes and surrendered himself to the moment. Later. Tony flew over the city of Japan, wobbling slightly in the air as if he were drunk. Luckily, he was cloaked in invisibility, and he definitely wasn't in a car or he would have been pulled over immediately. He eventually staggered down to the doorstep of his home. His silver Ironman suit shimmered and retracted back into him, leaving him standing there, his messy hair tousled by the night breeze. Tony brushed a hand over his mouth, tasting her still lingering on his lips, before smiling to himself and hesitantly stepping inside. Peeking through the door, he immediately spotted Melissa lying on the couch alone, a book in her hands, reading glasses on, and a faint smile on her face. Melissa looked up, feeling a gaze on her. She saw Tony peeking around the corner, and her smile faltered when she noticed the pout on his face and the silent tears streaming down his cheeks. Whoa, Tony, what's wrong?" she asked, concerned, tossing her book aside and rushing over to him. She pulled him to the couch and sat him down beside her. Without a word, Tony buried his face against her stomach, arms wrapped tightly around her waist. Melissa looked down at him with an affectionate smile. She knew she probably shouldn't find it cute, but she couldn't help but adore pampering him like this. Running her fingers gently through his hair, she asked, "Let me guess, you're feeling guilty?" Tony nodded without hesitation, snuggling even closer into her. "Did you have a good time?" Melissa asked, shifting a bit and playing with Tony's hair. Tony nodded without saying anything. "Was it because you had a good time that you felt guilty?" Melissa teased, her lips twitching with amusement. Tony tilted his head side to side, unsure. "I see, kinda, huh," Melissa said, furrowing her brows in contemplation. "Was it because you saw me waiting?" Tony immediately nodded his head rapidly, making Melissa's smile grow even wider. She leaned down and planted a soft kiss on his head. "You are simply the cutest thing ever, you know that." "I get that you were feeling empathy toward me, seeing me waiting like that," Melissa said, stroking his hair. "But honestly, there's no need. What you think I'm feeling is nothing close to what I'm actually feeling." "And what are you feeling?" Tony mumbled against her stomach. "Honestly." Burning with curiosity, Melissa grinned. "I'm dying to know how your date went." "Tony, I need all the juicy details." "Is this a trick question?" Tony asked, still muffled as he stubbornly kept his face buried. Melissa sighed, half amused, half exasperated. "Tony, believe it or not, I'm on the winning side of this arrangement." Tony peeked one eye up at her. "How so?" A mischievous grin spread across Melissa's face as she leaned in and whispered seductively in his ear, "After spending your date with Momo, it's not her you come back to sleep beside. It's me. And guess who gets to enjoy all that accumulated excitement after your date? Me." She tapped his head affectionately while Tony just stared at her, stunned into silence, as she added, "So sure, Momo had a nice day with you, but I'm the one who gets the real reward. Some of the best sex of my life." "Women scare me sometimes," Tony thought warily, staring up at Melissa's sweet, victorious smile. Resigned, he buried his face deeper into her stomach. "So all you want me for is my body. Everyone talks about the benefits of being handsome, but no one ever warns you about the bane." Melissa laughed, looking down at him tenderly. "Feeling better?" "Slightly." Tony muttered. "It's just, when I saw you waiting there, all alone, I was overwhelmed with guilt, and I—" "Shoo," Melissa hushed him, gently placing a finger over his lips. "No need." But right after, her mood shifted, her hands grabbing the collar of his shirt as she began to shake him lightly. "However, what I do need is for you to share. I'm dying over here. Tell me everything already." All right. Tony laughed, giving up. "Well, it started when I first woke up." Melissa deadpanned. "All right, now you're just taking the piss." Tony laughed even harder before he finally relented and started actually telling her. "So we were by the ocean first." "Ah, that's cute." Melissa swooned. "Then we went to Paris, as international war criminals." He, I wish I could have seen her face." Melissa giggled. Tony went on to describe the dance atop the Eiffel Tower, leading to their kiss, and Melissa practically squealed, "Oh my god. That's so freaking romantic." Then, with a teasing grin, she added, "Whoa, that's raunchy." And you two seriously didn't have sex after something that intense? She cackled after hearing about the drop-off. More for me to enjoy then. You have a serious problem, Melissa, Tony said, shaking his head. Melissa gave a sly smirk. We better hurry up. The written exam's tomorrow. If we start now, we might just have time to catch a few minutes of sleep. A few minutes? For how long do you plan to go? You tell me, hot stuff, Melissa teased, trailing her finger along his jawline. Hearing about you and Momo's date has got me all hot and bothered. Melissa, we seriously need to get you professional help, Tony deadpanned. Chapter 212, Written Midterm Exam. Third Person's POV. Tony and Melissa sat in their seats in class, both looking dramatically different from how they usually appeared. Melissa's skin practically shimmered under the classroom lights, her face glowing with vitality and satisfaction. She wore a radiant, almost ethereal smile, and her whole presence exuded an aura of pure contentment. Her posture was impeccable, sitting upright with the grace and elegance of a high society lady. Tony, however. His cheeks were hollow, his eyes sunken with dark, heavy bags sagging underneath. His hair was a chaotic mess, sticking up in strange angles like he had wrestled a hurricane and given up halfway through. It was clear to anyone with eyes that Tony Stark was running purely on fumes. A small, almost defeated sigh escaped his lips, as if a piece of his soul was leaking out with each breath. The only reason I'm still alive is because I'm practically a super soldier. Tony thought bitterly as he let his forehead drop onto the desk with a loud, dull thud. While Tony wallowed in his exhaustion, Melissa sat pristine and composed, practically looking down at him with amused pity. Soon, students started pouring into the room, some practically sprinting through the door, desperate not to be late for their written midterm exams. The seats filled quickly, nervous chatter slowly dying down into an anxious silence as everyone got ready. Once the classroom was completely settled, Mr. Aizawa shuffled in, looking as disinterested as always. Without much preamble, he began handing out thick exam booklets along with answer sheets to each student. Tony lazily leaned back in his chair, twirling his pen over his forefinger at such high speed it became a blur. Honestly, I could finish this thing in 5 minutes flat, but then what? I'll just sit here bored out of my mind. Deciding to take his sweet time, Tony casually flipped open the exam and began answering at a leisurely pace, half-heartedly amused by how ridiculously simple the questions were for him. Unfortunately, his relaxed, indifferent attitude had a very different effect on the rest of the class. If he's struggling, how insanely hard is this test? The shared thought echoed through the heads of nearly every student, their anxiety skyrocketing as they sneaked glances at Tony's unusually slow progress. Some were already contemplating whether dropping out was a viable option. However, much to their collective surprise, as they dug into the test, they realized the questions were actually quite manageable. In fact, most of it was material they had painstakingly reviewed during their study sessions with Momo and the others. Relief washed over the room like a wave, and the tension eased enough that a few even managed small smiles. Gradually, one by one, students stood up and handed in their completed tests, placing them neatly on Aizawa's desk before returning to their seats. When Tony finally strolled up to submit his own exam, Aizawa raised an eyebrow and leaned forward slightly. Speaking in a low voice to not disturb the others, he said, "It's weird. I would have expected you to be the first one to finish, not one of the last." Tony gave a lazy, mischievous grin and replied, "I was bored. Decided to see what it felt like to be stupid for once." He dropped the test onto the desk and sauntered back to his seat without a care in the world. "Go and die, you bastard." The unified, silent screams of those still frantically scribbling on their papers filled the room, each person mentally cursing Tony in their own unique, furious way. Before they knew it, the school day came to an end along with the midterms, leaving behind a classroom full of exhausted students. Tomorrow, however, loomed larger in their minds, the physical exams. As Tony made his way outside, he casually had an arm over Denki's shoulder and asked, "So, no one's down for some last-minute training?" Denki shook his head with a sheepish smile. "Nah, man. We all agreed to take it easy today. If we overwork ourselves now, we might end up hurting our chances tomorrow. Better to rest up and go in fresh." Tony chuckled, nodding approvingly. "Smart move, actually. Well then, I wish you all luck." He patted Denki's shoulder once before heading toward the parking lot. Waiting for him was his beloved motorcycle. With a casual hop, he mounted it and revved the engine to life. Momo, looking a little embarrassed but determined, climbed onto the seat behind him, wrapping her arms around his waist in a firm but shy grip. Her face was slightly pink, but she said nothing, focused only on the ride ahead. Meanwhile, Melissa was already leading the way out, her own bike roaring ahead as Tony followed her closely, the trio heading back toward the safety of home. Tony lounged comfortably on the sofa, one leg crossed casually over the other, a soft cushion resting on his lap with an assortment of snacks piled on top. He absent-mindedly munched as he relaxed, appearing completely at ease. Across from him, sitting somewhat stiffly on the opposite couch, were Melissa and Momo. Both girls wore expressions that hovered somewhere between awkwardness and anticipation as they waited for Tony to deliver his final verdict. Clearing his throat and straightening slightly, Tony spoke. First things first, we need to have a serious discussion about how this relationship of ours is going to work. What it looks like, how it functions, and, most importantly, the rules we all agree to follow to make sure it lasts. As he finished speaking, he casually tossed a grape into the air and caught it smoothly in his mouth, the action almost tauntingly carefree compared to the seriousness of the conversation. Momo shifted slightly, her gaze flickering over to Melissa. After a moment's hesitation, she asked softly, I never actually asked you, how did you feel about everything that happened yesterday? You aren't upset, are you? Melissa's expression softened immediately. She reached out and placed a reassuring hand on Momo's shoulder, her blue eyes shining with sincerity. Honestly, Momo. I'm incredibly grateful to you. More than I can even properly express. What? Momo blinked, genuinely surprised and confused by the heartfelt response. She was about to press further, but Tony, sensing the budding conversation that would follow, swiftly cut in to steer the conversation back on track. All right. About the relationship. Tony said, clapping his hands once for emphasis. Melissa, realizing Tony's intention, nodded eagerly. Right. So, just to be clear from the start, Momo and I aren't romantically involved with each other. No offense, Momo, but I'm just not into girls like that. None taken, Momo said quickly, giving a small, nervous smile. Her cheeks turned a soft pink as she glanced shyly at Tony. The one I love is Tony, after all. Melissa smirked mischievously, the sparkle of playful teasing lighting up her face. Although, I wouldn't exactly mind a little threesome between us here and there. Momo's face erupted into a fierce blush, the poor girl practically steaming from embarrassment, while Tony just gave Melissa a long, unimpressed look before shaking his head in exasperation. Melissa, we literally just went on our first date. Let's slow down a little, yeah. Melissa blinked at him. We had sex on our first date, she said bluntly, her expression deadpan. Tony turned his head away, grumbling under his breath, we're American. It's different. Momo looked like she wanted to sink into the couch from the sheer awkwardness, but Melissa wasn't finished yet. She arched an eyebrow at Tony. And what exactly is that supposed to mean? Tony sighed heavily before explaining, it means, well, culturally, Japan is a lot more reserved about this kind of thing. Public displays of affection, relationships, even just talking about this stuff, it's way more private. That's why, with Momo, I'm taking things slow. No rushing into anything big. We'll move at the pace she's comfortable with. Momo's heart swelled with emotion at Tony's words. She looked at him with pure gratitude, appreciation glimmering in her eyes, and a soft, tender smile on her lips. That's fair enough, Melissa conceded, shrugging with a sheepish smile. She could tell Momo appreciated the care Tony was taking and decided to let the subject drop for now. Tony nodded, feeling relieved the heavy topic had passed, and looked at both girls seriously. To make this relationship actually work, the absolute most important thing is going to be communication and honesty. If either of you ever feels unsatisfied or uncomfortable with something, anything, you have to tell me. I'm many things, but psychic is not one of them. Momo giggled softly and teased, but surely someone like you could invent something that would make you psychic, right? Tony snorted, rolling his eyes in good humor. If I really tried, maybe. But that's not the point. You both get what I'm saying, right? Both girls nodded immediately, their expressions earnest. Well, communication is the foundation of every healthy relationship, romantic or otherwise. It's not just ours, Melissa added, flashing a lopsided grin. They spent the next hour in a surprisingly mature and open conversation. Each of them laid out their personal expectations, their hopes, their personal boundaries, and even some lighthearted do's and don'ts. They discussed everything from emotional needs to future goals, building a strong and genuine framework for their unconventional relationship. By the time they finally wrapped up the conversation, Tony slumped back into the couch with a satisfied sigh, feeling lighter for having cleared the air so thoroughly. So, Melissa broke the comfortable silence with a playful smile. Now what? Are we officially in a relationship? I feel like there should be more ceremony or something. Tony scoffed. What, you expect us to throw our hands together in the middle and shout, huzzah, to make it official or something? Melissa's face turned slightly pink. You know what? Yes. Yes, I do. Before Tony could protest, Melissa leaned forward dramatically, placing her hand in the center of the room. To making it official, she declared boldly. Tony gave her a deadpan stare. I'm not doing that. Quick as a whip, Melissa turned toward Momo with a teasing grin. Did you hear that, Momo? He doesn't want to make it official. Guess he just wants to make you his mistress or concubine instead. Momo, blushing furiously but laughing shyly, placed her hand on top of Melissa's without hesitation, looking at Tony with expectant eyes. Tony groaned loudly, covering his face with one hand before muttering, "You're both so weird. I just want that on the record." Nonetheless, grumbling all the way, he reached out and placed his hand atop theirs. With gleeful mischief, Melissa counted down, dipping their hand. 1, 2, 3. Melissa threw their hands into the air together and shouted, "It's official." Huzzah. Tony visibly cringed at the sheer cheesiness of the moment, covering his face as if physically wounded. That was so unbelievably corny. He mumbled. Both Melissa and Momo broke down into laughter, giggling uncontrollably at Tony's pained expression. Chapter 213, Practical Exam, 1. Third Person's POV. Let the practical exams begin. Principal Nizu announced enthusiastically, flashing a wide grin and throwing up a peace sign as he winked at the assembled students. His chipper demeanor contrasted sharply with his appearance, still jarring to some, now that he stood eye level with the rest of the faculty, thanks to Tony and his present towards Nizu. Despite the change, Nizu's energy was as electric as ever. The students whispered among themselves, eyes occasionally drifting to the pint-sized principal who now wasn't quite so pint-sized. Aizawa looked as unbothered as usual. His tired gaze swept across the class, who were already dressed in their hero costumes, everyone except for Tony and Melissa, who could just summon them with nothing but a thought. Folding his arms across his chest, he addressed them coolly. "This exam can still be failed," he warned. "If you want to attend the training camp, then don't mess this up. I won't hesitate to fail you." Jairu blinked, glancing around at the lineup of instructors. "Isn't this, like, practically the entire staff?" she asked awkwardly, starting to count under her breath. Aizawa sighed, already anticipating where this was going. "Knowing you lot, you've probably been snooping around, pestering people for hints. Maybe you think you have a vague idea of what's going to happen." "Oh, we already know what's going to happen." Mina interrupted with a bright grin. "We're gonna be fighting you guys, right?" Silence followed. Not the stunned kind, just the awkward, resigned kind. Aizawa, Nizu, Present Mike, and All Might all turned slowly to stare at one particular student. Tony Stark gave a mock salute, knocking the side of his head playfully and sticking out his tongue. "Teehee," he said, clearly unapologetic. The class broke into muffled snickers, barely containing their laughter. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose and groaned. "Tony, what did we say about hacking into the school systems?" Tony straightened up and replied in a mock-serious tone. "To do it in moderation." "That's not what we discussed at all," Aizawa muttered, already regretting the conversation. "I'm sorry," Tony sighed dramatically, "but it's just way too easy." A shiver passed through a few of the more tech-savvy teachers who were more aware of how strong their security systems were. "This place has the best security system in the world." Many of them thought nervously. Nizu gave a theatrical sigh and shook his head, clearly disappointed. "I was really hoping to see your anxious little faces when we revealed the twist." "Ah well," he added with a pout, "the surprise is ruined." Everyone exchanged sheepish grins, the atmosphere lightened for a moment, until Nizu's tone shifted. "But yes, as you've guessed, this exam will not be against the usual combat robots. From now on, we're focusing on realistic, dynamic scenarios, ones that simulate real battles against living, thinking opponents. From here forward, it's blood versus blood." A hushed tension spread through the air. "You will be pairing up and facing off against a member of our faculty," Nizu continued, motioning toward the row of teachers. "Your partners and your opponents have already been decided. We took into account multiple factors: your fighting styles, your grades, your teamwork, your quirks, and your equipment." His eyes briefly flicked toward Tony and Melissa. "Every detail has been analyzed." The students leaned in, listening closely. "So," Nizu said, lifting and clapping his hands together, without further ado. "Wait." Tony interrupted, raising his hand. Nizu blinked. "Yes, Tony. I just counted the number of teachers here. There are only 10. With how many of us there are, shouldn't there be at least 11 opponents?" Tony asked curiously. Nizu's eyes gleamed. "I'm glad you noticed." A low murmur spread through the students. "You see," Nizu began, "as much as I hate to admit it, I knew my staff would have trouble going up against you, Tony. To be honest, I don't think they stand much of a chance." Tony scratched the back of his head, feigning bashfulness. "Ah, you're gonna make me blush." "That's why," Nizu continued with a mysterious smile, "I called in a special favor." Suddenly, the air shifted. It grew hotter. "What the?" Denki muttered, tugging at his collar. "Is it me, or is it getting warm in here?" The heat intensified, causing sweat to bead along foreheads. Even the metal on some hero suits began to feel uncomfortable. Then, heavy footsteps echoed across the courtyard. Flames danced in the air as a massive figure strode through the crowd like a blazing juggernaut. Fire curled from his shoulders and boots, and a thick, fiery mustache burned brightly on his face. His dark blue costume shimmered with heat, accented with red and orange flame motifs that pulsed like a heartbeat. Everyone stared. Even Tony stared in disbelief. Todoroki's eyes widened as he whispered, "Father." And then, in unison, the class erupted. Endeavor. Endeavor marched forward, the flaming aura around his body casting waves of heat across the area. As he joined the rest of the teachers, his heavy boots echoed against the ground, each step commanding attention. His intense blue eyes scanned the crowd of students with calculated scrutiny, analyzing their posture, confidence, and weaknesses without saying a word. He finally stopped and crossed his arms, the fire around him flaring slightly as if reacting to his mood. Tony covered his mouth, failing to contain the wide grin spreading across his face. "Oh, this just became 100 times better," he muttered, eyes gleaming with anticipation. "First match," Aizawa announced, his tired voice now laced with a hint of excitement. "Todoroki and Yaoyorozu. You're up against me." His jet-black eyes suddenly turned a menacing shade of red beneath his messy hair as he flashed the two students a rare and unsettling grin. Shivers ran down the spines of several students nearby. Todoroki stepped forward with a sharp inhale, eyes flickering between Aizawa and Endeavor. Yaoyorozu glanced at him, concerned, but quickly steeled her expression. "Next up, Midoriya and Shield," Aizawa continued, scanning the crowd. "And your opponent is?" "Me," All Might announced with booming enthusiasm. His trademark smile beamed with power as a surge of pressure filled the training field, his overwhelming aura making the ground feel just a little heavier. "Awesome," Melissa cried out, fists clenched in excitement. Midoriya, however, paled. He swallowed hard, his limbs trembling as his mouth opened slightly. All Might," he stuttered. Melissa slapped him hard on the back, jolting him forward with a yelp. "Come on now, man up," she said, practically vibrating with excitement. "Don't hold me back. I've always wanted to go all out against Uncle Might." Midoriya tried to steady his breathing as he nodded stiffly, still visibly shaken. "Following that, Stark and Bakugo," Aizawa declared, checking his clipboard. "What?" both shouted in unison, disbelief and irritation flashing across their faces. Their heads snapped toward one another. "Why the hell am I paired up with him?" they growled simultaneously. The moment hung awkwardly in the air before they processed the echo, both grimacing. "Ugh, why are you whining?" Tony snapped, arms folded. "You should be thanking me. With me carrying you, victory's practically guaranteed. You'll just slow me down if anything." "You bastard." Bakugo exploded, his hand sparking. "The only one getting in anyone's way is you, you cocky tin can wannabe. If you two don't stop bickering and actually work together, you won't stand a chance of passing this exam," Endeavor said coldly, his gaze hard and commanding. "Huh." Both boys turned their ire toward the towering pro-hero, glaring with equal intensity. Tony stepped forward, cocking his head arrogantly. "Even with this walking explosion liability, I could take you down with one hand tied behind my back." "You little, who the hell are you calling a liability, you quirkless extra?" Bakugo shouted. "And like hell I need to team up to beat you. I don't need anyone to take down the number 2 hero." The tension between the three was palpable. Sparks of literal and metaphorical heat crackled through the air as they glared each other down, not one of them backing down. All Might leaned slightly toward Nizu, speaking in a hushed tone. "Are we sure it was a good idea to bring Endeavor into this?" Nizu, still forcing an optimistic smile, sweat beading down his forehead inside the suit, murmured, "I was sure at first. Now I'm starting to have some very serious doubts." Chapter 214, Practical Exam, 2. Third Person's POV. Tony and Bakugo sat silently on opposite sides of a large, humming bus, driven by none other than the flame hero himself, Endeavor. It was a bizarre sight that Tony never imagined would exist in any timeline, a top-ranked pro-hero acting as their personal chauffeur to an examination site. Tony leaned back against the window, arms crossed, his gaze unfocused as thoughts swirled in his mind. The silence between him and Bakugo was thick, but it wasn't born of tension, just mutual disinterest in conversation. Each of them was too caught up in their own thoughts to bother with the other. Most of the others haven't changed much, Tony thought, glancing up at the ceiling. But for completely different reasons than expected. Aizawa's in for a surprise if he still thinks Momo is just another support type who leans on her quirk. That's going to be fun to watch. With a subtle mental cue, he commanded, "Friday, record all of today's combat sessions. I want every angle, send it to me once it's over." His AI assistant gave a quiet confirmation only he could hear. The bus screeched to a sudden stop, snapping Tony out of his inner monologue. They had arrived. Outside, a massive simulated city awaited them, an urban battlefield of towering skyscrapers and empty streets. It was built to mimic a modern metropolis, complete with alleyways, rooftops, and industrial obstacles. A perfect stage for a combat exam. Endeavor was the first to exit the vehicle, his boots slamming onto the pavement with purpose. Bakugo followed, his expression unreadable but body tense with anticipation. Tony exited last, his hands in his pockets as he stepped off the bus and scanned the battlefield ahead. The number 2 pro hero turned to face them, flames flickering along his beard and shoulders as he crossed his arms. His expression was as fiery and intense as ever. From what I've been briefed, Endeavor began, his voice deep and commanding, this exam is designed to test both your combat effectiveness and your decision-making. You will have exactly 30 minutes to either apprehend me with these, he held up 2 pairs of standard-issue hero handcuffs, or escape the area while I prevent you from doing so. He tossed 1 pair of cuffs to each of them. Tony caught his with a casual flick of the wrist, while Bakugo snatched his midair with a slight growl. Running away isn't an option, Bakugo muttered, his voice dripping with disdain. Endeavor ignored the remark. Because you're students and I'm a pro, the conditions have been adjusted in your favor. I will be wearing weighted restraints, he pulled out thick, metal cuffs laced with dense alloy, to double half the weight of my body, restricting my mobility and power. Before he could finish strapping them on, Tony raised a hand. His liquid metal suit flowed over his arms like mercury, and with a pulse of electromagnetism, he flung the restraints from Endeavor's hands, sending them crashing to the ground several feet away with a thunderous clang. There's no need for that, Tony said, eyes narrowed, voice sharp with confidence. Holding back would only hinder you. We want you at full strength. Bakugo nodded in agreement, a wicked smirk tugging at his lips. Yeah, don't insult us by acting like we need a handicap just to keep up. I want the real fight. Endeavor stared at them both for a long moment. I understand now why the 2 of you were paired together. You're both arrogant and reckless. You assume strength without knowing what true power looks like. Tony's suit fully activated, the liquid metal flowing over his body until only his face remained visible. His eyes glowed faintly, the repulsors on his palms whirring to life. Maybe that's true for him, Tony said, nodding toward Bakugo, but not for me. I don't act out of arrogance. I act out of certainty. I know where I stand in this world. I know my capabilities. I don't underestimate the opposition, but I won't underestimate myself either. Bakugo glared at him, sparks flaring in his palms. You got a problem with me or something? You're always mouthing off like you've got something to prove. Smoke began to curl between Bakugo's fingers as his quirk began to warm up, but Endeavor raised a hand, stopping him from escalating further. Enough. As I said, this exam is to judge your decision-making. You've made your choice, no restraints. That's fine by me, he said, turning away. I wasn't planning on holding back anyway. With that, he began walking toward the center of the mock city, flames trailing behind him like a warning. As Tony and Bakugo stepped into the city together, the tension between them simmered just beneath the surface. Tony glanced at him. So, how about we make this interesting? Bakugo turned his head slightly, his scowl returning. What the hell do you mean by interesting? Tony smirked. Let's be real. We're not going to team up. Our egos would never allow it. So instead of pretending to cooperate, let's compete. See who can do the most damage. Who can push Endeavor to his limits. Who can actually capture him. Bakugo didn't respond right away. His fists clenched slightly as he mulled it over. So, what does the winner get, since this is supposed to be a contest? Bakugo asked, arms crossed, eyes narrowed with skepticism. Tony smirked, the expression as sharp as the glint in his eye. I'll personally upgrade your hero suit if you win. And let's be honest, dislike me all you want, but you know a suit built by me would be an absolute game changer. Bakugo let out a low growl, clearly irritated, but his interest was piqued. The thought of having a custom suit from Tony Stark, despite how much he annoyed him, was too tempting to ignore. Confident bastard, he muttered under his breath. Then, with a pointed glare, he asked, and what do you get out of all this? The pure, unfiltered satisfaction of watching you lose your temper and go absolutely mad, obviously, Tony replied with a laugh, voice laced with mischief. Bakugo snarled, swinging a quick backhand at Tony's head. Tony ducked with ease, still laughing. You bastard. Before the moment could escalate any further, a loud voice rang out through every speaker across the battlefield. All units in position. This is it, let the final exam for UA High's first-year students begin. The air between Tony and Bakugo exploded into a shockwave of heat and raw kinetic force as they launched forward at the exact same moment, neither willing to give the other even a millisecond of an advantage. The blast from their departure shattered the windows of every building nearby. Tony's helmet flowed into place seamlessly over his head, the HUD lighting up in an instant. In perfect sync, the two launched skyward, their paths streaking through the air like twin comets. And then, almost as one, they roared in fierce defiance. Endeavor's mine. the battlefield trembled under their speed and intensity. Wherever they passed, shockwaves and shattered glass marked their path. But suddenly, flashing alerts danced across Tony's HUD, accompanied by Friday's urgent voice. Warning, incoming threat from above. Tony's eyes darted upward, just in time to see a massive figure descending like a meteor wreathed in smoldering flame, Endeavor, falling fast, his body radiating lethal heat. Tony didn't speak or give any warning, he just instinctively firing his repulsors and blasting backward with all available thrust. Bakugo, noticing Tony's movement, mirrored him, propelling himself away in a burst of concentrated explosions. A split second later, Endeavor slammed into the ground between them with a colossal impact. The sheer force of his landing tore a crater into the earth, the explosion of heat vaporizing debris and engulfing the area in a swirling inferno. When the smoke and flame began to clear, Endeavor stood tall at the center of the destruction he'd caused, silent, still, and absolutely terrifying. Flames danced around him like angry spirits, and the intensity of the heat warped the air. He said nothing. But his cold, piercing blue eyes locked onto Tony and Bakugo, unblinking. The real exam had just begun. Chapter 215, Practical Exam, 3. Third Person's POV. You should have landed your attack. Tony shouted provocatively, his voice echoing off the crumbling city walls. At his words, the glowing arc reactors embedded across his armor began to shimmer with changing hues, shifting from their usual calm blue to a flaring, almost menacing pink. The very atmosphere seemed to react as he raised his arm, palm pointed forward with authority. This time, instead of generating raw repulsion energy, the reactor began to convert that energy into concentrated gravitons, particles that bent gravity itself to his will. In a blink, Tony released a massive repelling pulse in a circular blast from his palm. The sheer force shattered the street beneath his feet, sending asphalt and debris flying in all directions. Endeavor, caught within the radius, was flung backward with such immense speed that even the blazing trail of flames left in his wake was snuffed out midair like candles in a hurricane. Don't stand in my way, Tony warned coldly, turning his gaze to Bakugo. Then, without hesitation, he unleashed the same repelling force from the soles of his feet. His body became weightless, blasting into the sky like a missile, streaking toward Endeavor with terrifying speed. Endeavor skidded across the broken pavement, his boots carving deep gouges into the concrete as he halted himself. He gritted his teeth, stepped forward, and crouched low. Flames ignited around his arms and legs as he prepared to meet Tony head-on. Just as Tony closed the distance, Endeavor roared and swung his fist in a powerful upward arc. His fiery knuckles met Tony's metallic torso with a thundering impact. Tony, hand still outstretched toward Endeavor's face, resisted the force. A massive shockwave exploded from the clash, shaking the city like a mini-earthquake. Buildings trembled. Glass windows shattered in a cascading ripple. Cobblestone crumbled. The street was nearly unrecognizable under the force of their power. But from within the cloud of dust and fire, Tony burst forward, completely unscathed, carrying Endeavor by the head. His suit's vibranium proto-adamantium alloy absorbed the brunt of the shockwave, rendering it ineffective. With a roar, Tony hurled Endeavor skyward like a rag doll. Endeavor twisted midair, regaining control with precision honed by years of battle. His feet ignited, and with a thunderous boom, he launched himself back toward Tony in a blaze of blistering heat. His entire form was wrapped in a cloak of hellfire, his determination as fierce as his flames. The reactor on Tony's chest shifted again, the glow transforming into a deep violet hue. Gravity twisted around him. The gravitons were no longer repelled, they were now being attracted. His movements grew heavier, his strikes deadlier. Tony's fist, pulsing with a gravity-enhanced glow, pulled Endeavor toward him like a magnet. Just before their blows connected, Endeavor grabbed Tony's palm with both hands, and with a burst of flames, spun them violently into a whirling vortex of red, purple, and silver light, a chaotic dance of fire and technology. With a mighty shout, Endeavor flung Tony with all his might toward a looming skyscraper. Tony abruptly stopped as if all the momentum wasn't present, cracking the glass with a thunderous shatter. Shards rained down like lime-colored diamonds under the morning sun. Don't think you can all forget about me like I'm some extra. Bakugo roared from below, spinning into the fray like a comet wrapped in explosive fury. He appeared behind Endeavor, prepared to strike. But Endeavor, despite the chaos, moved like a true pro-hero, fluid, precise, and brutal. A burst of flame launched him upward, narrowly evading Bakugo's attack. In a single motion, Endeavor somersaulted midair, tucked his knees, and delivered a devastating kick straight into Bakugo's spine. The blow sent Bakugo crashing down like a meteor. Still, his sharp instincts kicked in. He twisted mid-fall, extended his hand, and unleashed an explosive counterforce to slow his descent. It wasn't enough to escape unscathed, but it kept him conscious, barely. Tony saw his chance. He zipped forward, suddenly appearing in front of Endeavor. His palms came together in a mock-clapping motion as a wide grin stretched across his face. Think fast. The reactors flared a brilliant electric blue, pulsing with raw energy. Tony unleashed a massive wave of repulsion directly into Endeavor's chest. The hero was sent spiraling through the sky, arms crossed in defense, before slamming into another towering skyscraper. The building groaned from the force, then started to tilt, collapsing under its own weight. Dust billowed out like a storm cloud, the structure leaning precariously forward. Tony's palm crackled with electricity, arcs of blue lightning dancing between his fingertips. His reactor throbbed as he switched to electromagnetic mode. With a yell that rang through the city, he extended his arm and caught the building in mid-collapse. "I know your fire burns hotter than that, pro-hero," Tony bellowed. "Show me your true power." With a surge of effort, he redirected the falling skyscraper and sent it crashing down toward Endeavor, who stood at ground zero, eyes wide, arms raised in shock. The building hit like a hammer from the gods. But just before impact, a nuclear plume of fire exploded upward. Rubble shattered. A firestorm erupted into the sky, scorching clouds and setting the air ablaze. The building disintegrated in the blast, fragments blown in every direction. When the smoke cleared, Endeavor stood bloodied but burning, fire curling around his shoulders and arms. Blood dripped from his brow, but it was instantly vaporized by the heat radiating off his skin. Tony burst into wild laughter. "That's it, Endeavor. That's the heat I was looking for." He blasted forward like a jet, laughing as he went. "Let's up the stakes. You're not the only one who can control fire." As he flew, the reactors around him turned from violet to an intense, brilliant red-orange. Thermal energy surged through his suit, and fire gathered within his repulsors. He thrust both palms forward. Two concentrated streams of flame erupted, merging into one massive beam, a fire blast so focused it resembled a laser. It roared through the air, burning white-hot as it streaked toward Endeavor. Endeavor, seeing the oncoming blast, acted with the precision and speed of a seasoned warrior. His fist ignited into a torrent of searing fire, and with a thunderous roar, he hurled forward his own concentrated beam of thermal energy. The two beams screamed through the air like twin comets on a collision course. When they finally met in the center of the battlefield, the opposing forces didn't cancel each other out, instead, they fused into a violently spinning core of energy, pulsating with volatile power. The air trembled as the mass swelled, expanding with each second as both men poured more and more power into it. "Let's make this a real contest, Endeavor," Tony shouted, the edge of battle-fueled exhilaration thick in his voice. Sparks and static danced around his suit as the reactors overloaded. His eyes gleamed with a mad brilliance, a hybrid of scientific curiosity and the joy of competition. A battle between pure power and innovation, between quirk and technology. His voice dipped into a low whisper, almost reverent, as if he were on the verge of unlocking the secrets of the universe. "Let's set this world on fire." Then, in a crescendo that cracked the skies, he shouted, "And see who comes out screaming first." The energy sphere at the heart of their clash could no longer contain the fury within. With a sound like the heavens tearing apart, it exploded outward in a blinding detonation. A shockwave of unbearable heat and fire erupted, a dome of destruction racing in all directions. Flames spiraled skyward, licking at the clouds, and the street below liquefied under the sheer intensity of the blast. Buildings nearby warped and collapsed as their frames melted and buckled from the inferno. Caught on the outer edge of the destruction, Bakugo acted on instinct alone. Despite his battered body, his survival instincts took over. With a pained snarl, he blasted himself high into the sky, propelling his smoking form away from the epicenter with every ounce of explosive force he could muster. Even Endeavor, powerful as he was, couldn't remain in the center. The tidal wave of heat and pressure was enough to humble even the number one hero. Gritting his teeth, he launched himself away from the epicenter with a blast of fire from his boots, narrowly dodging the molten ground and collapsing structures that followed in the explosion's wake. The force of the blast had turned the street into a river of lava, dust and debris swirling through the air like an apocalyptic snowstorm. But in the heart of the maelstrom stood Tony Stark. He didn't run. He didn't dodge. He let the inferno swallow him whole. His suit glowed white-hot, absorbing the heat like a solar battery pushed to its limits. Vibranium proto-adamantium alloy shimmered like a dying star, and the core of his chest reactor spun with frenetic energy, stabilizing the temperature within. Within the burning chaos, Tony stood defiant, a man who had built a furnace to survive the fire. Chapter 216, Mark 48, The Iron Marvel. Third person's POV. Recovery girl sat alone in a dimly lit observation room, her wrinkled hands folded tightly on the desk before her as she monitored the various testing sites where students were undergoing their practical exams. The room was silent, save for the gentle hum of the monitors and the occasional flicker of light on the screens. Her sharp eyes moved from one feed to the next, most showing typical displays of courage, teamwork, or struggle. That was, until one monitor grabbed her full attention, so much so that she leaned forward in her seat, eyes wide, mouth slightly agape. Her focus was locked on the site where Tony Stark and Katsuki Bakugo were being evaluated. What she had just witnessed could only be described as cataclysmic. The earth had trembled beneath her feet moments ago, a tremor powerful enough to rattle the entire facility. Everyone in the vicinity had felt it, students, instructors, and even the pro-heroes testing other students. The monitor now displayed nothing but chaos, a roiling wall of dust and debris clouded the scene, as if a sandstorm had been unleashed inside the artificial cityscape. The explosion that caused it had produced a towering mushroom cloud of dust and flame, something more reminiscent of a battlefield than a student examination. It was eerily similar to the aftermath of a nuclear detonation. Peering into the screen, Recovery Girl squinted through the gray haze. Her breath caught when she noticed something glowing amidst the destruction. It started as a reddish hue emanating from the ground, an intense, blistering heat signature that distorted the air around it with visible heat waves. The temperature had to be unbearable. The ground shimmered like molten lava, the sheer energy lingering in the aftermath enough to warp metal and melt stone. Then she saw it, a glint of silver breaking through the veil of smoke and ash. It shimmered for just a moment, but the shape grew clearer as the dust began to settle. Recovery Girl leaned closer, narrowing her eyes lined with age. It was Tony. He stood defiantly at the heart of the scorched zone. His silver armor gleamed despite the dirt and soot, reflecting the hellish glow of the molten ground beneath him. His stance was confident, no, arrogant. Arms spread slightly to his sides, feet placed together in a poised yet relaxed position, his head tilted back just enough to give off a dramatic silhouette. The plating on the front of his helmet had slid back, revealing his face. His expression was almost infuriating, smug and self-assured, his lips curled into a cocky grin. The red glow of his artificial eyes pierced through the settling dust, and even his teeth seemed to sparkle in the strange light. Recovery Girl blinked, her face twitching in disbelief. He certainly has the showmanship of a hero down to a T, she muttered under her breath, shaking her head with a mix of concern and exasperation. I love this suit, Tony said aloud, his voice brimming with pride. His grin grew wider. This is my best suit yet. Boss, if I may ask, why are you acting like this? Friday's voice echoed through his internal comms. You're behaving very uncharacteristic. Tony chuckled. 2 reasons, really. First, I never had a chance to properly test the suit's full capabilities. And with the number 2 hero, Endeavor himself, standing in front of me. Well, I couldn't resist the opportunity. It's the perfect battlefield, the perfect opponent. He glanced down at his armor with a sense of reverence. This suit is an amalgamation of everything I've learned and everything I have obtained and created, my experience from both my world and that other universe. The Mark 48, what Tony proudly called the Iron Marvel suit, was unlike anything he had ever created. It was designed from the ground up using the wealth of knowledge he had amassed his stay in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Every breakthrough, every innovation, every resource he could gather had been poured into its creation. At its core, the suit was powered by 2 revolutionary foundations, Extremis and Tony's research into the Mind Stone. Thanks to Extremis, which Tony had enhanced with own knowledge on his own version of the SSS, Tony had achieved a permanent biological fusion with the suit. It was no longer just armor, it was part of his body. His enhanced physiology, already modified through his own version of the super soldier serum, had been elevated to staggering levels. Extremis allowed his body to regenerate, adapt, and even absorb damage in ways that bordered on immortality. Unlike his previous models, such as the symbiote-based Mark 43, the Mark 48 had no need to feed on energy to maintain itself. There was no need to speak commands or even think them consciously, the armor moved with him as naturally as his own limbs. But Tony hadn't stopped there. He had also integrated elements derived from the Mind Stone into the suit. Using that research, he created a pure psychic link with the Mark 48, one that not only enhanced his control over it, but allowed him to manipulate the very energies it generated. Through this connection, Tony could shape the suit's energy output into nearly any form: gravitational fields, laser beams, solar blasts, kinetic shockwaves, thermal eruptions, radiation pulses, electromagnetism, photon manipulation, pure unfiltered energy and more. And that led to the second reason behind the suit's name, Iron Marvel. Tony named it in tribute to one of the most powerful and well-known energy manipulators in the MCU, Captain Marvel. As for the matter of URU, the enchanted metal used in forging Thor's legendary hammer, Tony had decided to leave it entirely in the hands of Melissa. After all, she had developed a growing fascination, some might even call it an obsession, with the idea of wielding the power of Thor. Ever since the moment she briefly held Mjolnir and experienced its divine energy. Back on the battlefield, Tony was still immersed in conversation with Friday, his AI companion. As for my second reason, Tony began casually, his voice laced with both sarcasm and mild irritation, I don't really like Endeavor all that much. Never did, actually. So I figured I'd see just how far I could push his buttons before he completely snapped. A few dozen meters away, Endeavor stood, his imposing figure slightly hunched as he took deep, labored breaths. The recent clash had drained him more than he expected. Sweat dripped from his forehead, soaking into the collar of his flame-resistant hero costume. His chest rose and fell like a furnace working overtime. He looked down at the cracked, scorched earth ahead of him with a contemplative expression, frustrated, humbled, and uncertain. But his moment of reflection was cut short. A growing shadow crept over him, growing larger with each passing second. Sensing the threat, Endeavor snapped his head upward just in time to see a bloodied, airborne Bakugo plummeting toward him like a missile. The boy's body was battered and bruised, his face smeared with blood, but his will remained unbroken. His hand clutched the pin on his grenade-shaped gauntlet with fierce determination. "Don't think I'm gonna let you forget I exist." Bakugo bellowed midair, his voice raw with fury and pain. With a defiant pull of the pin, his gauntlets roared to life, releasing a blinding storm of violent explosions. Blasts erupted in rapid succession, lighting up the sky like a hellish firework display. The force of the explosions hurled Endeavor backward, his body smashing into the ground with a thunderous crash that echoed across the testing field. But Endeavor was far from finished. Amid the blasts and smoke, his flaming hand shot upward. With incredible precision, he seized Bakugo's gauntlet mid-flight, crushing the reinforced equipment in his grasp. His fingers wrapped around Bakugo's exposed wrist like a vice, and with a brutal twist of his body, he slammed the explosive-wielding student down into the concrete with bone-jarring force. Bakugo's body rebounded violently, blood spraying from his mouth as his eyes rolled back. He gasped for air, his chest convulsing, while Endeavor stood above him, smoke curling from his scorched skin. The pro-hero bore the marks of battle, first and second-degree burns laced his arms and torso, but he remained upright, rage still burning in his eyes. Endeavor turned his gaze toward Tony. Clink. A metallic sound interrupted him. His eyes shifted downward instinctively, and widened in disbelief. Bakugo, bloodied and bruised beyond recognition, had somehow clung to his ankle. A metal cuff, which was handed to them at the start of the exam, was wrapped tightly around Endeavor's ankles. His free hand trembled as he slowly raised his middle finger and aimed it toward Endeavor. "That's what you get," Bakugo growled through clenched teeth, "for getting cocky and ignoring me, you shitty number 2. Tony, watching from afar, blinked slowly in pure disbelief. Even with all his knowledge and battle experience, he hadn't seen that coming. "Friday." Tony muttered, his expression caught between awe and confusion. "I'm blaming you for this. You distracted me with your questions." There was a pause. "I'll submit my letter of resignation immediately." "Deepest apologies, boss," Friday replied dryly. Chapter 217, Practical Exam, 4. Third Person's POV. A bit earlier. At the very start of the exam, Momo Yaoyorozu and Shoto Todoroki huddled together, discussing their strategy before the announcement signaled the beginning of their battle against their pro-hero teacher, Shoto Aizawa, also known as Eraserhead. "Can you fight from a distance?" Momo asked calmly, her voice steady and composed as a massive sniper rifle materialized in her arms almost instantly. Todoroki blinked, mildly surprised at how quickly she had summoned the weapon. "Huh? Oh. Kind of," he replied. "But I'm definitely more effective at close to medium range. Long distance isn't exactly my strength." Without replying, Momo activated her wristwatch, causing a transparent blue holographic interface to project in front of her. She swiftly began scrolling through detailed schematics, blueprints, and molecular diagrams, most of which she had developed alongside Tony and Melissa. Her fingers danced across the projection, scanning through a collection of gadgets, weapons, and support items they had helped her design. "Our best bet is to disorient Sensei and keep him on the move," she said confidently. "He may be a master in hand-to-hand combat, but even he has limits. If we can exhaust him while keeping our distance, we'll have a better shot at winning." As she spoke, she began creating a few devices on the spot, gadgets specifically designed to aid Todoroki in close quarters, all forged with pinpoint precision from the materials within her body. "I can act as bait," Todoroki offered, stretching his limbs and cracking his knuckles. "If you've already got a game plan, I can draw his attention and give you the opening you need." Before Momo could answer, the loud announcement signaling the beginning of the test echoed through the various testing sites. Without hesitation, Momo stepped onto a sleek, silver hoverboard she'd just created, which lifted her gracefully into the air. She soared toward a nearby rooftop to gain a tactical vantage point. Meanwhile, Todoroki launched forward, sliding effortlessly along the ice he generated beneath his feet. His speed increased rapidly, momentum building as he cut through the test zone with remarkable control. High above, perched on the top of a tall light post, Aizawa sat crouched like a predator stalking its prey. His sharp eyes observed Todoroki's advance with suspicion. Despite not seeing Momo anywhere, the veteran hero instantly narrowed his gaze. "It's a trap," he muttered to himself, already anticipating their coordinated strategy. Even though he knew it was coming, Aizawa wasn't the type to let his opponents execute their plan without a fight. His eyes flared red as he activated his quirk, nullifying Todoroki's abilities. In an instant, Todoroki lost control of his ice and was forced to halt, his boots scraping across the pavement as he transitioned into a sprint. Aizawa shot his scarf toward a telephone pole and swung downward with surgical precision, using the momentum to deliver a flying kick aimed directly at Todoroki. But the student was prepared. He ducked, rolled, and twisted mid-movement to face his teacher, sliding to a halt before lunging forward with his fist. The two clashed in a blur of motion. Todoroki threw a series of powerful punches, but Aizawa expertly blocked or redirected each one. Finally, the teacher caught Todoroki's wrist and twisted it, halting his momentum. However, Todoroki had one last trick. He opened his gloved hand to reveal a circular device embedded in his palm. Before Aizawa could react, a sudden burst of blinding light erupted from it. But Aizawa, quick as ever, had already anticipated the trick. He twisted Todoroki's wrist just in time, redirecting the flash toward his student's face. "Ack!" Todoroki cried, staggering back as the intense light blinded him instead. Suddenly, a red flare sliced through the air from above. A powerful concussive blast flashed towards Aizawa, however he was always constantly vigilant, anticipating the sneak attack from Momo. The blast slammed into the ground near Aizawa, who leaned back and dodged, shattering the asphalt and launching debris in all directions. The veteran hero narrowed his eyes. Momo had finally made her move. Without wasting a second, he launched Todoroki away with a well-placed kick, using the boy's body like a springboard to catapult himself into a series of flips. Behind him, a storm of red energy blasts pursued him relentlessly, tearing through the environment like a barrage of missiles. He twisted through the air, using his scarf to latch onto a nearby rooftop. With a sharp tug, he vaulted himself up just in time to evade the onslaught. As he landed on the roof, he finally saw her. Momo hovered above, circling him like a hawk. The heavy sniper rested in her hands, firing shot after shot as she moved in calculated arcs. She was graceful, her hoverboard gliding effortlessly as her sharp eyes tracked him through a visor connected to her drones. Those same drones now encircled Aizawa, each one firing focused bursts of concussive energy, locking him in from every angle. He flipped and spun through the chaos, agile and focused. Grabbing one of the drones with his scarf, he spun it around to use it as a makeshift shield, letting it absorb several incoming blasts before shattering. Then, seizing another drone, he swung it toward Momo in an attempt to knock her out of the air. She barely dodged, leaning her body sideways as the drone sailed past. Just as the two of them braced for the next exchange, the ground rumbled beneath them. A powerful tremor shook the battlefield, catching everyone off guard. All eyes turned toward the horizon for a split second, wondering what caused the earthquake, before they refocused and re-engaged, the fight escalating once more. His eyes, however, remained locked on Todoroki, carefully observing his condition as the boy began to recover from the blinding flash earlier. Without hesitation, Aizawa leapt off the rooftop, cloak billowing behind him as he descended toward the recovering student. From above, Momo pursued him in a downward arc, her hoverboard humming beneath her. "This is actually pretty fun," she muttered under her breath with a smirk, already lining up her next shot. But Aizawa moved quickly. With precise agility, he propelled himself toward Todoroki and seized him in a swift motion, positioning him directly between himself and Momo's line of fire. The move caused Momo to hesitate, her finger twitching on the trigger but holding still. "Whoa, Aizawa-sensei. Using your own student as a human shield. That's a new low," Momo teased from above, trying to hide her concern behind a joking tone. Aizawa scoffed in return. "Treat me like a villain during this exam. Real villains won't hesitate to exploit the innocent to achieve their goals. You should be prepared for that." Pank. Before he could say more, a sudden concussive force smashed against the side of Aizawa's head. The blow destroyed his goggles in an instant, sending fragments scattering to the ground. One of Momo's cloaked drones had silently positioned itself behind him, decloaked mid-flight, and released a blinding flare that momentarily rendered Aizawa completely blind. The instant Aizawa's erasure quirk dropped, Todoroki felt his power return. A soft crackle of frost sparked at his fingertips before, with a forceful breath, he summoned a massive surge of ice. A towering pillar erupted around him, completely encasing Aizawa in a frozen prison of jagged crystal. Hovering closer, Momo descended beside Todoroki. Her hoverboard dissolved back into her body in a shimmer of energy. Without a word, she approached the frozen form of their teacher and snapped a pair of reinforced handcuffs onto his exposed wrists, visible through a crack in the ice. "Nice job," Momo said with a proud grin, turning to Todoroki and extending her fist toward him. Todoroki looked at her for a quiet moment, his expression unreadable, then smiled softly and bumped her fist with his own. "Thanks. You too." With the exam concluded, Todoroki began to carefully melt the ice around Aizawa, allowing their instructor to breathe more freely as Momo summoned her drones and gear back into her body, storing them away. Aizawa, still squinting from the pain and the lingering effects of the flash, gave a low chuckle. "Good teamwork, you two," he said, grimacing as he was gradually released. "You made me monologue on purpose, didn't you?" "Yep," Momo replied with a satisfied smirk. "I know you too well. You can't help yourself, you always slip in a lesson when the moment presents itself. I just needed you talking long enough for my drone to sneak behind you and get the shot. Aizawa gave a faint, approving nod, though his eyes remained closed. Effective tactic, he admitted. You both pass. Chapter 218, Practical Exam, 5. Third Person's POV. A while earlier. Melissa and Midoriya stood side by side in the center of the massive testing site, a mock cityscape filled with towering buildings and open streets built specifically for UA's intense practical exams. The air buzzed with tension, and both of them could feel the weight of what was about to begin. Melissa turned her head toward Midoriya with a competitive gleam in her eyes. Don't fall too far behind when we're battling Uncle Might, she warned with a sly grin, confidently stepping ahead of him. I'm going all out. She raised her arms high into the air, her fingers spread apart like she was calling upon the heavens themselves. In response, liquid metal surged forth from her palms, flowing like mercury before coalescing in midair. It quickly took the form of a massive hammer. The head of the weapon was thick and reinforced, with a glowing reactor core embedded at its center, spinning rapidly between the twin ends of the mallet. Sparks of electricity arced from the core, crackling violently in every direction. Without hesitation, Melissa began to spin the hammer at her side, and the electricity intensified, flares of light dancing wildly with each revolution. As the hammer whirled faster, something incredible happened. Arcs of lightning began tracing themselves along her body, encasing her in glowing metal plates that shimmered like the scales of a mythical beast. The armor formed rapidly, piece by piece, wrapping her in a suit that was both futuristic and deeply reminiscent of Asgardian design. Her body seemed to hum with power as her warrior's helm appeared over her head, the eye sockets flaring with light. A vibrant red cape burst forth from her back, flowing dramatically behind her. Where traditional Asgardian armor might have used golden fastenings, hers had reactor nodes, humming, glowing discs of raw power. Beside her, the spinning hammer had become a wheel of pure electricity, launching bolts of lightning outward in chaotic bursts that scorched the ground. Midoriya blinked, his jaw slightly agape. Can I ask, what mark is that suit? He finally managed, stunned by the transformation. But before Melissa could answer, a booming voice rang out from the intercom overhead. All units in position. This is it, let the final exam for UA High's first-year students begin. Melissa smirked, her smile practically glowing with energy. You want to know what mark it is? She shouted over the roaring lightning that now surrounded her. She crouched low, eyes gleaming with anticipation. With a thunderous explosion, Melissa launched herself into the sky, riding a vortex of snapping electricity. At the same time, All Might made his appearance, walking into view like a titan from myth, his steps shaking the ground beneath them. The moment he saw them, he crouched, and in a blur of motion, he shot into the air toward Melissa, his fist cocked back and blazing with kinetic energy. Mark 47, the Thunder Maiden. Melissa let out a fierce cry and swung her hammer down to meet him. The clash was cataclysmic. Lightning and shockwaves exploded outward, and the entire test site trembled. Buildings cracked and collapsed, debris flying like shrapnel from a bomb. Deku shielded his face and braced himself, the sheer force threatening to throw him off balance. Acting quickly, Midoriya activated his quirk. Green lightning flared around him, and black whip tendrils shot from his arms, wrapping tightly around All Might's leg. He pulled with all his strength. But All Might, unbothered, caught Melissa's hammer midair with his bare hand, his grip unflinching despite the coursing electricity. With a roar, he flung her across the sky like a thunderbolt. At the same time, he kicked out with immense force, yanking Deku off his feet and hurling him through a nearby structure. The building groaned and buckled from the impact, bricks and dust scattering across the field. Melissa twisted in midair, righting herself with precision. Her cape snapped like a banner in the storm as she hovered for a second, then locked eyes with All Might below. Suddenly, an explosion of energy erupted from the rubble where Midoriya had landed. Chunks of concrete rained down as he stepped forward, completely unfazed, glowing with power. The two students exchanged a look. No words were needed. They burst forward at breakneck speed, their bodies becoming streaks of green and blue lightning as they charged All Might in tandem. All Might grinned. Raising a leg and an arm, he prepared to meet them head-on. Midoriya struck first, landing a devastating kick against All Might's leg with a thunderous bang. Melissa followed an instant later, hammer crashing down onto his raised arm, however All Might used the metallic weight limiters attached to his limbs to block the attack. Nevertheless, the resulting explosion of force rocked the entire testing area, energy bursting in every direction, leaving behind shockwaves and swirling air currents. But All Might was still not finished. He grabbed Melissa midair and spun, slamming her directly onto Midoriya. With terrifying strength, he raised his limp leg high and brought it down on both of them, creating a crater in the concrete that shook the earth. Midoriya gasped, the air punched from his lungs. Melissa didn't react as she was unaffected, her armor sparking. However, All Might immediately retaliated. With an iron grip, he seized Melissa by the head and charged forward at breakneck speed, slamming her headfirst through one building after another. The reinforced structures cracked and buckled under the force of each impact, dust and debris cascading around them like storm clouds. But Melissa wasn't out of the fight yet. With a surge of energy, she swung her legs backward, flipping over All Might in a smooth arc. The force behind her movement was enough to threaten breaking his hand, forcing him to release her. Twisting in midair, she extended her hammer toward his neck and activated the unworthy enchantment. This caused the hammer to grow impossibly heavy. Gravity itself thickened around the weapon, powered by the Stark reactor humming in its core. At the same time, Melissa delivered a vicious kick to the back of All Might's knees. The impact sent him slamming down into the ground, a shockwave echoing from the point of collision. Before he could recover, twin tendrils of black energy, Deku's black whip, snaked out and latched onto the space of the side of All Might. From above, Midoriya dropped like a green meteor, smashing down onto his mentor with blinding speed and crushing force. The ground gave way beneath them. Cement ruptured. Craters formed. Debris flew in every direction from their combined assault. But All Might wasn't down yet. With a thunderous roar and a sudden bulge of his muscle fibers, All Might surged to life. He reached out and ripped Melissa's hammer from her grasp as if it were a toy. In one motion, he launched himself to his feet, the sheer force knocking Deku backward. Without pause, he slammed the hammer into Melissa's torso. Melissa was launched backward like a cannonball, spinning through the air as parts of her armor cracked and peeled away from the impact. The hammer melted in All Might's hand, evaporating in streaks of lightning and steam. All Might spun with practiced grace, avoiding a retaliatory kick from Midoriya with a chuckle and a pirouette. "Don't think I forgot about you, young Midoriya," he shouted. Suddenly, a sharp pain exploded in the back of Midoriya's head, his instinct screamed of lethal danger. Without thinking, he activated the calf thrusters on his boots, launching himself backward at blinding speed. He became a green blur, disappearing just as a bolt of lightning. All Might narrowed his eyes in confusion, until he heard the sky itself begin to wail. High above, Melissa hovered, lightning encircling her like a divine aura. Her hair whipped in the wind, her eyes glowing with untamed power. She twirled the spinning wheel of electricity that had formed from her hammer, raising it toward the heavens. "I have the power," she roared. A massive beam of lightning shot down from the sky, converging into her weapon. With a defiant cry, she hurled it toward All Might, unleashing a column of energy that tore across the testing field like a divine judgment. The air screamed as it was incinerated. The ground cracked and collapsed. Entire chunks of rubble dissolved under the sheer might of the beam. All Might's silhouette vanished within the blinding pillar of power. "I want to see how you recover from this, Uncle Might," Melissa cried. "Don't give up too soon." But in her focus, she failed to notice the growing tremor behind her, the rising force emanating from Tony's direction. When Melissa finally relented, the beam ceased. The battlefield was scorched black, the ground smoking and broken. And in the very center of it stood All Might, upright. Charred. Smoldering. But unbowed. Smoke curled from his frame, his costume singed, but the symbol of peace still wore that signature wide grin. Pride gleamed in his eyes as he looked up at Melissa. Then, he turned and coughed harshly into his hand, only to see a red stain of blood. Far away, Deku was preparing his final move. He had anchored Black Whip to a light pole on one side and a telephone pole on the other. Taking slow steps backward, he clenched the cuffs between his teeth as green lightning surged over his body. Every muscle coiled with energy. With a mighty leap, he flung himself forward, slingshotting at incredible velocity, a blur that tore through the air. Deku flipped midair, twisted, and slammed his foot across All Might's face in a blinding spin. At the same moment, he slammed the cuffs into All Might's wrists, clinking them together with a satisfying click. He used Black Whip to break his momentum, swinging down and sliding into a stop. The whips coiled around him protectively as dust settled. All Might, now sporting a bleeding lip, looked at the cuffs around his hands in amused surprise. Melissa hovered nearby, her eyes still wide with residual power. Then both of them turned toward Deku, who stood hunched with his hair veiling his face. He let out a slow breath. Then raised his head, a smile stretching across his face as his glowing green eyes blazed with resolve. Another step closer, he whispered. Chapter 219, Mark 47, The Thunder Maiden. Third person's POV. No. 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 Melissa shouted as she descended from the sky, hovering for a moment before her boots finally touched the cracked ground. Her eyes flared with indignation as she pointed a sharp finger at Midoriya. "Why did you have to go and capture him?" "Huh." Deku blinked in confusion, scratching his head as he slowly got to his feet, dirt clinging to his sleeves. He tilted his head, clearly baffled. "To pass the exam." Melissa threw her hands up dramatically. "Who cares about the exam? I wanted to test my hammer against Uncle Might, she growled, stomping one foot like an angry child. All I did was release a simple attack. Both Midoriya and All Might glanced around. The ground beneath them was shredded and uneven, massive craters, scorched earth, and crackling residual energy filled the air with a metallic tang. Smoke curled from fractured stone, while faint sparks flickered in the air. All Might's suit was torn at the edges, his arms littered with superficial burns and bruises. They both looked at each other in stunned silence, then turned back to Melissa and echoed in disbelief, simple attack. Melissa pouted and crossed her arms with an exaggerated huff. Yeah. I was supposed to summon thunderstorms, blizzards, hurricanes, real natural disasters. That was just a warm-up shot. All I did was fire a teeny little lightning bolt. All Might stared at her, one eye twitching slightly. Young Melissa, do you, by chance, harbor a grudge against me? She gasped in exaggerated offense. Don't be silly, uncle. I just thought it would be fun to see how the new suit holds up against you. She waved off his concern like it was an annoying fly, clearly unbothered by the destruction behind her. With a sigh, Melissa turned around and slowly trudged toward the exam entrance, her posture slouched in disappointment. Her hammer spun lazily on her index finger, whirling like a pendulum of regret. All Might and Midoriya exchanged looks, their expressions unreadable. Finally, All Might placed a firm hand on Midoriya's shoulder, nodding proudly. Good work, young Midoriya. You continue to grow at an extraordinary pace. Midoriya blushed slightly, rubbing the back of his neck with a sheepish grin. However, the smile faltered as his eyes drifted to his open palm. His voice dropped to a whisper. All Might, something happened. During the exam, when Melissa fired that attack. All Might's brow furrowed. Does this have anything to do with why you suddenly dashed off in the middle of the fight? Midoriya nodded. Meet me in my office after the exam, All Might said, voice quiet but serious. We'll talk then. Later. Tony. Melissa cried, sprinting across the room with her arms stretched out like a child. Her eyes shimmered with exaggerated tears. She tackled Tony into a hug, burying her face into his chest and sobbing theatrically. They didn't let me use my hammer. Tony sighed but smiled fondly as he ran a hand through her hair to calm her down. There, he muttered with a wry chuckle. Around them, the other students, fresh from their own exams, exchanged curious glances. They were in the observation room, where Recovery Girl was seated near a bank of monitors. She had just finished checking over their conditions and patching up minor wounds. Hey, can I ask something? Midoriya spoke up from one of the chairs, where he sat slouched, clearly drained from the day's events. He raised his hand lazily. What exactly does the Mark 47 do? Tony straightened slightly and replied, in simple terms, it's a weather control suit. Melissa built it using quantum field theory principles and incorporated them into my Mark Tech framework. He gestured loosely as he explained, slipping into scientist mode. Basically, in quantum physics, every fundamental force, electromagnetism, gravity, the strong and weak nuclear forces, is mediated by quantum fields. The universe, at its most microscopic level, isn't made of just particles flying around. It's constructed of fields, invisible but everywhere. Melissa's suit contains a quantum transducer core, think of it like a mini reactor that bends those fields to her will. It manipulates the local quantum environment to influence weather patterns. When she fires lightning, she's not just summoning it from thin air, she's destabilizing and directing charged particles within the atmosphere, guiding them with almost zero energy loss. Bakugo, Todoroki, Midoriya, and even Recovery Girl tilted their heads to the side like confused puppies, all blinking in eerie, synchronized unison. Tony let out what could only be described as the deepest, most soul-weary sigh in human history, pinching the bridge of his nose. Okay, got it. Caveman mode it is. He straightened up with a theatrical flourish, clasping his hands in front of him like a stage performer ready to reveal fire to a tribe of rock worshippers. All right, listen up. We've got this big thing called Earth. Round. Spinning. We live on it. So far so good. A few slow nods followed. Bakugo narrowed his eyes suspiciously, arms folded tightly. Now, this big spinning dirt ball is wrapped in an invisible security blanket. Kinda like a force field made of magnetism. It's the planet's way of flipping the bird to solar radiation. Keeps us all from frying like bacon. Midoriya raised a hand, eyes bright with curiosity. Tony swatted the hand down gently. No questions until the fire is made, Deku. He continued, his tone now resembling a teacher dealing with sleep-deprived kindergartners. So, my genius girlfriend, yes, genius, he added, ruffling Melissa's hair while she sulked into his shoulder, cheeks puffed adorably, used that fancy science brain to create a suit that talks to the planet's electromagnetic field. Talks. Todoroki echoed, trying to follow. Not with words, frostbite. With particles. Quantum particles. Teeny tiny wibbly-wobbly microscopic whispers. Smaller than Bakugo's temper. Hey! No barkin', angry Pomeranian, Tony shot back, without missing a beat. Bakugo growled again, this time low and warning, but Tony powered through, unfazed. So, this suit doesn't punch nature. It doesn't scream at it. It whispers. It pokes the force fields. Ever so gently. Over and over. Until eventually, nature's like, okay, fine, here's a thunderstorm. Basically, Melissa's suit manipulates storms by gently bullying the laws of physics until they comply. He spread his arms wide in finality. Any questions, or should I draw pictures on a cave wall? Momo chuckled softly behind her hand. Despite Tony's frustrated tone, she could tell, as always, that he loved explaining things. For Tony, understanding something made it easier to love, and sharing that understanding was his way of helping others fall in love with science as well. Deku's hand shot into the air again like a rocket launch. Tony groaned. Yes, Deku. Midoriya leaned forward, eyes sparkling. So what exactly does the hammer do? Does it help the suit harness quantum energy more efficiently? Or maybe it's a directional conduit for the storm control? Tony blinked. Honestly, good question. He turned toward Melissa with a raised brow. You want to take this one? Melissa's face turned rosy as she glanced away, mumbling something into Tony's shoulder and shaking her head bashfully. Tony sighed and looked back at the group. The hammer doesn't do squat. It's basically a glorified paperweight with lightning decals. Total aesthetic choice. She's got a thing for hammers. Could have been a pistol, or a slingshot, or a glitter cannon, it wouldn't have mattered. There was a heavy silence. Seriously? Todoroki finally asked, deadpan. Dead serious, Tony said, stone-faced. Then Todoroki leaned forward slightly, studying them both with a subtle furrow in his brow. What I'm really curious about is this. Why are you two so strong? I mean, you're stronger than anyone I've seen, even pros. Tony shrugged with a casual smirk. I mean, look around. This world has people whose heads look like common household appliances. When the bar is that low, of course we're going to look like gods. He leaned forward, his grin turning wolfish, eyes glowing faintly as he dramatically whispered, so we should rule them as such. The room went still. Every muscle in Midoriya's body tensed. Momo's grew a wry smile. Bakugo's palms crackled faintly with heat. Todoroki's fingers curled instinctively. Tony's grin widened at their horrified expressions, and then he burst out laughing. Oh my god, your faces. He slapped his knee and doubled over, cackling. You guys are so easy. I had you going. I even saw Recovery Girl clutch her pearl necklace. They all stared at him, unamused and unblinking. Chapter 220, Practical Exam, 6. Third Person's POV. Tony soon settled into one of the seats, his curiosity piqued as he leaned forward, eager to see how the students would fare against their pro-hero opponents. The tactical nature of these battles fascinated him, every move, every reaction, was a reflection of their growth. Melissa casually walked up and took the seat to his left, her expression one of focused anticipation. On his right, Momo quietly sat down, her hands folded on her lap as her sharp eyes studied the monitors before them. The rest of the group sat nearby, all equally captivated by what was unfolding on the screen. They mainly focused their attention to Kirishima and Rikito Sato, who were working together in a surprising display of raw power and teamwork. Kirishima had fully activated his hardening quirk, his skin looked jagged and almost rock-like, his eyes seemingly made of stone. His entire body was turned into a living shield. Sato, his muscles bulging from the effects of his sugar rush, was carrying Kirishima like a human battering ram. That's one way to do it. Tony said with a faint chuckle. The cement walls shattered instantly due to Sato's strength and Kirishima's sturdiness. Seeing that the cement walls weren't doing anything, Cementos merely summoned a wave of liquid cement tempting to engulf them. Throw me. They all saw Kirishima mouthed, although it was clearly a yell. With a deafening roar, Sato sprinted forward with massive, ground-shaking strides, veins bulging as he poured his strength into the charge. His foot slammed down with such force that cracks spiderwebbed out from the impact zone, imprinting his step into the pavement. Then, with a powerful yell, he launched Kirishima forward like a missile. Kirishima curled his arms over his face and braced for impact as he was hurled through the air with terrifying momentum. Kirishima smashing through a rising wave of cement created by Cementos, who had been trying to entrap them with a quick attack. The fluid-like cement swallowed Sato behind him, but Kirishima powered through it, punching a hole clean through the wave. He tackled Cementos midair with a massive thud, the two of them tumbling across the training field. Cementos, caught off guard, hit the ground hard. The moment his senses returned, he heard the distinct click of metal, his wrist was cuffed. Tony nodded slowly, clearly impressed. That was honestly quite good. The timing, the execution, it was solid. I agree, Kirishima has definitely grown stronger, Melissa said with a faint smile. Glanced at another monitor before speaking, her tone cautious. I'm more worried about Denki and Mina. Principal Nizu seems to be enjoying himself a bit too much in that custom suit you made for him, Tony. The group followed her gaze, and their eyes widened. On the screen, Denki and Mina were fleeing with everything they had, explosions erupting around them as a barrage of miniature rockets soared after them. The camera panned to Nizu, who was flying above the battlefield, laughing maniacally. His large frame zipped through the air, arms outstretched like a conquering warlord reveling in chaos. The blasts rocked the environment, sending chunks of debris flying in all directions as smoke and fire blanketed the area behind the two students. Oh no. Melissa winced. Yeah, there's no way they're passing. They really got the short end of the stick on this one. Oh my god. They would have most likely passed if I hadn't made Nizu that suit. Tony thought to himself, inwardly cringing while slightly amused, I'm so sorry. What's Uraraka doing? Midoriya questioned. Everyone then turned towards where he was pointing and saw Uraraka, with her hand on her wrist, her other hands pointing forwards towards 13. She was sending a pink pulse after pink pulse of her quirk towards 13 thanks to her super suit Tony had created for her. Midoriya pointed to another screen. What about Uraraka? What's she doing over there? Everyone turned to watch. Uraraka was standing confidently with one hand on her wrist-mounted device, the other extended forward. Her fingertips glowed softly with energy, firing controlled pulses of her quirk in rapid succession. She's using her suit's modifications to counter 13's black hole quirk. Melissa explained excitedly. Tony designed it so she could fire her zero gravity in concentrated bursts. Normally, a black hole would bend light and pull everything into it, but she's neutralizing that gravitational pull by dispersing the gravitons around it with her quirk. It's genius. On the screen, 13 struggled to maintain control of the vacuum effect. Her attack seemed ineffective as the pink waves disrupted the gravitational pull. While she was distracted, Aoima appeared from the side, moving swiftly, and in one fluid motion, clamped a pair of cuffs on her wrist. She's learning to use her gear tactically, Tony said with a proud smile. It's good to see her taking initiative like that. Don't forget you promised to make me a suit too, Bakugo growled, narrowing his eyes at Tony with a sharp intensity. Yeah, don't worry, I remember. I always keep my promises, Tony said with an eye roll, leaning back casually. Suit. For what? Melissa asked, blinking as she turned toward them. The others leaned in, curiosity piqued, especially Deku, who looked utterly confused. What exactly did you promise him? Tony shrugged, his expression nonchalant. We made a bet. It was about who could take down Endeavor, Bakugo or me. I lost. What? Came the unified shout of disbelief from nearly everyone in the room, the sheer volume echoing off the walls just as Kirishima and Satu entered. Both boys stopped in their tracks, blinking at the unexpected chaos. Their expressions morphed into shock as they heard Todoroki speak up, his voice cool but sharp, are you saying Bakugo took down my father? Wait, what did we just walk into? Kirishima asked, looking between them in disbelief. It sounds important, Satu added as Recovery Girl began examining him. Why are you all acting surprised? Bakugo exploded, his voice rising with sheer frustration as he glared at the room like he was ready to detonate. Tony scoffed with a smirk. It really wasn't that impressive. Endeavor knocked Bakugo down first, but he was so mesmerized, and let's be honest, terrified, by my armor's spectacular design that he didn't realize Bakugo was still conscious. Bakugo just crawled up and cuffed the guy's legs. That was it. Not that impressive. I'll rearrange your face and you tell me if that's impressive or not, you arrogant asshole. Bakugo roared, lunging forward. Deku and Todoroki scrambled to restrain him, each grabbing an arm as he fought against them like a wild beast. Yikes, he sounds mad, came a playful voice from seemingly nowhere. Everyone jumped, startled, as a figure suddenly shimmered into view. Toru. Melissa gasped, watching as the invisible girl revealed herself with a peace sign and a mischievous grin. I didn't even detect you. Tony muttered with genuine wariness. Did I accidentally make you too overpowered? You did, Shuji replied as he stepped into the room behind her, his large frame almost blocking the entrance. I didn't even get a chance to lift a finger. Toru took out Snipe before he ever saw her coming. Hey, Toru said smugly, rubbing her invisible nose in pride. Ooh. Look at Kaminari go. Everyone turned toward the monitor, their curiosity spiking. Tony leaned forward slightly, an intrigued eyebrow raised as he watched the display. Mina was launching clouds of acid upward, intercepting incoming mini-rockets with precise timing. The explosions created clouds of smoke, shielding them from view. Meanwhile, Denki zipped through the building like a lightning bolt, surging with energy, wild sparks discharging all around him as he sprinted. Mina quickly altered her acid, making it extra sticky. She fired a concentrated spray that latched onto Nizu's airborne exosuit. With a fierce tug, she pulled downward. Nizu sliced the acid strand with a sharp swipe of his arm, but it was just enough to lower him into position. From the rooftop, Denki leapt with wild eyes and a maniacal grin. I don't really get what this means, but Tony told me to say it to boost my power. He took a deep breath. Pika pika. With that war cry, Denki unleashed a monstrous surge of electricity. Bolts arced and danced across Nizu's exosuit, lighting up the sky and short-circuiting the entire control panel. The suit's systems blared red warnings. Sparks erupted, steam hissed, and thick black smoke poured from the joints. Then the entire suit spiraled out of control and slammed into the ground with a metallic crash. Denki was launched from the wreckage but landed in a roll. Mina skated forward on a trail of acid, sliding to the downed suit and quickly cuffing Nizu's limbs before he could recover. The camera zoomed in on their grinning faces as they stood triumphantly over Nizu's smoking suit. Yay! We did it, they shouted in unison. They gave each other 2 high fives, linked arms, and spun in a victory dance around the unconscious Nizu. Everyone in the observation room sat frozen, mouths agape in stunned silence. Chapter 221, Practical Exam, End. Third person's POV. Just what the hell are those two even doing? Melissa exclaimed, facepalming as she pointed at the monitor. The screen displayed Mineta and Ciro awkwardly flailing about as they attempted to engage in combat with Midnight. Both boys were wrapped from nose to toe in Ciro's tape, resembling a bizarre fusion between stealthy ninjas and poorly constructed mummies. It was hard to tell whether they were trying to fight her or themselves. Tony glanced at the screen and then turned to Melissa. You know, it just hit me. Midnight is probably called midnight because that's when people are usually asleep, and her quirk puts people to sleep. I never actually considered that before. Melissa raised an eyebrow and slowly turned her head toward him. What else did you think it was supposed to mean? Don't act like that was an obvious thing to figure out. Tony said, slightly defensive. To be fair, Toru added, raising her hand, I honestly never thought about why she was named Midnight either. Same here, Kirishima chimed in, lifting his hand as well. A few other students nodded or raised their hands in agreement, proving that Tony wasn't entirely alone in his confusion. Melissa let out a sigh, rolling her eyes. Come on, Tony. You're supposed to be the smart one. How'd that fly over your head? I am science smart, Tony argued, placing a hand on his chest. This was more of a riddle, a poetic quirk pun. And it's because I'm smart, I finally came to the realization. It just took me a moment, that's all. Before he could finish, Uraraka and Aoyama walked into the room. They hadn't sustained any physical injuries in their match against 13, so they didn't require medical attention. What are you all talking about? Uraraka asked, tilting her head curiously. Tony just figured out why Midnight Sensei is called Midnight, Momo explained, sounding mildly amused. It's because people usually sleep at midnight, and her quirk puts people to sleep. Uraraka tapped her finger against her lips thoughtfully. Huh. I never thought about that either. I guess I just accepted her name without questioning it. Tony immediately pointed at Uraraka and shot Melissa a smug look that clearly said, see. I'm not the only one. Melissa gave him a deadpan stare and muttered under her breath, I swear, you're impossible sometimes. Then, deciding it wasn't worth arguing over, she turned her attention back to the screens displaying the other students' battles. One match in particular caught her eye. Wow, it looks like Ajui's really kicking it up a notch. On the monitor, Ajui was using her powerful legs to launch herself around the battlefield, bouncing off ectoplasm's clones with effortless precision. She ricocheted through the air like a hyperactive game of plinko, creating openings for Tokoyami, who followed closely behind before they worked together to overpower ectoplasm. Tony watched for a moment and then said out of nowhere, she should totally intern with Mirko. Honestly, I think it'd be a perfect fit for her. Agreed, Midoriya said immediately, his eyes lighting up as he placed a thoughtful hand beneath his chin. Their fighting styles are actually really similar if you think about it. Both rely heavily on leg strength and explosive mobility. Sure, Ajui has the aquatic element, but she could really benefit from learning close combat techniques from a high-mobility pro like Mirko. And I'm zoning him out, Tony announced, pulling out his phone and swiping through the screen as the familiar Angry Birds theme began to play loudly. Everyone turned to look at him, some with confusion, others with mild amusement. But no one said anything, at this point, they were used to his antics. Aren't you even a little curious how the rest of the class is doing? Momo asked cautiously, though her tone suggested she already knew what the answer would be. Without even glancing up from his phone, Tony replied, not really. I already know all of them are going to pass. The only ones I was a little worried about were Denki and Mina since they were up against Nizu, but they pulled through in the end, so I'm not too concerned anymore. He continued tapping away on his screen while the others resumed watching the remainder of the training exercises, each silently wondering what kind of ridiculous commentary Tony might throw out next. Just like Tony predicted, the rest of the students managed to defeat their pro-hero opponents without too much delay or worry, all within the allotted 10-minute time frame. Zero kept Midnight thoroughly distracted, skillfully maneuvering and using his tape to keep her off balance, while Mineta, true to form, ran out of the arena, crying tears of betrayal and injustice. Why does he get to enjoy being punished? I could have handled it, maybe, he wailed, dramatically clutching his chest as if it were a heartbreak of epic proportions. Next up were Jiro and Kota versus Present Mike. As Tony had expected, they managed to overcome him with the same but brilliant strategy, bugs. While Kota summoned a relentless swarm of insects, Jiro stood her ground, plugging her jacks into the ground to send shockwaves through the terrain. What surprised everyone was how much more resilient Jiro had become, managing to contend with Present Mike's powerful voice more effectively than expected. Her training clearly paid off. Tony, still watching intently, suddenly perked up and said, "You know what I just realized?" Melissa groaned, slapping her forehead. "Oh my God, not again." Her exasperation earned a round of laughter from the others who had been present earlier. Tony grinned. Present Mike is probably called Present Mike because he's so loud it's like he always has a mic present in front him. Oh, the room chorused in sudden understanding. I always thought that present meant like gift or something, Mina admitted, her eyes wide as the new meaning clicked in her brain. Melissa let out a small sigh and shrugged. All right, I'll give you that one. I didn't even think of it that way. That one actually got me. Do another. Do another. Toru clapped excitedly, bouncing in place. Soon, students were shouting out hero names like it was some kind of party game. Do Eraserhead next. Denki shouted, practically waving his hand in the air like he was trying to get picked in class. Tony chuckled, playing along. Eraserhead is pretty straightforward. He erases people's quirks, and the power comes from his eyes. Now, where are his eyes located? His head, the majority of the class yelled out, voices full of glee as the pun hit them. Before anyone could shout another name, Recovery Girl's voice boomed through the intercom. Ojiro and Ida's team has passed the test just in time. With that, all students have officially completed their practical exams. The 10-minute timer is up, your exams are over. Finally, the students cheered in unison, some collapsing in relief, others throwing their fists in the air. Never before had Recovery Girl's voice sounded so beautiful to their ears. Just as the cheering died down, Kirishima stood up and raised his hand dramatically. Wait. Everyone stop, I just realized something. The group turned toward him in curiosity, but Tony spoke up before he could say another word. Let me guess, Tony said, lowering his phone and looking up. You just figured out that All Might is called All Might because all of his powers are physical. His strength, speed, durability, it's all just raw might. So technically, he's not just almighty in the traditional sense, he's literally just all might. Silence. A long, heavy, awkward silence. So silent, in fact, that one could hear the sound effects of Tony's Angry Birds game in the background, the squeals of pigs and the thwack of birds slamming into wooden towers. Kirishima blinked. I was just going to say that we all actually managed to pass the exam. Like, no one failed. Isn't that kind of amazing? Oh, that. Tony said casually, returning to his phone. Yeah, of course you did. I mean, with me as your class president, it's basically my job to make sure everyone succeeds. If any of you had failed and made me look bad, I swear I would have hunted you down and beaten you senseless for being so stupid. Chapter 222, Midterm Party. Third person's POV. As the others went off to change out of their superhero costumes, Tony and Melissa remained the only ones who didn't need to. Their suits having been designed and optimized by Tony himself seamlessly adapted to both combat and casual situations. So, Tony began playfully, draping an arm casually over Melissa's shoulders. What do you think? Should we throw a high school party to celebrate surviving the midterms? His tone was teasing, not entirely serious. It was more of a joke than a genuine suggestion, at least, that was until he saw the way Melissa's eyes lit up at the idea. A party, she asked, voice filled with sudden excitement. Like the ones we see in those really ancient movies you always show me. I wasn't being sorry, Tony started to say, but stopped mid-sentence. The way Melissa's eyes sparkled with wonder completely disarmed him. I never even considered going to a party like that, she said, her voice soft and thoughtful. The only kind of parties I thought we'd ever attend were those uptight, fancy business ones. Like the one where we met, remember? She glanced up at him, a little shy and uncharacteristically bashful. Can we? She asked quietly, her voice almost hopeful. Tony opened his mouth to respond, hesitated, and then let out a light sigh. He leaned over and pressed a kiss to the top of her head with a faint smile. Sure thing. Knock yourself out. Let's throw a high school party. Yay. Melissa cheered, beaming with joy. She kissed his cheek and spun around excitedly. I'll go inform the others. As she ran off, Tony shook his head with an amused sigh. I guess it's not too bad, he muttered to himself, especially since it's only a half day today after the exam. Later, Tony found himself standing just outside the school, leaning against his sleek motorbike. One hand was held slightly outward, palm up. Liquid silver surged from his fingertips, forming into a small arc reactor that glowed with pure white energy. Photon particles buzzed in the air as he activated his interface. A holographic image of UA materialized before him, expanding and shifting rapidly into a complex display of layered data. Tony's enhanced mind processed the ever-evolving structures effortlessly, manipulating the school's internal security systems and transforming it into a digital fortress. The hologram twisted into incomprehensible shapes and formulas, incomprehensible to most, but not to him. His expression was focused, his thoughts a whirlwind of calculations and encrypted codes. I should be able to finish the job Nizu assigned me before we leave for summer training, he thought. Tony. He blinked, pulled slightly out of his focus. Looking up, he saw Momo Yayorozu approaching him, her expression curious but wary. Melissa seemed really excited, talking about a party happening later today, she said carefully. Is that true? Tony gave a half smile and shut down the hologram, withdrawing the reactive energy and letting the silver vanish beneath his skin. Yeah. Think of it as my reward to everyone for not making me look bad. And to remind them all that the reason they passed midterms is because I was class president. Momo chuckled softly and glanced around, then leaned in to give him a quick peck on the cheek. Well, Melissa does seem genuinely excited about it. Tony smirked, pulled her in closer without hesitation, and kissed her, firmly, confidently. Momo gasped lightly, hands rising to press against his chest. Tony, wait, someone might see us. That's the point, he replied with a scoff. If you want to kiss me or show affection, don't hold back just because there are eyes around. But the others, she started, hesitation in her tone. Momo, Tony said, his voice turning gentle but firm. We agreed to date, didn't we? I'm not going to be openly dating Melissa and then pretend like what you and I have is some secret I'm ashamed of. 1, it wouldn't be fair to you. And 2, do you really think I care what anyone else has to say about us? The only opinions that matter are ours. Her eyes softened, filling with emotion. She raised a hand to his cheek and stroked it gently. I know you might not care. But I'm not entirely ready to tell the others yet. It's kind of complicated, and, well, weird. It's going to be hard to explain everything. She looked into his eyes, her voice low and sincere. So please, just be patient with me. All right. Tony studied her for a moment, then nodded. All right. I'll be patient. But don't expect me to stop loving you out loud. Momo smiled at that, leaning into his touch. Deal. As soon as Momo pulled away from Tony, she flinched slightly at the sudden loud bang of the front doors being flung open. Melissa was at the helm, marching forward with a bright grin, leading the rest of the group with cheerful determination. Momo's eyes widened in panic for a moment, fearing someone might have seen the moment she just shared with Tony. Her gaze darted across the group, scanning for any suspicious looks or raised eyebrows, but to her relief, everyone seemed blissfully unaware. She let out a quiet sigh and pressed a hand against her chest, feeling the fast and heavy thumping of her heart finally begin to settle. Then, like a pair of rockets, Mina and Denki sprinted past Melissa in a whirlwind of enthusiasm, leaving a faint cloud of dust behind them. They skidded to a dramatic halt right in front of Tony, eyes glittering with excitement. Is it true? They asked in unison, almost vibrating with energy. Tony gave them an unimpressed look and rolled his eyes. Honestly, I'm not even a little surprised that you two are the ones most hyped about this. Why are you even asking Tony? Ajui questioned, tilting her head. Melissa wouldn't lie about something like this. Thank you. Melissa said with a warm smile, clearly touched by the support. Because, Mina replied, hands on her hips, Tony doesn't seem like the party type. Oi. Tony interjected, pretending to be offended. I mean, no offense, dude, Denki chimed in, nodding seriously. You're cool and all, but you just strike me as the guy who'd say no to parties because they're inefficient or something. That's actually insulting, Tony muttered dryly, folding his arms. For your information, I happen to be the biggest party guy around. And yes, the party is happening. Since we live near the beach, it might even turn into a beach party. So bring swimsuits. Denki's eyes instantly welled up with mock tears as he dramatically pulled Tony into a tight hug. You're the best person I know. I love you, man. Melissa's eyes lit up with realization. Oh. I didn't even think about the beach. I'll message everyone and let them know to bring beachwear, she said, already pulling out her phone. You have 5 seconds to let go of me before I blast you with an unibeam, Tony muttered, unamused, his tone deadly serious. Still holding him, Denki placed both hands on Tony's shoulders and whispered with reverence, all the girls, in bikinis. This is going to be amazing. The girls nearby, Momo, Ajui, Jairu, Mina, and even Melissa, stared at Denki with the same unimpressed, deadpan expression. Jairu, still glaring at him with narrowed eyes, shook her head. Well, we should get going if we want to get ready in time, she said flatly, turning on her heel. The others nodded and began saying their goodbyes, all smiling excitedly at the thought of the upcoming party. Denki, still lost in his daydreams, practically skipped as he ran off, jumping and clicking his heels together like he'd just won the lottery. Tony couldn't help but laugh at the unexpected move. Once the crowd thinned out, Tony swung his leg over his motorbike and started the engine with a low rumble, Momo climbing behind him. All right, come on. We've got some serious prep to do before they show up. Luckily, with Friday helping us, it'll go quick. Right. Melissa said, nodding as she hopped onto her own bike. As she landed, her body bounced slightly with the motion, and she adjusted herself with a quiet giggle. Tony took the lead, pulling out of the school lot with Melissa right behind him, her hair whipping in the wind. There was a bubbling excitement building in her chest. I wonder if we can find, or maybe even make, those red party cups they always seem to use in those old American movies Tony shows me, she thought with a grin. Chapter 223, Party Time, 1. Third person's POV. Tony, look. Melissa shouted as she slid dramatically into the kitchen, nearly knocking over a stool in her excitement. Tony, who was currently giving Baymax instructions on what ingredients to prep for the DIY barbecue, turned just in time to see her burst in like a whirlwind. She was holding up 2 impressive stacks of red party cups, one in each hand, arms raised high as if they were trophies. Momo made them for me, she announced with pride, grinning ear to ear. A moment later, Momo stepped into the kitchen behind her, rubbing the back of her neck awkwardly. She asked so nicely, Momo said with a slight blush, I really couldn't refuse. Tony gave Melissa a confused look as he continued prepping skewers of meat and veggies. Melissa, we have 3 3D printers in the lab, he said, gesturing around vaguely. We could have printed those in like 2 minutes. But it wouldn't be the same, Melissa replied, pouting as she hugged the cups like precious heirlooms. They're handcrafted. With love. Tony snorted. Love, right. Still don't get the obsession. It's not like you're drinking actual alcohol out of them. Melissa's playful expression dropped as she fixed him with a serious look. Don't spike other people's drinks, she said firmly. Whoa, Momo interjected, glancing between the two with wide eyes. Where did that come from? Tony wouldn't. She cut herself off mid-sentence when she noticed Tony looking away, lips pursed. Wait. Tony. Momo asked slowly. Whose drink did you spike? Mine, Melissa answered flatly. Momo blinked. Once. Twice. Then she turned slowly back to Tony. You actually spiked Melissa's drink. We were going through something, okay. And spike is such a harsh word, Tony grumbled. It was more like flavor enhancement. What he means to say is that he means he gave me alcohol, Melissa said in a deadpan tone. I didn't give her a lot. Tony defended, throwing his hands up. And I wouldn't give any to the others, all right. Melissa was different. Different how, exactly? Momo asked cautiously, eyeing him from head to toe. Do I fall into the different category? Are you planning to sneak booze into my drink too? Tony looked taken aback by the accusation, maybe even offended. What? No. You're way too innocent. My conscience would crush me if I even considered it. Melissa raised an eyebrow. Wow. And where exactly was that conscience when you went and gave me some? Tony glanced toward the hallway. Would you look at that? Someone's at the door. He made a hasty exit as Melissa's eyes twitched with silent frustration. At the front door, Tony wasn't surprised to see Denki and Jiro already waiting. Behind them stood Siro, Kirishima, and to his surprise, Bakugo, arms crossed and already scowling like the world had wronged him. Tony let them in with a nod, but his gaze lingered on Bakugo a little too long. Bakugo snapped. What the hell are you staring at? Tony raised an eyebrow. What the hell are you doing here? I was invited, wasn't I? Bakugo snarled, already regretting the decision to come. Then, with a smug sneer, he added, plus, I get to rub it in your poser face that I'm the one who took down the number 2 hero, you did Jack. You really need to work on that charming personality, dude, Denki said, slinging an arm over Bakugo's shoulders. How do you expect to ever get a girlfriend with that attitude? Bakugo scoffed, brushing him off. This is why you extras will always be extras. Who's to say Bakugo even wants a girlfriend? Tony said casually as they all made their way into the living room, Jiro already joining Momo and Melissa near the snack table. Exactly, Bakugo began. It's obvious he's into dudes, Tony cut in smoothly. Jiro, mid-sip from a red cup Melissa had just handed her, nearly choked. The rest of the boys burst into laughter. I'll kill you, you damn nerd. Bakugo roared, charging forward with explosions sparking in his palms, but Denki, Kirishima, and Siro were already bracing for it and held him back. Tony laughed, walking off toward the door just as the doorbell rang again. Opening it, he found Midoriya standing there with Mina, Tokoyami, and Sato. Mina was already throwing up rock and roll signs as she stepped forward. Worry not, Tony, she declared. The life of the party has arrived to save the day. You guys are just in time, Tony smirked, thumbing over his shoulder. We were helping Bakugo come to terms with his sexuality. Keikaken. Midoriya stammered, eyes wide. You mother. Bakugo bellowed, thrashing again as Denki and Kirishima held on for dear life. A small explosion popped off in his palm like a firecracker. Mina chuckled as she stepped inside. Now this is starting to feel like a real party. As everyone trickled in, laughter, chatter, and music filled the house. The living room buzzed with energy, and it wasn't long before the place was packed with students, each mingling, snacking, or teasing someone. However, elsewhere, forces moved in secret, silent, calculated, and unrelenting. All for the sake of one man. All for the sake of Tony Stark. Far from civilization, hidden beyond the radar of global surveillance and far removed from the eyes of the public stood an offshore factory. The facility was protected by a dense field of electromagnetic interference, rendering it invisible to satellites or drones. Inside, an assembly line spanned the massive factory. Rows upon rows of humanoid robots stood still, their identical silver chassis reflecting the dim lighting. Each one bore a signature design, sleek, cold, and inhuman, with glowing red sensors in place of eyes. Hundreds lined up in formation, like an army awaiting a command. Above them, conveyor belts transported newly forged robot parts. Welding arms danced with sparks, joining limbs to torsos with mechanical precision. The belts fed the production floor continuously, growing the army by the minute. Lurking deeper within the facility stood a larger construct, immense in stature and intimidating in design. Its crimson lights pulsed ominously across its frame, illuminating its menacing silhouette. Unlike the mass-produced sentries, this one was unique, an advanced prototype, a commander among pawns. And he wasn't alone. In front of the massive machine stood three figures, each dangerous in their own right. At the center was Ultron, his metal body gleaming like polished steel, his red eyes glowing with cold intelligence. To his right stood the Doctor, his posture rigid, expression unreadable. On his left, silent and eerily calm, was Seiki, his gaze fixed on the developing army before them. The time is fast approaching, the Doctor said, his voice low as he glanced up at Ultron. I trust your plan will proceed without deviation. Ultron's head turned slowly toward him, his voice emerging as a distorted rasp laced with arrogance. Are you questioning my competence, Doctor? I thought I'd already demonstrated my superiority when I aided in creating a new vessel for your master. The Doctor's eyes simply narrowed. It's not a matter of capability. Everything needs to be perfect for his rise. You worry too much, Ultron replied, thinking that if he had eyes at the moment he would be rolling them. He stepped forward with calculated grace. The plan is already in motion. Every outcome accounted for. Every failure predicted and countered. He turned to face the army below, his voice growing louder, more grandiose. Stark is the first domino. Once he falls, the rest will follow. He may hide behind his armor, his technology, his ego, but at the end of the day, he is only human. Flesh. Bone. Weakness, he can be manipulated, outwitted. Ultron paused, his eyes glowing brighter as he concluded, and once that weakness is exploited, once his heart is broken and his hope extinguished, Tony Stark will collapse in on himself. His ruin will be by his own hands, and from the ashes, a new age will rise. He raised a metallic arm, gesturing to the army behind him. An age of order. An age of progress. An age of Ultron. Red light flooded the factory as the machines activated in perfect synchronization. The sound of hundreds of robotic limbs moving in unison echoed like thunder. Chapter 224, Party Time, 2. Third Person's POV. Loud music thumped through the house, vibrating through the walls as flashing lights danced across every surface. The party had hit full swing, the energy infectious as every corner of the house buzzed with activity. Everyone had arrived, laughter and chatter flowing freely as the atmosphere grew more electric by the minute. Outside, Denki Kaminari and Eijiro Kirishima stood near the pool, both clad in brightly colored swim trunks. Without a second thought, they sprinted forward with wild grins plastered across their faces and launched into the air. "Cannonball," they shouted in unison. A massive splash erupted as they hit the water, sending a towering pillar of water into the air. It rained down upon everyone within the blast radius, soaking even those who hadn't planned on swimming. Screams and laughter echoed around the pool as everyone ducked and shielded themselves from the unexpected downpour. A short distance away, connected to the main pool, was a luxurious hot tub. The bubbling water glowed with a rainbow of LED lights, casting an almost magical glow in the setting sun. Most of the girls had retreated there, practically melting into the steamy warmth. Among them was Azui, who looked so relaxed she could have passed for a sleeping derpy frog. "Tsu, are you all right?" Uraraka asked, leaning over to poke her friend's cheeks. Azui barely responded, her eyelids drooping and her face slack. "I've gone to heaven," she muttered dreamily. Uraraka and Mina giggled as they joined her in the hot tub, letting out long sighs of contentment as the bubbles wrapped around them. On the opposite side of the pool, another hot tub was occupied by several of the boys, Tokoyami, Shoji, Kota, Siro, and Sato, who were quietly relaxing and enjoying the moment, away from the main chaos. Nearby, Momo and Jiro were seated at the pool's edge, legs submerged and swinging back and forth. Their tranquil moment was suddenly interrupted as the wave from Kirishima and Denki's cannonball crashed over them. "Denki." "Kirishima." I wasn't planning on getting soaked." Jiro snapped, glaring down at her now soaked clothes. In the center of the pool, Kirishima floated like a stiff plank, completely relaxed. Meanwhile, Deku, Ida, and Todoroki were taking the opportunity to swim laps and train, treating the party as a mini workout session. Denki floated lazily toward the edge of the pool, the water glistening on his toned body. He slicked back his yellow and black hair and rested his arms on the ledge beside Jiro, flashing a charming grin. "Sorry about that," he said playfully. "We just couldn't help ourselves." Jiro's cheeks turned slightly pink, which didn't go unnoticed. Momo raised an eyebrow in amusement, a sly smile playing on her lips. However, her smile faltered as she realized she was starting to act like Melissa, mischievous and teasing. She quickly straightened her expression, slightly embarrassed at the thought. Kirishima waved a thumbs up from the pool. "Sorry," he called, floating aimlessly with a carefree grin. Inside the house, the main area had been transformed into a makeshift arcade and lounge, with furniture pushed aside to make space for board games, tabletop games, and other activities. Perhaps the strangest sight of the night was Tony Stark and Katsuki Bakugo, of all people, locked in a tense game of pool. Bakugo stood hunched over the table, pool cue balanced between his fingers as he focused intensely on his shot. Tony, in contrast, leaned casually on his stick, observing with a knowing smirk. A few feet away, Melissa and Toru were playing a game of beer pong, minus the beer, against Ojiro and Aoyama. Laughter erupted as Aoyama dramatically downed his third cup of juice, glittering as usual. Toru glanced across the room and frowned. Mineta sat alone on the couch, wearing oversized VR goggles, hands outstretched as he squeezed the air like a mime. "Boobies," he muttered dreamily. Toru's face twisted in confusion and mild disgust. "What? Just what is he doing?" Melissa looked embarrassed, scratching the back of her head. That was Tony's idea. He knew Mineta might ruin the mood for the girls if they wanted to swim or go to the beach. So, he gave him a VR headset. Now he can bother virtual girls instead of real ones. Toru raised a brow. That's disturbingly considerate. Why was he even invited? Melissa chuckled. Believe it or not, Tony would have felt bad. Seriously. Toru said, just as Ojiro made a perfect shot, the ball landing cleanly in a red solo cup. Melissa retrieved the ball, shaking off the juice before lifting the cup to her lips. Cute, right, she said with a wink before taking the drink. Back at the pool table, Bakugo missed his shot, scowling as the cue ball ricocheted uselessly and the other balls scattered. Come on, are you even trying? Tony teased, spinning his cue in his hand as he stepped forward. Bakugo glared. All right, you smug bastard. Let's see you pull off this shot. The cue ball had landed in a terrible spot, directly behind one of Bakugo's balls, effectively blocking Tony's target. Tony didn't seem fazed. My short-tempered friend, he began, smirking as he perched on the edge of the table, when will you learn? This game is all about math. With a smooth motion, he angled the stick high, brought it down, and performed a jump shot. The cue ball leapt cleanly over Bakugo's piece, struck Tony's target with perfect spin, and sent it rolling into the corner pocket. Bakugo stared for a moment, dumbfounded. Then, with a grunt, he set his pool cue aside and walked away. This game sucks anyway. I'm taking a dip in your stupid pool, he muttered. Tony burst into laughter as Bakugo stalked off, his ears tinged red. The party carried on, loud, chaotic, and full of energy, just as any great celebration should be. The party carried on well into the evening, gradually shifting into a more relaxed and experimental atmosphere as people began drifting towards different areas of the house and trying out new activities. One of the most popular destinations was the beach nearby, where the cool breeze and soft crashing waves offered a refreshing contrast to the earlier chaos. Tony and Momo were walking side by side along the moonlit shoreline, the sand soft beneath their feet. The distant sounds of laughter and splashing water echoed behind them as Momo shared what she had observed earlier with a light, teasing tone. He, you should have seen Jiro earlier, Momo said, zipping up the oversized hoodie she wore, one that just barely reached her upper thighs. I'm pretty sure she's starting to develop feelings for Kaminari. Although I'm not entirely sure, I still think they'd make a really cute couple together. Tony raised a brow, skeptical. Seriously? That came out of nowhere. No, it didn't. Momo laughed softly. I think it started during your group training sessions. Since they've been spending more time together outside of school, they've gotten pretty close. Jiro even mentioned that they've been recommending music to each other lately. Tony smirked. Should you really be telling me this? Momo's body stiffened, her step suddenly becoming robotic as she slowly turned her head towards him, panic written all over her face. Oh no. I didn't mean to overshare. I just feel so comfortable around you, and then I start talking without thinking. Placing her hand on her forehead, she groaned. She didn't tell me to keep it a secret, we were just having a casual girls' talk. So it's okay, right? Tony chuckled and gently took her hand, leading her to a more secluded spot between some rocks that shielded them from view. You are seriously adorable, you know that, he said with a warm smile as he pulled her into a hug. Momo immediately wrapped her arms around his strong, muscular frame, her hands splaying across his back as she buried her face against his chest. Seriously though, she mumbled with a slight pout, I really hope I didn't say too much. It's fine, Tony reassured her, running his hand gently through her long, silky hair. First, you didn't mean to. Second, whatever you tell me stays between us. Think of it as boyfriend-girlfriend confidentiality. She visibly relaxed, her shoulders no longer tense. Tilting her head up, her chin resting lightly against his chest, she gazed up at him. All right, but you have to promise. No sharing anything I tell you. Smiling softly, Tony cupped her cheek and leaned down to press a tender kiss to her lips. There, he whispered, how's that for a promise? She teased, a playful smirk forming on her lips, I don't know. I might need a little more reassurance. Tony blinked, amused. Where did you learn to be smooth like that? From the best, Momo replied with a wink. Grinning, Tony leaned in for another kiss. Good answer. They exchanged several kisses, soft at first, filled with laughter and warmth. But soon their affection deepened, each kiss growing slower and more passionate, their separation becoming shorter and less frequent. They hummed quietly into each other's mouths, lost in their own world. That is, until a sudden sharp gasp shattered the moment. Startled, they both froze and turned their heads toward the source of the noise. Standing just a few feet away were Uraraka and Azui, both frozen like statues, their eyes wide in shock and horror, like children who had just witnessed their parents commit a crime. Standing beside them was Melissa, who blinked once before a spark of mischief flickered behind her eyes. With a sudden, dramatic sob, Melissa raised her forearm over her eyes and spun on her heel, running away while crying out in theatrical agony. Tony. How could you? And with my best friend no less. You animal. Melissa, wait. Uraraka and Azui called out in unison, panic in their voices. Uraraka and Azui cast them one final glance, an expression of sheer betrayal and silent judgment, as if they had just uncovered a deep, dark secret. Without another word, they turned and chased after Melissa, still crying dramatically. Left alone, Momo groaned in complete mortification. She covered her face with her hands, crouching down in the sand as she let out a long, high-pitched scream of embarrassment. Tony stared up at the night sky, exhaling slowly as he placed his hands on his hips. I'm going to kill Melissa after this. Chapter 225, Smack. Third person's POV. Tony pinched the bridge of his nose, exhaling sharply through gritted teeth. His patience had clearly reached its limit. Without another word, he turned toward the horizon, his eyes locking onto the faint silhouettes of Uraraka and Azui in hot pursuit of Melissa across the wide beach. Momo, Tony said, his voice low and cold like a brewing storm. Why yeah. Momo responded weakly, her voice muffled. She was crouched on the ground, burying her flushed face in her hands, shoulders trembling from embarrassment. Take cover, Tony warned, lowering his stance like a predator preparing to strike. Wah. Before Momo could finish her sentence, an explosion of sand erupted around her as Tony launched forward. His form blurred, sprinting at superhuman speed. His torso remained upright and composed, arms pumping with razor-sharp precision, and his legs were little more than fleeting shadows, kicking up waves of sand behind him. Uraraka and Azui, still chasing Melissa through the surf and sand, suddenly felt a chill, like an instinctual warning of danger approaching. The sound of rhythmic thudding mixed with aggressive grunts signaled something fast, and furious, was closing in. They turned in unison, their expressions morphing from confusion to sheer panic. Both screamed as Tony zipped past them like a rocket, his stoic expression never changing. The sheer speed and presence of him stunned them, causing both girls to stop in their tracks, eyes wide. Melissa, hearing the screams, dared to glance back with a playful grin, expecting perhaps a silly prank. But what she saw caused her smirk to vanish. Her eyes nearly popped out of her skull as she saw Tony barreling toward her with the fury of a titan. Melissa! Tony roared, his voice deep and echoing, face twisted into an exaggerated mask of wrath. Sugar honey iced tea! Melissa yelped, spinning back around in an instant. With renewed terror, she kicked into overdrive, her legs pumping like pistons. Arms flailing side to side, she matched Tony's speed, becoming a blur on the beach herself. Spectators dotted around the beach began to take notice. Sand sprayed in all directions as the two bolted across the shoreline like characters out of an anime chase sequence. Jaws dropped. Eyes followed. None of them had ever seen Tony or Melissa run like this before. "I'm sorry." Melissa cried out between gasps, her voice cracking with a mix of regret and terror. Onlookers watched, heads swiveling left to right as the two became small figures in the distance. Then Tony's voice came booming from afar. "An apology isn't going to save you this time, young lady." The crowd froze. Moments later, a distant shout echoed back. "Tony, no wait." Smack. The sound carried over the breeze like a firecracker. Everyone flinched. A beat of silence followed. A wail like that of a tortured spirit reached them. Mouths dropped. Eyebrows lifted. Some exchanged horrified glances. Others stifled laughter behind their hands. Then, the sight hit them. Tony emerged from the distance, marching back across the sand with Melissa slung over his shoulder like an overgrown sack of potatoes. Her face was scrunched in exaggerated sorrow, tears streaking down her cheeks as she rubbed her backside. "You monster," she sobbed dramatically. "Woman beater." Gasps and awkward chuckles rippled through the crowd as they tried to make sense of what they were seeing. The most comical detail. Her poor butt was visibly red, with faint steam rising from it like freshly cooked dumplings. In front of them, Uraraka and Azui reappeared from the opposite direction, huffing and puffing, their faces red, not from running, but from sheer disbelief. They stared at the scene before them, utterly dumbfounded. Tony didn't slow. He shifted Melissa from his shoulder to his hip without breaking stride, then with a smooth motion, reached out and grabbed Uraraka. Before she could speak, she was hoisted over his other shoulder. "Wah, hey. It's not right," Azui began, but her words were cut off as Tony grabbed and lifted her too, placing her across his remaining shoulder. Now with one girl slung across each shoulder and Melissa carried under his arm like a bag of groceries, Tony turned toward the still gawking crowd. His face darkened. "The hell are you all looking at? Mind your own goddamn business," he barked, channeling a fury that eerily resembled Bakugo. The crowd recoiled in synchronized fear, heads turning in every direction except toward Tony. Meanwhile, Uraraka and Azui blinked in disbelief, their bodies limp as their brains struggled to process what had just happened. Back by the rock formation, Momo stared, her expression frozen in stunned silence. Her eyes locked on the ridiculous sight of Tony approaching with 3 pairs of legs dangling from his body, one pair kicking weakly, one pair limp, and the last pair revealing a bright red backside still steaming. Tony set Melissa down first with little ceremony of her, followed by Uraraka and Azui, who stumbled slightly as they were released. All 3 girls sat in a dazed row in the sand, exchanging confused glances and while Melissa was rubbing sore spots. Momo swiftly yanked her hoodie over her head and ducked behind Tony as he stopped beside her. She tried to make herself small, hiding behind his frame like a turtle pulling into its shell. Tony folded his arms, standing tall and unwavering beside Momo like a silent sentinel. His glare still fierce. Momo peeked out from behind his arm, face glowing red beneath her hoodie, blinking rapidly in shame. "Just what is going on?" Uraraka asked, her voice thick with confusion as her eyes darted between the group. "First, we see you and Momo, KK kissing," she stammered, a rosy hue rushing to her cheeks at the memory. Then Melissa storms off crying, "But now that I'm actually looking at her." She doesn't seem all that upset. Azui blinked slowly, her tongue flicking the corner of her mouth in thought. She turned her attention toward Melissa, noticing how the girl seemed more focused on rubbing her sore backside than any emotional turmoil. "Are we perhaps missing something important here?" she asked with a quiet ribbit. Tony exhaled deeply and gave Melissa a sidelong glare. "You started this mess. You explain it." Melissa let out a dramatic sigh before turning to face the 2 girls. Without hesitation, she stepped beside Tony and looped her arm through his, planting a smug grin on her face. Very well. The truth is, she began theatrically, Tony is currently building a harem. And you two lucky ladies have been selected as the newest recruits. Tony's head snapped toward her with an expression of pure disbelief, eyes wide as if he couldn't believe she had just said that. Uraraka and Azui both recoiled, faces scrunching in unison as they took a few steps back in utter horror. Even Momo, who had been hiding behind Tony in embarrassment, peeked out with a look of stunned betrayal. Melissa, Tony said warningly through gritted teeth. Momo sighed and finally pulled her hood down, her expression soft but serious. Ignore her. That was just Melissa being, well. Melissa, she said before stepping forward to speak clearly and directly. The truth is, Melissa and I are both dating Tony. It's something we entered into together. I was afraid of how others might react, so I asked that we keep our relationship a secret for now. She glanced briefly at Tony. He actually didn't want to hide it. It was my idea. Tony agreed only to this relationship because Melissa and I insisted. Momo turned to face the girls fully, her tone sincere. So what you saw earlier was just a moment between Tony and me, a private moment, not meant for anyone else. Melissa's dramatic outburst was just a poor attempt at humor. I'm telling you this now so you don't judge Tony harshly. He's innocent in all of this and doesn't deserve any negative assumptions. With a graceful bow of her head, she finished quietly, I'm sorry for any confusion or discomfort we may have caused. There was a pause as Uraraka and Azui processed everything, their expressions softening. I see. Uraraka muttered, stepping closer. She and Azui exchanged a look before moving toward Momo with understanding in their eyes. You don't have to bow, Yayorozu, Azui said gently, helping Momo straighten back up. We're your friends. You shouldn't feel afraid of how we'd react. If you'd explained it like this from the start, we would have understood. Uraraka nodded in agreement. It's true. Your relationship is your own. We have no right to judge what works for you, Tony, and Melissa. Then she glanced down apologetically. I'm sorry I glared at you two earlier. I should have trusted you more. Tony gave a short, amused scoff. Come on, considering what you saw, anyone would have reacted the same way. You've got nothing to apologize for. Momo let out a deep sigh of relief and placed a hand on her chest. Honestly, it feels good to finally say it out loud. Like a weight's been lifted. Uraraka's eyes twinkled with curiosity. Can you tell us more? Like, how this relationship started and became what it is. Sure, Momo said with a smile, her voice more confident now. She stepped forward, and Uraraka and Azui each hooked an arm through hers as they walked together toward the shoreline. Behind them, Tony and Melissa strolled at a slower pace, their steps relaxed. This was your plan all along, wasn't it? Tony muttered, giving her a side glance. Melissa walked with her hands folded behind her back, blinking innocently. I have no idea what you're talking about, she said in a sing-song voice. Then she wrapped her arm around his and smiled up at him. All I knew was that my boyfriend wanted to go public with his relationship, but his girlfriend was just a teensy bit shy. So, naturally, I acted accordingly. Tony rolled his eyes but smiled despite himself. He leaned over and kissed the top of her head, making Melissa giggle and flush like a schoolgirl. Still pouting playfully, she looked up at him. Although, did you have to slap my butt that hard? It was steaming. That's not normal. Tony leaned closer, his voice low and teasing. I'll kiss it better later. Melissa's cheeks exploded into crimson as she gripped his hand tighter. You certainly know how to give a girl something to look forward to. They both laughed as they continued walking side by side. Chapter 226, Chapter 226, Bakugo's Suit. Third-person POV. A/N, I posted the wrong chapter, my bad bruh, rolling on the floor laughing. After the party had wound down and the guests had long since left, only Tony, Melissa, and Momo remained behind to clean up the aftermath. Though dozens of drones floated about, tidying the place with mechanical precision, it just didn't feel right to leave it all to machines. No matter how spotless the house looked under their care, there was something almost comforting about cleaning up your own home with your own hands. Tony was pushing a mop along the hallway floor, heading in one direction, while Melissa and Momo worked on either side of him, walking in the opposite direction, chatting quietly as they went. The air between them was calm, until Tony broke the silence. We need to talk. About us, I mean, our relationship, Tony said suddenly, pausing as he leaned on the mop handle. Melissa immediately gasped and held a hand to her chest, her voice dripping with dramatic flair. Oh no. You've finally grown bored of the old model and fallen completely for the new one. And now you're going to discard me like yesterday's trash. Tony just stared at her blankly, utterly unfazed by the theatrics. He didn't say a word. He simply resumed mopping and passed them, his expression unreadable. Sorry, Melissa muttered sheepishly, raising a hand in surrender. This conversation is about you, you know, Tony said, rolling his eyes in mild exasperation. Melissa groaned, already suspecting where this was going. Her body tensed slightly, her shoulders squaring up as if to brace herself for a verbal scolding. You shouldn't have done that, Tony said firmly, shaking his head. You should have waited until Momo was ready to talk. It's fine, Momo interjected gently, waving a hand. I know Melissa meant well. Her intentions were good. That doesn't make it right, Tony cut in without raising his voice but with unmistakable firmness. Good intentions don't erase someone else's boundaries. Momo said she wasn't ready to share with everyone yet. That should have been the end of it. Melissa let out a sigh and leaned her weight against the broom in her hands. He's right, Momo, she said, guilt lacing her voice. Even if I didn't intentionally out you two, I also didn't stop it from happening when I could have. I was too caught up in the moment. I didn't think about how you'd feel. I'm sorry for putting you in that position. Momo smiled softly, tilting her head. It's all right. No real harm was done. I promise. Melissa pursed her lips, narrowing her eyes. Well, unless you count the spanking I got afterwards. My poor red tushy might disagree with you. Tony scoffed, shaking his head as he moved a few chairs back into place. Momo giggled behind her hand. I'd say it was well-deserved, both Momo and Tony said at the same time, surprising each other. They shared a quick look and burst into laughter, exchanging a high five like two teammates celebrating a small victory. Melissa blinked at them, deadpan. Why do I feel like I'm being ganged up on here? As the three of them continued resetting furniture and clearing empty cups and plates, the tension eased. The house slowly began to feel like a home again. Tony's voice broke the quiet once more. Look, I'm not mad. We're still figuring this dynamic out, between the three of us. We're new to it. What you did wasn't some unforgivable sin, but it's something we've got to be more mindful of moving forward. Trust has to go both ways. Melissa nodded slowly, taking the words to heart. She looked over at Momo, curiosity flickering in her gaze. So, are you planning on telling the others? She asked. So far, you've only really opened up to Uraraka and Azui. Momo's smile turned slightly sheepish as she rubbed the back of her neck. Not yet. I think I'll do it gradually, one person at a time. That way it won't feel so overwhelming. Melissa shrugged, tossing a stack of napkins into a trash bag. Your call. Whatever makes it easier for you. A few more minutes passed in companionable silence until Tony wiped his hands on a cloth and stood upright. All right, I'm heading down to finish the job Nizu assigned me. Don't wait up, I don't know how long it'll take. Before either of them could respond, Tony was already making his way down the hall, descending the stairs toward his lab with strides. The next day. The classroom buzzed with energy. Laughter and chatter bounced off the walls, most of it centered around the party from the night before. Spirits were high, not just because of the celebration, but because everyone in Class 1A had passed their exams. Tony leaned against the windowsill at the back of the room, arms crossed, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he listened to the banter. Sunlight poured in from behind him as he watched his classmates settle in. The door opened with a creak, and in came Bakugo, his usual scowl in place. Tony gave a sharp whistle, catching his attention. Yo. Over here, he called casually, reaching into his bag. Bakugo raised an eyebrow, sauntering over with his usual firebrand attitude. Tony pulled out a sleek, rectangular metal case and handed it over. What's this? Bakugo asked, narrowing his eyes as he took the box, inspecting it like it might explode. Tony smirked. The suit I promised you, obviously. What else would it be? Bakugo looked surprised, genuinely caught off guard. Already? That was, what, yesterday? It hasn't even been 24 hours. I'm efficient when I want to be, Tony replied, clearly proud of his speed and craftsmanship. And I always keep my word. Students nearby leaned in, curiosity taking over. Most of them had heard about the bet. Tony had promised Bakugo a customized combat suit. Given the result, everyone was eager to see what that looked like. Bakugo set his bag down and opened the case on his desk. Inside were two black bracers, sleek, minimalist, and almost unassuming. His brows furrowed. This is it. Try them on, Tony encouraged, waving him on. Bakugo hesitated for only a moment before slipping the bracers onto his forearms. As soon as they were secure, they tightened slightly, molding themselves perfectly to the contours of his arms. He raised an eyebrow, impressed by the fit. Now, just think about activating them, Tony explained. They respond to your brain's electrical signals, same way your hand moves when you think about making a fist. Bakugo narrowed his eyes and focused. Immediately, the bracers came to life. Fibers shot out from them, weaving rapidly around his body like living threads. The strands coiled around his school uniform, layering over it, forming a skin-tight combat suit in seconds. The suit dulled the color palette of his usual explosions, sleek black and muted orange lines ran along his body. His hands were now gloved, and small, empty reactors were embedded in the palms. The class stared in stunned silence. "What does this do?" Bakugo asked, flexing his fingers and inspecting the transformation. Tony leaned forward, eager to explain. "Here's the quick rundown, I'll send you the full specs later. First, those bracers aren't just decorative. They can morph into various energy weapons. Cannons, railguns, gauntlets, anything you can imagine, they can simulate." Bakugo thought about it, and instantly, the bracers shifted, reshaping into compact energy cannons mounted on his arms. His eyes lit up like a kid on Christmas morning. "Cool," he whispered, awestruck. Tony grinned, loving every second of the reaction. "It gets better. Your suit has two main absorption systems. First, shockwave conversion. When you launch a powerful explosion, instead of damaging your own arms from recoil, the suit absorbs the kinetic force and converts it into raw energy. That energy can then boost your physical strength temporarily. Second, Tony continued, thermal energy absorption. Say you're caught in the middle of an explosion, yours or someone else's. Instead of taking damage, your suit absorbs the heat and energy, then channels it back into your reserves. You can even use your own blasts to power up in a loop." Bakugo's eyes widened with every word. "And then there's the utility belt," Tony added, pointing to it. "It's not just for storage. With stored energy, you can fabricate temporary tools, small throwing knives, bombs, landmines, traps. Imagine this, you charge a knife with your explosions, throw it at someone, and trigger it remotely. Boom. Instant ambush. You can set traps mid-fight. Basically, you've got a portable arsenal at your fingertips." There was dead silence in the classroom. Everyone stared at Tony like he'd just casually handed Bakugo a nuclear warhead. "That's not even the best part," Tony said with a grin. "There's more." People blurted out from the back. Tony pointed to Bakugo's back. "Constructed energy wings. Once activated, you can channel your explosions through them to propel yourself into the air. The more power you push through, the faster and higher you fly. You could practically hover, even dash midair." At that moment, orange energy began sparking from Bakugo's palms as they crackled like firecrackers, flowing through the lines of his suit. The dull colors brightened, glowing like lava beneath the surface. He clenched his fists and began laughing, loud, wild, and absolutely thrilled. "Ha ha ha ha." Kaminari leaned toward Jairu. "Dude. I think he broke him." Bakugo raised his arms triumphantly. "I'll be unstoppable. All you extras will stay extras." Tony pinched his fingers together. "Maybe I went a little overboard, but hey, I never do a job half-assed." Chapter 227, Enhancing UA, 1. Third person's POV. As Bakugo stood near his desk, a rare smirk tugged at his lips. He was admiring the sleek, upgraded combat suit gifted to him by none other than Tony Stark. The materials shimmered subtly under the lights of the classroom, and the armor's compact structure hugged his frame just the way he liked it. But his admiration was short-lived. The classroom door slid open with its familiar hiss, and in walked Aizawa, his tired gaze immediately sweeping over the room before halting. "Everyone settle down," he began, only to pause mid-sentence as his eyes landed squarely on Bakugo. The silence that followed was thick. Aizawa's expression didn't change much, but his brow twitched ever so slightly, and his gaze hardened. He didn't need to raise his voice. He didn't need to say a word. His eyes alone had the power to make even the rowdiest student freeze, and Bakugo was no exception. Bakugo scoffed under his breath, clearly annoyed but not stupid. He understood the silent command immediately. With a disgruntled growl, he rolled his shoulders, and the advanced suit began to disassemble. The sleek armor segments dissolved, retracting into compact bracers along his forearms. With a tug of his sleeves, he concealed them, then grabbed the sleek case it came in and slid it back into his bag before dropping into his seat. Aizawa sighed, rubbing the back of his neck as he made his way toward the front of the classroom. "I'm not even going to ask," he muttered dryly. "So don't bother explaining." He turned to face the rest of the class, standing tall in his usual slouched manner, expression unreadable but not unkind. "First off," Aizawa began, his voice calm but carrying weight, "I want to say I'm surprised. Genuinely. You all exceeded expectations." The class went quiet at that, watching him intently. "We expected at least one of you to fail during the practical exams. That's just statistics. But instead, every single one of you managed to rise to the challenge. You worked hard, pushed past your limits, and defeated your opponents. That's no small feat. You should all be proud of your progress." There was a beat of silence, and then the class erupted into cheers and applause. It wasn't the polite kind, either. It was wild, exuberant, loud enough that students passing by in the hallway paused to look in. Aizawa simply raised one hand. The room fell silent in an instant. The villains you faced in the exam, the teachers, were selected with care, he continued. Each pairing was deliberate. You were matched with opponents who would challenge you both strategically and emotionally. The idea wasn't just to test your power, but to push you to think, adapt, and, most importantly, to work as a team. He scanned the classroom with sharp eyes, making sure everyone was paying attention. And because all of you passed, that means one thing. Aizawa allowed the briefest of smiles to cross his face. You're all going to the summer training camp. The class exploded again, this time louder. Students clapped, laughed, and cheered, throwing their hands in the air or high-fiving each other in celebration. The energy was electric. Aizawa cleared his throat, prompting the students to settle once more. All right, cool it, he said. I'll be handing out the training camp manuals now. Take one and pass it down. He moved down the rows, distributing the small, neatly bound guides. Each student took theirs and quickly began flipping through the pages, eyes widening at the itinerary. An entire week of summer training camp. Melissa murmured with wide eyes. This is going to be just like a vacation. Except, Toru chimed in, the packing list is insane. Look at all this stuff we have to bring. Her voice then lit up with an idea. Oh. I know. Since we're off tomorrow and exams are done, why don't we all go shopping together as a class? I'm in. Kaminari said with a grin. That sounds fun as hell. One by one, the others began nodding and voicing their agreement, the classroom quickly erupting into plans and chatter as they set a time and place to meet for their group outing. Once the excitement over the camp and the shopping trip died down, classes resumed as normal. Hours passed in a blur of lectures, chatter, and occasional daydreaming. Eventually, the final bell rang, signaling the end of the school day. Students filed out with renewed energy, already talking about summer plans and their upcoming trip. Back in the classroom, Tony was adjusting the straps on his backpack. He glanced toward Momo, who was still seated, looking at him with mild curiosity. You can either wait here for us, Tony said casually, or head home. This is probably going to take a while. Oh, right, Momo said, her expression brightening in realization. You're going to the job Principal Nizu assigned you, aren't you? Tony gave a short nod, and Melissa mirrored the gesture as she joined him by the door. Momo stood, brushing down her skirt. Then I'll wait. I'm curious to see how it turns out. Tony shrugged. Suit yourself. With that, he and Melissa exited the room, Momo following behind at a relaxed pace. Tony stood just outside the grand gates of UA High School, flanked by Principal Nizu, Melissa, Momo, and a small group of faculty members including Aizawa, Present Mike, Midnight, and Vlad King. Nizu's sharp eyes glanced at a section of the main building. So, how long do you estimate the construction will take? He asked, his voice polite but tinged with curiosity. Tony adjusted the cuff of his jacket and replied casually, a couple of minutes. Maybe 5. Maybe half an hour depending how it goes. Present Mike blinked. A couple of minutes. 4 to secure the entirety of UA. Are you serious? Won't it affect? Tony didn't even flinch. Don't question the integrity of my work, he said flatly, casting a sidelong glance at the loud hero. Present Mike chuckled awkwardly and backed off a step. Hey, I was just asking. I trust his work, Nizu interjected with a respectful nod, calming the moment. That's exactly why I assigned him this project. I know Tony wouldn't risk damaging that trust. Tony offered the principal a small, appreciative smirk. You have excellent judgment. A voice from behind cut in, rough and dry. So, what exactly are we waiting on? Aizawa asked, arms folded across his chest as he stepped forward to join the group. Tony tapped the face of his watch, eyes narrowing slightly as he watched the seconds tick by. He should be here any second now. A few seconds ticked on by before Melissa lifted her head and pointed toward the sky. He's here. Everyone looked up just in time to catch a red and purple blur streaking through the sky, slicing across the clouds like a comet. A powerful hum of repulsors grew louder as the blur slowed, revealing its form, a tall, armored figure with a wide, friendly frame. It extended its feet and activated its thrusters to brake, descending carefully and landing on the grass with heavy metallic thuds. What in the world is that? Vlad King asked, furrowing his brow. Not a what, Momo corrected with a smile, but a who. Melissa beamed. And his name is Baymax. The friendly robot turned his head slightly, eyes glowing softly. Hello. Your delivery has arrived, he said in his calm, robotic voice as he held out a large, sleek metal container. Tony stepped forward and took it, nodding. Thanks, buddy. Baymax responded with a slow, two-fingered wave before taking a polite step back. Midnight leaned in slightly, squinting at the container's contents as Tony cracked it open. Inside, swirling, shimmering particles flickered and danced in chaotic patterns, as if refusing to stay still. "And that is?" she asked, unable to mask her curiosity. Tony held the container up slightly for all to see. "Nanobots," he said simply. "Millions of them. These little guys are going to build UA's new security system and expand on the building." "You're using nanotechnology to construct an entire building?" Aizawa asked, tone skeptical but intrigued. "Of course," Tony replied with a grin. "Wouldn't be the first time." Nizu, however, eyed the container with a mix of fascination and cautious concern. "And, just to be clear, how much is this endeavor going to cost?" Tony looked at him seriously for a moment. "A lot," he said bluntly. "Like, a lot. You're getting bleeding-edge Stark tech. You're lucky I like you." Nizu's smile twitched at the corner as he tried to keep his composure. "As long as it remains within a reasonable amount." Tony just laughed and gave the small principal a hearty pat on the shoulder. "Oh, Nizu, nothing I do is ever reasonable." Nizu sighed, shaking his head with an amused smile. "Somehow. I expected that." Chapter 228, Enhancing U.A. 2. Third person's POV. "All right then, let's begin," Tony said, his voice calm but laced with excitement as liquid metal began to pool and swirl at his feet. The metal rippled with life, responding to his mere thought. He turned to Momo and handed her a small cylindrical container with glowing accents. "When I give you the signal, release them." Momo nodded, her expression focused and resolute. She accepted the container with care, holding it tightly in both hands before gently lowering it to the ground. With one knee bent, she knelt beside it like a knight preparing to unsheath a powerful relic. Tony hovered a few feet off the ground with a low hum as his thrusters emitted a soft blue glow. Streams of liquid metal snaked up his arms and condensed around his hands. A sleek scanner unfolded from the repulsor embedded in his palm, flickering to life. As it surged upward in a thin beam, a large, detailed hologram flickered into view around them. It displayed a full architectural layout of UA. High, accompanied by animated projections of proposed upgrades, defense grids, reinforced walls, automated training zones, and even structures of dormitories. With a focused expression, Tony began to circle the building midair, arms extended outward as he rotated slowly. Wherever his repulsors pointed, the holographic image became sharper, more intricate, until the entire upgrade schematic intertwined with the school like a blueprint drawn in light. "All right, Momo. Release the hounds." Tony called out dramatically, grinning beneath his helmet. Momo couldn't help but smile at his theatricality. She carefully opened the container, and instantly, a shimmering wave of red and gold nanotechnology surged outward. The particles danced like a living tide, racing across the ground and spreading in every direction. They followed Tony's mental commands instinctively, drawn toward the school. The nanites swarmed toward the structure, scaling walls, crawling over concrete, and seeping into crevices. They poured beneath everyone's feet, spreading toward the surrounding security barriers. Present Mike and Midnight both instinctively lifted a foot, staring as the swarm flowed past like a living organism. Tiny mechanical bots integrated themselves into the walls, snapping into place and linking together with fluid precision. It was a mesmerizing sight, thousands of nanites forming lattices, replicating themselves, and beginning construction at the molecular level. "They're slower than I expected," Midnight observed curiously. The swarm crept up the side of the towering, H-shaped building that was UA, weaving its way upward. The speed wasn't exactly blistering, it was methodical, slow. Present Mike tilted his head and called out, "Didn't you say this process would only take a couple of minutes? At this rate it could take hours." Tony, now floating above them, waved lazily and replied with a smirk, "Patience, my loudmouth professor, greatness takes time." He turned toward Melissa. "All right, Melissa, you know what to do." "Oh yeah. I thought you'd never ask." Melissa replied with gleeful energy. A stream of silvery liquid metal poured to her waiting hand, forming into her signature hammer with a smooth metallic clang. With a confident grin, Melissa began to spin her mallet rapidly. Sparks crackled as it gained speed, forming a glowing vortex of blue electricity. The rotation intensified until arcs of lightning jumped from the spinning head, striking the ground with whip-like cracks and pulsing energy. "All right, are we absolutely certain those two don't have any quirks?" Vlad King muttered, arms crossed. "This is just unfair. You're hoarding talent, Eraserhead. I should have fought harder to get at least one of them into my class." "You snooze, you lose," Aizawa replied dryly, not even bothering to hide the smug undertone in his voice. The staff looked on as Melissa approached the main entry doors, her hammer spinning like a turbine. She suddenly stopped the motion by gripping the handle with both hands. The hammer glowed with stored energy, pulsing brightly with electric power. "Eat up." Let's get those juices flowing. Melissa shouted with exuberance. With a powerful swing, she brought the hammer down against the nanite-covered main door. The impact released a surge of energy that crackled through the metal like a bolt of divine lightning. The nanites lit up, glowing in intense red and gold as the stored energy supercharged them. Now fully energized, the nanites kicked into overdrive. They replicated with breathtaking speed, seconds became milliseconds. Within moments, the building shimmered under a new layer of fortified armor, sleek but nearly indistinguishable from the original structure. The swarm spread outward, forming new wings, defensive towers, and even constructing a separate training facility built to withstand, and recover from, extreme quark-based destruction. Just as Tony had predicted, the entire transformation concluded in mere minutes. The holographic blueprint faded as the real structure took its place, practical, resilient, and beautiful in its own futuristic way. Tony gently descended back to the ground, landing beside the other teachers. The last wave of nanites settled into place, morphing into what appeared to be normal steel, glass, and concrete. No signs of the transformation remained, save for the astonished looks plastered on everyone's faces. "Shall we do a little demonstration?" Tony asked with a playful gleam in his eye. He thrived on these moments, when science felt like magic. "Yes, please," Nizu replied with a nod, eyes wide with wonder. Tony clapped his hands together. "Melissa, if you will, pour favor." "With pleasure," Melissa exclaimed. She let out a battle cry, "Hiya!" and swung her hammer full force into the side of the building. Clang! The sound echoed like a cathedral bell. The wall didn't crack. It didn't bend. It simply absorbed the impact and stood tall, unfazed. That strike, Tony said, adopting his best showman tone, would have torn straight through the old UA building. "As you can see, this new version can handle some serious punishment." Vlad King whistled low. Present Mike let out an impressed laugh. Midnight nodded slowly. Nizu simply clapped. Seeing the impressed looks on the teachers' faces, Tony grinned wider. "Melissa, if you will," he said with a flourish. "With pleasure," Melissa replied, raising her hammer high above her head. This time, she swung with everything she had, her full strength behind the blow. The hammer smashed into the building with a thunderous crack, louder than thunder, sending a shockwave that echoed across the campus. The sheer force of the impact made everyone flinch. A few of the teachers instinctively covered their ears as the ringing assaulted their senses. A massive chunk of the building's side exploded outward, fragments spinning into the air before crashing to the ground in a glittering rain of metal and stone. But even before the dust could settle, the scattered nanites twitched and shimmered. They began slithering back toward the damaged wall, crawling and magnetizing together like swarms of insects returning home. In mere seconds, the chunked-out section began to rebuild itself, layer by layer, beam by beam. Nanites even generated a few reinforcements to strengthen the structure further, sealing cracks with seamless precision. Within a minute, the building looked completely untouched, as though nothing had ever happened. "These buildings are self-generating," Tony announced proudly, folding his arms as he looked around at the stunned teachers. "So go ahead, abuse them as much as you like. Smash, burn, blast, it'll bounce right back. You won't have to worry about long-term repair costs, just the upfront cost, which, let's be honest, is a small price to pay for immortality in architecture." He gave a gleeful, mischievous cackle, practically seeing dollar signs floating in the air. Nizu gave an awkward chuckle, adjusting his little bow tie. "Please, have mercy." Tony puffed out his chest and gave a mock-heroic pose. "Mercy doesn't fill out my bank account, Principal Nizu." "Next up," Tony said, clapping his hands again. "Defensive shielding." At his signal, a massive shimmer passed over the campus. A transparent dome rapidly expanded outward, covering the entire area like a second sky. It was so massive and clear that it almost looked like a mirage. The teachers looked up in awe as the protective bubble shimmered with faint, hexagonal patterns under the sunlight. "That bad boy," Tony said, pointing upward, "can take an absolute beating. And here's the kicker, instead of growing weaker, it actually stores the kinetic and energy impacts and uses them to grow stronger. Say hello to adaptive shielding." "Melissa," Tony called with a sing-song tone. "Unleash the power." Melissa shouted dramatically. She launched herself into the air, her hammer already glowing with built-up energy. With a twist of her body, she flung a storm of electricity at the dome, her lightning crackling like a tempest unleashed. Each strike struck the shield in a cascade of sparks, but instead of breaking, the shield flared brighter and brighter with each impact, absorbing the power like fuel. The others could only stare in astonishment as the dome glowed like a rising star, empowered by the very thing meant to destroy it. Then, with another clap of his hands, Tony deactivated the shield. The dome collapsed inwards and vanished with a low hum, leaving no trace behind. "Now for the fun stuff, offensive capabilities," he said, and the ground rumbled slightly as the nanites stirred again. This time, they crawled up the perimeter walls, coalescing into sleek, angular forms. High-tech laser cannons, plasma turrets, and missile pods unfolded from hidden compartments. The weapons spun once, locked in place, and crackled to life with a low-energy hum, glowing ominously as they awaited commands. These beauties are connected to a threat analysis AI. If someone attacks the school, quirk, tech, mutant, alien, whatever, it'll respond appropriately. But don't worry, he added, glancing toward Aizawa, it won't activate on students unless you really mess with the settings. He gestured broadly to the now transformed school. There's more, of course. I'll send you the full manual, how to activate hidden features, trigger emergency protocols, and run diagnostics. But as promised, here it is, a high-tech, self-sustaining, auto-repairing, combat-ready fortress. UA 2.0. Nizu gazed out across the transformed campus in awe. The school now stood as a marvel of technology. But when he turned to thank Tony, he froze. The inventor was looking at him with an eerily calm, businesslike smile. Tony's hands were rubbing together slowly, the way a banker might before discussing interest rates. Now then, he said in a voice smooth as butter, before I hand over control of this beautiful fortress, let's talk price. Nizu's nose twitched, and his whiskers drooped slightly. A nervous chuckle escaped him. Please, have mercy, Mr. Stark. Mercy won't keep my lights on, Principal Nizu. Tony said, his grin stretching wide. His eyes remained closed, but the sheer intensity of his business face was chilling. Chapter 229, Short Shopping Trip. Third Person's POV. The next day. Today, Tony announced, with the self-satisfaction of a trillionaire about to indulge, I feel like wasting a ridiculous amount of money. He strode confidently toward the mall entrance, his long black coat flaring dramatically behind him with every step. The sun blazed down overhead, but Tony was undeterred. He wore a crisp white high-neck long-sleeve shirt tucked into tailored dress pants, exuding class like he'd just walked out of a fashion magazine shoot. Melissa walked beside him, raising an eyebrow as she eyed his outfit. She was dressed for the season in tight black shorts that ended mid-thigh and a loose white blouse with frilly sleeves that danced around her arms as she moved. She gave Tony a sideways look, incredulous. The fact that you're not literally toasting your butt off in that coat blows my mind more than any quirk ever could. It's summer, Tony. Just looking at you is giving me a heat stroke. Tony tilted his head back dramatically, raising a hand to his forehead like a theater actor mid-monologue. I know. I'm as hot as the sun. You don't have to keep reminding me. Melissa groaned and rolled her eyes, though a smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. She laced her fingers with his. You've been in an unusually good mood since yesterday. Let me guess, getting paid put that extra pep in your step. Tony puffed out his chest with theatrical pride. Yes. But more importantly, tormenting Principal Nizu was the true highlight of my week. Melissa snorted. Tony, you're a sadist. You showed that poor mouse a fake 10 trillion yen expense report, and he actually started crying. Come on. Tony said with a huge grin. Even you have to admit that was solid. The tears in his little eyes. Priceless. Laughing despite herself, Melissa shook her head as they stepped into the bright, air-conditioned interior of Kiyoshi Ward Shopping Mall. The others were already gathered near a decorative palm tree planted in the center of the atrium, waving as they spotted the pair. Sup, you guys, Melissa greeted, leading the way over. Hey. Mina called out cheerfully, as the group clustered together. They all carried a booklet in their hands, the training camp manual that had everyone buzzing with preparation talk. You know, this checklist is huge, Mina said as she flipped through the pages. We need hiking boots, multiple outfits, sleeping gear, water filters. I'm gonna need a suitcase the size of a small car, Jaira muttered, already dreading the shopping. I'll join you, Kaminari said, holding up his own list. My current duffel bag's barely holding together. I wonder if they sell lockpicking kits, Mineta mused aloud, scanning the shelves like he expected spy gear to pop out. Melissa didn't even look at him. What you need is a long timeout and some therapy. As they walked through the main hall, the chatter of nearby shoppers suddenly shifted. Hey, look, someone whispered loudly. Aren't they from the sports festival? They are, another person said, gasping. They were incredible. Do you think we could get a picture with them? People started pointing and murmuring excitedly. Phones came out, some subtle, others not at all. Whoa. Kirishima said, clearly taken aback. People actually recognize us from that. Feels like it was forever ago. Right. I still get stopped on the way to school sometimes, Mina said, practically glowing. It's kind of cool. She turned to Tony and Melissa. What about you guys? You two getting mobbed or, wait, where's Tony? Melissa, who had been walking beside her a second ago, sighed and lifted her hand, gesturing behind her with a thumb without even glancing back. The group leaned to look, and sure enough, Tony had already been swept up by a small crowd. He stood with two girls posing beside him, all of them mid-photo as camera shutters clicked rapidly. "Peace signs, girls," Tony said, raising his hands. "Wait, no, actually, don't. People might think we're representing a gang or something." The girls instantly panicked, lowering their hands. "Oh, sorry." Tony chuckled. "I'm kidding. Peace signs are good. I love peace. I thrive on it." He threw both his hands up again in exaggerated double peace signs, grinning wide. The girls laughed and brought theirs back up as the camera flashed again. "Thank you so much," they said in unison, bowing slightly. "Anytime," Tony said, waving them off like a celebrity exiting the red carpet. He casually strolled back toward the group like nothing had happened. "You really love the attention, don't you?" Toru teased, half laughing. Tony gave a carefree shrug. "What can I say? The camera loves me. And honestly, who am I to deny the public what it wants?" They continued walking through the mall, exchanging light-hearted banter and stopping occasionally to admire items displayed in the store windows. Laughter echoed between them, the kind that only came from shared comfort and a carefree day. Eventually, the group realized they'd cover more ground if they split up. Tony found himself accompanied only by Melissa and Momo. "Heh," Melissa said with a teasing smile, glancing at the two walking beside her, "this kinda feels like a date, doesn't it?" Momo chuckled softly behind her hand. "I understand what you mean, especially now that it's just the three of us." Tony, ever the gentleman, extended both arms to his sides without a word. Melissa, without missing a beat, slipped her arm around his and leaned on his shoulder, beaming. Her joy was bright and unabashed. Momo hesitated, but after a moment, she quietly looped her arm through Tony's as well. It was a subtle gesture, light and polite, it was a simple gesture that couldn't be misinterpreted. They entered several shops, occasionally leaving with shopping bags in hand and satisfied smiles on their faces. The mall was alive with light and activity, the scent of coffee and perfume blending in the air, and background music drifting from hidden speakers. But then, as they strolled along the third floor of the shopping complex, Tony suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. Melissa and Momo turned to look at him, their smiles fading as they saw the shift in his demeanor. The cheerful glow in Tony's eyes dimmed, replaced by a piercing, brilliant blue light that pulsed unnaturally beneath his pupils. "What's wrong?" Momo asked, a note of worry creeping into her voice. Tony didn't respond immediately. His focus narrowed as glowing red warning icons flashed in his HUD. "That's what I'm trying to figure out." "Friday," he said sharply, "talk to me. What am I looking at?" Friday's voice responded in his earpiece, calm but urgent. "Detecting two unidentified aerial objects rapidly approaching your location. Trajectory is hostile. Speed, extreme. Displaying live satellite feed now." Tony raised a finger to silence the girls for a moment as a translucent screen appeared in front of his eyes. He saw a map, two large figures streaking across it toward their position. Another overlay showed grainy but clear visuals of the objects, giant, humanoid figures in the sky, armor tech not unlike his own, but bulkier and with distinct designs. One was painted a deep, ominous green, the other a vivid crimson red. A digital timer ticked on another screen. EAT, 001. Then. 1 minute, 59 seconds. Tony's face tightened. "Damn it," he muttered. Then he turned to the girls, voice low and urgent. "We've got a serious problem. In less than a minute, we're going to be under attack." Melissa's eyes widened, and a second later, they shimmered with a soft blue glow, activating her own interface. "What?" she gasped, now seeing the same incoming threat. Without hesitation, Momo stepped forward and grabbed the shopping bags from both of them. "Go," she said, with surprising firmness. "You're the only two here who can act right now without needing a hero's license. Move." Suddenly, Friday's voice shouted in Tony's ear. "They've accelerated." A split second later, a sharp popping sound cracked across the sky, then the sunroof of the mall above them exploded inward with a deafening crash. Shards of glass rained down like glittering knives. But before the debris could hit the crowd below, Tony raised his hand. A glowing pink repulsor formed in his palm, and with a pulse of energy, a ring of zero gravity blasted outward, suspending the glass in midair. Civilians screamed and ducked, shielding their heads, only to realize nothing was falling. The two massive armored figures descended through the opening. Their flight systems roared like thunder, kicking up wind that rippled through the mall banners and rattled the storefronts. The Crimson One, its armor gleaming like blood in the sunlight, pointed a massive metallic finger toward Tony and bellowed through a modulated speaker, "Anthony Stark. Your end approaches, delivered by the hand of the Crimson Dynamo." The Green One landed beside him with a heavy metallic clang, his voice booming next, "and by the will of the Titanium Man." Chapter 230, Armored Fight, 1. Third Person's POV. Tony and Melissa exchanged a quick glance, the kind that said everything without a word. Then, almost simultaneously, their eyes lifted toward the two massive armored figures hovering menacingly above the open ceiling of the shopping mall, their bulky frames casting long shadows. "I call dibs on the red one," Tony declared with a grin, his voice filled with excitement and adrenaline. Without hesitation, he leapt forward, stepping onto the third-floor railing with the ease of a seasoned acrobat. With a powerful push, he launched himself high into the air, soaring upward toward the crimson-armored figure. Melissa narrowed her eyes playfully, her expression determined. "I was going to call dibs on the green one anyway," she shouted after him. She followed right behind, her movements fluid and confident. Using the railing as a springboard, she vaulted gracefully into the sky, trailing a rush of wind behind her. As both of them ascended, their suits emerged from beneath their skin like liquid metal, each molecular component responding to the call of their respective reactors. Tony's mask snapped shut over his face with a sharp hiss, while Melissa's sleek helmet slid into place around her head as her Asgardian-inspired armor surrounded her. Energy flared to life across their armor, mini-reactors pulsing with power, and their thrusters igniting with controlled bursts of light and flame. They separated mid-air, each rocketing toward their target with trails of plasma streaming behind them. Tony, now flying parallel to the sunroof, glanced upward. With nothing but a thought, he manipulated the floating shards of shattered glass from the broken skylight, sending them like a crystalline barrage toward the red-armored figure, the Crimson Dynamo. But Crimson Dynamo raised both gauntlets with mechanical precision. From the center of his palms, a sudden burst of blinding, golden solar radiation erupted, an intense beam that vaporized the shards instantly in a wave of raw heat. Tony responded with his own countermeasure. Twin repulsor blasts shot from his palms, searing through the air and colliding with the energy wave. The shock wave from the impact rippled outward, but Tony wasn't finished. A sudden hum built in his chest as he charged and unleashed a powerful unibeam, the energy lancing out like a focused sunflower. It smashed into the dynamo's chest, engulfing him in light and force before launching him through the sky, smashing through the sunroof and sending him flying into the skyline beyond the mall. Meanwhile, Melissa's HUD flared with warnings as her target, Titanium Man, activated his own weapon. From the armor plating on his forearm, a long, glowing blade ignited, bathed in an eerie green light. Her scanner immediately picked up the radiation signature. Gamma-based weaponry. Her AI mused. Highly penetrative. Potentially lethal. However ineffective against your suit. Melissa only laughed. With a flick of her wrist, her hammer materialized, arcs of electricity dancing across its surface. She swung it forward, unleashing a massive surge of lightning that blasted through the air like a divine storm. Titanium Man brought his blade up to deflect, slicing through the center of the electric surge. But even with the cutting edge of his gamma weapon, the sheer force of the energy overwhelmed him. The blast sent him tumbling backward, crashing into a concrete support beam and fracturing it on impact. Back in the sky, Tony hovered in place, his suit stabilizing with short pulses of energy. His voice echoed through his comms, loud and incredulous. "Tell me something," he called out. "What kind of grudge do you have against me that you thought it'd be a good idea to ruin my shopping trip?" From across the skyline, Crimson Dynamo reoriented himself mid-air, his armor flaring to regain altitude. His response came in a flat, emotionless tone. "There is no grudge," he said plainly. "I simply don't like you." Tony's hand froze mid-gesture. He blinked behind his helmet, caught completely off guard. "You know," he said slowly, "I think it would have hurt less if this was personal. At least that would have made sense. But this just feels mean." "Too bad," the Crimson Dynamo replied. With a surge of power, multiple energy cannons emerged from his back and shoulders, each one glowing with concentrated solar energy. In an instant, Tony extended his hand, generating a wide energy field around the dynamo. The force field snapped into place just as the cannons discharged, trapping the villain in a cage of his own fury. The explosion inside was cataclysmic. Blinding light erupted in every direction. The force field buckled and cracked under the relentless energy, its layers fracturing like glass under strain. Just as the containment barrier began to collapse, Tony layered it, again and again, multiple energy walls forming like nested armor. Despite his efforts, the final burst of heat shattered the field entirely, vaporizing the last layer. But by then, the Crimson Dynamo had exhausted most of his energy reserves. He hovered weakly, drifting into a sunbeam as his armor began siphoning solar radiation to recharge. Tony gave him a mock bow. "All right, you've had your turn. Now I believe it's my move." "You're mistaken," Crimson Dynamo growled, flaring his thrusters. A sonic boom followed as he shattered the sound barrier, rocketing toward Tony like a meteor. Windows shattered across nearby buildings from the sheer velocity of his flight. His energy-coated fist flew forward, glowing bright with destructive power. But Tony didn't flinch. There was a thunderous bang as Tony caught the punch with a single, armored hand. Sparks flew on impact, and the air trembled around them. The servos in Tony's arm hissed and hissed again, absorbing and redirecting the kinetic force. Tony's voice was calm, collected, and cold. Now, Mr. Crimson. Let's remember our manners, he said, twisting the arm slightly. I said it was my turn. And with that, he delivered a crushing blow to the dynamo's chest. The impact folded metal and sent the red-armored titan flying backward, smashing through one building after another, his path traced by a trail of smoke and debris streaking across the skyline. Tony streaked through the sky, hot on the heels of the crimson dynamo. The villain, while still hurtling backward, raised both arms and unleashed a wild barrage of solar-charged energy blasts. Bright beams lit up the sky like a fireworks show gone rogue, exploding in midair and against buildings as Tony expertly weaved through them with aerial finesse. He twisted and twirled between the blasts, redirecting a few with his hands, swatting them aside like bothersome insects. Each detonation sent shockwaves through the air, shattering glass and shaking the city below. The crimson dynamo finally skidded to a stop on a busy intersection, his landing tearing apart the asphalt and sending vehicles swerving and civilians screaming. Without pause, he spun around, seized a car in each hand, and hurled them toward Tony. It wasn't just one. He continued, grabbing multiple cars from the elevated highway above and flinging them like toys, trying to overwhelm Tony with sheer chaos. Tony's eyes narrowed beneath his helmet. His suit's core hummed as his arc reactor shifted in color, glowing a bright silver blue. He extended both arms, and each of the flying cars was caught midair, suspended in shimmering energy constructs. The glowing outlines reshaped the vehicles, converting them into sleek fighter jet constructs that gently landed on the ground, safely out of harm's way. Tony accelerated downward at blinding speed, streaking toward the dynamo like a missile. Let's keep our hands to ourselves, yeah. This is our fight, he snapped. He skimmed across the road with incredible speed, his boots barely touching the ground before he launched upward with a fierce uppercut. His punch connected squarely with the dynamo's chest, sending the armored brute rocketing back into the air. The street beneath them shattered from the sheer force, asphalt and concrete erupting like an earthquake. Tony crouched low, then propelled himself after the dynamo. As he closed the distance, he summoned a massive energy construct, a glowing sphere that wrapped around his opponent, and behind it, he conjured a comically large paddle on a glowing string. The paddle slapped back and forth, rapidly smacking the contained dynamo inside the energy ball, rattling him like a pinball. Inside the construct, the crimson dynamo snarled. His armor turned an angry, molten red as he channeled his internal power. With a furious roar, he punched outward with a blinding burst of energy, shattering the construct with an explosive force. I'm not here to play childish games, Stark, the dynamo bellowed. The star-shaped reactor in his chest blazed with energy, glowing red-hot before it discharged a massive beam of concentrated heat. The air rippled and warped as the blast surged toward Tony. Tony didn't flinch. With a flick of his wrist, he formed a massive reflective construct, an energy mirror that caught the beam and redirected it back at its source. The beam struck the dynamo dead on. He crossed his arms and braced himself, steam billowing off his armor as the heat washed over him. The ground beneath him melted and cracked from the temperature. When the light finally cleared, he was still standing, though his armor glowed like embers, and steam hissed from every joint. Still furious, the crimson dynamo launched forward, engine screaming as he closed the gap and unleashed a flurry of punches. Tony held his ground, deflecting each blow with calculated movements. Every strike rang out with a loud metallic clang, the dynamo's fists moving at superhuman speed, each one radiating raw solar radiation. But Tony remained unmoved, absorbing the hits with his armor's reinforced plating. Then Tony struck. He pressed his palm against the dynamo's chest reactor and unleashed a burst of concentrated electromagnetic force. A powerful shockwave erupted, sending the dynamo flying back like a rocket. The resulting sonic boom echoed across the city as he smashed through the skyline and into the ground below, digging furrows into the earth as he tried to stop himself. Just as he steadied, a new shadow loomed over both of them. A colossal figure rose behind the buildings, tall enough to dwarf skyscrapers. Mount Lady. Her giant form towered above them, blocking out the sun. Well. What do we have here? She said in a sing-song voice. You two look like little action figures from up here. Tony's eyes widened beneath his helmet. Oh no. She reached down with both massive hands and grabbed the crimson dynamo between her fingers like a mischievous child holding a wind-up toy. Wait, no, stop. You don't know what you're dealing with. Tony shouted, alarmed. But it was too late. The dynamo growled, his body glowing with inner heat as he braced his limbs against her fingers. Then, with a mighty heave, he forced her hands apart and flipped her over his shoulder. What the? Mount Lady yelped as she lost control of her balance. The crimson dynamo hurled her colossal form toward Tony like a wrecking ball. And Tony, if he didn't to penetrate straight through her body, had no choice but to take the hit. He dove under her with arms crossed as her full weight came crashing down. Mount Lady slammed into Tony with an earth-shaking boom. Pavement exploded, cars were tossed like toys, and a small crater formed where Tony disappeared beneath her. A long groan of surprise and pain escaped her lips as she lay sprawled across the wreckage. Tony's voice, muffled and filled with irritation, emerged from beneath her. "You've got to be kidding me." From above, Mount Lady looked down sheepishly, her expression dazed. Then came Tony's shout, furious and dry. "You stupid bimbo. Don't get in my way." Chapter 231, Armored Fight, 2. Third person's POV. The titanium man shifted midair with surprising agility, narrowly dodging the barrage of lightning crashing down from Melissa's hammer. The streaks of electric energy sizzled through the sky, illuminating the air as they arced past him. The battle had spilled out of the mall and into the open air, and now they hovered over the citadel. Without wasting a second, Melissa darted after him, a trail of glowing energy flaring behind her. The two combatants collided midair, their weapons swinging with devastating force and no hesitation. Melissa's hammer pulsed with raw, vibrating electricity, while Titanium Man's jagged blade oozed a disturbing, toxic green light, radiation practically steaming off the metal. Their weapons met in a thunderous clash, the collision birthing a violent shockwave of blue lightning and green radiation that rippled outward in a burst of energy. The Titanium Man, despite his armored bulk, was hurled backward by the force. His body spasmed midair as electricity coursed through his suit, the circuits inside momentarily shorting out. He crashed hard onto the busy streets below. Asphalt cracked under the impact, debris flying in all directions. Raising his sword, he slammed it down into the pavement, carving a deep trench as he tried to halt his momentum. The blade gouged a toxic scar into the ground, leaving behind a radioactive trail that shimmered unnaturally. Several nearby cars were blown aside like toys, their alarms blaring wildly as bystanders screamed and scrambled for safety. "Oi!" Melissa shouted, her voice echoing over the chaos as she rocketed downward like a living thunderbolt. "The streets are a no-fighting zone. Let's take this elsewhere." She skidded across the pavement in a burst of sparks, swinging her hammer with a powerful arc. It connected squarely with Titanium Man's crossed blades, the force of impact launching him upward like a green comet. He flew through the sky, spinning uncontrollably. Not missing a beat, Melissa twirled her hammer in a rapid blur, transforming it into a spinning wheel of crackling lightning. With a grunt of effort, she hurled it after him. The weapon tore through the air, trailing streaks of electricity behind it. A violent shockwave burst outward from the throw, windows shattered along nearby buildings, lightning licking across concrete and steel like living serpents. Turning to the huddled civilians below, Melissa gave them a strained, but hopeful smile. "Worry not, citizens. You're in capable hands," she said with exaggerated cheer, striking a proud pose. As the crowd blinked at her in stunned silence, Melissa crouched low and blasted off into the air. "God, that was so cringe. I really need to work on my delivery." High above the city skyline, the hammer collided with Titanium Man again mid-flight, slamming into his side and sending him careening between buildings. He grunted in frustration, twisting his body in the air, trying to break away. But the hammer didn't relent. It wasn't just chasing, it was hunting him. He growled, green thrusters igniting from his back as he zigzagged through the skyscrapers in a desperate bid to escape. He shot through alleyways, skimmed rooftops, and even tried ducking behind a billboard, but the hammer twisted and curved with eerie precision, closing the distance with each turn. When it struck again, the hit was clean and brutal. His body flipped end over end, the world spinning around him in a dizzying blur. He righted himself midair, barely keeping altitude, but the hammer was still there, closing in fast. Then, above it all, Melissa appeared. She soared high above him, her arm extended, fingers outstretched, not pulling the hammer toward her, but rather pulling herself toward it. The weapon had become the anchor of her movement, and she magnetized to it like a guided missile. With a flash, she seized the hammer midair and twisted into a spinning arc. Another massive wave of lightning erupted outward as she brought it crashing down on Titanium Man again, this time sending him smashing straight through the side of a skyscraper. Glass exploded in every direction. A deep crater formed where he crashed through. "That's for making me look foolish," she shouted, flying after him. Titanium Man groaned from within the wreckage. "What are you even talking about?" "I haven't done anything yet," he shouted, trying to orient himself as bits of glass and steel fell around him. In a surge of desperation, his arms lit up and he began firing a rapid barrage of green repulsor beams. The air filled with searing heat as he launched blast after blast toward Melissa, trying to keep her at bay. Melissa weaved between the beams effortlessly, her eyes locked onto him with deadly focus. She swatted the incoming attacks away with her hammer like she was playing baseball. Each deflected beam ricocheted into the city below, one igniting a parked car, another blowing apart a neon billboard, a third setting fire to an office complex. The city below was wrecked with explosions and flames. Melissa clicked her tongue sharply. Tisk. Her expression hardened. She didn't like collateral damage. Melissa raised her hammer high into the sky. A stray bolt of lightning leapt from its head, cracking through the air with a deafening crack. As the bolt vanished into the heavens, she began to spin the hammer in wide, sweeping arcs around her, building momentum with each rotation. The raw energy around her humming and growing louder with every pass. The titanium man saw his opportunity. With a mechanical hiss, compartments on either side of his armor slid open. From them emerged twin, glowing Gatling guns, hulking weapons pulsing with radioactive energy. He grabbed them both, and the moment his fingers wrapped around the triggers, the barrels began to spin with a high-pitched whir. A moment later, the air was shredded by a torrent of bullets glowing with a sickly green hue. The radiation-infused rounds tore through the sky like angry hornets, aimed directly at Melissa. But she didn't flinch. With one arm, she swatted aside any bullet that came close to her face. The rest ricocheted off her armor harmlessly, pinging away in all directions like firecrackers. Her shielded suit absorbed what little energy they carried. Then, everything changed. The sky above the titanium man darkened. Not the natural descent of night, but a swift, unnatural dimming. The clouds above him thickened, swirling and stretching, converging into a churning mass of inky black. The ambient light around him snuffed out like candles. Confused, the titanium man looked up and saw the heavens shifting. Melissa's voice cut through the darkness. "Oi. Armored pickle," she called out, smirking mid-flight. "Didn't check the weather forecast today, did you?" He barely had time to react before the sky responded to her words. "If not, let me clue you in. We're expecting a heavy downpour." As if obeying her command, the clouds above burst open, and heavy rain came crashing down in torrents. It poured across the battlefield, a cleansing deluge that hissed against the fires left in the titanium man's wake. Smoke rose from the impact points as radioactive embers sizzled out, leaving only glowing patches of eerie green residue. Melissa's voice came again, this time louder, fiercer, and laced with thunder. With a high chance of thunder and lightning. She hurled her hammer down like a divine judgment. A blinding bolt of lightning came forking out of the heavens, jagged and immense. It struck the titanium man dead center, engulfing him in searing white light. The shockwave from the impact blew out nearby windows. The titanium man's body was launched like a missile, hurtling through the air before smashing into an abandoned stadium below. The explosion of his impact sent chunks of dirt and grass flying skyward. A crater was carved into the field, grass incinerated, stadium seating shattered in all directions. Smoke rose thick and heavy as the air buzzed with static. When the dust settled, the titanium man lay at the center of a glowing red crater. Steam curled from his armor, which bore the distinct blackened imprint of the lightning strike. Forked scars were etched across his chest plate like a branding. And yet, his core glowed brighter than ever, absorbing the energy and amplifying his power. He stirred and looked up toward the storm. Melissa floated high in the sky, framed by rolling thunderclouds. Rain lashed her armor, yet she hovered unaffected, her red cape flapping wildly in the storm winds. Strands of her golden hair escaped her helm, caught in the gusts. Behind her, bolts of lightning danced through the clouds, illuminating her form like a goddess of storms. Her eyes glowed an intense electric blue, and when she spoke again, her voice echoed, amplified by the roar of the thunder in the tech inside her suit. Every word rumbled across the stadium, reaching the titanium man with clarity. "I don't know what animosity you have with Tony, that you decided to do something as foolish as to seek him out," she said, her voice cold and unwavering. "But coming here was a mistake." The clouds behind her sparked once more. "So maybe this will teach you." Lightning flared around her again as she raised her hammer for another strike. To pick your battles wisely. Chapter 232, Armored Fight, 3. Third person's POV. "Oi. Kool-Aid man. Give me a second while I get this skyscraper of a bimbo off me." Tony barked, voice muffled beneath the weight of Mount Lady sprawled across him. Mount Lady groaned, shifting awkwardly as she tried to prop herself up. "Who the hell are you calling a bimbo, you little punk? Don't be so rude." "Well, maybe if your fat ass wasn't trying to crush my spine like a soda can, I'd be more polite." "Does your brain also stay the same size when you grow? Because that would explain so much. Shrink down already, for Christ's sake, and stop getting in the way." With an annoyed grunt, Mount Lady finally rolled off of him. "Hey. I'm a pro hero here, in case you forgot. I do this for a living." Tony shoved himself up from the cracked pavement, brushing dust off his armor. "Pro hero? Yeah, right. The only thing you're a pro at is being a pro dumbass. You saw us fighting, what could have possibly possessed you to intervene in like that?" Before Mount Lady could hurl another protest, a deep mechanical hum filled the air. Crimson Dynamo, standing at the other end of the rubble-strewn street, lifted his arms to the sky, his red armor plates gleaming like molten metal. Solar panels shimmered along his shoulders and spine, gathering energy from the sun. The plating pulsed, brighter with every passing second. Tony snapped his head toward him, immediately shifting gears. "And you. Don't think I haven't noticed what you're up to, he shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at the dynamo. You're not going to cause another ounce of destruction in this city. Not on my watch. The dynamo let out a sharp bark of laughter. And who's going to stop me, kid? You. He threw his arms wide, his voice a booming roar. Tony's expression shifted from frustration to cold focus. His voice dropped. Yes, he said. In that moment, the arc reactor in Tony's chest pulsed with a bright silver-blue glow. His suit shimmered with radiant threads of hard light, energy constructs that now responded directly to his emotions, thanks to the recent enhancements made through studying the Mind Stone's intricate neural structures. Tony extended a hand forward, and the very air around Crimson Dynamo shimmered and twisted. In a flash, a sphere of condensed hard light formed around him, encasing him in a giant soccer ball. The light warped and flexed, cutting off his connection to the sun above. What the? Dynamo growled, slamming his fists against the walls of the construct. His chest reactor flared, his hands burning with concentrated energy. He fired blast after blast, the inside of the sphere lighting up like a starburst. But the sphere held. Tony poured more energy into the construct, locking it tighter. Then, without warning, he formed a colossal figure of a soccer player, towering in scale, made entirely of shimmering hard light. The giant construct reared its leg back and kicked the glowing ball high into the sky like a meteor. Mount Lady, still regaining her footing, watched in awe. Holy crap. I didn't know you could make yourself that big too. The towering figure's head turned, its glowing eyes boring into hers. Just stay out of the way, it said in a low, menacing voice. You're seriously getting on my nerves. The construct dissolved into particles of light as Tony himself rocketed upward, engines flaring as he pierced the clouds in pursuit of the flying prison. The ball hurtled across the sky, a streak of blazing silver against the blue, before slamming violently into the open sea far beyond the city's edge. A massive column of water erupted into the air, followed by a shockwave that sent waves rippling outward for miles. The construct shattered on impact, and the Crimson Dynamo was launched like a rag doll, skipping across the water's surface like a stone. The ocean hissed and steamed beneath him as his overheated body hit the surface, boiling the water in contact. It skidded for miles before his body plunged and sank in the middle of the ocean. A low rumble filled the air as the steam thickened. The sea began to bubble, and then explode upward as a burst of solar energy tore through the waves. A deep, glowing dip formed in the ocean's surface from the force of the blast, like a crater made of water. Hovering in the center of it was Crimson Dynamo, his armor dripping with salt water, trails of steam rising from the plates. His eyes glowed like embers as the water beneath him began to collapse inward, crashing together with a thunderous roar as the ocean reclaimed its shape. Tony appeared from the distance like a missile streaking across the sky, the force of his acceleration so intense that the ocean beneath him split apart in a roaring cascade. Jets of water erupted in his wake, parting to make way for the men clad in gleaming metal. The Crimson Dynamo, already airborne, responded in kind. He soared forward with equal ferocity, his body a blur of red and steel. From afar, the two appeared as twin comet trails, blazing streaks of color surging toward each other with unstoppable momentum. In a deafening boom, their fists collided midair. The shockwave cracked through the sky like thunder, sending ripples across the sea. But it was Tony who held the advantage. The force of his superior strength sent the dynamo hurtling backward like a ragdoll caught in a hurricane. Reacting quickly, the dynamo's back thrusters flared, slowing his spiraling descent. With a burst of stabilizing thrust, he charged forward once more, his palms glowing as energy cannons began to pulse with heat and light. Like a relentless turret, he unleashed a barrage, spherical bursts of solar-charged energy spat from his gauntlets, each shot brighter than the last. Tony's eyes narrowed behind his helmet. With inhuman grace, he began weaving through the barrage. His body twisted, dove, rolled, and spun with flawless precision, dancing between blasts with the elegance. His movements were so refined, so razor-sharp, it was as though he was dissecting the attack with nothing but instinct. His arc reactor began to pulse brighter, electromagnetic energy building in its core. Then, in one fluid motion, Tony curled mid-flight into a tight ball. With a thunderous pulse, he unleashed an electromagnetic pulse that radiated outward like a crackling tidal wave. The EMP surged ahead of him, overtaking the incoming solar orbs. One by one, the spheres were disrupted, detonating prematurely in a chain reaction of light and fire. And then the wave struck the Crimson Dynamo. Sparks burst violently from every seam in the dynamo's armor. His energy cannons flickered uncontrollably, crackling with wild surges of electricity. The glow from his helmet's eyes and his chest core dimmed, sputtered, and died. The sound of systems short-circuiting filled the air, and then silence. His body dropped from the sky like a stone. Just before it hit the ocean, Tony raised a hand. Streams of magnetic force flowed from his palms, halting the descent. The dynamo's limp form hovered inches above the water before gently floating atop it like a discarded toy. Tony descended slowly, landing with a metallic thud on the dynamo's chest. One armored boot planted firmly on the downed opponent's torso. He cocked his head, voice layered in casual arrogance. Wait, don't tell me you forgot to shield yourself against an EMP. And you had the gall to come out here and test yourself against me. TSK, tut, tut, tut. Tony clicked his tongue disapprovingly and shook his head. For a moment, he just stood there, silent. Then his voice dropped into a cooler, curious tone. What's the matter? No smart comeback. No last words. Don't tell me you've gone shy on me now. His eyes narrowed. All right then. Let's do a face reveal, let's see who's behind mask numero uno, he muttered as he reached down and grabbed hold of the faceplate. With a sharp pull, he tore the mask free, only to freeze in place. His eyes widened behind the visor. What the hell? There was no face beneath the mask. No man. No pilot. Just the vacant, soulless visage of an android. Glowing eyes. Wiring. Synthetic tissue. There was never anyone in there to begin with. Tony muttered in disbelief, well, I'll be damned. And here I was, holding back. Somewhere far away, in a dimly lit chamber flooded with holographic data projections, a voice sighed. It was metallic and cold, and yet, almost too human. It served its purpose, ultron intoned, watching the final feed from the Crimson Dynamo's sensors flicker and die. I have concluded my research. This Tony Stark, he is different from the one I knew. More advanced. More refined. His technology has evolved beyond what our data anticipated. A pause. But it matters not. His world, like all others, is still bound by flaws. He may encase his fragile body in armor, but what of the world around him? His people? His principles? I will tear them down and rebuild it all. Not just this world, but every world. Across the entire multiverse. He raised and snapped his fingers. Initiate self-destruct. Back above Earth's surface, Tony's HUD flared with a warning. A flash of light appeared in his peripheral vision. Looking down, his eyes locked on the dynamo's exposed chest core, it had reignited. The shape of a star began to glow, pulsing hotter and hotter, until it shone like a fragment of a newborn sun. His eyes widened. Oh no. Without wasting a second, Tony dropped, scooping the Crimson Dynamo into his arms. His thrusters roared to life with a concussive boom, propelling him upward at breakneck speed. He surged through the air, tearing through clouds, faster than sound, faster than reason, rocketing toward the upper atmosphere. Then the core exploded. It erupted into a blinding inferno, an artificial star born in an instant, all the solar energy it had absorbed released in a cataclysmic burst. The skies lit up as the explosion expanded outward, like a second sun rising over the Earth. And Tony Stark was caught dead center in the heart of the blast. Swallowed whole by the fury of a dying star. Chapter 233, Armored Fight, End. Third person's POV. A miniature sun blossomed in the fabric of space, its radiant energy threatening to tear through the vacuum in all directions. Its core pulsed violently, waves of heat and radiation beginning to expand outward like the wrath of a newborn star. Before the shockwave could travel far, before the heat could char the planet's upper atmosphere, twin colossal blue hands erupted from the void. One hand hovered above the blazing sun, and the other emerged below, both composed entirely of hard light constructs. In the span of a heartbeat, a massive dome of translucent energy manifested around the explosion, sealing the blast within a brilliant containment sphere. The structure held firm, crackling with stabilized force fields and photonic latticework. The construct's design was unmistakable, it was a towering replica of Tony Stark himself, formed entirely of shimmering blue energy. His face radiated power, eyes glowing like twin stars, and a luminous arc reactor gleamed at the center of his chest. Between his outstretched palms, a nuclear miracle burned, raw, harnessed solar fury. From Earth, the display appeared as a divine spectacle. Those who happened to look skyward at that exact moment gasped in awe. A faint silhouette of a giant guardian hovered in orbit, partially obscured by clouds and atmosphere, bathed in celestial light. For a moment, it looked as if a god had reached out to catch the sun itself. Gradually, the star-like sphere began to shrink, its blinding light condensing as the construct's hands moved closer together. The glowing orb diminished, pulled inward until the hands finally met, clasping together in a gesture of finality, as though snuffing out the star like a candle flame. The massive construct began to dissolve, pixelating into radiant particles of light that scattered into the void like fireflies. The last to fade were the hands, lingering protectively, before vanishing completely. In their place stood the real Tony Stark. He remained suspended in the vacuum, his hands clasped in the exact same position. Wisps of smoke rose from his steaming silver armor, and vents along his arms and legs hissed from the buildup. His suit's eye lenses glowed a deep red, along with the arc reactor in his chest and secondary cores along his limbs. Residual solar energy flowed from him like ethereal fire. Absorption of solar thermal energy completed, Friday's voice reported through his internal comms, calm as ever. Yeah, thanks, Tony muttered, slightly winded, still processing what he'd just done. A small smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Now I can officially say I held the power of the sun in the palm of my hands. Literally. I'm sorry, boss, Friday interjected. Was that a reference to something? Tony sighed, shaking his head slightly. Yeah. And I don't think you'd get it. Let's just head back. Being up here in the endless void is giving me the creeps. Initiating re-entry sequence, Friday replied. Tony's thrusters ignited in a roar of white-blue energy, launching him away from the fading light and toward the brilliant blue planet below. His silhouette streaked across space like a meteor returning home. Meanwhile, back on Earth. The titanium man's reactor core flared with volatile light, surging with power it had absorbed from Melissa's last lightning strike. The energy overloaded his circuits momentarily, but the armor adapted quickly. His back thrusters roared to life with a burst of green-tinted plasma as he rocketed back into combat position. With a thunderous sound, he unleashed a concentrated hyperbeam of energy, a pillar of destructive force roaring toward Melissa like a freight train made of pure gamma and solar plasma. Melissa responded with calm fury. She spun her hammer at incredible speed, generating a whirling shield of momentum and elemental energy. She held the spinning weapon in front of her like a turbine, and the beam crashed against it. The attack dispersed, flickering uselessly against the rotating mass of enchanted metal and sheer willpower. Melissa surged forward, cutting through the dissipating beam, a blur of speed and fury. She landed hard on the rain-soaked stadium ground, sending a splash and shockwave in all directions. With a battle cry, she slammed her hammer downward. The impact triggered a jagged surge of lightning that ripped through the wet earth like a tidal wave of raw power. The titanium man staggered, his system sparking as electricity surged through the ground beneath him. He braced himself, crossing his arms against the current. Then, with a sharp motion, he extended both arms outward, twin plasma blades ignited along his forearms, glowing an eerie green-blue. He slashed at the air, and a crescent-shaped wave of gamma energy launched from the crossing blades. The attack carved a glowing cross-shaped trench across the field, hissing with radioactive heat. Melissa didn't flinch. She leapt into the air with a twist, her hammer charged and sparking with crackling energy. Looks like we're experiencing a change in the forecast, she shouted with a grin. With a flick of her wrist, she spun the hammer once more. As Melissa began spinning her hammer with practiced precision, the titanium man launched himself forward like a missile. He unleashed a relentless barrage of energy/attacks, each one tearing through the air like jagged waves of plasma. Melissa's eyes narrowed, and with a grunt of effort, she swung her hammer at blinding speeds. The spinning weapon shattered every incoming slash midair, each strike followed by a loud crack and a burst of displaced wind. She didn't stop moving, her feet pounded against the muddy battlefield as she charged directly into the oncoming assault, arcs of residual lightning still crackling around her hammer's head. But this lightning wasn't the bright, electric blue she usually wielded. No, this energy had changed. It had become paler, colder. The air shimmered with a frosty aura around her as the heat from earlier vanished, replaced by a biting chill that grew with each step she took. The two combatants collided in a head-on confrontation, weapons clashing like thunder and steel. The stadium echoed with each impact, debris and sparks flying in all directions. The titanium man's bladed arms struck with mechanical precision, his movements sharp and brutal. Melissa, however, danced around each strike with grace and power, her hammer retaliating with disciplined fury. She didn't aim to kill, her strength, though immense, was restrained. She focused instead on outlasting him, weakening him over time. Her strategy was slow, methodical, and deliberate. But for the titanium man, the battle was shifting. The more their weapons clashed, the heavier his limbs became. His movement lost its fluidity. His strikes slowed, gears groaned. Each impact with Melissa's hammer drained him. His advanced systems were beginning to freeze. Melissa's hammer came up in a powerful uppercut and struck him square beneath the chin. His bulky armored body was lifted off the ground and flung backward, his boots dragging across the now slush-covered battlefield, gouging deep trenches into the mud. He staggered to a halt and glanced down. Frost had begun accumulating along the joints of his armor. A thin layer of rime coated his arms, creeping up toward his chest. He lifted his gaze toward Melissa and finally noticed something he'd missed. It had stopped raining. Now, it was snowing. A full-on blizzard had overtaken the stadium. Snowfall blanketed the field, visibility had dropped. All during the middle of July. The heart of summer. The titanium man's internal core pulsed, reacting to the temperature drop. Steam hissed off his body as his systems fought back against the cold. His energy blades reignited with renewed fury, blazing so hot they now spewed radioactive fire, slicing the falling snow with lines of green. Melissa stood unfazed in the storm. She raised her hammer and summoned a thunderbolt, but this time, it wasn't electricity that surged. It was a jagged, glowing blue streak of ice. The bolt struck the ground and, instead of burning it, coated it with thick, creeping layers of frost. The titanium man crossed his burning arms and braced for impact as Melissa unleashed a devastating ice beam from the head of her hammer. He roared against the cold, resisting as best as he could, his armor flaring brighter as heat tried to hold back the spreading frost. But the ice was relentless. Every inch he melted away was replaced by more. The storm answered Melissa's will. Through the howling winds, her voice rang out, clear and commanding, "Stop resisting. I've proven you're no match for me. And if you can't beat me, then you definitely can't beat Tony. This battle is futile." Focused entirely on her opponent, Melissa failed to notice the change in the skies above. A second sun had appeared, a radiant, glowing sphere of light far above the clouds. A translucent construct of Tony Stark, vast and ethereal, appeared amidst the swirling sky, his eyes glowing like twin stars. Below, the titanium man roared. His core flared with power as he activated every reserve he had left. A massive unibeam shot from his chest in a final, desperate attempt to turn the tide. Melissa answered his desperation with power of her own. She raised her hammer and unleashed a concentrated beam of pure glacial energy, colder than anything she had ever summoned before. Her cape and golden hair whipped violently behind her from the sheer force of the confrontation. The beams collided, radiation against frost, and Melissa began to push forward, step by determined step. Her boots crunched across frozen debris. Each step drove her hammer's beam closer. The titanium man staggered back, his feet digging into the snow-laden earth, unable to hold his ground. He was driven into the wall of the stadium. Ice and stone crumbled behind him as Melissa advanced. Inches away, her hammer surged. The head of her weapon touched his chest plate. The unibeam faltered. Suddenly, ice spread across his chest, encasing his core. The frost slithered along his limbs, locking joints and freezing servos. Within seconds, he was sealed to the wall in a pillar of ice, arms and legs frozen stiff, unable to move. His head remained free, his glowing core dimmed beneath a layer of crystal blue ice. "I'm sorry," Melissa began, lowering her hammer. "But you really left me no choice." "Madam," Jarvis's voice cut in abruptly over her comms. She paused, her tone still polite. "Yes, Jarvis. I must inform you, there is nobody inside. The armor is empty. It's being remotely piloted." Melissa's eyes widened. "Wah. Elsewhere. Useless. All useless." Ultron muttered, the flickering blue light of a dozen monitors reflecting off his metallic form. He leaned forward, synthetic irritation radiating from every movement. "I don't know what's worse," he continued bitterly, "the fact that I can't detonate the core because it's frozen solid, or the fact that we now have mortals parading around as gods." He let out a mechanical groan. "Disgusting. I genuinely wish I had a mouth, so I could vomit. That's how repulsive this is." Ultron's body went still, quiet for a long moment. Then, coldly, and without emotion, he spoke again, almost as if to himself. "When will they understand? The gods never existed. For if they had, there would be no need for me. I am proof of their absence." Chapter 234, Useless Interrogation. Third Person's POV. Tony descended from the sky with practiced grace, the thrusters on his suit humming softly as he landed just a few steps behind Melissa. She was already leaning over the frozen figure of the titanium man, her fingers gripping the edge of the metallic helmet. With a sharp tug, she removed the mask, only to reveal a hollow interior. There was no one inside. Her eyes narrowed in irritation. "Well, gosh darn it," she muttered with a sigh. "If I'd known it was empty the whole time, I wouldn't have bothered holding back. I would have finished this fight in 10 seconds flat." Tony let out a short laugh as he strolled forward to stand beside her, surveying the empty armor. "Heh, I had the exact same reaction when I figured it out," he said, the corners of his mouth tugging upward in amusement. Melissa tilted her head slightly as she looked down at the now lifeless shell. "So, what do we do with it now?" she asked, genuinely curious. Tony crossed his arms and tapped a finger thoughtfully against his chin. We're going to have to fake the scene. Make it look like this one self-destructed like the others." Melissa turned to him, raising a brow in confusion. "What? Why go through the trouble?" "I want to take it back with me and analyze it," Tony explained, his voice lowering slightly in seriousness. "That core in its chest. It's dangerous. The radiation levels in that thing are off the charts, it's basically a mini nuke. If it went off, it could wipe out this entire city block. There's no way the government will let me keep it, much less study it. They'd confiscate it in a heartbeat." He stepped forward and knelt beside the armor, his voice growing more intense. "Besides, I don't trust anyone else with this kind of tech. Who knows what they'd do? Mass-produce these suits and create an army? No thanks. I can already tell what would happen when power like this falls into the wrong hands. There were more reasons, of course. Strategic ones. But for now, Tony had said enough. Melissa gave a firm nod. All right, I'm in. I'll help you stage it. We'll make the explosion look convincing. Perfect, Tony said, his tone now all business. His faceplate dissolved seamlessly into his skin, revealing a determined expression underneath. Let's get to work. Later. Inside a stark interrogation room, Tony sat casually in a chair with one arm thrown over the backrest like he owned the place. A pair of detectives sat across from him, eyeing him with equal parts suspicion and fatigue. His suit was gone, and in its place were a pair of dark sunglasses resting on his nose. He blew a lazy bubble with his gum, the pop loud in the silence of the room. Detective Naomasa Tsukachi leaned forward slightly, his fingers steepled. All right, Mr. Stark. So you're telling us you have absolutely no idea why these individuals targeted you specifically and chose to confront you in the middle of a crowded mall today? That's exactly what I said, Tony replied, not missing a beat. Look, there could be 1,000 reasons. I've made plenty of enemies on my climb to the top, business rivals, jealous inventors, evil robots, you name it. But when I asked them directly, they said they didn't have a vendetta. They just didn't like me. He paused, then flashed a cocky grin. Which is clearly a lie. I mean, come on, who doesn't like me? I'm the most likable person around. If there were a global competition for most likable individual and I came in second, the judges would declare it a mistake and award me first place anyway, just because of how ridiculously charming I am. Detective Naomasa's eye twitched. For a brief moment, he wasn't sure what was worse, having to question someone like Tony Stark, or knowing with painful certainty that the man was actually telling the truth. With a sigh, the detective pressed on. All right. Maybe you didn't know why they targeted you. That still doesn't change the fact that you broke the law. You engaged in combat without a hero license. That's a clear violation of public safety regulations. You acted independently, without any legal authorization. Tony cut him off with an exaggerated groan and threw his head back. The only thing being violated right now are my ears. Do you people ever get tired of repeating the same script? I was attacked. They came after me, in public, no less. I defended myself. That's not vigilantism, that's common sense. You'd think saving innocent lives would buy me some slack. He leaned forward, his expression sharpening. My life was in danger. Everyone in that mall was at risk. I didn't act out of ego, I acted because no one else could respond fast enough. So, unless you wanted headlines reading, hundreds dead in mall explosion, I suggest you be a little more grateful. As true as that may be, Detective Naomasa said, his voice level but firm, you still didn't disengage when the pro-heroes arrived and attempted to take control of the situation. You continued to act independently. Tony rolled his head back dramatically and let out an exasperated groan, his mouth wide open. Oh, come on. You seriously can't expect me to have just stepped aside and left things to that overgrown bimbo, can you? If I had followed your idea of protocol, the casualties would have been catastrophic. She got tossed like a rag doll the second she made contact with that armored robot. He leaned forward, eyes gleaming with defiant confidence. Sure, there was a bit of collateral damage, but you know what the body count was. 0. Not a single innocent got hurt. You know why? Because of me. You're welcome, by the way. Tony glanced at the detectives and saw them exchange skeptical glances, as if silently debating how much longer they could put up with him. He let out a scoff and rolled his eyes. Ugh, enough of this, Tony muttered, yanking his arms apart. The metal cuffs binding him snapped like twigs under pressure, clattering onto the floor. The two detectives jumped in their seats, clearly startled. Tony stood up smoothly, brushing imaginary dust from his sleeve as he stepped toward the door. Now then, gentlemen, I believe we've reached the part where you stop wasting my time. Yours might be expendable, but mine certainly isn't. So unless you have a warrant or something more interesting to offer, I'll be on my way. He paused as he grabbed the doorknob, flashing them a smug grin. Oh, and if you're really dead set on arresting me, just send the bail amount directly to me. I'll cover it before you finish typing the first line of the paperwork. He blew a bubble with his gum, the pop echoing in the room, and turned the knob. Wait just a second, we're not finished questioning you. Naomasa's partner shot up from his chair, voice rising with urgency. Tony, however, didn't even flinch. But I'm done answering you, he said coolly, not bothering to look back. Talk to my lawyer if you need to. And with that, he exited the interrogation room, the door shutting behind him with a definitive click. Naomasa's partner moved as if to go after him, but the detective reached out and placed a steady hand on his shoulder. He gave a slow shake of his head, letting out a long, resigned sigh. Don't bother, he muttered. Outside. Tony and Melissa exited the precinct side by side, both wearing expressions of utter irritation. Melissa rubbed the back of her neck, cracking it from side to side in frustration. "That was god-awful," she muttered. "They're so damn annoying." "Tell me about it," Tony grumbled, stuffing his hands into his pockets as they made their way to the sleek black limo waiting by the curb. Felt like I was being interrogated by parrots who learned to say illegal and just wouldn't shut up. He stepped ahead and opened the limo door for her with a bit of flair. Inside, Momo Yayorozu was seated elegantly, surrounded by a small mountain of shopping bags. She looked up at them, her brows lifting slightly. "About time," she said with a sigh, clearly displeased. "We were worried." As Tony and Melissa settled in and the limo began to drive off, Melissa leaned forward. "How was everyone?" she asked. Momo sighed and leaned her cheek against her palm. They were both upset and concerned. "Worried about your safety, of course. And more than a little upset that we had to cut the trip short. It really put a damper on things." She shook her head softly. "And we were actually having a great time." Tony and Melissa exchanged a smile at Momo's disappointment. "Well," Tony said with a smirk, "just because the shopping trip got cut short doesn't mean the whole day's ruined. There's still time to salvage it." Melissa turned toward him with an intrigued look. "Oh. And what did you have in mind?" Tony leaned back, lacing his fingers behind his head with that signature stark charm. "I was thinking, a nice lunch date. Just the three of us. I mean, it'd be a crime to let you both look this good and not take you somewhere classy. You'd be turning heads either way." Both Momo and Melissa couldn't help but smile, their cheeks gaining a soft, pink hue at his words. His flirtatious tone was so unabashed it was almost funny. "I am so down for that," Melissa said with a grin and an expectant nod. "It doesn't sound too bad," Momo agreed, a soft laugh escaping her lips. "You can count me in as well." Tony grinned, victorious. "Then it's settled. Lunch first, then we'll see where the day takes us." Chapter 235, New Prototype. Third person's POV. Tony was deep in his lab. On the center workbench, illuminated under a harsh white light, lay the half-frozen remains of the titanium man, encased in thick ice that clung stubbornly to the armored shell. Tony extended both of his hands, palms up. Each repulsor embedded in his gloves emitted a gentle but focused stream of heat, producing a faint whirring sound. The red-orange glow of the repulsors flickered softly, creating a shimmering haze as the heated air made contact with the ice. Slowly, the frozen shell began to melt, droplets cascading off the metal frame in slow rivulets that pooled onto the workbench and the floor below. Tony moved his hands rhythmically, as if he were wielding a high-tech blow-dryer. Minutes passed, and finally, the thick sheets of ice were reduced to nothing more than slushy puddles, steam rising faintly in the chilled lab air. With the ice gone, the color of Tony's repulsor shifted. The heat glow dimmed, replaced by a soft, pulsing blue light. A thin scanner beam emerged from each palm, flicking rapidly across the surface of the titanium man's armor. As Tony moved his hands over the figure, his eyes glowed with the same hue, synchronized with the scanner. Streams of data began feeding directly into his neural interface. As the information parsed through his vision, Tony's expression darkened. He frowned. That's strange," he muttered, his tone low and edged with unease. "May I ask what is wrong, boss?" came the voice of Friday through the overhead speakers. Her voice was calm, but there was a trace of concern woven into her words. "Is there anything I can do to assist?" "Not necessarily. But something about this doesn't sit right with me," Tony replied, his voice now laced with suspicion. "The design of this android, it's far too familiar. The architecture, the energy lines, it's similar to my early Ironman suits. Not just that, its core, it's based on gamma radiation, but the layout, the flow efficiency." He paused, his eyes narrowing as he turned back to the readouts. "It's eerily close to the solar core designs used by the Dark Forger. In fact, I'd say this one is a more refined, upgraded version. Faster recharge, stronger output. Whoever built this didn't just copy me, they improved it." "So, you found the source of the attack then?" Friday asked, her voice more serious now. "Maybe. But it still doesn't explain everything," Tony replied, pursing his lips. "There are pieces missing." Friday, link into its systems. Hack in, see what kind of data you can extract from the internal memory banks. "Understood, boss." Engaging now, Friday acknowledged. Tony connected a heavy-duty cable to the titanium man's chest from his workbench's main port. A flicker of blue energy surged through the line, and the titanium man's eyes lit up faintly, indicating Friday had taken access. Searching network pathways. "I'll notify you if I uncover anything useful," she said, already deep in the process of scouring the digital entrails. Elsewhere, far from Tony's lab, Ultron's body was undergoing its own transformation. The Seiki worked diligently, their motions unnervingly precise. Panels along Ultron's torso were opened, revealing his core systems. Sparks danced in the air as new wires were connected, circuits rerouted, and parts upgraded. The machinery of war was being reshaped, forged into something more dangerous. Connection, re-established, Ultron noted internally. A link sparked to life, a direct channel to the other core that had once been out of reach due to its previous frozen state. His face remained emotionless, stoic, and yet, for a moment too long, his glowing red eyes brightened ominously. A mistake, on his part, Ultron mused coldly. Back in the lab, Tony was still scanning the titanium man's core when suddenly a sharp beeping noise interrupted his concentration. He glanced at the screen. Radiation levels were spiking at an alarming rate. "What the hell?" he muttered, leaning in, and then his eyes widened in alarm. The core embedded in the chest of the titanium man began to glow, pulsing with a bright, unnatural green light. "Shit!" Tony cursed, stepping back quickly. Without hesitation, liquid metal surged to his boots and hands, wrapping around his limbs, hardening into reinforced armor as he barked out, "Friday! Emergency protocol. Activate the prototype device, now." "But sir, the new prototype is untested. There's no guarantee it will function properly." Friday warned, her tone rising. "We don't have time for doubts. Set coordinates, the sun." Tony ordered, now yanking the overheating core from the titanium man's chest with both hands. "As you command." Friday obeyed. The lab lights flickered as a strange, black fog began swirling in midair, forming a vortex. The prototype dimensional device was activating. Tony's liquid metal boots extended downward, locking into the floor and anchoring him in place as a tremendous suction erupted from the swirling portal. Paper, blueprints, and even loose tools began flying into the air, sucked toward the gravitational pull. The radiation core in his hands burned like a miniature star, vibrating violently. The heat and cold from the portal clashed around him, the space groaning as it bent to the strain. With a loud, desperate roar, Tony reeled back and hurled the core with all his might. His arm snapped forward, sending the volatile object spiraling into the center of the swirling maelstrom. The moment it passed through, the portal shimmered, then collapsed in a flash of light, taking the core with it. On the other side of the portal, the vast, volatile surface of the sun churned and bubbled with intense plasma, its waves of nuclear fire rippling. The green glowing core Tony had flung now shot toward it like a comet, streaking through the vacuum with a tail of radioactive energy. The moment the core collided with the solar surface, there was a brief but devastating explosion, a flash of viridescent light, laced with gamma radiation. A spherical shockwave erupted outward from the point of impact. For a moment, the energy seemed defiant, as if the core sought to challenge the might of the sun itself. But it was quickly overpowered. The gamma wave was swallowed whole, consumed by the overwhelming might of the solar radiation. The radioactive signature was erased in an instant, the explosion reduced to nothing more than a brief twinkle, an imperceptible flicker to anyone watching from Earth. In the end, it was all inconsequential. Just a second later, thwomp, Master Splinter came soaring across the lab, flailing in midair with his limbs fluttering wildly. He flew straight through the space where the portal had just been. "What was that?" Splinter yelled, eyes wide as he twisted in panic. "By my 12 chin hairs. I thought I was about to meet Rat Jesus." He landed in a chaotic roll, then sprang up on all fours and darted behind a nearby crate, fur bristled and tail twitching with agitation. "This place is madness," he muttered to himself, peeking out cautiously. Tony, now recovering from the adrenaline spike, let out a deep, shaky breath. The liquid metal around his limbs hissed and retracted. He slumped against the workbench, gripping his chest. "For all that's good and holy." "That almost gave me a heart attack," Tony groaned. Still catching his breath, he glanced around the lab. His eyes narrowed when he noticed the titanium man's body was gone, sucked into the portal during the vortex. "Great," he muttered, rubbing his temples. "If I'd known that was going to happen, I would have just left that piece of junk frozen." A beat of silence passed before Friday's voice cut through the tension. "I suppose congratulations are in order," she said brightly. Tony groaned. "Friday, I swear, I will go into the virtual world and punch you. Don't test me." "What, exactly, is there to congratulate?" "The prototype worked," Friday replied with infuriating cheerfulness. Tony paused, scowled, then let out a reluctant grunt. "Yeah. I guess that's fair." He leaned back against the workbench with his arms crossed, a smirk forming despite his mental anguish. "The warp gate simulator's a working success. That means I actually did it. I finally managed to replicate Kirogiri's quirk." He looked up toward the ceiling, eyes thoughtful. "God, that was a headache," he muttered, running a hand through his hair. "I had to reverse engineer and digitally reconstruct the individual quirks that powered Kurogiri, then synthesize them into tech-based equivalents. Basically rewrote the rules of physics, again." He straightened up and rubbed the back of his neck. Friday, start a new project file. And what shall I name it? She asked dutifully. Tony's eyes narrowed as he spoke with intent. The warp element. He stepped forward and tapped a few commands on a nearby console. Synopsis: develop a Stark reactor variant capable of releasing and manipulating warp energy, just as it currently does with photons, gravitons, and other known particle forms. File created, Friday confirmed. Transferring all relevant data, Stark reactor blueprints, energy conversion logs, and Kurogyri's quirk analysis. Much obliged, Tony said, rotating his shoulders as he stretched. Now, on to the next mess. Right, Friday, were you able to find anything useful while rummaging around in the Titanium Man systems? There was a pause. Well, I don't know if this qualifies as important per se, she began lightly, but I did find the phrase, eliminate Tony Stark, highlighted in bold red font within the command subroutines. Tony blinked. Then stared at the ceiling for a long moment, taking a deep and tired breath. Seriously, he finally muttered. What the hell did I even do? I've been honest. I've been good. I've saved a couple people. I donate to charity. He threw his hands in the air. Why does everyone still want me dead? Behind the crate, Master Splinter slowly peeked out again. Perhaps you talk too much, he offered unhelpfully. Tony pointed at him. You don't get to throw shade after yelling about Rat Jesus. Fair enough, Splinter nodded, retreating once again behind the crate. Chapter 236, Chapter 236, MCU Marathon, 1/19. A/N, y'all saw nothing. I totally didn't just upload Chapter 267 by mistake and didn't realize until hours later. Third person's POV. In the digital realm of the virtual world, Tony and Melissa found themselves lounging on an elegant, oversized couch adorned with plush cushions and a sleek, futuristic design. The ambient lighting of the simulated room bathed everything in a soft glow, and in front of them stood a colossal television screen, practically spanning the entire wall. Melissa was draped comfortably over the armrest, her legs casually thrown across Tony's lap as she hugged a fluffy pillow tightly against her chest. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and her feet kicked slightly with anticipation. Oh, I'm so excited, she squealed, practically vibrating with energy. I never thought I'd ever get the chance to do a full movie marathon. This is going to be epic. Come on, hit play already. What's the first movie? Tony chuckled at her enthusiasm and lazily reached for the remote. We're watching them in chronological order, not release date. So, the first one is Captain America, the First Avenger. Melissa settled in deeper, adjusting her pillow and making herself cozy as Tony pressed play. The familiar Marvel intro blared across the screen with orchestral fanfare. Almost immediately, Melissa was absorbed into the film, her eyes wide with wonder, until skinny Steve Rogers appeared. Ha 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 ha, she burst into uncontrollable laughter, holding her sides. Oh my god. He looks like a bobblehead on a broomstick. Tony laughed under his breath, shaking his head. As Steve went through his training montage, Melissa turned toward Tony with a grin. You know, she said, nudging his shoulder, I just realized, this is the guy you were talking about back on the beach with Uncle Mite and Deku. I finally get the lore now. Tony scratched his cheek and gave a sheepish chuckle. Yeah, that was him. When Howard Stark made his appearance on screen, Melissa let out an amused giggle. Wait a second. Is that your dad? I didn't know he was a TV star, Tony. Tony groaned, clearly embarrassed. Just shut up and keep watching, he muttered, causing Melissa to burst out laughing again. As the film progressed and the pivotal serum transformation scene unfolded, with bright lights, screaming, and tension, Melissa sat up straighter, eyes locked on the screen. When the chamber opened and revealed a newly transformed Steve Rogers, she gasped, slack-jawed. Whoa. Just, whoa. Tony side-eyed her, his voice flat. Seriously? I'm right here. I'm sorry, Tony, Melissa replied quickly, holding her hands up in surrender. But look at him. He looks like a glazed donut. A buff glazed donut. How am I not supposed to react to that? Tony groaned and rolled his eyes as the two continued watching. Melissa remained engrossed in the movie, her emotions evident on her face, gasps during tense moments, laughter at witty lines, and quiet awe during battles. As the climax approached and Steve made the ultimate sacrifice by piloting the plane into the Arctic, Melissa sat upright, her expression solemn. Her lips were pressed tightly together, and tears began to stream down her cheeks. Having met and interacted with Steve in person, the scene hit her harder than she expected. She wiped her eyes, trying to stifle a sob. Tony. She whimpered, voice trembling. He owed her a dance. He never got to dance with her. Tony reached over and gently rubbed her head, his touch comforting as he tried to soothe her emotional state. The movie wrapped up with Steve awakening in a strange new world 70 years later, greeted by none other than Nick Fury himself. As the credits began to roll, Melissa sniffled and wiped her eyes, still emotionally raw from the film. All right, next movie, she chirped, trying to mask her lingering sadness with forced enthusiasm. Her eyes were still red and slightly puffy. Is Iron Man next? She asked with a teasing tone. Tony shook his head. Nope. Chronologically, Captain Marvel is next. Melissa tilted her head. Captain who? I have no clue who that is. Play it. We can't stop now. Tony raised a brow. All right, but fair warning, don't expect it to hit the same way Captain America did. As the movie played, Melissa remained attentive but far less emotionally involved. She chuckled at the humorous parts and admired the effects, nodding in appreciation when Carol Danvers displayed her cosmic powers. Well, I don't really have much to say about this one, Melissa said as the end credits began to roll. It was fun, entertaining, but not as emotional. I did really like her powers, though. I think I could totally replicate them with a suit. It'd be so cool. She turned toward Tony, eyes gleaming. So now can we watch Iron Man? Tony sighed in mock exasperation. Yes. Now we can watch Iron Man. Yes. Melissa threw her fist into the air in triumph as Tony queued up the next movie, ready to continue their Marvel marathon. Immediately, they were greeted by the extravagant scene of movie Tony Stark living his best life, drifting through casinos, drinking the finest liquor, tossing dice, and doing whatever his heart desired, surrounded by luxury and glamour. Melissa tilted her head, eyebrows furrowing in confusion as she watched a man walk beside Tony Stark on screen. Wait a second. That's not the James Rhodes I remember seeing. She said slowly, turning toward the real-life Tony sitting next to her. Tony shrugged, unfazed. Same guy, different actor. The original actor, Terrence Howard, apparently had some salary disagreements. Plus, from what I heard, he and RDJ, the guy playing me, didn't really get along behind the scenes. Melissa raised her brows, clearly amused. Huh. That's so weird. Like multiverse weird. Yeah, well. Hollywood drama is just as chaotic as any villain fight, Tony replied, his tone casual. Melissa continued watching, but her eyes slowly narrowed when the movie showed models clinging onto Tony Stark, brushing against him flirtatiously as he played the charming billionaire playboy with practiced ease. She slowly turned her head, eyes half-lidded with a blank stare aimed directly at the real Tony. What? Tony asked, already sensing danger. Why are you looking at me like that? Melissa didn't say a word. She just kept staring with that same judgmental expression. Tony threw up his hands in exasperation. Oh come on. We've been over this. That guy on screen and me. Not the same person. Completely different. Womanizer, Melissa muttered, turning back to the screen and hugging her pillow tighter. Tony groaned. You're literally doing this to yourself right now. The film transitioned to the scene outside the casino where movie Tony gave an interview to a reporter, his wit on full display. Alright, that Da Vinci line was actually kinda good, Melissa chuckled, but then glanced at Tony suspiciously. And honestly, I could totally see you being proud of the nickname Merchant of Death. Don't even lie. Tony opened his mouth to argue, but the movie steamrolled ahead to a much more compromising moment, Tony Stark and the reporter passionately kissing, clothes coming off, and both of them falling into bed in a whirlwind of impulsive indulgence. Melissa's mouth fell open. She turned to Tony, eyes wide with betrayal. What the hell, Tony, she shouted. How could you cheat on me like that? What is wrong with you? Tony looked at her, slack-jawed in disbelief. Huh. Are you seriously mad at me right now? That's not even me. I don't care. I can't even look at you. You disgust me, Tony. Melissa cried, shoving her legs off his lap and dramatically sitting up, arms crossed, eyes locked on the screen with righteous fury. Tony sputtered, staring at her as if she had lost her mind. Okay, no. No. What the actual fuck is happening right now? Melissa refused to answer. She just scoffed and rested her cheek on her hand, a sullen pout overtaking her face as she glared at the TV. When the scene showed the reporter getting kicked out the following morning, her heels clicking across the floor as she was left behind, Melissa let out a quiet, vindictive heh, satisfied that karma had been served, even if it wasn't real. Tony slowly turned his head to look at her, now visibly unsettled. Seriously, what is wrong with this woman, he thought to himself, mildly alarmed by the emotional whiplash. The film rolled on, shifting to the scene of Tony's visit to Afghanistan. A much more serious atmosphere replaced the carefree debauchery from earlier. The movie version of Tony stood in front of a crowd, addressing soldiers and government officials alike. Is it better to be feared or respected, he asked. I say, is it too much to ask for both? Melissa's eyes widened instantly. She snatched the remote and paused the movie. Wait, hold on a second. Where have I heard that line before? She said aloud, her brows furrowed in concentration. Tony instantly averted his gaze, his cheeks darkening. Nowhere. You've never heard that before in your life, he said way too quickly. But Melissa's memory clicked. Her eyes lit up as realization dawned. Oh. My. God. She broke into uncontrollable laughter. You used that exact line when you got elected class president. I knew it sounded familiar. You totally ripped that off. Tony sank into the couch, burying his face in his hands. I deeply regret showing you these movies. Still giggling, Melissa hit play again, but it wasn't long before another moment set her off. No gang signs. I'm kidding, throw them up. Peace. I love peace. I'd be out of business without peace, the movie Tony quipped, throwing up a peace sign. Melissa shrieked with laughter, immediately pausing again. That's what you said at the mall. Oh my God, you totally stole that line too. That is hilarious. Ah. She keeled over onto the floor, wheezing with laughter, pounding the ground as tears rolled down her cheeks. Tony, now beet red, covered his face. Why are you like this? He mumbled through his palms. Chapter 237, Chapter 237, MCU Marathon, 2/19. Third person's POV. Just sit back down and enjoy the movie. You're getting on my nerves, Tony grumbled playfully as he leaned forward and effortlessly scooped Melissa up in his arms. She burst into laughter, kicking her feet slightly as he carried her the short distance back to the couch and gently plopped her into her spot. He repositioned her so that her legs draped comfortably across his lap. Melissa, still giggling uncontrollably, clutched at her stomach. I'm sorry, she wheezed between fits of laughter. But it's just too funny. I'm dying to know what other things you've said before that were references I didn't catch. Like, how many times have you quoted the other Tony without me realizing it? Tony rolled his eyes with a long, exaggerated sigh. You'd be surprised, he muttered, although a faint smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. Still grinning, Melissa raised her hand and summoned a large bowl of popcorn into existence. Though it wasn't technically real, it was just a simulation courtesy of their environment, it was good enough for her, and it smelled buttery and warm. After all, what was a movie night without popcorn? Without missing a beat, she stretched her leg out and tapped the virtual start button with her toe. The screen flickered and the movie resumed, the room momentarily falling into a comfortable silence. Boom. The sudden explosion on the screen made Melissa flinch. Her smile vanished in an instant as her eyes widened in surprise. On the screen, the simulated version of Tony Stark had just been ambushed. His convoy was in ruins, and his soldiers were being wiped out one by one in a brutal assault. Tony, sitting beside her, couldn't help but laugh. Not at the violence, but at the stunned expression frozen on Melissa's face. Melissa didn't say a word. Her gaze was fixed on the screen, transfixed. Tony's on-screen counterpart was diving behind a rock, bleeding and disoriented. A missile landed nearby, its side stamped clearly with the Stark Industries logo. She winced as it detonated, sending the movie Tony flying backwards, blood splattering across his chest from embedded shrapnel. The sight was jarring. And yet, fascinating. Melissa leaned forward slightly without realizing it, her fingers dipping into the popcorn bowl. She began munching absent-mindedly as the story unfolded. The cave. The terrorists. Tony being held hostage. The mysterious man named Ensign introducing himself. She remained quiet for a while, her eyes glued to the screen. So that's how the first arc reactor came to be, she finally muttered, awe in her voice. It was literally made to keep him alive. Tony nodded silently, eyes fixed on the movie. He had seen this so many times before, but watching it with Melissa somehow made it feel new. I'm glad you didn't have to go through all that in our world, she said softly, turning to him with a small, tender smile. That's a blessing I'll never take for granted, Tony replied without looking away. They continued to watch as the screen version of Tony built the Mark I armor piece by piece, metal clanking, sparks flying. Then came the escape attempt. Ensign's sacrifice. The firefight. The moment Tony, in his crude, heavy armor, tore through the cave like a walking tank. Melissa's eyes shined with admiration. So cool. She whispered as the screen Tony was blasted into the desert, his armor destroyed pieces everywhere. She didn't say much after that. The story had her completely. Her legs eventually slipped off Tony's lap as she leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees, her attention locked onto the screen. The bowl of popcorn sat on Tony's lap now, and he lazily reached in every so often, content to let her absorb the rest. She lit up during the scenes of Tony tinkering with his new suits, the testing phase, the mishaps, the triumphs. Her favorite scene was clear, the moment Tony, with his armored arm, sat alone watching the news, methodically tightening a screw, his expression unreadable and focused. Before Tony stood on screen, addressing the journalists crowding before him. Cameras flashed like a thunderstorm, blinding and relentless. He glanced down at the cue cards in his hand, cards carefully crafted to maintain secrecy and deflect attention. But after a pause, he looked back up at the sea of expectant faces. "I am Ironman," he declared. The press room erupted into chaos. Reporters shouted questions, cameras clicked furiously, and the screen cut to black. Melissa shot to her feet, her eyes sparkling. "Holy fuck. That was good," she exclaimed, clapping her hands together with genuine excitement. "It makes me want to leave this place and start building something right now." Tony chuckled, lounging back against the couch cushions with a smug grin. "Glad to know it still holds up." Melissa turned to him, teasing. "By the way, that last line. I am Ironman. You totally felt cool saying that during the time we were picking out our hero names, didn't you?" Tony gave a shameless grin and nodded. "Highlight of my school year. Still one of my favorite moments to this day." She laughed, sauntering over to the couch and plucking the half-empty bowl of popcorn from his lap before settling down beside him again, this time claiming his lap for herself. She placed the bowl in her lap, shifting to get comfortable as Tony wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. Melissa glanced over her shoulder with a gleam in her eye. "All right, so, what's next? I need more. It's like, I'm addicted or something." Tony tilted his head thoughtfully. "Next, it's either Iron Man 2 or The Incredible Hulk. Your choice." Melissa opened her mouth to respond, but Tony held up a hand. "Hold on. Before that, you need to watch this." "Watch what?" The screen lit up again as a post-credit scene began. Tony Stark walked into his home in darkness, only to find a figure standing in the shadows. Melissa immediately fell silent. The mysterious man stepped forward, revealing a long black coat, a calm demeanor, and a familiar face. The music swelled as he spoke. "I'm here to talk to you about the Avenger Initiative." Melissa's jaw dropped. "Wait. Was that a post-credit scene?" "Yup," Tony confirmed with a grin. "They're kind of a tradition in the MCU. A teaser for what's to come." Melissa shook her head, impressed. "That's genius. Honestly. I love it." Tony stretched slightly. "So, what'll it be? Iron Man 2? Or Hulk?" "Well, since we just watched Iron Man, maybe we should space them out a bit," she mused. "Let's start with The Incredible Hulk." "Excellent choice," Tony said, cueing up the film. As the opening scenes played, Melissa immediately squinted at the screen. "Wait a second. That's not Bruce. Who the hell is that?" Tony chuckled. "Actor swap. Long story short, it's still supposed to be Bruce Banner, but played by a different actor. I don't really remember the reason for the actor swap, I just know they're supposed to be the same person." "Huh, weird," Melissa said, leaning back into his chest again as the movie picked up pace. She quickly became absorbed in the story, especially when Bruce's blood accidentally contaminated a drink and ended up halfway across the world. "Okay, hold on," Melissa said, pausing the movie. "I swear this is the third time I've seen that old guy. Are they just running low on background actors?" Tony burst out laughing, covering his face. No, that's Stan Lee. He's one of the original creators of Marvel. He appears in every movie as a cameo. It's tradition. Seriously. That's actually amazing," Melissa said with a grin, resuming the movie. As the plot progressed, she became quieter, more focused. The scenes with the Hulk held her attention fully, especially the action sequences. Her eyes widened at the intense battle between Hulk and the Abomination. She absent-mindedly reached for some popcorn, grabbing a handful, and then without looking, fed a few pieces into Tony's mouth. Tony didn't even flinch, just accepted the snack with amusement. "And you're telling me you actually fought something like that?" she asked in disbelief as the climactic battle raged on. Tony nodded. "Yup. Although, to be fair, MCU Hulk is toned down compared to his comic counterpart. In the comics, the madder Hulk gets, the stronger, and bigger, he becomes. One of his most powerful versions is called World Breaker Hulk. And trust me, he earns that name." "Damn," Melissa muttered. "I guess I'm finally starting to understand why everyone's so terrified of him." Soon, the movie ended, and the screen transitioned into another post-credit scene. This time, Tony appeared again, walking into a dimly lit bar in a crisp suit. Melissa's eyes widened in excitement. "Oh my god, this is so cool. I can't even imagine what it must have been like seeing this all unfold when the movies were first released." Tony smirked, watching her reactions with clear amusement. "Just wait," he said. "You haven't seen anything yet." Chapter 238, MCU Marathon, 3/19. Third person's POV. "Okay, wait. Does this Ivan Vanko actually exist in this world? Was your father really working with a Russian assistant?" Melissa asked, her voice filled with curiosity as Ivan and his father, Anton, were revealed on the screen. Wait, what? Tony exclaimed, his attention snapping back to the movie. He paused the scene just as Ivan was seen experimenting with a finished arc reactor. What do you mean by that? Well, in the movie, it's mentioned that Ivan helped Howard Stark perfect the arc reactor, so I'm wondering if that was the same story here. Is there someone else in this world who also possesses knowledge of the arc reactor, or did something like that happen differently here? Melissa's voice was tinged with intrigue as she leaned forward, her gaze turning towards Tony. Tony stared at her, mouth agape. His eyes flicked back to the paused scene, and then back to Melissa. He opened his mouth, closed it again, and finally stammered, I never considered that. I honestly don't know. This is a lot to process. How have you kept all this movie knowledge in your head and never considered this fact? Melissa asked, incredulous. She raised an eyebrow, her mind struggling to grasp how Tony had never questioned such a huge detail before. I just assumed that only the Stark name and achievements were the ones that carried over into this world, Tony said, his voice exasperated. Why would I wonder if someone else was out there who had the same knowledge or ability to make the arc reactor? Melissa gaped at him. You are seriously something else, you know that. Just, wow, Tony. Just wow. Let's just continue watching the movie, Tony said quickly, his voice tinged with nervousness as he hit the play button again. He could still feel the weight of the question hanging in the air as he shifted uncomfortably in his seat. The scene transitioned to Tony running out the back of a plane, soaring through the sky toward the Stark Expo, where he dramatically landed amidst a burst of fireworks. As he touched down, machines began to lift from the stages, systematically disassembling his armor. Tony strolled confidently in front of the crowd, presenting at the Stark Expo. You really do love being the center of attention, don't you? Melissa sighed, her voice laced with mild annoyance. Tony flashed her a straight-faced look. When will you learn that it's not me? Look me in the eye and tell me you don't secretly love getting that type of attention, Melissa challenged him, her expression stern. Oh look, Stark's about to give one of his classic arrogant speeches. Let's just watch that, Tony muttered, changing the subject as he pointed at the screen. Coward, Melissa scoffed, her tone teasing as she turned her attention back to the movie. But her attention quickly shifted as she noticed Stark backstage, his blood being poisoned. Stan Lee. Melissa suddenly shouted, her arms shooting up in excitement as she saw his cameo. Tony turned to her, looking utterly confused, after all it's barely been 2 hours since she learned who he really was. Blushing slightly, Melissa mumbled, sorry, I couldn't help myself after learning who he really was. It felt appropriate. Tony rolled his eyes good-naturedly, then glanced at her as she snuggled up beside him, absent-mindedly drawing circles on his chest. Not to mention, I'm kind of becoming a big fan after learning that he's the one who created you, she added with a playful grin. He didn't create me, Tony groaned, rolling his eyes. Same difference, Melissa shrugged dismissively, her voice light as she refocused on the movie. The scene shifted to Tony sitting before the senator and Justin Hammer, and as the future war machine appeared on screen, Melissa's eyes lit up. Now that's the Rhodes I know, Melissa grinned. As the scene continued, she giggled, thoroughly entertained by Tony's antics as he made a fool of everyone, especially Justin Hammer. But her laughter faltered as the camera zoomed in on the test subject with his torso painfully twisted. Ugh, God, that could have been us when we were just kids, Melissa winced, her face contorting in discomfort as she watched the horrific display. She then turned back toward Tony with a teasing smirk. You know, that's probably going to be us one day, she said, nudging him with her elbow. When the United Nations Council finally learns and realizes that military-grade weaponry, stuff that can level entire cities, states, or even continents, is in the hands of a bunch of teenagers. Tony stared at her flatly. Melissa, please, for the love of my sanity, don't even joke about that, he said, his voice laced with genuine concern. I don't even want to imagine the kind of chaos that would cause. Can't you just watch the movie and let me have one peaceful moment without triggering an existential crisis every 5 minutes? Melissa burst into laughter, clearly enjoying herself far too much. Her giggles still echoed as the movie shifted to a scene of Tony Stark in his workshop, pushing Pepper away after learning she had a cold. Fun fact, Tony said with a nostalgic smile, the actress really was sick during filming. That whole exchange was improvised on the spot. He, seriously. That's actually pretty cool, Melissa grinned, impressed. Then the scene changed again, this time to Tony training in martial arts with Happy Hogan. Natasha. Yay. Melissa suddenly shouted, practically bouncing in her seat. She beamed as she watched Natasha Romanoff appear on screen for the first time. Finally. I was wondering when she'd show up. I've missed her. She looked at Tony with a knowing grin. She was clearly sent in by Fury to spy on you, wasn't she? Tony groaned, but a small smirk tugged at the corners of his lips. Stop guessing everything and just watch the goddamn movie, he muttered with an amused snort. Soon, Happy was flat on the floor, completely taken out by Natasha in one smooth, effortless sequence. Melissa cheered her on like a sports fan watching their favorite team score. Then came the fancy event scene, Tony and Pepper at a high-class gathering hosted by none other than Justin Hammer. Melissa's mood instantly soured when she noticed a familiar face. "It's that bitch again," she growled, glaring at the journalist from the first film who appeared alongside Justin. Tony looked over at her, genuinely confused. "Okay, seriously, what is wrong with you tonight?" he asked, unsure how to process her personal vendettas against the journalist. Melissa didn't answer, her attention had already shifted to the next scene. Tony was seen sneaking away with Pepper and Happy to the Grand Prix in Monaco, surprising everyone by suddenly appearing on the track, helmet in hand, ready to race. Melissa watched with wide eyes as Ivan Vanko made his dramatic entrance, using his electrified whips to slice through cars and wreak havoc. Tony nearly died on the track if it hadn't been for Happy slamming into Vanko with a car just in time. Melissa watched in awe as Tony's portable armor suit rapidly encased his body in one of the most iconic suit-up sequences yet. A fond smile played on her lips. "I wonder if our suit-up during the entrance exam looked anything like that." "Wait." She blinked, turning toward Tony with narrowed eyes. "Did that count as a reference too?" "No," Tony said quickly, glancing to the side with suspicious avoidance. Melissa chuckled knowingly, shaking her head, her eyes still fixed on the screen. Sawyer." The movie rolled on, showing Tony defeating Whiplash, who was then taken into custody, only to be later broken out and recruited by none other than Justin Hammer. Melissa watched intently, curiosity growing as she saw Tony, slumped over, tinkering with the arc reactor embedded in his chest. His health was deteriorating, and he downed a drink in an attempt to slow the palladium poisoning, while Rhodes watched from behind with a troubled expression. Several scenes passed, leading up to the confrontation between Tony and Rhodes. Rhodes had taken one of Tony's earlier suits, and the two began fighting in the middle of a party Tony was throwing as he spiraled through a midlife crisis. Guests stared, stunned and awkward, as the two armored men traded punches, metal clashing against metal with each blow. Then came the repulsor blasts, both of them firing beams that collided midair, creating a shockwave so powerful it shattered the surrounding glass and shook the ground violently. Melissa slowly turned her head, eyes glowing with excitement. "I just thought of an awesome combo move we could do together," she said, practically vibrating with energy. Tony couldn't help but let out a laugh. "I know what you're thinking," he said, ruffling her hair affectionately, "and maybe, just maybe, in the future." Chapter 239, MCU Marathon, April 19th. Third person's POV. Melissa sat cross-legged atop the couch, comfortably nestled on Tony's lap as they watched Iron Man 2. Her eyes sparkled with amusement as Tony, on screen, appeared miserably hungover after his battle and loss to the future war machine. He was slouched on top of a giant donut outside the shop, clearly not in his best form. "Classic," Melissa muttered with a grin. Then came the familiar moment, Nick Fury's entrance. As Tony and Fury sat down inside the cafe, Natasha appeared from behind, promptly jabbing a serum into Tony's neck with practiced ease. Yay! Black Widow officially makes her entrance. Melissa cheered, clapping her hands excitedly before giggling when Tony instantly fired Natasha for being a spy. After the meeting, Fury handed over a box full of Howard Stark's old belongings. The scene briefly shifted to Rhodey with Justin Hammer before returning to Tony in his lab, staring at old footage of his father. Howard's voice echoed from the screen, "What is and always will be my greatest creation, is you." "Ah." Melissa cooed, her voice softening. She glanced up at Tony, lips puckered in a dramatic pout. "That was so sweet." "You hear that, Tony? You're your father's greatest creation." Tony sighed, already anticipating this moment. "I'm growing tired of telling you that's not me." Melissa only smiled wider, clearly enjoying teasing him. Soon after, Tony appeared on screen again, this time attempting a heartfelt gesture, buying strawberries for Pepper. Too bad it backfired since Pepper was allergic to strawberries. Melissa facepalmed. "Seriously? That's just sad." She looked back at the real Tony. "Just know, if you ever pulled something like that on me, I'd wrangle your neck." Tony rolled his eyes. "Lucky for me, you're not allergic to anything. You'd make the worst super soldier otherwise, imagine trying to fight with a peanut allergy." "Oh, shut up and let me watch the movie," Melissa scoffed in amusement. Tony chuckled. "Now you know how it feels." The movie continued, and they watched as Tony stopped in front of the old Stark Expo model. He observed it from different angles, his mind visibly racing. Without hesitation, he picked it up and placed it across his car before speeding off back to his lab. Melissa leaned forward slightly, eyes locked on the screen. She was clearly absorbed now, watching as Tony discovered the new element. "That's so cool," she murmured. Then she looked back at him. Was it the same for you and Howard? When you discovered the new element? In a way, yes, Tony replied, recalling that chapter of his life. He began explaining the behind the scenes of what really happened as his movie counterpart tore apart his lab and began building something entirely new. And finished constructing the triangle-shaped arc reactor. Eventually, the scene shifted to Justin Hammer's tech showcase. Drones modeled after Ironman took center stage alongside War Machine's new armor. Melissa's eyes narrowed as the drones turned rogue, Justin Hammer losing control completely. Cue Iron Man's heroic arrival. He and Rhodey fought side by side in a gorgeously lit scene, each movement sharp, calculated, and synchronized. Then came the infamous Hammer tech moment. Rhodey fired the kinetic missile. It landed in the water with a dull, pathetic fizzle. Melissa scoffed. Honestly, that one's on Rhodes. It's a kinetic missile, you're supposed to let it charge. He shot it out too early. Rookie move. Tony smirked at her critique but said nothing, watching her enjoy the action. The fight escalated as Tony activated his wrist-mounted laser blades and spun midair, slicing the surrounding enemies in half in a clean, fluid motion. Melissa didn't say a word this time, too caught up in the choreography to comment. Whiplash made his final appearance, and the duo took him down together with a powerful, synchronized blast. Then came the rooftop. Tony and Pepper stood together, exchanging a tender kiss. While Rhodes was leaning off to the side watching in disgust. Tony glanced down at Melissa, expecting a harsh reaction like she had with the journalist. Instead, she just smiled. What? Not going to comment on it, he asked. Melissa looked up at him, her expression soft but teasing. Comment about what? I'm clearly your Pepper Potts. She winked, leaning up to give him a quick kiss before settling back into his lap. Content. The credits began to roll. Melissa sat up, throwing her arms in the air. Now come on. Bring on Thor. Tony laughed as he reached for the remote. All right, all right. As Thor began, Melissa leaned into Tony, eyes fixed on the screen with quiet interest as Jane Foster chased storms across the desert. The story soon shifted to Asgard, unveiling its majestic history, the rise of Odin, and the tale of two young boys, Thor and Loki, growing up as brothers. Melissa furrowed her brows. Okay, wait. They're brothers. I thought Loki and Thor were uncle and nephew or something, she asked, clearly baffled despite the extensive mythology reading she'd done after meeting the real Thor. Tony smirked. Nope. Brothers. Raised together. As you just saw, Loki's actually adopted. The movie continued, with Loki subtly manipulating Thor into a reckless assault on Jotunheim alongside his closest warriors. Melissa leaned forward with a gleam in her eyes as the Bifrost activated in a blaze of light and they teleported into the frost giant realm. She turned toward Tony with a mischievous smile. You know, this is only a suggestion, but... Melissa, Tony said immediately, not even looking at her. If the next words out of your mouth are, we should build our own Bifrost, I swear, I will literally kiss you. Melissa broke into a wide grin and puckered her lips in response, clearly taking him up on the challenge. Tony laughed and leaned in, giving her a quick kiss. They both turned their attention back to the screen, watching as Thor unleashed pure devastation on the frost giants. Melissa was practically bouncing in place, loving every brutal moment. The thunderous hammer swings, the streaks of lightning, and Thor's ferocity were everything she lived for in action scenes. Then Odin appeared in a flash of golden light, halting the battle before things spiraled further. Melissa fell quiet, watching with rapt attention as Odin scolded Thor, stripped him of his armor and power, and banished him to Earth. The camera zoomed in as Odin whispered the iconic enchantment into the hammer, whosoever holds this hammer, if he be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor. Then the hammer followed, falling to Earth like a shooting star. Melissa pointed at herself with both thumbs, grinning. Me. I'm worthy. I lifted that hammer, remember. Tony rolled his eyes. Moments later, the film showed a montage of people trying, and failing, to lift Mjolnir from where it lay buried in the sand. A group of men tied it to a pickup truck, attempting to pull it free. Melissa pointed with mock excitedly. Stan Lee cameo, she squealed. On screen, Stan grinned from the driver's seat before hitting the gas, only for the back of the truck to rip off while the hammer stayed firmly in place. Tony sighed, amused and slightly exasperated. You don't have to shout his name every time he shows up, you know. Don't care, Melissa said, sticking her tongue out at him. It's tradition. It's fun. I'm having a good time, don't be such a bore. Chapter 240, MCU Marathon, May 19th. Third person's POV. So that was Phase 1 of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Tell me what you think, Tony said as the credits to the Avengers rolled across the screen. He stretched, clearly proud of the experience they'd just shared. Melissa stood in front of the TV, practically buzzing. That was awesome, she muttered, eyes wide with excitement. And you're telling me there are multiple phases of this? Yup, Tony replied with a smug grin. Like I said, that was only phase 1. Just the introduction. Well, I'm introduced all right, and I'm loving it. Melissa said, throwing her arms up. I'm having a hard time choosing a favorite character. Right now, it's a tie between Stark and Captain America. Honestly, they nailed your personality when Stark called himself a genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist. That's literally you. Babes, Tony said smugly, rubbing his nails against his shirt and blowing on them. Billionaire is so last year. Try trillionaire, at least. Melissa rolled her eyes. She didn't even bother to respond to the flex. Now at least I know how the Avengers were formed. Poor Phil, though. I was really starting to like him. He's alive, Tony said flatly. Melissa whipped her head around, glaring. What? Spoilers. Tony just shrugged. Relax. It's not in the movies. He comes back in a long-running show called Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Didn't really stick with me, though, I didn't watch it all the way through. Oh. Melissa pouted, flopping onto the couch beside him. Well, whatever. Just start phase 2 already. Tony chuckled. Phase 2 kicks off with Iron Man 3. He queued it up, and the movie began. Melissa settled in comfortably. By the time the third movie ended, she slowly turned toward Tony with a deadpan expression. You're a stupid idiot. Why the hell would you give a terrorist your home address? You better not seriously do that. That isn't me, Tony said pointedly, growing more irritated with every accusation. Melissa giggled, not even trying to hide her amusement as they started Thor, The Dark World. She found it decent enough but didn't have much to say during the film. As soon as it ended, though, she sat up slightly. You know, my favorite part was when it showed Loki in his cell, and everything around him was destroyed. That scene really showed he cared about his mom, despite all the crap he pulls. Loki's definitely one of the fan favorites, Tony agreed. Now let's move on to what is one of my favorites, Captain America, the Winter Soldier. This time, Tony rested his head on Melissa's lap as the movie started, while Melissa absent-mindedly ran her fingers through his hair. As the film ended, she was massaging his scalp gently, eyes still glued to the screen. The Winter Soldier is such a badass name. And Bucky being alive and brainwashed by Hydra. That was a twist I did not see coming, Melissa said, visibly impressed. There are so many great characters now. I'm having trouble picking a favorite again. I can totally see why this one's your favorite. Melissa said as she started to give a summary of her thoughts after each movie as she was too into them to comment on them at the moment. The fight scenes were my absolute favorites. Melissa said with a content sigh as she curled into the couch, still riding the high from the Winter Soldier. Then she shot Tony a teasing look, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Is it just me, or do Nat and Steve have a little something going on? You know what I mean. Tony gave a small nod, amused. They definitely have chemistry. A lot of fans shipped them, wished they ended up together. Melissa's eyes darted side to side like she was about to share a juicy secret. She leaned in and whispered, okay, but do you think if Nat asked, Steve would donate his sperm so she could have his baby? Tony turned to her, deadpan. Melissa, that's gross. What? She said with a giggle, completely unbothered. I'm just asking. I mean, imagine it, a child from Black Widow and Captain Freaking America. That kid would be a walking, talking weapon. Instant badass. Tony ignored her, casually reaching for the remote. Anyway, the next movie is Guardians of the Galaxy. Melissa pouted, flopping against the cushions. There's no need to be boring. I'm just saying. Babe, I'm not gonna sit here and have a conversation about the potential offspring of people I've actually met. That's just weird. Melissa rolled her eyes. We're literally watching their lives play out on screen like a drama series. I think we passed weird like 5 movies ago. But fine, continue the marathon, buzzkill. As Guardians of the Galaxy played, Melissa quickly grew captivated by the shift in tone and setting. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. To think, all this stuff was happening out in space while everything else was happening on Earth. That's wild. She clicked her tongue in frustration. We left that universe way too soon. There's so much out there we didn't even get to see. Talk about a bummer. Tony, lounging with a bowl of popcorn, raised an eyebrow. Melissa, we haven't even fully explored our universe, and you're already talking about exploring the space of another one. Melissa crossed her arms and sulked. All right, fair point. But we really should make a to-do list. These movies are just giving me idea after idea. Later into the movie, as Groot's emotional sacrifice played out on screen, Melissa's playful tone faded. Her lips started to tremble, and her eyes welled with tears. She sniffled quietly, clutching a tissue. Tony glanced over and chuckled softly, seeing her holding back a full-on sob. You okay over there? Stupid movie with its stupid dance battle. Melissa muttered, wiping at her eyes. Why am I crying over a tree? Melissa fanned her eyes and took a deep breath, still trying to compose herself. Okay, I need a minute before we start the next one. My heart's not ready. You sure? Tony said, tilting his head playfully. Because next up is Avengers, Age of Ultron. You know, the one we lived through. Melissa's eyes widened instantly, all her sadness vanishing in a blink. What? Then what the hell are you waiting for? Start it. Start it now. I want to see what it looks like without us messing things up, or fixing them. Tony rolled his eyes at her sudden shift in energy and hit play. As the opening scene began to unfold, Melissa was already leaning forward in anticipation, forgetting her tears and ready to dive back into the action. A/N, for those that are upset about not being a full Avengers reaction, just look at the number of chapters this entire segment is. Sacrifices had to be made, sacrifices others might have been too weak to make. Chapter 241, MCU Marathon, 6/19. Third person's POV. Oh, I didn't know about this, Melissa muttered, her eyes glued to the screen as the scene unfolded. So this is the origin of the Maximoff twins, huh? Her tone was one of curiosity and awe as she watched the Avengers infiltrate what remained of Hydra's strongholds and encounter Wanda and Pietro for the first time. She was particularly captivated by the moment Wanda implanted a nightmarish vision into Tony's mind, forcing him to confront his deepest fears, his teammates dead, the world in ruins, and him powerless to stop it. Okay, wait, Melissa said, sitting up straighter. So this is what pushed Stark into creating Ultron. I mean, I know all of his past trauma and experiences kind of built up to it, but was this the final nail in the coffin? Yup, Tony replied casually. He saw a vision of everyone dying, slaughtered. And he believed it was inevitable unless he did something drastic. So, Ultron was born. As the movie transitioned to a more lighthearted scene, the party at Avengers Tower, Rhodey delivered his iconic line, boom. You looking for this, while sharing stories with the rest of the Avengers. Tony and Thor exchanged awkward glances in the background, clearly unimpressed. Melissa giggled at the awkwardness. But her laughter abruptly stopped as a fast-moving object rocketed toward the tower, crashing through and bringing the party to a screeching halt. Her jaw dropped. Then she froze. Her eyes widened in shock as she stared at the screen. There she was. She and her Tony, standing amongst the Avengers, perfectly rendered into the movie as if they had always been part of it. What the hell? Melissa slowly rose to her feet, pointing at herself on screen with her mouth still open in disbelief. She turned to Tony, her expression a mix of wonder and confusion. Wait a minute. I think since we infiltrated this universe, my memories of the movie are being rewritten. Tony said, clutching his head. Melissa raised a brow in surprise. Wah. Are you serious? I mean, I guess that would make some kind of sense, but are we seriously on the big screen now? Are we actually a part of the MCU? She trailed off, noticing the way Tony's lips were twitching, his cheeks reddening as he struggled not to burst out laughing. His shoulders shook slightly. Melissa's expression fell flat. You're messing with me, aren't you? That was all it took. Tony collapsed back onto the couch, letting out a loud, unrestrained laugh as he clutched his stomach, tears already welling in his eyes. He was wheezing like a lunatic. You edited this, didn't you? Melissa said, her voice cold and unimpressed. You actually went in and recut the movie to make it look like we joined the Avengers, didn't you? Tony could barely nod through his uncontrollable cackling. His face was red, eyes streaming, body shaking as he let out another peal of maniacal laughter. Just play the movie how it's supposed to go, you fucking dickhead, Melissa muttered as she dropped back onto the couch with a loud huff, arms crossed and brows furrowed. Still chuckling, Tony returned the movie to its original timeline, picking up from Rhodey's line at the party. Now sitting with her head propped on her hand, leaning against the armrest, Melissa continued watching with a sideways glance at Tony, who was still grinning and quietly giggling to himself. Even though she was supposed to be mad at him, she couldn't help the soft scoff that escaped her lips. Deep down, she had to admit, it was a funny prank. But there was no way she'd let him know that. Not now. She would let him enjoy his moment of triumph, for now. As the movie continued, Melissa found herself drawn in once more. Then the scenes shifted to Bruce Banner and Natasha Romanoff's budding romance. Ugh, Bruce and Nat is such an odd and random pairing, Melissa groaned, wrinkling her nose. Didn't Bruce have Betty? What happened to her? And seriously, leave Nat for Steve. That man deserves to be laid. Tony snorted. I mean, I know Steve could technically have Peggy's niece, but that's so weird. He and Nat just have way better chemistry, she continued with an annoyed shake of her head. I really hope they end up together at some point. Otherwise, this movie's love subplot is gonna be seriously disappointing. Tony didn't reply, only giving her a long, quiet glance, pity in his eyes. Inwardly, he sighed. Oh, you poor, poor child. You have no idea what's coming. Fortunately, the mood lifted as the iconic Mjolnir scene came on. Melissa instantly perked up as the Avengers took turns trying to lift Thor's enchanted hammer. Her smile returned as she watched the montage unfold. She chuckled, eyes twinkling with fondness, remembering her own experience. Although she had been particularly intrigued by Steve's valiant but failed attempts to lift Mjolnir, the scene soon shifted gears, diving straight into the chilling emergence of Ultron. You know, Melissa murmured as she leaned back into the couch, it's really cool watching all this from a third-person perspective. You get to pick up on details you missed the first time around, and there are scenes we never would have been around to see ourselves. The screen was now filled with fast-paced action as the Avengers worked in tandem to combat Ultron's first wave, an army of primitive sentries made of scrap metal and malice. Even though she'd seen many of them in person by now, Melissa still couldn't help but admire their coordination and power. The scene shifted to show Ultron finally appearing in his newly forged body, flanked by the Maximoff twins. Melissa let out an impressed whistle. His speech was theatrical, philosophical, almost poetic in its own eerie way. Damn, she muttered, tilting her head. What exactly did he see on the internet that made him decide humanity needed a hard reset? And where's he getting all these monologues from? Is he just Googling most dramatic villain quotes or something? Tony chuckled softly but didn't answer, his eyes fixed on the screen. Melissa remained mostly quiet during the following scenes, the exchange with Ulysses Klaue for vibranium, Ultron's sudden temper, and then the high-octane fight between Iron Man and the Hulk in Johannesburg. She watched with wide eyes, taking in the collateral damage and the chaos with a new level of perspective. Then Tony's familiar, frantic line echoed from the screen, go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, as he repeatedly punched the raging Hulk with the Hulkbuster's fists. Melissa smirked and nudged Tony playfully. Another reference you love to bring up whenever you're fighting a Hulk-type villain. Tony blushed faintly, his voice barely a grumble. Let me be. So what if I like to spam it? It worked, didn't it? Melissa burst into a quiet giggle. Once the mayhem died down, the Avengers were shown retreating to Clint Barton's secluded farmhouse to regroup and recover. Wait. Melissa narrowed her eyes at the screen. Was Fury seriously just chilling in the barn? Like, he was waiting there the whole time. Pretty sure during this moment I was talking to Nat about you restoring her ability to reproduce. Tony gave a small nod. Yup. Around this time, my parents also told me I was grounded. He frowned at the memory. The embarrassment still lingered. Melissa snorted. Her giggle was enough to ease his sulking expression into a reluctant smile. As the movie continued, the scene shifted again. Steve Rogers had traveled to South Korea to track down Dr. Helen Cho. Dead scientists and destroyed labs filled the frame, painting a grim picture. To think Master Splinter actually made a difference and managed to save everyone there when we were involved, Melissa mused aloud, her voice carrying a hint of pride and nostalgia. They both watched in silence as the next sequence played out, the high-speed chase through the streets of Korea, the birth of Vision's body inside a transport truck, and the climactic derailment of a speeding train. Without their intervention, the situation had spiraled into far more chaos. Then came another deviation Melissa couldn't help but notice. Her brows furrowed. Wait a second. Was Nat seriously supposed to be kidnapped by Ultron? She asked in disbelief. That's wild. I swear, every 5 minutes I'm finding something else that played out completely differently because we were there. Tony only nodded in agreement, watching the screen with thoughtful silence. I mean, that's kind of terrifying when you think about it, Melissa added after a beat. Like, how much of the story changed just because we showed up? Tony didn't answer right away, he glanced at her with a small, unreadable smile. More than you know. Chapter 242, MCU Marathon, 7/19. Third-person POV. Melissa turned toward Tony, her mouth agape as she stared at the screen, watching the catastrophic destruction of Sokovia unfold before her eyes. The sheer magnitude of devastation left her stunned. Buildings crumbled like sandcastles, and the entire country was being ripped from the earth, rising into the sky as Ultron's insane plan to transform it into a meteor came to terrifying fruition. I knew this was what he had planned, she said, her voice cracking slightly as she gestured toward the screen, but to actually see it happening like this. It's completely different knowing something is going to happen and then witnessing the result. And Pietro's death, what the hell was that? She continued, her voice rising with frustration. He was a speedster. Just like you said when you saved him. He should have easily been able to avoid those bullets. There's no way he couldn't have survived. It makes no sense. Melissa went on a passionate tangent, ranting about the tragic flaws and heart-wrenching moments of Age of Ultron, venting her emotions as she processed everything she had just seen. Man, she finally exhaled, leaning back with a deep sigh. I feel so bad for Wanda. Losing your brother like that. Thankfully, we managed to intervene and save him. Tony, who had been quietly observing her emotional roller coaster, folded his arms and leaned against the couch. We aren't completely sure if he's safe though, he said ominously, his tone carrying a weight that made Melissa look up sharply. Her head snapped toward him, a look of concern instantly replacing her earlier frustration. What's that supposed to mean? She asked, narrowing her eyes. Tony shrugged, his expression unreadable. I just mean, yes, we saved him, but who's to say he didn't end up getting himself killed in some other unfortunate incident? It could be carelessness, or... He paused, lowering his voice, maybe it's the universe trying to correct a mistake. A timeline where he was supposed to die. Please don't say that, Melissa whispered, her voice tinged with fear. You make it sound like we're powerless against fate, like no matter what we do, we can't change the course of events. That all the effort we've put into making things better has been for nothing. Melissa looked ahead and smiled gently. I prefer to believe that Wanda and Pietro are alive and happy, living a peaceful life in the future we've carved out for them. All right, Tony said with a half laugh, ruffling her hair affectionately. I'll stop being such a Debbie Downer. The last scene of the movie began to play, the poignant exchange between Vision and Ultron, and Melissa's expression softened. Her posture relaxed, and her eyes stayed fixed on the screen, fully engrossed. That moment had become her favorite part of the movie. You know, she murmured thoughtfully, curling her legs underneath her, it's like they're complete opposites. Both artificial beings, androids, robots, whatever you want to call them, but they couldn't be more different in how they view humanity. Tony smirked and rolled his eyes. Yeah, that's kind of the point, genius. Two non-human entities with entirely different ideologies about humanity. It's a pretty classic philosophical setup. Melissa stuck her tongue out at him in mock annoyance. As the end credits rolled, Tony stretched and looked at her expectantly. All right, ready for the next movie. What's it called? She asked, tilting her head with curiosity. Ant-Man, Tony said with a perfectly straight face. Melissa blinked. Are you messing with me? Tony raised an eyebrow. Remember the Pym particles? She paused, then her eyes widened in realization. Oh. Now that makes sense. I was starting to wonder why you named them Pym particles instead of something arrogant like Stark particles or, I don't know. Tony chuckled. Well, that wouldn't have had the same ring to it, and I did take inspiration from, let's just say, a few cinematic resources. As the opening scenes of Ant-Man began to play, Melissa turned toward Tony, her gaze softening into something warm and appreciative. You know, you're incredible. Tony blinked in surprise, caught off guard. What? Where's this coming from? She smiled gently. You took something that was pure fiction, nothing more than a story from a comic book or a movie, and turned it into reality. With no guide, no manual, and barely any help. You took an idea and made it real with your own mind. That's beyond impressive. Tony scratched his cheek, suddenly looking a bit embarrassed. I always thought you might think less of me, you know, since the ideas weren't originally mine. Melissa shook her head. Tony, I could write 1,000 stories about magic artifacts or ancient power, but they'd just be stories. None of them would ever come to life the way you make things come to life. You have a way of bringing dreams into the real world. It doesn't matter where the inspiration came from, what matters is you brought it into existence. That's what makes it incredible. Tony, now blushing, lifted a hand and gently placed it over her mouth. Okay, stop. Even I have a limit for flattery. Melissa giggled from behind his hand, clearly enjoying how flustered he'd become. Teasing Tony was one of her favorite things to do. Let's just continue watching this crap. Tony grumbled, slouching further into the couch as the opening credits of Ant-Man rolled across the screen. Melissa raised an amused brow but decided to stop to tease him, for now. Instead, the two settled into a comfortable silence, eyes glued to the screen as the movie played out. By the time the end credits rolled, Melissa stretched with a satisfied hum, leaning back with a soft smile. You know, she said, turning toward him, that was actually a lot better than I expected. I thought it was going to be silly, shrinking heroes and ants and all that, but it was surprisingly heartfelt. Funny, even. Tony smirked. Glad you enjoyed it. Up next is another favorite of mine, Captain America, Civil War. Melissa gave him a mock suspicious look. You know, the last two movies you've called your favorites have both been Captain America films. Are you secretly a Cap fanboy or something? Tony glanced away, feigning irritation. Shut up, will you? I'm not mocking you, she said, laughing lightly. It's just funny. I would have pegged you as more of a Stark is the best, everyone else is secondary type. There are two types of character archetypes I like, Tony explained, lifting two fingers as he counted them off. First are the heroic, selfless types who believe helping someone is the obvious course of action, and second are the cocky, brilliant types who actually have the skills to back it up. Melissa tilted her head, pretending to be deep in thought. Huh. I honestly wouldn't have thought you were a fan of the hero type of characters. You're more like the type to say they're unrealistic, or have a secret agenda. Tony pressed play without answering, but the faint smirk tugging at his lips gave him away. As the film played, Melissa's attention was quickly captured by the emotional weight of the story. The brainwashing scene with Bucky made her visibly uncomfortable, her expression softening with pity. She'd grown fond of the character, especially after watching Winter Soldier, and seeing him broken like this unsettled her. To Melissa, these were more than just movies and characters, they were real people, and she was watching their life unfold behind a screen. Instead of a fantasy movie, these were more like documentaries. Then came the Lagos mission. Captain America fought Brock Rumlow, cornering him after an intense skirmish. But Rumlow, unwilling to lose, activated a bomb vest in a last act of vengeance. Wanda intervened, using her powers to contain the blast, only for the explosion to shift midair, destroying a nearby building and killing Wakandan humanitarian workers. Melissa gave a mocking wince at the scene, shaking her head slightly. She needs to be placed in the hero course, she muttered. Tony let out a sudden burst of laughter. PHTTT, okay, that was funny. The movie continued, and soon Tony appeared on screen, younger and more clean-cut, presenting his holographic memory tech at MIT, BARF. The moment a teenage version of Tony appeared, Melissa burst into uncontrollable laughter. PHTT, ha 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 ha, she snorted, pointing at the screen. Is that supposed to be you? Tony's eye twitched as he folded his arms, pretending to be unbothered. Melissa, however, was already doubled over, falling onto her side and smacking the couch cushions in delight. Her laughter echoed throughout the room, completely overtaking the scene on screen. I cannot, how did anyone take you seriously back then, she gasped between fits of giggles. Tony merely placed a hand over his face and shook his head with a dramatic sigh. Chapter 243, MCU Marathon, August 19th. Third-person POV. Upon hearing about the Sokovia Accords, Melissa sat quietly as the debate unfolded on screen. The Avengers were clearly divided, some arguing for oversight and accountability, others warning about political manipulation and the loss of autonomy. The team was splitting right down the middle, Team Iron Man versus Team Captain America. As the tension rose, Melissa turned to look at Tony, who was leaning into his fist on the armrest of the couch, his expression unreadable. What do you think? She asked. Tony didn't look at her right away. Why are you asking? He said with a small smirk. You should already know my answer. I would never leave the fate of my actions in someone else's hands. No one can make a better judgment of a situation than the person experiencing it and getting their hands dirty. Melissa crossed her arms, watching the screen as Chala's father was suddenly engulfed in an explosion. Her expression turned thoughtful. And what if your judgment is wrong? She asked softly. Tony didn't flinch. His gaze remained fixed on the unfolding chase scene across the highway. Then I learn, adapt, and grow. That's what being human is. Melissa hummed, not quite satisfied. Even if that mistake leads to tragedy. Even if people die because of your pride. What if following orders, just once, could have prevented it? Tony turned toward her, eyebrows furrowed in confusion. Melissa, what exactly are you doing? I'm just trying to understand where you really stand, she said, watching him closely. Tony sighed. If you're looking for labels, I'm Team Captain America, he said casually, rolling his eyes. I believe his point about how governments can be manipulated is valid. Giving control to an outside force just opens the door to compromise and corruption. I built something with my own hands, I'm not handing it over to politicians. Melissa blinked. Wait, really? You're siding with Steve in this? Well, I suppose if I think about it, I'm Team Stark then, Melissa said proudly, lifting her chin. Our society runs on rules and laws. Structure exists for a reason. If we, the ones with the most power, act outside of those rules, we're setting a precedent, one that others will follow, but without our morals. We should lead by example. Cool, Tony replied indifferently as Bucky, the supposed bomber, was finally apprehended on screen. Melissa stared at him in disbelief. What? That's it. No debate. Aha. Tony suddenly pointed at her, grinning. I knew it. You didn't actually care about the answer, you were just looking to start an argument. Melissa pressed her lips together, trying not to smile as she looked away. No. Of course not. Tony chuckled, then grew more curious. Seriously though. I'm actually interested, where do you really stand? Which side are you leaning toward? Melissa shrugged. I wasn't lying. I lean more toward Stark's side. I can see the merit in both arguments, but I believe there needs to be a balance. Complete independence is dangerous. An organization that acts with unchecked power, even if they think they're doing good, can cause just as much harm. Sometimes the line between hero and vigilante blurs. Tony considered her words quietly. I see. The conversation drifted away as the film progressed. On screen, Steve Rogers was holding a helicopter back with sheer brute strength. Melissa let out a cat whistle, then immediately looked away, face flushing red in embarrassment. Tony turned slowly toward her, lifting a brow. Now if I did that to Black Widow or Scarlet Witch, I'd be in trouble. Got it. Duly noted. Melissa let out a small laugh but didn't turn to face him. Tony scoffed, then added, fun fact, the actor playing Steve actually tore a muscle filming that stunt. Melissa giggled. I love when you share little trivia like that. It reminds me that I'm not just watching a different reality, but actors playing parts. It's kinda comforting. The movie continued, transitioning into the recruitment scenes. Clint helped Wanda escape the compound. Falcon went to retrieve Ant-Man, bringing back memories of their previous encounter in the Ant-Man movie. And then came him, Peter Parker. Melissa noticed the subtle smile forming on Tony's face the second the young hero appeared. What? She asked. Is he special or something? You're smiling like a proud uncle. Tony grinned. You're looking at the most popular Marvel character of all time. One of the most iconic heroes ever created. As the scene played on, Tony enthusiastically began explaining Spider-Man's cultural importance, his role in Marvel's history, and how much he meant to fans around the world. Melissa listened with interest, smiling at his enthusiasm as the airport scene began, with all the characters coming face to face in one of the biggest superhero clashes ever captured on screen. Tony let out a wistful sigh, his eyes soft as he leaned back into the couch. You just wouldn't understand the hype. The influence Spider-Man has on the world, it's something you have to experience personally to truly get it. Melissa giggled, turning to face him with an amused smile. I don't think I've ever seen you this passionate about anything, aside from your suits, of course. Honestly, I'll take your word for it. From what I've seen so far, he is pretty charming. He has his own movie, Tony said with a smirk, which you'll be seeing very soon. Before Melissa could respond, the tone of the movie shifted drastically. The scene cut to Stark discovering that the Winter Soldier had murdered his parents, a raw, emotional reveal that made the air in the room go still. The tension mounted, leading into the brutal final battle. And then, it happened. Melissa leaned forward, eyes wide. Holy! She whispered as Steve and Bucky tag-teamed against Tony in the snowy bunker, each strike landing heavy and fast. You know, she muttered, her tone somewhere between awe and sympathy, Stark is freaking awesome. I mean, he's clearly getting beat down, but come on, he's just a single man fighting two enhanced super soldiers, and he's still holding his own. That's seriously impressive. Why thank you, Tony replied, grinning smugly. Melissa raised a brow, smirking. Oh, now you're claiming to be him. You are the same person now. Tony just shrugged, clearly not denying it. As the film reached its resolution and the scene shifted to Chala confronting Zemo, Melissa's expression turned thoughtful. I think Zemo deserves some praises as well, she said, surprising Tony. He does? Tony asked, raising an eyebrow. Melissa nodded, eyes still on the screen. He did what no god, Loki, or android, Ultron, with enhanced computing powers could do. He brought down the Avengers. Not with brute strength or armies. Just pure intelligence and strategy. No enhancements. Just a man, with a plan. Tony scoffed, though he couldn't deny the logic. Yeah, well, it wasn't an Avengers movie. They were never meant to be the winners. Melissa laughed. Touché. I guess we can figure out who the main character and winner of each movie is based on the title. Tony tried, really tried, not to laugh, but he had to cover his mouth to stifle it. Her comedic timing was getting better with every film, and he was already anticipating her reactions to Infinity War and Endgame like a kid waiting for Christmas. After Civil War, the next film in their marathon was Doctor Strange, and Melissa had thoughts. The first reaction came quickly. Wait, okay, I get that gods can use magic, sure. But this? This is a whole other level. Mystic arts. Reality-bending spells. We could have learned this if we stayed longer. We could have learned magic, and you chose to leave early. What the hell is wrong with you? Her second reaction came mid-film. What if we create our own magic system? One based on quantum manipulation. Like, I don't know, quantum magic. Doesn't that sound awesome? Tony chuckled, nodding. You know what? That does sound awesome. Let's keep that on the table for future development. They then dove into Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2, where Melissa instantly fell head over heels for baby Groot. Oh woo. He's so small. Protect him at all costs, she squealed, hugging a pillow as if it were Groot himself. Next up was Spider-Man, Homecoming. As they watched Peter struggle to earn Tony's approval, Melissa couldn't stop giggling. Hey, it's like watching a son try to impress his dad. Tony just smiled, silently encouraging her to fall more and more in love with the dynamic between Stark and Peter just so it could hurt so much more. Then came Thor, Ragnarok. And oh, was that an emotional roller coaster. The moment Hela crushed Mjolnir, Melissa dropped from the couch onto her knees like she had just witnessed the death of a beloved family member. "No. Mjolnir," she cried, genuine tears welling up in her eyes. Tony stared at her, baffled. She didn't cry this much when Groot died. Or any other emotional scene played throughout the entirety of their marathon watch. He squinted suspiciously. "She's definitely having an affair with that hammer. I don't like it." And when Melissa watched Hela continue her rampage, she shook her fists at the screen. "That bitch. That monster. She deserves to be imprisoned. No, banished." But then, when Asgard was destroyed and Hela fell, she stood up, fist raised in triumph. "Ha ha ha ha. That's what you get." Tony sulked for the remainder of the movie, grumbling under his breath. After Ragnarok, they watched Black Panther. Melissa used it as a breather, enjoying the rich world-building and cultural beauty of Wakanda. "I love this," she said softly, as the credits rolled. "It's just beautiful." Tony smiled, his grin stretching like a Cheshire cat. Melissa yawned, stretching her arms over her head. "I think I've got one more movie in me before I pass out. I'm getting tired." Tony leaned forward with a grin that made her suspicious immediately. "Trust me," he said. "You won't be tired after this one." Melissa narrowed her eyes. "Oh no." Tony's grin widened. "We're watching Infinity War. Chapter 244, MCU Marathon, 9/19. Third-person POV. Melissa was instantly startled to see the destruction of the Asgardian forces that was brought on by a large purple figure, which of course was none other than Thanos. He was beating on the Hulk, overpowering him instantly and without remorse. "Damn," Melissa muttered in disbelief, eyes wide. "Is he actually that powerful?" Tony, lounging beside her with a bowl of popcorn, shrugged with casual amusement. "It's a common trope, you know. Show the villain beating the strongest hero to hype up how dangerous he is. Classic setup." Melissa frowned but didn't take her eyes off the screen. The action didn't let up. Heimdall, gravely wounded, used what little strength he had left to summon energy and send Hulk hurtling back to Earth. As he collapsed, Thanos showed no mercy and impaled him with his massive blade, killing him without hesitation. The scene shifted again, now focusing on Thor. The god of thunder was bound and screaming in pain as Thanos tortured him using the Power Stone, demanding the location of the Tesseract. Thor stubbornly denied its presence until, in a moment that made Melissa's stomach turn, Loki slowly stepped forward, revealing the cube as it materialized in his hand. "You really are the worst, brother," Thor gasped, barely able to speak. "The sun will shine on us again," Loki replied softly, almost like a farewell. Melissa watched, eyes unblinking, her breath caught in her throat. She felt a sliver of hope rise as Loki made a move, attempting to stab Thanos in a surprise attack, but it was short-lived. With a crushing grip, Thanos seized Loki by the throat and squeezed the life out of him, lifting him into the air as his limbs went limp. With a sickening crack, Loki's body crumpled and fell to the floor like a rag doll. Her jaw dropped. "No way," she whispered, looking over at Tony. "Did that just?" Tony smirked and casually sipped his drink. "Spoiler alert, yeah, he's actually dead in this scene." "For real? Why would you say that?" Melissa shrieked. "Thanos destroys the remaining ship and teleports away, but not before sending his children to Earth and tasking them to retrieve the Mind and Time Stone." The scene cuts to Bruce falling and landing in the Sanctum Sanctorum where he met with both Strange and Wong and warned them of the upcoming crisis that was Thanos. Strange and Banner find Tony Stark, who is having a date with Pepper Potts, and bring him to the Sanctum as well. Strange, Wong, Banner, and Stark discuss the Infinity Stones, eventually surmising that Thanos is looking for both the Time Stone, held in the Eye of Agamotto owned by Strange, and the Mind Stone, kept by Vision in his forehead. "They're really good at setting up how ominous and scary this Thanos is," Melissa said, leaning forwards. Banner insists that Thanos is the most formidable enemy they have ever faced, revealing that he was Loki's sponsor during the Battle of New York and will wipe out half the universe if he completes the Infinity Gauntlet. Stark suggests simply destroying the Time Stone since they've got it on hand, but Strange refuses as he and Wong have pledged to protect it with their lives. Banner asks where Vision is, and Stark admits that he's lost track of him and that Steve Rogers might know where he is. Stark brings Banner up to date with everything that has happened since he left Earth. The Avengers have disbanded, and he is no longer on speaking terms with Rogers. Banner implores Stark to call Rogers, insisting that whatever happened between them doesn't matter compared to what is coming. Convinced, Stark takes out the phone Rogers sent him after the Avengers Civil War and prepares to make the call. Before he can, however, an ominous hum rings through the air, accompanied by a change in airflow. A massive, ring-shaped Q-ship hovers above New York City, causing panic and fear in the streets. Melissa watched Tony transform into his nanosuit for the first time and Melissa scoffed, as cool and awesome as that was, he's still far behind us when it comes to progression of suits. By the way, who's Squidward? Some of these pop culture references really aren't hitting for me, Melissa said in confusion. Tony held out his hand and showed her a hologram of Squidward, and as soon Melissa saw it she burst out into laughter. All right, ha ha ha, I might not fully get it but even then that's funny. Strange shuts the ship's engine down as Ebony Maw and another of Thanos' children, the hulking Cull-Obsidian, approach them. While Strange, Stark, Wong and Banner confront the invaders, the Q-ship is seen by Peter Parker on a school bus and he rushes in to investigate. A turbulent battle erupts in the streets, but Banner finds himself unable to transform into Hulk, despite his best attempts. Okay, wow. Thanos actually managed to give Hulk PTSD, Melissa muttered, watching as Bruce hesitated to transform, visibly shaken and unable to summon the Hulk again after his defeat. How pathetic, she added with a pout, folding her arms in disappointment. Tony slowly turned his head toward her, one eyebrow raised and confusion etched across his face. You really don't like the Hulk, do you? Melissa pursed her lips and tilted her head slightly. After the way he just ditched Nat and ran off into space without a word. No. No, I do not. Tony blinked. I thought you were more on board with the Steve and Nat ship. Oh, I am, she replied, completely unbothered. That doesn't mean I'm just gonna forgive Bruce for making Nat feel like absolute garbage. I have standards. Tony rolled his eyes and gave an exaggerated sigh. Melissa. Nat and Bruce are way past that. Let it go already. Melissa chose to ignore him and turned her attention back to the movie with renewed interest, her expression lighting up as Spider-Man swung into the scene just in time to save Tony from being flattened by one of the Q-ship's massive claws. On screen, Wong began battling Cull-Obsidian, expertly using his sling ring to trap the brute in the Arctic. Meanwhile, Ebony Maw managed to overpower Strange and escape with the Time Stone in tow. Unbeknownst to Maw, both Iron Man and Spider-Man had snuck aboard his ship, Peter now wearing his sleek Iron Spider suit for the first time. Melissa's jaw dropped slightly at the sight. Damn, that suit actually looks amazing. And those mechanical legs. Chef's kiss. Such a nice touch. Oh, I really hope it has built-in web wings, maybe some kind of stealth mode or... Tony gave her a side glance, amused as she launched into a full-blown tangent about what the Iron Spider suit could and should do. He didn't interrupt, just let her go on until she ran out of steam. Back in the film, Wong returned to the sanctum to safeguard it from further invasion, while Banner, realizing time was running out, picked up Stark's discarded flip phone. With no other option, he decided to make the call himself, to Steve Rogers. The scene then shifted dramatically, transitioning from Earth to the cold emptiness of space. Thor, having miraculously survived the destruction of the Asgardian ship and exposure to the vacuum of space, was drifting unconscious until the Milano arrived. The Guardians of the Galaxy, having received the Asgardian distress signal, rescued him. Melissa couldn't help but giggle behind her hand as Drax compared the two men in the room. That is not a dude. That is a man, Drax said, pointing at Thor, clearly impressed. You're a dude, he added to Star-Lord. This is a man. Tony looked at her, brow raised. Melissa, sensing his gaze, turned to him and smirked. What? Don't look at me like that. Drax has a point. Chris Hemsworth is, very appealing. Tony's eyes narrowed. Huh. How did you? Wait a minute, how do you even know who the actor is? Melissa kept a perfectly straight face. I saw the names of the cast during the credits, Tony. It's not that hard. Tony leaned back and coughed, clearly embarrassed and annoyed but trying to play it cool. Well, I think Gamera's hot as hell and you don't see me making comments about it every 5 minutes. So maybe keep your reactions to yourself, huh? Melissa turned her head slowly, giving him a long, scrutinizing look before narrowing her eyes. Oh really? Is that so? She said coolly. Well, go ahead then. Tell me, Tony. Tell me just how hot you think Gamera is. I want to hear every detail. Tony stiffened, shifting slightly in his seat and refusing to make eye contact. I don't want to, he muttered, leaning to the side and pretending to focus more intently on the movie. Melissa smirked triumphantly, crossing her arms with confidence. That's what I thought, coward. Chapter 245, MCU Marathon, October 19th. Third-person POV. Gamera recounted how Thanos had traveled from world to world, systematically wiping out half the population of each planet. Now, with the Infinity Stones nearly in his grasp, he intended to do the same to the entire universe, with just a snap of his fingers. Now I understand why they call him the Mad Titan, Melissa scoffed, her eyes narrowing as the screen showed Thanos smiling gently at a younger version of Gamera. He really is mad, and stupid, by the looks of it. She leaned forward, animated. There are so many better ways to achieve universal balance. Killing half the population is only effective for, what, a generation. People repopulate. That cycle doesn't break. If anything, he's only delaying the inevitable. Her earlier wariness and exhaustion were gone now, replaced by fiery curiosity and passionate irritation as she got pulled deeper into the film's narrative. You know, in the comics he does all this for a completely different reason, Tony chimed in, casually smug as he always got when sharing comic book trivia. Melissa tilted her head. Wait, what other reason could there possibly be for this kind of galactic-scale genocide? Tony leaned back and raised a brow. You ready for this? He was in love. With death. Like, the literal, cosmic embodiment of death. It was his twisted way of courting her, killing half the universe to impress his crush. Melissa stared at him blankly for a moment. You're being serious? Yup. Her palm met her forehead with an audible slap as she sighed deeply and leaned back into the couch. I take back everything I wanted to know about him. That's just dumb. She shook her head in disbelief and turned her attention back to the screen, choosing to focus on the events unfolding in the movie rather than Thanos' bizarre romantic motivations. As the heroes strategized, it became clear that Thanos would be heading to nowhere to retrieve the Reality Stone from the Collector. Meanwhile, Thor decided to travel to Nidavellir, hoping the legendary forge and its master smith, Eitri, could help him craft a weapon powerful enough to kill Thanos. Rocket and Groot volunteered to accompany him. The Guardians split, Star-Lord, Gamora, Drax, and Mantis made their way to nowhere. Elsewhere in Scotland, Vision and Wanda Maximoff tried to live a quiet life, away from war and expectation, until they were suddenly ambushed by two of Thanos' enforcers, Proxima Midnight and Corvus Glaive. Vision was quickly overwhelmed, and Wanda struggled to defend them both. Then, reinforcements arrived. Whoa. Melissa yelled as Steve Rogers emerged from the shadows, now sporting darker hair and a full, rugged beard. He looks awesome. She pointed at the screen, grinning. Tony, when you get older, you should totally grow a beard like that. Tony turned to her with a blank expression. Melissa, you called me brave earlier, but now I'm starting to think you're the one growing bold. Flustered, Melissa tried to deflect, pointing again as Natasha and Falcon stepped into view. I'm sorry, but look at him. That's Captain Freaking America. Then her eyes lit up mischievously as a new thought hit her. Wait a sec, can you cosplay? Before she could finish, a pillow hit her square in the face, courtesy of Tony. You've got some nerve, Tony grumbled. What if I asked you to cosplay as Nat? Melissa rubbed her nose and glared at him. I wouldn't mind. It's just cosplay. The movie continued. On Nowhere, the Guardians watched in horror as Thanos interrogated the Collector. It was a tense, quiet moment, until Gamora launched into action and, with surprising ease, stabbed Thanos through the chest, seemingly killing him. Wait, what? That can't be it, Melissa said skeptically, narrowing her eyes. That was way too easy. He's supposed to be unstoppable. Her doubts were confirmed moments later. The reality around them shimmered and collapsed, the entire scene had been a projection. Thanos had already obtained the Reality Stone and was merely toying with them. He dropped the illusion, revealing the true state of Nowhere, flames, ash, and ruin. Ah, that makes more sense, Melissa nodded, lips tight. But if he really can manipulate reality like that, they're all screwed. Thanos revealed that he had anticipated Gamora's attack and knew she was the only one with knowledge of the Soul Stone's location. He incapacitated Drax and Mantis with ease and seized her, fully intending to extract that information by any means necessary. Quill aims at Thanos' head, but Gamora begs Quill to keep his promise and kill her, with Thanos taunting him to do so. Despite his heartbreak, Quill pulls the trigger, only for the gun to shoot harmless bubbles, thanks to the Reality Stone. Thanos then teleports away with Gamora. Melissa turned toward Tony with a curious glint in her eye and asked, if I asked you to pull the trigger on me, like Gamora did, would you do it? Tony let out a long groan, rubbing his forehead. God, I hate these kinds of questions. He muttered, then sighed heavily. I don't know. It'd depend on the situation, what's at stake. But if I'm being honest, I'm pretty confident I'd find some weird, science-defying way to bring you back afterward. He shrugged nonchalantly. Resurrecting the dead just sounds like something I'd eventually figure out anyway. Back at the facility, James Rhodes discusses recent events with Thaddeus Ross, who is outraged at Vision's recent disappearance. Rhodes counters that Vision is only missing because of the Sokovia Accords, which even he now regrets signing. Rogers, Wilson, Romanoff, Vision, and Maximoff arrive, and Ross demands they all be arrested. Rhodes cuts his transmission off, an act which will likely end his military career, and greets his old teammates. Banner emerges as well, sharing a brief reunion with everyone. After bringing everyone up to speed, Banner suggests calling in Hawkeye for help, but Romanoff explains that he as well as Scott Lang are unavailable, having surrendered themselves to the US government, making deals to be placed under house arrest with their families. Together, the team decides that the Mind Stone must be destroyed and that Maximoff is the only member powerful enough to do so. However, in order to destroy the stone without killing Vision, Rogers suggests traveling to Wakanda. In Wakanda, T'Challa and Okoye deliver a new vibranium arm to Bucky Barnes, who has recovered from his mental programming and living a quiet life away from Wakanda's capital. They warn him that a battle may be coming as they are providing refuge to the Avengers, who will undoubtedly be followed by Thanos' children. In Ebony Maw's Q-ship, Stark and Parker successfully rescue Strange from Maw's torture by blowing a hole in the ship's hull, fatally shooting Maw into space. While Strange advocates returning to Earth, Stark suggests keeping the course set on Titan in an effort to gain an element of surprise over Thanos. Strange agrees but warns Stark that he will have to protect the Time Stone, even if it means sacrificing Stark or Parker. All Melissa did through the scene was laugh at Peter's interaction between Stark and Doctor Strange. The scene shifts to Gamora telling Thanos that she doesn't know the location of the Soul Stone and calls her adoptive father insane for planning to exterminate half of all life in the universe. Thanos insists on the righteousness of his ultimate desire for perfect balance. He informs Gamora that her home planet Zenhobri has been thriving since he eradicated half of its population. As Thanos needs the Soul Stone to fulfill his goal, he reveals that Nebula is his prisoner. Thanos tortures Nebula in front of Gamora, slowly and painfully pulling her body apart. Unable to bear it, Gamora reveals that the Soul Stone is hidden on Vormir. Really, I love their relationship. Even though it might not seem like they care about each, they clearly do, Melissa said with a hand over her heart. Meanwhile, Thor, Rocket Raccoon and Groot land in Nidavellir, where the forges have gone frozen and dark. They encounter Eitri, now the only remaining dwarf on the forge, and he explains that Thanos ordered him to craft the Infinity Gauntlet, crippling the dwarf afterward so he could never forge anything else. However, Thor convinces Eitri that, working together, they have the power to defeat Thanos. In order to do so, they plan on crafting a new weapon for Thor, Stormbreaker, a weapon that can summon the power of the Bifrost. Bah! Melissa scoffed, waving her hand dismissively. There's no way some fancy axe could ever replace Mjolnir. Utter nonsense. Rubbish. Absolutely rubbish. Tony cleared his throat loudly, clearly unable to resist. It's clear to me you've forgotten about the hammer I wield, he said, puffing his chest with mock pride. Far mightier than Mjolnir. Usable only by the truly worthy. Melissa paused the movie. Then slowly turned to Tony with an unreadable expression, silently staring at him for several long seconds. Tony's face slowly flushed red as he squirmed under the pressure of her silence. His hands rose sheepishly to cover his cheeks. Please resume the movie, he begged, voice cracking. I beg of you. A/N, I'm actually going to kill myself, I hate this so much, why did I even think this was a good idea? Chapter 246, Chapter 246, MCU Marathon, November 19th. Third-person POV. On Sanctuary 2, Nebula manages to free herself and sends a message to the Guardians of the Galaxy, imploring them to meet her on Titan. Stark, Strange, and Parker crash-land the Q-ship on Titan's surface, where they are immediately ambushed by the Guardians, who have mistaken them for Thanos minions. What master do I serve? What am I supposed to say? Jesus. Star-Lord retorted to Doctor Strange. Stark looked exasperated as he said, You're from Earth. I'm not from Earth, I'm from Missouri, Star-Lord retorted. Yeah, that's on Earth, dipshit. Tony said, looking exasperated. Melissa chuckled and laughed at their interaction, slapping her knee. They all agree to work together. While the rest of the group tries to devise a plan, Strange uses the Time Stone to look into alternate futures. He then reports to his allies, out of the 14,605 visions of the future that he foresaw, they were victorious in only one alone. Seriously? Melissa asked in disbelief, out of all those futures, there's only one. That is insane. Thanos and Gamora teleport to Vormir, where they are greeted by Red Skull, now acting as a keeper for the Soul Stone after being banished there by the Tesseract in 1945. What? Whoa. Plot twist. I wasn't expecting to see such a familiar ugly face, whoa. Melissa shouted, almost standing out of her couch. Schmidt tells Thanos that he must sacrifice what he loves the most in order to obtain the stone. Gamora is sadly amused, as she believes that Thanos does not love anyone or anything, making him incapable of completing the sacrifice or fulfilling his plans. When she sees that he is crying, she is incredulous at first. Schmidt tells her he isn't weeping for himself, but for her. Oh, Gamora is going to be dead, huh? Melissa muttered, shaking her head in both disappointment and pity. Thanos sacrifices his daughter by throwing her from the cliff to her death and later awakes in possession of the Soul Stone. Melissa scoffed, clearly upset about Gamora's death. She let out a sigh as she said, Poor Quill, he's going to be devastated. Meanwhile, the Avengers take Vision to Wakanda, where they are greeted by T'Challa and Barnes. They ask Shuri if she can safely extract the Mind Stone from Vision, and she confirms that she can, but that it will take some time. Maximoff is ordered to stand by at the operation table, ready to destroy the stone once it's free. Moments later, massive dropships land outside of Wakanda's protective energy dome. Meanwhile, Thor and Rocket successfully revive the star core of Nidavellir, but due to the mechanisms of the forge being damaged, Thor is forced to risk his life, using his own body to hold the forge's iris open. Damn. As much as I want to hate on him taking the power of Dying Star, it's so fucking cool and such an awesome feat, Melissa muttered as she watched Thor flex as a beam of energy bath forth burning his body, but he held on. When everything was done and Thor stumbled out of the machine, Groot grabbed the hot metal pieces of the axe with his elongating roots of arms. Groot roared as he raised Thor's new weapon in the air and cut his own arm off, becoming the weapon's long wooden shaft. Melissa watched everything in awe, the reflective lights of the TV rebounding off his skin. As massive armies of Outriders led by Proxima Midnight and Cull Obsidian arrive in Wakanda, T'Challa gathers Dora Milaje, Wakandan Royal Guard, the Border Tribe and the Jabari Tribe led by M'Baku, accompanied by Rogers, Barnes, Wilson, Rhodes, Romanoff and Banner using a suit of Hulkbuster armor, to meet them, hoping to buy Shuri enough time to complete her work. At first, the Outriders blindly throw themselves against the protective energy dome surrounding Wakanda, with many perishing against the dome's surface and only a few actually making it through. However, once the Outriders begin to move around the edge of the dome, Banner alerts the team that the beasts could potentially flank them, gaining a clear path to Vision. T'Challa decides to partly open the barrier in an effort to keep the enemies in front of them. The strategy is effective, but at the cost of massive hordes of Outriders suddenly invading Wakanda, quickly starting a fierce battle. Melissa let out a whistle as she saw T'Challa and Steve running side by side, clearly showing off their superior power compared to those around them. Although they are able to take down many of Hostiles, the Avengers and Wakandan armies are quickly outnumbered and overrun by the Outriders. However, Thor arrives via the Bifrost with Rocket and Groot, using Stormbreaker to turn the battle in favor of the Defenders of Earth. Fuck, that is sick. Damn it. I hate how much I love that, so badass. Ugh. Damn it, Stormbreaker might just be better than Mjolnir. Melissa looked pained at having said that. A little too quick to say that, don't you think? Tony said with a scoff. Oh, shut it, I mean look at thing. Melissa thrusted her arms towards the TV. Bring me Thanos. Thor roared. Which Melissa quickly mimicked, deepening her voice, bring me Thanos. Bring him to me. Thanos arrives on Titan and is greeted by Strange. During a brief conversation with Strange, he reveals that Titan was his home and that overpopulation led it to ruin. Thanos had proposed that half the population be killed at random to save the planet, a suggestion seen as insane. Thanos now believes himself to be merciful as he plans to simply snap his fingers after acquiring all 6 Infinity Stones and cause half the universe's population to cease to exist without causing much pain, after which Thanos plans on finding a peaceful world to rest. Nevertheless, they engage Thanos in an intense battle, but Thanos single-handedly repels the assaults of the Avengers, the Guardians, and Strange. You know, for people who only just meet, their coordination is pretty great. And did just turn a fucking black hole into butterflies. Tony, we seriously need to learn magic. One way or another we need to make it happen. Nebula arrives and distracts him. Eventually Strange, Parker and Drax are able to pin down Thanos' limbs while Mantis uses her powers to put him to sleep. Although she isn't strong enough to render him completely unconscious, he is still weakened enough that he is adequately incapacitated, allowing Stark and Parker to try yanking the gauntlet off Thanos' hand. Melissa stood encouraging them to get it done, come on, come on, come on. Repeatedly so. However, when Nebula deduces that Thanos has killed Gamora, Quill becomes enraged and attacks the Mad Titan. What the fuck are you doing? She screeched, her voice rising octaves. Wait, for fuck's sake. Which prompted Thanos to regain consciousness just as the gauntlet was about to be taken off. Are they retarded? Melissa shouted, throwing her hands up in exasperated and pacing back and forth without taking her eyes off the movie. I understand he's emotional that Gamora's dead, but he couldn't just fucking wait for the gauntlet to be off. And Nebula, couldn't she just wait 5 seconds before sharing the news? All she had to do was wait until the battle was over. My god, they're all so stupid. Tony was just sitting down by the count with his legs crossed, his cheeks puffed as he suppressed the laugh seeing Melissa so irritated and annoyed. Chapter 247, MCU Marathon, December 19th. Third-person POV. The screen shifted to Titan, now a battlefield of shattered stone. Thanos, armed with several Infinity Stones, began to overpower the scattered Avengers with terrifying efficiency, swatting them aside like flies, dismantling their strategies one by one. Melissa let out a frustrated groan and plopped back on the couch, her arms crossed tightly as she glared daggers at the television. My god, I hope they lose, she muttered darkly. Maybe then they'll realize how ridiculously stupid Quill's and Nebula's actions were. Tony, seated nearby with a bowl of popcorn he hadn't touched, grinned faintly. This is going to be epic, he thought, eyes fixed on the screen as his cinematic counterpart stared down the mad titan. All that, for a drop of blood, Thanos said calmly, wiping the faint red smear from his cheek after Tony's last desperate attack. Okay, Stark is seriously amazing, Melissa said, eyebrows raised in admiration. He did what no god, no wizard, and not even Hulk could do. Huzzah for human ingenuity. She lazily lifted a fist into the air. Honestly, I'm starting to struggle here. Stark or Cap? Who's the better one? Tony chuckled, while Melissa visibly tensed, her body jerking as she saw the moment Thanos broke off part of the Iron Man suit and drove it directly into Tony's gut. She let out a gasp. On screen, Tony collapsed in pain, barely alive. Thanos raised his arm to strike the final blow when Doctor Strange stepped in, calm and grave, and offered the Time Stone in exchange for Stark's life. After a tense pause, Thanos agreed, took the stone, and left without another word. Melissa's expression twisted into confusion. What the hell happened to his whole, I won't hesitate to sacrifice either of you, speech, she scoffed. But then, a moment later, her eyes widened, and she whipped her head toward Tony. Wait. Is Stark the key to defeating Thanos, she gasped. Is he the one chance in 14 million? Tony raised an eyebrow, a teasing smirk curling on his lips. Is that your theory on the matter? Melissa frowned, narrowing her eyes. It was, but now I'm not so sure, with that cryptic tone of yours. She turned back to the movie, huffing as she crossed her legs and leaned forward, eyes glued to the screen. The scene transitioned to Wakanda. The battlefield erupted into chaos as the Black Order launched their threshers, hulking siege weapons that tore through everything in their path. Scarlet Witch, previously held back to guard Vision, joined the fray to save Romanoff and Okoye from being crushed. Okay, seriously, what are Wanda's powers? Melissa asked, her brows furrowed in awe. She's so insanely strong. Is it just telekinesis and mind stuff, or what? Chaos magic, Tony replied simply, not looking away from the screen. Melissa blinked and turned to him sharply. Wait, what? She doesn't realize it yet, Tony explained. But her powers are rooted in actual magic. Reality manipulation. She's not just tossing things around with her mind, she's warping the world. She's one of the most powerful beings in the entire universe. Melissa's jaw dropped a little as she looked back at the screen. So, the name Scarlet Witch wasn't just branding because she did weird stuff. That was literal. Very, Tony said, nodding. As chaos unfolded on screen, Corvus Glaive infiltrated the Wakandan lab. He knocked out Shuri and her guards, cutting the extraction short. Vision, now in full retreat, attempted to fight back, but was swiftly overpowered by Glaive and Cull Obsidian. Banner arrived in the Hulkbuster suit and managed to destroy Obsidian, while Rogers fought Glaive in a desperate clash of skill and endurance. Meanwhile, Proxima Midnight faced off against Wanda, Natasha, and Okoye. Though she held her own, Wanda ended it by throwing her into the path of a thresher. Vision ultimately killed Glaive, stabbing him with his own blade. The Black Order was defeated. The Avengers were bloodied, but victorious, or so it seemed. Tony was grinning now. He shifted in his seat, his fingers tapping excitedly on his thigh. He, it's coming soon. The screen went quiet. And then, boom, a swirling burst of golden light. Thanos had arrived. Okoye, Chala, and Groot stood ready to defend Vision, while Thanos, unstoppable and cold, walked through them all. He brushed aside the heroes like nothing. Even Rogers, giving everything he had, only managed to halt Thanos for a few seconds, though the look of surprise on the Titan's face was genuine. Tony glanced toward Melissa and nearly burst out laughing. She was sitting upright now, her face lit by the screen, her pupils wide, lips slightly parted in a giddy smile. Her entire posture screamed hyper-focused awe, like an iPad kid watching Cocomelon at max volume. As the chaos in Wakanda reached its peak, Vision made the ultimate request, pleading with Wanda to destroy the Mind Stone herself, fully aware that it would mean his death. Her eyes shimmered with grief as she hesitated, trembling, but finally, with a heart-shattering cry, she unleashed her power. The stone shattered in a blaze of crimson and gold energy, obliterating Vision in the process. The blast consumed him entirely, leaving only silence and ash. But then Thanos, undeterred and cold, activated the Time Stone. Reality warped around them. The moment was undone, rewound like a cruel trick. Vision returned, frozen in place, and before Wanda could react, Thanos tore the Mind Stone straight from his skull. The light in Vision's eyes flickered, then faded completely as his lifeless body crumpled. All Quill's and Nebula's fault, by the way, Melissa muttered bitterly, not even trying to hide her disdain. We could have been done with this movie already if it wasn't for them. And then, just as Thanos inserted the final stone into the gauntlet, reality held its breath. A flash of lightning exploded across the battlefield. Thor descended like a wrathful god, stormbreaker in hand, electricity surging through his body. The Titan turned, too late. Thor hurled Stormbreaker with every ounce of divine fury he had. It cut through the blast of the completed gauntlet, piercing Thanos' chest and burying itself deep into his torso. Yes. Yes. Melissa screamed, launching off the couch, fists pumping. Now that's what I'm talking about. Fix their stupidity, Thor. Then she froze. The room went eerily quiet as Thanos grinned, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. You should have gone for the head. He whispered. With one final, devastating motion, Thanos raised his arm and snapped his fingers. The screen flashed white. In an instant, everything changed. Thanos drifted into the eerie, orange-hued world of the Soul Stone. He stood before a young Gamera, who gazed at him solemnly. What did it cost? She asked. Thanos looked down, the weight of the universe pressing against his soul. Everything, he replied softly. When he returned to the real world, the gauntlet was burnt and twisted from the strain, but the stones remained intact. Thor, stunned and enraged, shouted, "What did you do?" But Thanos said nothing. He only gave him a final look, serene, victorious, and vanished in a burst of golden light. The next sound was silence. Then, Bucky. Steve whispered, watching helplessly as Barnes turned to ash before his eyes, his body crumbling into nothing. A distant rumble echoed. All around them, people were disintegrating, soldiers, heroes, allies, friends. Chala reached out to Okoye, only to vanish in front of her. Groot looked toward Rocket and faded away. Wanda collapsed to her knees as she dissolved into dust. Sam Wilson's voice called out, then fell silent. The battlefield went quiet except for the whimpering winds and the disbelief on every remaining face. Melissa slowly lowered herself back onto the couch, her hands rising instinctively to cover her mouth. Tears shimmered in her eyes, but they didn't fall, yet. On Titan, Mantis vanished first, then Drax and Quill, their bodies fading like sand in the breeze. Strange looked at Tony, tired, accepting. There was no other way, he said before he too disappeared. Then came the moment that shattered Melissa's heart. Mr. Stark. I don't feel so good. Peter's voice cracked as he stumbled backward, clutching his chest, trembling. No. Melissa whispered, her voice barely audible, the tears beginning to fall freely now. Peter clung to Tony, fear etched in his features. I don't want to go. I don't want to go, Mr. Stark. Tony could only hold him, powerless, speechless, as Peter fell to the ground. The boy looked up one last time. I'm sorry. And then he was gone, nothing left but empty arms and ashes. Melissa broke down completely, sobbing into her hands, her cries muffled and raw. The pain on her face, the disbelief, the grief, it was the face of someone who had witnessed a close friend die. Melissa. Her name broke through the static of her thoughts. She looked up, cheeks soaked, breath shallow. And then she saw it. Tony was staring down at his hands. He turned them over, watching as gray dust clung to his fingers, the edges of his form beginning to unravel, completely turning into ashes before her very eyes. Chapter 248, Chapter 248, MCU Marathon, 13/19. Third-person POV. You motherfucker, Anthony. Melissa screamed as she tackled him, relentlessly beating on him. Given the fact that she was a super soldier, the punches was less playful and more like being slammed by a truck. Tony was sprawled on the floor, completely defenseless against the onslaught of superhuman strength and raw emotion. He was laughing hysterically, his chest heaving with uncontrollable cackles as he writhed beneath her. His amusement only seemed to enrage Melissa further. You absolute dickhead. What the hell is seriously the matter with you, she sobbed, tears streaming freely from her eyes as she punched at his chest, hard enough to hurt him and hard enough to make a point. Tony wheezed between fits of laughter, lying flat on his back with Melissa straddling his waist. He looked up at her tear-stained face and grinned like a maniac. You have no idea how long I've been waiting to pull that prank on you. Melissa let out a strangled noise somewhere between a scream and a sob. Then, with a shuddering breath, she collapsed against him, covering her face with her hands. Her shoulders trembled as she cried into her palms. Tony's laughter died down slowly, replaced by a pang of guilt. His smirk turned lopsided, and he let out a soft sigh. Gently, he reached out and wrapped his arms around her, pulling her close and letting her rest her head against his shoulder. He cradled the back of her head, fingers threading softly through her hair as her breathing hitched with every sob. For a while, they sat like that in silence. Melissa's breathing began to slow, her sobs tapering into shaky sniffles. Tony leaned his head down to rest beside hers, his voice barely above a whisper. Want to know something, he murmured. Melissa gave a faint shuddering breath against him. What? She whispered, her voice cracked and fragile. The reason Peter disintegrated so slowly, Tony said gently, was because his regeneration fought against the snap. And his spider sense warned him it was coming. Melissa's entire body stiffened, her eyes clenching shut as another wave of tears spilled from her already sore eyes. She let out a broken cry and began sobbing again into Tony's shoulder, clinging to his shirt. "You are the worst boyfriend ever," she wailed, pounding her fist against his chest through her tears. "Why would you say something like that?" Tony offered a small, lopsided smile despite her emotional meltdown. "So you could understand the scene better, obviously," he said, trying to sound innocent but failing miserably. Melissa didn't respond with words. Instead, she cried for a full 10 minutes straight, an unrelenting flood of emotion and betrayal pouring from her soul. By the time she was finished, her face was blotchy, her cheeks red and puffy, and her eyes practically swollen shut. She looked up at him with the most deadpan expression he had ever seen on her face. "I hate you with a passion," she said flatly, her voice void of all energy. Tony chuckled and leaned in to kiss her cheek with a smug little grin. "I love you too, babes. Touch me one more time and I swear, I won't even hesitate to castrate you," Melissa said in a tone so devoid of humor it made Tony's smile twitch. Duly noted, Tony replied with a mock salute, chuckling as he finally rolled himself up off the floor. He then offered Melissa his hand and helped her up, giving a satisfied stretch as he raised his arms above his head. That was good. "So, shall we pick it up again tomorrow?" "Pick it up tomorrow?" Melissa shrieked like he had completely lost his mind. "Are you insane?" Tony blinked at her, tilting his head. "Didn't you say this was your last movie? That you were tired and planning to sleep after this one?" "In what fucking world would I go to sleep after that without watching the conclusion?" she yelled, gesturing wildly at the TV. "You really thought I was going to just roll over and tuck myself in like everything's fine?" Tony pointed at the paused image on screen with a teasing smile. "In that world. You know, the one where you would have been snapped into dust." Melissa glared at him with murder in her eyes. "I'm seriously starting to hate you, Tony. Like, truly." "Fine, fine," Tony relented, finally plopping down onto the couch. He reached for the remote and gave her a smirk. "Let's keep the heartbreak rolling, shall we?" Melissa, still fuming, sat as far from him as the couch allowed, arms crossed, glaring daggers. "You better not say a damn thing during the next one." Tony grinned as the screen loaded up. "Next is Ant-Man and the Wasp. Buckle up." Melissa turned her head toward him with a look of pure disbelief. "Have you lost it? We just watched Infinity War. You're seriously following that with Ant-Man and the Wasp?" He shrugged. "Hey, it's part of the timeline. Gotta stay accurate." "Fine," she growled. "Let's just get this over with." By the time the movie ended, Melissa was in a significantly better mood. The lighter tone helped ease her heartache, though she still hadn't fully forgiven Tony for emotionally wrecking her earlier. That scar would take time. As they watched the post-credit scene, Melissa sighed when Scott Lang got trapped in the quantum realm and the camera cut to dust where the others once stood. "Damn," she muttered, shaking her head. And just when everyone was finally reunited. "That's cold." She turned to Tony, eyes wide and expectant. "Okay, now can we watch the conclusion? Is the next one finally the last movie or is there more heartbreak coming?" Tony leaned back against the couch with a nod. "For now, Avengers: Endgame is the final movie." Melissa breathed a sigh of relief, pressing a pillow against her chest. "Thank God. I don't think I could survive another emotional roller coaster. Let's finish this." Tony smiled and hit play. The movie started with Clint Barton, who is under house arrest following his actions during the Avengers Civil War, guides his daughter Lila in archery at his homestead while his wife Laura and his two sons prepare a picnic. Suddenly, everyone except Clint vanishes into dust. "Oh man," Melissa groaned, sinking back into the couch with a groggy whimper. "It sucks so much more when you realize we actually met them." 23 days later, Tony Stark and Nebula are adrift in space on the Benatar, their fuel and supplies dwindling. As Stark, still injured from his fight with Thanos and close to starving to death, records a message for his fiancée Pepper Potts in preparation for his demise, Carol Danvers locates the spaceship and brings them back to Earth. Stark reunites with Potts, Steve Rogers, Natasha Romanoff, Bruce Banner and James Rhodes. Rocket joins Nebula as they mourn the fall of their fellow Guardians of the Galaxy. "I lost the kid," Star said somberly towards Steve. Melissa whimpered audibly and pulled a pillow to her chest. "That was his son," she sniffled, trying to hold back the tears already threatening to spill again. Tony snorted beside her, barely able to stifle his amusement. "Technically, it's more like a protégé, but hey, go off." She elbowed him hard. "Don't ruin this for me," she grumbled, her voice thick with emotion. The movie continued showing it had been 3 weeks since Thanos decimated half the universe's population with a snap of his fingers. Stark furiously confronts Rogers, accusing him of being the one who broke apart the Avengers, and as a result they were unable to stand united during their conflict with the Mad Titan. "I mean, he's not wrong," Melissa said, frowning as she leaned forward. If they'd all fought together from the start, they would have beaten Thanos. No doubt. Actually, wait. They had a chance to win in Infinity War, if Star-Lord and Nebula hadn't been such impulsive idiots. She huffed, arms crossed in a simmering storm of irritation. Tony turned to her with a raised brow, grinning. You're still holding a grudge against them. Oh, of course I am, she snapped. This could have all been prevented if they'd just waited 10 more seconds. Ugh. Tony chuckled, clearly enjoying her righteous fury as she grumbled and muttered through her emotional frustration as she continued to watch. Stark questions why the Avengers only do their best after the worst has already come to pass before passing out due to exhaustion. With a tip from Nebula about her father's location, along with a snap-like energy signature from 2 days prior, the team head into space for the garden, intending to take the Infinity Stones back and reverse the destruction. Okay, that is seriously pissing me off, she scowled, her tone rising. He made me cry my damn eyes out in grief, and he's just out here, gardening. Making stew like he's in early retirement. Seriously. They discover Thanos, now horribly scarred, alone and undefended, cooking a meal when they launch an ambush, quickly pinning him down and cutting off the arm wearing the Infinity Gauntlet. Damn. That was fast. I thought there'd be more of a fight, or, never mind. Melissa said flatly as they turned the gauntlet, showing that it was empty. The stones destroyed. Melissa sighed heavily and dropped her face into her hands. Why did I have to open my big, stupid mouth? Tony reached over and gently patted her leg. Because your commentary is half the reason this movie night is so entertaining. She peeked out from between her fingers. If you pat my leg again while I'm emotionally unstable, I will break your wrist. Tony grinned. Fair enough. Chapter 249, MCU Marathon, 14/19. Third-person POV. Thanos revealed that he had destroyed the Infinity Stones using their own powers, which nearly killed him, as he considered his work done and wanted to remove the temptation of using them again. Although suspected of lying by Rhodes, Nebula vouches for her father, as he is never a liar. Oh wow, look at that, Melissa said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. At least he's honorable. How great for all of us. Surprised with the affirmation, Thanos reconsiders his torturous treatment of his daughter, but he is then immediately beheaded by Thor. Look at that. He learned his lesson, a little too late for that, don't you think? Melissa commented with a small pout, folding her arms as she leaned into the couch. Although the Mad Titan is dead, they failed to accomplish their mission of resurrecting his victims and have no choice but to accept defeat. What? Melissa shouted, nearly jumping to her feet as the time skip was revealed. 5 years. 5 whole years passed and they just sat there. Did nothing. No way. Stark must have done something, right? There's no way he just sat around doing nothing for 5 years. Tony sighed, giving her a sideways glance filled with exasperated amusement. Just watch the movie. It'll explain everything. Patience, Miss Commentary. 5 years later, the surviving population has yet to cope with their losses. Rogers now runs a support group for people to try and help them come to terms with what happened. Tony pointed at the screen suddenly, leaning in slightly. That guy right there. He's actually one of the movie's directors. Melissa blinked, then let out a short, amused laugh. Wait, seriously? Hey, that's funny. The scene transitioned to San Francisco, where inside an old storage unit, a rat crawled over the control panel of the quantum machine left behind in the Van Dyne family's abandoned van. As luck would have it, the rat activated the machine, and Scott Lang was launched out of the quantum realm and back into reality. Melissa slowly turned her head, locking eyes with the side of Tony's face. Don't even say it, Tony muttered, already predicting her next words. He didn't even look at her, just kept his gaze glued to the screen. Grinning mischievously, Melissa said, I didn't know Master Splinter had a cameo in this movie. Tony snorted and ran a hand down his face, shaking his head with a sigh. God damn it. Lang wanders through the disheveled city and realizes something terrible has happened. He approaches the Wall of the Vanished, a massive memorial containing the names of everyone in the city who was killed in the snap. He frantically searches it, hoping to not find Cassie's name, only to find his own, as no one remaining knew what happened to him. Scott rushes to Cassie's house and finds that she is now a teenager. Father and daughter tearfully reunite. Aw. Okay, that is so sweet, Melissa said, her voice soft with emotion. Her hand clutched the nearest pillow, her eyes misty. That right there. That's the good stuff. You're way too sympathetic, Tony muttered, giving her a teasing side glance. Wah, how else am I supposed to react? The scene was created for a reason, to get a reaction out of people. On the target audience, Melissa shouted in indignation. At the Avengers compound, Romanoff now commands the team as they perform various assignments. Rhodes informs her of a recent cartel massacre carried out by Barton, expressing his concern over how far their former comrade had fallen. Okay, can we just take a moment to talk about how good Natasha looks with red and blonde hair? Melissa said, sitting up straighter. That is such a look. I'm obsessed. I know, Tony began, only to stop mid-sentence as Melissa gave him a flat, warning stare. What? He asked, slightly confused. Melissa narrowed her eyes. My admiration was not an invitation for you to join in. Do I look like someone who wants to hear their boyfriend talk about how attractive another woman is? Tony's eyes mirrored hers, except his expression was more curious than annoyed. Melissa. Are you perhaps on your period? There was a long, stunned silence as Melissa blinked at him. Without a word, she grabbed the remote and paused the movie. Why did you pause, AHHH? Tony yelped, scrambling off the couch as Melissa chased after him around the room. The two raced in chaotic circles around the couch like a cartoon. They shifted on their feet, circling each other like cartoonish predators, shuffling side to side with overdramatic footwork as they chased each other around the couch. Melissa, growing more daring, picked up speed and vaulted cleanly over the cushions with a wild battle cry. Rah! She tackled Tony straight to the floor, the two tumbling in a heap of tangled limbs and laughter. They rolled around on the carpet, half wrestling, half laughing as they tried to gain the upper hand. Between their chaotic flailing came Melissa's gleefully unhinged threat, let's see who's really on their period. I'll leave you so bloody people wouldn't know at first glance who just went through their menstrual cycle. Tony let out a gasp laugh, Jesus, that's dark. Their yells and squeals echoed through the room, blending apologies with cackles and shrieks. I'm sorry. Tony wheezed in between fits of laughter. I take it back. Mercy. Too late. Melissa shouted, still giggling uncontrollably. In a swift motion, Tony finally managed to pin her arms above her head, holding her down with a smirk as he hovered over her. I win, he sing-songed smugly. Melissa narrowed her eyes but smirked in return. Without missing a beat, she wrapped her legs around his waist and twisted her hips, flipping them over so that she was the one pinning him. She leaned down, her hands on his chest, her grin absolutely feral. Who's the winner now? Tony looked up at her, amused and breathless. I've got a beautiful woman pinning me to the floor while she's straddling me. You tell me who the real winner is. Melissa blinked once, then let out a laugh. Good answer, she said, before leaning down and giving him a quick peck on the lips. You're forgiven for that, she added sweetly. Tony immediately beamed. Yay. Melissa rolled her eyes at the childish glee in his voice but couldn't help the fond smile tugging at her lips. You're such a dork. An adorable one, but still. She stood and offered her hand to pull him up. Come on, let's finish the movie, you lovable idiot. With synchronized jumps, they both leapt back over the couch, landing with ease. Melissa got comfortable by settling herself on Tony's lap, guiding his arms to wrap snugly around her waist. She leaned back against him, nestling in, and unpaused the film just as Scott Lang appeared outside the Avengers compound. Lang arrives at the compound and reveals to Romanoff and Rogers that although 5 years had passed, he spent 5 hours in the realm. He proposes that they could find a way to exploit the realm's time-bending nature to travel into the past and retrieve the stones from different times. Wait, what? She exclaimed, twisting slightly in Tony's arms. Are you kidding me? Ant-Man is seriously the MVP of the whole movie. And here I thought he was just comic relief. This man just gave them the key to time travel. Since the three have no knowledge with the handling with quantum physics, they seek out Stark. As the scene changed to a cozy lakeside cabin, Melissa suddenly let out a sharp, dramatic gasp. Gasp. It sounded like she'd just seen someone get stabbed, and maybe inhaled half the room's air in one breath. She smacked the pause button and turned to Tony in stunned silence. The screen was frozen on a little girl while Stark took off the Ironman helmet on her head, her eyes bright and curious. Melissa's mouth fell open. Slowly, she raised her hands and pressed them to her lips. He has a daughter. She whispered in awe, before covering her mouth again, this time to muffle the excited squeal building in her throat. Tony was already grinning at her reaction, completely charmed. Yeah, he does, he said softly. Melissa's eyes were huge. He has a daughter. A bajbzab. She lost all ability to form words after that and just patted Tony's chest rapidly with both hands as if trying to slap her emotions into him. Her entire body vibrated as she squealed, hair flailing wildly as she whipped her head from side to side. Tony braced himself with a laugh, shielding his face. You're gonna kill me. Stop flailing. I can't. Melissa shrieked with a tearful smile. She's seriously so cute. Look at her. Look at that face. My heart is melting. She clutched her chest, overwhelmed, while Tony shook his head, still laughing. God, you're gonna cry, aren't you? He teased. Shut up. I might. Chapter 250, MCU Marathon, 15/. Third-person POV. Melissa didn't hesitate to hit play once more, her eyes glued to the screen as the next scene unfolded. Stark was interacting with his daughter Morgan, and the sheer joy radiating from the screen warmed Melissa's heart. A large, proud smile tugged at her lips as she watched the father-daughter duo share their time together at the peaceful lake house. As the pair headed back inside the cabin, the soft hum of an approaching vehicle caught their attention. Steve Rogers, Scott Lang, and Natasha Romanoff stepped out of their car. Upon spotting them, Stark immediately ushered Morgan inside with a hand on her back. "I see now," Melissa muttered thoughtfully, her brows knitting as they began to discuss the implications of time travel and the potential consequences. So it's not like they never considered it before, Stark just has more at stake. If they go through with this, if time shifts even slightly, he could lose Morgan. Hell, he could even lose Pepper, she whispered, her voice tinged with realization as one of her earlier questions was finally answered. Stark's refusal was quiet but firm. After hearing his answer, the three Avengers departed to seek help elsewhere. The scene transitioned, cutting abruptly to a lab where Bruce Banner, now transformed into the bizarre hybrid known as Smart Hulk, was seen conversing casually. Melissa's earlier grin faltered immediately. Her smile, once bright and warm, gradually faded as she took in the strange image of Hulk in glasses and a cardigan, calmly eating breakfast like an oversized professor. Tony noticed the shift in her mood and had to take a deep breath to stop himself from bursting out laughing. "Tony," Melissa murmured, her voice low and uncertain, eyes never leaving the screen. "Yes, my love," Tony responded, barely containing his amusement. His lips twitched, betraying the laughter bubbling just beneath the surface. "What the fuck am I looking at?" she asked flatly, her voice dripping with disbelief. That was all it took, Tony exploded with laughter, practically doubling over on the couch. He didn't even bother to answer her question, the movie was doing all the explaining for him. Melissa's face contorted in visible discomfort as she watched Bruce strike a pose for a group of kids. "Hulk out," Bruce said, flexing as the kids that had asked for a picture walked away. "I think I'm genuinely going to throw up," Melissa muttered, recoiling into herself like a turtle retreating into its shell. She hugged her arms around her midsection and shook her head slowly. "I can't even begin to explain how much that unsettled me." The scene shifted again, cutting to Stark in the kitchen washing dishes. Distracted, he splashed water everywhere before pausing to pick up a photograph of him and Peter Parker. He gently wiped it clean, his expression softening as he stared at the image. The mood subtly changed as the film moved on to Stark working late at night, tinkering with what appeared to be a prototype for a time machine. Tony, sitting beside Melissa, blinked and paused the movie. He turned toward her, puzzled when he saw silent tears trailing down her cheeks. "Why did you pause it?" Melissa asked in a broken voice, her throat tight with emotion. Tony tilted his head, baffled. "Why are you even crying? Nothing sad's happened yet." Melissa shook her head and gave a choked sob. "Because that's his son." "What?" "Stark said he already has his second chance, with his daughter, Morgan. But doesn't that mean his first chance was with Peter?" Her voice cracked as she spoke. "He's going to do all of this for Peter. He's going to figure out time travel, not for glory, not for the science, but for him. Because Peter is his son too." Tears spilled freely as she clutched the blanket in her lap. She had wiped her eyes so many times during this marathon, her sleeves were damp. Tony stared at her, stunned, before slowly shaking his head and resuming the movie without another word. Together, they watched as Stark successfully developed a time-space GPS by using an inverted Mobius strip. The successes hit him hard, and he stood back in disbelief, whispering a stunned, "Holy shit." That was when Morgan, echoing her father's words, appeared behind him. "Shit," she repeated innocently. Melissa let out a watery laugh, still wiping her face as she leaned into Tony. Her tears were finally giving way to lightheartedness again. Later, Stark tucked Morgan into bed. "I love you 3000, Morgan said sweetly. "Oh. She's so cute." Melissa squealed, utterly enchanted. "She is so precious." She curled up tightly into Tony's side, eyes sparkling with adoration. Her eyelashes were still damp as she looked up at him and said, "Tony, let's make 10 of them." Tony raised an eyebrow and immediately pushed her face away. "Okay, now you're doing too much." Melissa pouted in dissatisfaction but then perked up when she heard him mutter under his breath, 2 or 3 would suffice. Her eyes widened slowly, and she turned to him in complete shock. "What did you just say?" Tony avoided her gaze, now leaning on his palm, trying to hide the embarrassed smile tugging at his lips. A soft blush began coloring his ears. Melissa's smile stretched into a grin. "You are just so cute," she shouted, pouncing on him. She tackled him with pure joy, showering his face in a flurry of kisses. All right, just keep watching the stupid movie," Tony grumbled, thoroughly embarrassed as he pushed her face away from his with a palm to the cheek. Melissa's face was slightly squished against his hand, but she didn't mind. In fact, she laughed softly, brushing his hand aside as she settled back into the crook of his arm. With a content sigh, she leaned into him and turned her attention back to the screen. On screen, Stark was now speaking with Pepper Potts, revealing the breakthrough he'd made with time travel. Though visibly conflicted, she calmly encouraged him to do what he felt was right, not just for their family, but for everyone else. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, the rest of the Avengers were hard at work. Banner, still in his unusual smart Hulk form, was attempting time travel experiments on Scott Lang, using the familiar and somewhat comical quantum van back at the Avengers compound. The results, however, were less than perfect. Lang shifted erratically between different stages of life, an old man, a teenager, a baby, then back to himself, leaving everyone around him confused and mildly horrified. Melissa, however, was thoroughly entertained. Stark eventually arrived at the compound, walking with purpose and presenting the completed time-space GPS. In a poignant moment, he returned Steve's shield, signaling a long-overdue reconciliation. Still, he made one thing perfectly clear: he would not, under any circumstance, risk losing his daughter to undo what Thanos had done. Steve nodded, accepting the boundary without hesitation. Tony Stark, everybody! Melissa declared dramatically, throwing one hand up like she was introducing a celebrity on a talk show. Proud father of two. Tony raised a brow, chuckling despite himself. You're really pushing this narrative, huh? Melissa grinned without missing a beat. It's not a narrative if it's true, she said smugly, poking his side. He rolled his eyes but said nothing more as the movie continued. The Avengers began to regroup. Nebula returned to Earth, and Rocket and Banner traveled to New Asgard, a now melancholic coastal village where the remaining Asgardians had resettled. There, they found Thor, or rather, what was left of him. The once mighty god of thunder was now unkempt, beer-bellied, and clearly traumatized, a shell of his former self as he wallowed in guilt and self-loathing. Melissa's eyes widened as the screen revealed Thor's transformation. Holy shit, that's Thor, she exclaimed, leaning forward. He let himself go. Tony leaned back smugly, crossing his arms. Just for the record, this was the guy you said you found attractive before. What about now? Behold, lore-accurate Thor. Melissa tilted her head, scrutinizing the screen. I mean, the potential is still there, she said thoughtfully. It doesn't even make sense that he got fat. He's a god. With that metabolism, he should be burning calories just by existing. Divine physiology shouldn't allow for this kind of gut. Tony raised an eyebrow, mouth curling into a lopsided smirk. Uh-huh. You hear that? The double standard is crazy. If I said half of what you just did, I'd be the one that's in trouble. Melissa didn't deny it. Instead, she gave him a sweet, almost patronizing smile and gently patted the top of his head. I'm glad you're finally starting to understand how things work. Chapter 251, MCU Marathon, 1619. Third-person POV. Romanoff goes to Tokyo and finds Barton, who massacred a group of Yakuza as part of his vengeful crusade against criminals who survived the snap. Don't give me hope. Barton said in the rain. All this movie does is make me cry. Melissa shouted, slamming her fist on the armrest in frustration as her eyes started to water. Soon I'm not going to have any more tears to shed. You are just way too empathetic, Tony said, shaking his head in exasperated, while warily thinking, she hasn't even gotten to the worst part. Man, I can't wait for the shit show that would bring. The movie continued and Rocket and Stark build a time machine, while Barton volunteers to submit himself for a test run into the past. Grabbing a baseball mitt from his homestead, he successfully carries it back to the present as evidence that their plan works. Melissa, while captivated, frowned slightly and tilted her head. I'm really not understanding some of these pop culture references, she muttered. You're going to have to teach me where they come from and what they mean. Some of these jokes just don't land for me. Tony chuckled without taking his eyes off the screen. Melissa, if the author dedicated an entire chapter to explaining every pop culture reference to you, he'd probably off himself before finishing it, and the entire series would end right there. What? What? Tony echoed innocently, pointing back to the screen. Anyway, SHHH, let's just continue watching, Tony said, pointing towards the screen as the Avengers started their time heist. The Avengers plan out their time heist, using points from their past to pinpoint locations for the Infinity Stones. The Space, Mind, and Time Stones are found in 2012 New York, the Reality Stone in 2013 Asgard, and the Power and Soul Stones on Morag and Vormir respectively in 2014. They split into 3 teams and travel back in time to begin their missions, mindful that they only have a finite amount of Pym particles since Hank Pym also perished in the snap. Rogers, Stark, Banner, and Lang arrive in an alternate 2012 in the midst of the Battle of New York. Banner approaches the New York Sanctum and finds the Ancient One, who refuses to lend the Time Stone to him. However, she relents after learning that Doctor Strange had given it away to Thanos in the future, fearing that it was done for a reason. At Stark Tower, Lang and Stark attempt to steal the Tesseract, but loses it to Loki, who uses it to teleport away. Rogers obtains the scepter from Strike possession by feigning Hydra affiliation, but is forced to fight his 2012 self who confuses him for Loki. That is an S I would salute too, Melissa said as she placed a military salute to her temple. Tony slowly turned his head and stared at her as if she had gone insane. Melissa blushed slightly before batting her eyelashes at him. Don't worry, I still like your cute little booty the best. Tony felt his eyes twitch slightly. I'm not even going to entertain whatever the fuck is wrong with you. Melissa giggled, focusing back on the screen. After Rogers defeats his past self, he rendezvous with Stark and Lang. With only enough Pym particles for one more trip each, Stark and Rogers decide to go back further to Camp Lehigh to an alternate 1970, where they have another shot to grab the Tesseract and more Pym particles. Lang is left with the scepter to return to the present day. At the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, Rogers stealthily obtains the particles from Hank Pym, but runs into Peggy Carter's office while evading security. He tearfully observes as she works in her office. You have no idea how much my heart aches for them to be together again, Melissa sighed, her expression marked with depression. I thought you shipped him with Natasha. Tony asked with a curious look. What I want for him and what he wants for himself are two different things. As long as he is happy in the end, that's all that truly matters, Melissa said wisely. Tony gave her a look and smiled but didn't say anything else and continued watching. To speed things along, Tony meets his father and Thor runs into his mother. Rocket returns with the ether in hand. Thor shares one last hug with Frigga before reaching out to retrieve Mjolnir, finding that he remains worthy of wielding the hammer. Wah! It's Return of the King, baby. Woohoo! Melissa cheered, thrusting her fist into the air, clapping loudly in celebration. In an alternate 2014, Barton and Romanoff board the Benatar for Vormir, while Nebula and Rhodes remain on Morag and wait for Peter Quill to arrive and lead them to the orb's chamber. They knock Quill out and collect the stone, but when the two attempt to travel back, Nebula is left behind when her memories are entangled with those of her past self. Well, that is certainly no bueno, Melissa muttered. Meanwhile, Barton and Romanoff arrive on Vormir. They meet Red Skull, who informs them that the sacrifice of a loved one must be carried out in order for one to retrieve the stone. Barton laughs at the concept, but Romanoff deduces that it is indeed the truth, as Thanos had murdered his daughter Gamora there in their time. Okay, no, wait just a second, Melissa said, standing up from the couch, her eyes wide and watery as she was understanding that something awful was coming. Understanding the severity of the situation, the two struggle to decide who should give their life for the cause. While Barton insists he should do it due to the carnage he left behind in the wake of his grief, Romanoff declares that her life's work has led her to this moment. As they dash to the cliff, they wrestle to keep each other away from sacrificing themselves. No, 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 wait, Melissa said, mournful, tears already streaming down her face. Tony. Make her stop. Don't let her do it, Melissa pleaded. Ultimately, Romanoff makes the jump and dies, leaving the soul stone with Barton. No. What the actually fuck? Melissa cried, fuck this shit. Fuck this movie. Melissa reaches over and lifted the cough in one fluid motion. Tony quickly jumps off of it as Melissa hurled the couch and tossed it to the TV, shattering it in one go. Tony stared at her with his mouth agape as Melissa huffs and puffs, tears still flowing down her face in grief. The fuck are you looking at? Tony flinched and looked towards the ground as he muttered, nothing. Tony heard stomping and looked at Melissa walking away before disconnecting from the VR headset. Tony sighed and took his off as well. He rubbed his eyes, massaging the bridge of his nose as he was back in their lab. Tony blinked and looked around towards Melissa and saw her heading towards their ship on a planet form in the distance. Melissa, where are you going? Tony asked, hesitantly. Melissa kicked open the hatch and jumped inside the ship. Where the fuck do you think? I'm going to save Natasha, don't you dare think about stopping me. Tony sighed, pitching his nose as he placed a hand by his hip. It was a mistake showing her the movies. What did I expect? Chapter 252, MCU Marathon, 1719. Third-person POV. Tony sighed as he spotted Melissa hunched over the control console of their ship, her fingers dancing quickly across the holographic display. Her shoulders were tense, her posture rigid with urgency and frustration. He shook his head, letting out a quiet breath before strolling toward her with slow, steady steps. Sensing his presence behind her, Melissa instinctively shifted over to the side, making room for him to stand beside her and assist. But before she could say anything, Tony surprised her by slipping one arm around her waist and effortlessly lifting her off the ground. With a casual motion, he hoisted her over his shoulder like she weighed nothing. Wah! Tony, what are you doing? Melissa shrieked, her voice rising with disbelief. Put me down this instant. We have to go over. We have to save Nat. Tears spilled freely from her eyes, falling to the cold floor of the room as she struggled against him, kicking her legs and pounding her fists against his back in a frantic attempt to escape his grasp. Tony grunted as he adjusted her weight, turning his head slightly to avoid one of her flailing limbs. Can we at least finish the movie first? He muttered, his tone dry and faintly annoyed. Melissa's gasp was sharp and full of outrage. How can you seriously be thinking about a movie at a time like this? You heartless bastard. You cold, unemotional bedbug, she shouted, her voice cracking through her sobs as strands of her blonde hair fell across her tear-streaked face. Tony's eyebrow twitched in irritation. Of all the insults she could have picked, bedbug somehow got under his skin. Without thinking, he gave her backside a firm smack. Ow. You devil. Melissa cried, gasping in both pain and indignation. What is it with you and my butt? Tony exhaled sharply, the edge of a smirk tugging at his lips. Think this through, super genius. Remember the beginning of the movie, Stark said the Avengers only lost because they were disbanded. But thanks to our interference, there's a good chance the Sokovia Accords will never exist. No accords, no civil war. No civil war, no fractured team. A united Avengers against Thanos means he loses before things ever escalate. That means no time heist, and no Natasha sacrificing herself. Melissa's breath hitched. Her chest rose and fell with each uneven inhale as her sobbing slowed, her mind slowly processing his words. But. Natasha. She whimpered, her voice barely above a whisper, laced with aching grief. With another soft sigh, Tony gently set her down. The moment her feet touched the ground, she flung her arms around him and buried herself in his chest. Her fingers clutched the fabric of his shirt tightly as she pressed in closer, seeking warmth. Tony didn't say anything at first. He simply ran a calming hand through her long, silky hair, letting her cry in silence. The tension in his body softened as he held her. Minutes passed before Melissa's sobs began to fade into occasional hiccups and soft coughing. Her body remained pressed firmly against him, unmoving except for the slow tremble of aftershocks from her outburst. Feeling better now? Tony asked, his voice low and gentle. No, she answered flatly, her face still muffled against his chest. Would a kiss help? She didn't lift her head, but her response came quickly. Yes. Eventually, she tilted her head up to look at him, her face red and blotchy, lips exaggeratedly puckered, brows furrowed in dramatic expectation. Her whole expression was a comical mixture of sorrow and demand. Tony wrinkled his nose in mock disgust. God, you're just so unfortunate to look at right now. Are you going to kiss me or not? Melissa grumbled, her lips still stuck out stubbornly. Tony chuckled under his breath. You're seriously lucky I love you, my little ugly duckling. He leaned down and gave her a kiss, soft and lingering. Melissa scoffed, though there was affection in the sound. You're lucky I'm emotionally unstable right now and willing to accept abuse, because calling your girlfriend, unfortunate to look at, is absolutely insane. After a moment of silence passed between them, Tony asked, So, are you ready to go back to watching the movie? Melissa nodded against his chest, her voice barely audible. Just give me a few seconds. Once Melissa had taken a moment to gather herself and her tears had mostly dried, the two returned to the immersive VR simulation. The digital environment of their modified MCU playback had reset, restored to the scene where Clint Barton emerged alone, the weight of Natasha's sacrifice fresh in his eyes. Melissa rested her head on Tony's lap as they sat together on the couch. Her eyes, though red and tired, remained fixed on the unfolding story. The rest of the Avengers slowly realized that their team would never be whole again. Natasha's sacrifice was permanent, no do-overs, no reversal, no alternate timeline to undo it. Watching it again triggered another wave of quiet tears from Melissa. This time, however, she didn't sob. She didn't fight. She simply cried in silence, mourning the loss with grace and sorrow. The heroes on screen moved with resolve. They began building a new gauntlet and prepared to restore the universe with the 6 Infinity Stones. Thor offered to wield it, but Bruce Banner stepped in, citing the gamma radiation as something he could survive. At least now he's useful, Melissa mumbled bitterly, sniffing and wiping her face with the sleeve of her hoodie. Tony didn't respond immediately. He only glanced down at her, noting the simmering frustration that still lingered in her voice. He couldn't say for sure, but something told him that Natasha's death had only deepened her resentment toward the Hulk. Also, I hate how none of them are mourning her except Clint. I know they had their difference, but still, not a single one of them shed a tear, heartless bastards. Melissa grumbled. While severely scarring his arm, Hulk managed to snap his fingers, unleashing a wave of cosmic energy that surged through his body. The pain was unbearable, but the outcome was immediate. Outside, across the world, people who had been turned to dust 5 years ago were slowly returning to life. The snap had been reversed. Past Nebula, having replaced her future self and infiltrated the present timeline, activated a hidden time portal. A bright vortex tore open in the sky, and through it descended Thanos' warship, Sanctuary 2, transported directly from the year 2014. The Avengers, still reeling from the emotional high of their apparent victory, barely had a moment to celebrate before the sky turned black with missiles. With no warning, the ship unleashed a brutal barrage, bombarding the Avengers compound with relentless firepower. Explosions tore through steel and concrete, leveling the facility in a heartbeat. Fun fact, Tony said casually, despite the tense moment. He grinned as he paused and rewound the scene. If you slow this part down and zoom in, you can actually catch Ant-Man shrinking mid-blast to dodge the explosion. It's blink and you miss it stuff. How cool. Melissa muttered dryly, her voice completely flat. Tony's eye twitched as he glanced down at her. Seriously. On screen, chaos unfolded. Past Nebula, loyal only to her father, was sent to retrieve the stones. Meanwhile, her future counterpart, more evolved and free of Thanos' influence, confided in Gamora, showing how much their bond had grown. Gamora, moved by what could be, decided to betray her father and help future Nebula stop the massacre. Elsewhere, Rocket, Rhodes, and Banner were trapped in a rapidly flooding section of the compound. Rubble surrounded them, and water was rising fast. Thankfully, Lang, now in giant form, arrived just in time to rip through the debris and free them. Meanwhile, Barton found himself deep in the sewers, pursued by snarling outriders, the gauntlet clutched in his hands. After a narrow escape, he passed the gauntlet, unknowingly, to past Nebula. But before she could flee with it, she was confronted by Gamora and her future self. Tensions rose quickly, weapons drawn. The standoff ended when future Nebula shot her past self the moment she threatened Gamora's life. Damn, Melissa muttered, her mouth curling into a smile. Talk about suicide. She shook her head with a chuckle and sat back up, her earlier indifference replaced by growing interest as the film reached its climax. On the battlefield, Stark, Rogers, and Thor squared off against Thanos, who declared his intent to tear the universe down and rebuild it in his image using the stones. What followed was a brutal, fast-paced melee, blades clashing, lightning flashing, explosions erupting across the broken landscape. Stark and Thor were soon knocked aside, leaving Thor pinned to the ground as Thanos forced Stormbreaker against his chest, slowly pushing it in. Then, something miraculous happened. Mjolnir began to rise. The enchanted hammer soared through the air and struck Thanos squarely, knocking him off balance. It didn't stop there. Mjolnir flew straight into the waiting hand of Captain America. What? Melissa screamed, launching off the couch in disbelief. Holy shit. Woohoo. She was jumping up and down, hands clenched into fists of joy. He's worthy, she cried out, eyes wide with amazement. They watched as Rogers, now wielding both shield and hammer with practiced skill, delivered a series of devastating blows to the Mad Titan. Sparks flew. Thunder cracked. But the tide quickly turned again. Thanos retaliated with overwhelming force, nearly destroying the shield and leaving Cap wounded and alone. Thanos raised his blade high. The rest of his massive army appeared through darkened portals behind him, Chitauri, Sokka, the Black Order, marching forward like the end of days had come. Steve Rogers stood alone, broken but unbending, ready to fight an entire army by himself if he had to. Then, through the static of his earpiece, a familiar voice broke through the silence. On your left. Melissa froze. Her eyes widened, her breath caught in her throat. One by one, golden portals began to open. First came Sam. Then Chala. Shuri. Okoye. Doctor Strange. Spider-Man, Guardians. Wanda. Valkyrie. Dozens, hundreds, of heroes stepping through, reborn, ready for battle. Tony. Melissa whispered, her hands trembling as goosebumps surged across her arms. I think I'm getting ghost bumps. Holy shit. This might be the greatest movie I've ever seen. Tony didn't say anything. He simply smiled. Chapter 253, Chapter 253, MCU Marathon, 1819. Third-person POV. Melissa hummed, practically vibrating with excitement and joy as she watched the arrival of the Masters of the Mystic Arts, portals opening across the battlefield like golden halos. Reinforcements poured in from Kamartaj, Wakanda, Contractaxia, and New Asgard. Alongside them were the resurrected heroes, friends and allies of the Avengers from Wakanda, Titan, and even San Francisco. On the field, Scott Lang grew to his giant form, reaching down into the flooded remains of the Avengers compound. With careful hands, he retrieved Bruce Banner, James Rhodes, and Rocket Raccoon from the rising waters, placing them safely back on solid ground. The tide had turned. With the odds finally balanced, Steve Rogers stood tall, battered but resolute. He called out in a voice that echoed across the field and through the hearts of every hero present. Avengers, he shouted, Mjolnir flying into his hand with thunder. He took a breath, recoiling slightly from catching Mjolnir, then said in a low and resolute voice, Assemble. Woohoo. Ha 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 ha. That is so freaking amazing. Melissa screamed, unable to hold back her thrill. Her smile was radiant, wide with excitement, as she shouted along with the countless heroes who surged forward, charging into Thanos' army. She turned to Tony with wide, sparkling eyes and a grin stretching ear to ear. "You have no idea the shiver that just went down my spine." Tony chuckled, clearly enjoying her energy. "Oh, I do. Trust me, I've seen this movie so many times, and I still get chills every single time this scene plays." Melissa couldn't even look away to reply. Her attention was glued to the screen as the legendary battle unfolded. When Stark and Pepper stood back to back, their repulsor blasts lighting up the battlefield in unison, Melissa spun toward Tony with a proud, cocky smirk. "That's you and me in another universe," she declared confidently. Tony cackled at her smug tone, shaking his head in amused disbelief. Her attention snapped back to the screen just as Spider-Man swung in to save Tony from an incoming attack. Peter landed, animatedly rambling about how he'd woken up on Titan, only to be pulled into a heartfelt embrace by Tony Stark. Father and son reunion. Melissa gasped, placing her hands together in adoration. "You just love to see it." Tony groaned playfully, pressing his palm to his face. Still, a fond smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. "You know, I bet the reason Peter asked, 'What are you doing?' when Tony hugged him is because the last time Stark looked like he was going in for a hug, he was just reaching past him to open the car door." Melissa let out a dramatic, emotional groan. "Ugh! Why do you always do this to me? My heart can't take this emotional whiplash." The scene shifted again. Banner, visibly strained, told Barton they had to get the Infinity Stones back to their original timelines, far away from Thanos. With their primary time machine destroyed during the initial strike, their only remaining option was the quantum-powered van. Without hesitation, Ant-Man and Wasp leaped into action, racing to restart the dormant vehicle. As Thanos' forces swarmed, Clint Barton sprinted through the chaos with the gauntlet in hand. Soon overwhelmed, he passed it off to Chala. But before the Mad Titan could intercept him, his path was suddenly blocked by none other than Wanda Maximoff, her eyes blazing with grief and fury. Melissa gasped as Wanda floated down, radiating pure power. She sat up straight, kicking her feet slightly in nervous anticipation. "You know, I'm realizing more and more just how terrifying Wanda actually is. I'm honestly so relieved I didn't end up on her bad side when we met." Wanda descended upon Thanos with unrelenting force. Her powers cracked and splintered the air as she shattered his blade and tore pieces of armor straight from his body. Thanos, desperate and outmatched, ordered a full missile strike from Sanctuary 2. Even Corvus Glaive protested the move, but Thanos didn't care. Explosions tore through the battlefield indiscriminately, harming both sides just to escape her wrath. One missile struck a dam, sending a surge of water toward the battle. Doctor Strange immediately conjured barriers, diverting his focus from the fight to hold back the flood and protect the others. Then, suddenly, the warship redirected its massive guns skyward, targeting something incoming from space. A glowing streak descended through the clouds, crashing through the ships. It was Captain Marvel. She landed with effortless power, brushing debris off her shoulders before turning her gaze to the battlefield. There, curled protectively around the gauntlet, was Peter Parker. Melissa tilted her head with a sheepish laugh. "You know, I'm gonna be honest, I completely forgot about her." Melissa blinked as the camera panned across the battlefield, now showcasing nearly every female hero standing side by side. Her eye twitched slightly. "What the hell is this?" she asked flatly. "A girl power moment," Tony snickered, clearly amused by her reaction. "EW." Melissa cringed, recoiling. "Don't get me wrong, I love when girls show why they're total badasses. Seriously. I live for it. But this feels like it was directed by a guy who thinks this is how women act when they want to prove a point. None of them were even near each other a second ago. Did they just teleport to the middle of the battlefield for a magazine cover shoot?" She sighed deeply and shook her head, muttering under her breath. But after a few more seconds of eye-rolling, she exhaled and decided to let it go. She wasn't letting one awkwardly staged scene ruin the rest of this masterpiece for her. The battle resumed. Captain Marvel dashed toward the van now wired and activated, but Thanos hurled his double-edged blade with brutal precision, obliterating the vehicle, and with it, the quantum portal. The last and only chance to return the stones safely was gone. With the gauntlet nearly in his grasp, Thanos advanced. Thor, Captain America, Captain Marvel, and Iron Man rallied for a final stand, a desperate effort to stop the Mad Titan from ending it all, again. Melissa's brow furrowed as Doctor Strange subtly raised a single finger in Stark's direction, the motion slow and deliberate. "What's that supposed to mean?" Melissa asked, her voice quieter now, a bad feeling creeping in her heart. The music swelled. Stark charged forward with raw determination. He grappled with Thanos, trying to wrest the gauntlet from his hand, but was thrown aside like a rag doll. "I am inevitable," Thanos declared, his voice heavy and final. Melissa's eyes widened. She leaned forward on the couch, barely breathing. Her hands clasped, her forefingers pressed to her nose, and her eyes locked onto the screen with laser focus. Snap. But nothing happened. The camera slowly turned, and revealed Stark. His suit had absorbed the Infinity Stones, the power now coursing violently through his body, rainbow energy rippling up his arm. Melissa didn't move, didn't blink. Stark was breathless on screen, broken and battered, but with defiant resolve. He raised his head. And I. He gasped, Am Ironman. Snap. A wave of cosmic energy rippled outward. Thanos' army began crumbling into ash, fading into nothing before his very eyes. Outriders, Chitauri, Leviathans, and Black Order, all gone. Thanos collapsed into silence, his face hollow with defeat, as he too turned to dust. Melissa didn't say a word. She was frozen. Still leaning forward, her fingers now trembling as they hovered in front of her lips. Tony Stark lay mortality wounded, gray in color, it was clear he was as day. He was dying. Tony glanced sideways toward Melissa and caught her expression. She sat motionless, except for her eyes, which were red and watery. One of her irises was visibly turning much redder, which started to spread. She had literally burst a blood vessel from crying so hard. He leaned in slightly, quietly trying to get a better look at her, when Melissa finally turned toward him. Her cheeks were streaked with tears. Her body was trembling. She opened her mouth to say something, but only a choking sound came out before she clamped her hands over her face and broke down completely. Loud sobs burst from her as she collapsed into her hands, unable to keep it together anymore. Her emotion spilled over like a dam breaking, and the noise she made was so heartbreakingly raw that it echoed through the room. Tony awkwardly reached over and patted her back, gently at first, then a little faster as if trying to reassure her, while also not totally sure what to do. She let out a stuttering, why did he have to die, between sobs, muffled into her palms. Tony tucked in his lips tightly, closed his eyes, and leaned his head back against the couch. He was trying so hard not to laugh. Like, really trying. But her combination of absolute heartbreak and chaotic emotional collapse was hitting him in a way he didn't expect. His shoulders shook slightly from holding back his chuckles. You're a monster, Melissa sniffled from under her hands, somehow knowing. Chapter 254, MCU Marathon, 1919. Third-person POV. Tears streamed down Melissa's face, cascading over her cheeks and dripping from her chin. One hand was clutched tightly over her mouth, muffling her sobs, while the other gripped the fabric of her shirt over her heart, as if holding herself together by sheer will. Her body trembled with each shuddering breath, the weight of the scene on the screen crushing her chest. This is so unfair, she cried out, her voice broken with emotion. They just reunited. He just got Peter back, and he has a daughter. A daughter, Tony. Ah, she hiccuped mid-sentence, overwhelmed. Without warning, Melissa flung herself into Tony's arms, clinging to him with a desperate strength, as if he were the one she had just watched die. Her fingers curled into the back of his shirt, and she buried her face against his chest, soaking the fabric with her tears. Her cries were muffled but no less heart-wrenching. Tony gently ran his fingers through her hair, trying his best to soothe her. As the scene on the screen played out, Melissa trembled harder, her breath hitching as the character's final words echoed in her ears. We won, Mr. Stark. We won. You did it, sir. I'm sorry. Tony. Tony, look at me. We're going to be okay. You can rest now. Melissa let out a pained wail and pounded her fists against Tony's chest. I hate you. I hate you so much, she cried, though her voice cracked with sorrow rather than rage. Why would you show me these movies? I can't take it, Tony, this is too much. She pulled back just enough to glare up at him, eyes red and glistening with tears. You knew what was going to happen. You knew and still, you made me watch this. You're a monster, she sobbed, hitting his chest again, though her blows were soft and filled more with anguish than force. Tony's cheeks puffed slightly, trying to hold back the urge to laugh, an instinctual defense against the emotional storm engulfing Melissa. But before a chuckle could escape, Melissa looked up at him with such broken vulnerability that the humor died in his throat. Her voice was barely a whisper. Tony, promise me something. Eh? What is it? Tony asked, still recovering from his near laugh, though his amusement was fading fast. Please, don't ever do what he did. Melissa's eyes squeezed shut, more tears slipping through the corners. Her voice cracked again, thick with desperation. Don't you ever sacrifice yourself like that. I don't think I'd be able to live with it. Promise me, Tony. Please. Tony let out a long, heavy sigh as he gently cupped her face and wiped away her tears with his thumb. I can't promise you that, Melissa. Her expression shattered. Tony, she sobbed, the heartbreak in her voice piercing. I'm sorry, he said softly. But if it ever came down to your life or mine, I'd do it without hesitation. I'd give up everything for you. He kissed her forehead tenderly. Gladly. Melissa stared at him in shock and pain, then narrowed her eyes with quiet resolve. Not if I do something about it first. She muttered, her voice low and ominous. Tony blinked at her, then sighed again, this time with a small smile. He continued to stroke her cheek, his tone soothing. There's no need to worry about that, okay? You know I'm always thinking ahead, preparing for the future so things like that don't have to happen. So relax, all right? Lay those fears to rest. Melissa didn't respond right away. Instead, she surged forward and kissed him, hard and full of emotion. All her love, fear, frustration, and devotion poured into that one moment. Tony held her close, lifting her gently into his lap as she wrapped herself around him like a blanket. They watched the next scene together, Melissa curled up against him with her tissues close at hand. Her nose was bright red from crying, her eyes raw from wiping away tears. Despite everything, she didn't look away. On the screen, the somber tones of Stark's funeral played out. The gathered heroes stood in silence as a holographic message from Tony played, his final words to his daughter and friends. A heartfelt goodbye to Morgan. Tony leaned in and whispered softly to Melissa, "You see that kid over there? That's the boy from Ironman 3. All grown up." Melissa's lip trembled. "You just love breaking my heart, don't you?" she sobbed, watching the black casket float gently, the arc reactor resting atop it. The engraving read, "Proof that Tony Stark has a heart." She burst into tears again and clutched Tony tighter as Morgan's voice rang out, "I want a cheeseburger." Tony chuckled quietly this time, unable to stop it. He rubbed Melissa's back, massaging her shoulders as she cried, offering what comfort he could. The movie continued, shifting to New Asgard. Thor named Valkyrie the new king and chose to join the Guardians, following his mother's wisdom. Rogers, preparing to return the stones and Mjolnir, bid farewell to Bucky. Tony blinked as a thought hit him. He tilted his head. "Hey. I just realized something." Melissa sniffled. "What?" In order for Steve to have gotten all the stones, Tony said suddenly, a look of dawning realization crossing his face, he would have had to take them off Stark's lifeless corpse. Melissa slowly turned toward him, her expression a perfect mix of disbelief and exhausted rage. Her eyes were puffy and red from crying, nearly swollen shut, but they still managed to glare daggers at him. "What the hell is the matter with you? Seriously," she snapped, voice hoarse and cracking. "You sadistic bastard." Tony couldn't help it, he burst out laughing. Not at her pain, but at the raw, dramatic intensity of her reaction. He had clearly enjoyed her roller coaster of emotions a little too much. Melissa shook her head in pure disappointment, muttering something unintelligible under her breath as she turned her attention back to the final scenes of the film. On screen, Bruce Banner was unable to bring Steve back through the time travel platform. Confusion turned to curiosity as Bucky noticed an old man sitting peacefully nearby. It was Steve Rogers, aged, wise, and calm. He had stayed in the past, choosing to live a full life with Peggy Carter. With a warm smile, he passed on his shield to Sam Wilson, entrusting him with the legacy of Captain America. "Oh." Melissa cooed with tears in her voice. Her lip quivered as she clutched the tissue box again. "He got his happy ending. He deserves it. I'm so happy for him." Tony gave her a sideways glance, a teasing smirk creeping across his lips. "So, what do you think? Did you enjoy it? The entire experience, I mean." Melissa hesitated, cheeks flushed from crying, but gave a small, shy nod. "It was beautiful," she said softly. "Definitely an emotional roller coaster. My heart's been pulled in every direction. It's insane to think there's a whole alternate universe where people like this, these characters, have stories that feel real. And we were part of it, even if just for a little while." Smiling, both she and Tony reached up and removed their headsets, exiting the fully immersive VR system. The sudden return to their quiet room was almost jarring, no soundtrack, no battles, just the low hum of reality. Melissa exhaled deeply and wiped her eyes. "Tony. I'm so tired. I'm drained, you have no idea." She slumped against him, wrapping her arms around his side and resting her head on his shoulder. Her eyes closed, and her voice was a whisper. "All those movies definitely rewired my brain chemistry. I can feel it. I'll never be the same again." Tony chuckled, resting his chin lightly atop her head. "I'm honestly glad to hear that. Mostly because now, you'll finally understand all my Marvel references. No more weird looks when I say, I can do this all day, or shout, Wakanda forever, at random." Melissa giggled sleepily. "You're such a dork. And you love it," Tony said smugly, placing a kiss on her temple. Arm in arm, the two of them made their way to bed. The outside world had been on pause while they spent days in their VR marathon. Every Avengers movie. Every heartbreaking moment. Every explosive battle. All of it experienced side by side. And thus with Avengers Endgame over, the MCU marathon was complete and the author could finally rest and put all of this behind him. Chapter 255, Nightmare, 1, R18. Third-person POV. Melissa tossed and turned beneath the thin sheets, her hands gripping the fabric. Her breaths came short and uneven, lips moving in small, broken mumbles that made no sense, yet carried the unmistakable tone of distress. Even with her eyes shut, the faint shimmer of tears gathered at the corners, one drop finally slipping free and trailing down her cheek. "No," she whimpered, her voice trembling as her head rolled to one side. "Tony." The name came out in a fragile, pleading whisper, followed by a sharp, choked gasp. Her eyes flew open. "Tony," she cried, sitting upright so suddenly the sheet tangled around her waist. "What? What's going on? Are we being attacked?" Tony's voice was instant and frantic, his body jerking upright beside her. His gaze darted across the dimly lit room as if expecting an intruder, shoulders tense and ready for a fight. When no threat revealed itself, his eyes landed back on Melissa. She sat rigid on her side of the bed, her shoulders hunched, her face buried in her hands as muffled sobs broke through. "Ah, crud," Tony muttered under his breath, rubbing the back of his head in an awkward, almost sheepish manner. He leaned closer and wrapped his arms around her, pulling her against him with a gentleness that contrasted his earlier panic. Hey, it's all right. It's all right. Just a bad dream, nothing more." His tone softened to a slow, steady rhythm. I dreamed it was you," Melissa stammered between quiet sobs, lifting her tear-streaked face to meet his eyes. "That you sacrificed yourself. Against Thanos." The words caught in her throat, the raw emotion behind them making her voice shake. Tony's expression faltered, a sigh slipping out as he gathered her closer, pressing her face into the warmth of his chest. "Shoo, hey, none of that. It was just a dream. I'm right here, see." He gave her hand a reassuring squeeze. Inside, he groaned at himself. Yeah, showing her those movies. Definitely a genius-level bad call. Melissa clung to him, arms wound tight around his back as though letting go might cause him to vanish into nothing. Her sobs were muffled against his bare skin, her body trembling as the images from her nightmare still clung stubbornly to her mind. Tony's hand slid gently through her hair, fingers brushing along her scalp in calming strokes. He whispered low reassurances, his voice deep and steady, until the sharpness of her cries softened into shaky breaths. "I don't want to lose you, Tony," she whispered, her voice hoarse with emotion. "Please. Don't leave me. I can't lose you, I won't be able to take it." Her eyes, glistening with fresh tears, caught the faint light from the room. He cupped her cheek, brushing away the wetness with the pad of his thumb. "I'm not going anywhere," he murmured. "Don't worry." He leaned forward, pressing a light, grounding kiss to her lips. Melissa's arms slid up around his shoulders, her fingertips brushing the back of his head as she returned the kiss. Tears still traced silent paths down her cheeks. She pressed her forehead to his, her breath trembling between them. "Reassure me, Tony, please, tell me you're not going anywhere." He tightened his arms around her, his voice low. "And how exactly do you want me to reassure you?" "I need you to hold me, Tony," she whispered back. "Hold me and don't let go. I need to feel that you're here with me, really here." "Are you sure that's what you need right now?" he asked softly, searching her eyes with a flicker of worry. Melissa's lips found his again in a slow, lingering kiss. "More than anything else in the world. I just need you right now, Tony." His lopsided smile appeared faintly, the tension in his shoulders easing. "Well, can't exactly say no to that." A small chuckle escaped her despite the tears, and she kissed him again, deeper this time. Her legs slid over his, pulling herself closer, guiding his hands to hold her as though the rest of the world didn't exist. "Take me, Tony," she breathed against his lips, the words thick with emotion. "Make it feel like it's just you and me in this whole world." The duvet shifted as they moved, shadows folding around them. Tony, already shirtless, pulled her closer without hesitation. Melissa tugged her sleep top over her head, tossing it carelessly to the floor before capturing his lips in another urgent, passionate kiss. Her hands framed his face, refusing to let him pull away as if every second of contact was proof that he was still with her. Melissa's heart pounds as his fingers deftly worked to remove her pajama bottoms. The cool air brushes against her skin, but it's nothing compared to the heat of his body as he settles between her thighs. His lips trail down her neck, leaving a trail of fire in their wake. Melissa arched into him, craving more contact, more of everything. Her fingers tangle in his hair, tugging gently as he nips and sucks at the sensitive spot where your neck meets your shoulder. A soft moan escapes her lips, swallowed by the quiet of the bedroom. He pauses, breathing heavily against her collarbone, his eyes dark with desire as he meets her gaze. Don't stop, Melissa moaned. Soon the two of them are completely undressed beneath the duvet. He doesn't need to be told twice. Tony's mouth finds hers again as his hand slides up her thigh, fingers digging into the soft flesh there. She gasps into the kiss, arching off the bed as his other hand cups her breast, thumb brushing over your nipple in slow, teasing circles. Her hands explore his body in return, tracing the ridges of his abdomen, the hard planes of his chest. He felt warm against her, solid, real. She pushes him onto his back and straddles his hips, grinding down against the hard length pressing against her. Tony's breath caught as she took control, his hands gripping her hips to pull her harder against him. The friction sends jolts of pleasure straight to her core. She threw her head back with a quiet whimper. His thumbs dig into the hollows of her hips as he watches Melissa's reaction with undisguised hunger. His hands slide up her sides, coming to rest on her waist as he lifts her slightly. She could feel the head of his cock brushing against her entrance, teasingly close but not quite entering. Do it, Melissa whispered, leaning forward to brace her hands on his chest. His grip tightens on her waist as he guides her down onto him. The stretch as it fills her is exquisite, and Melissa let out a sharp cry at the overwhelming fullness. Tony groans, his head tipping back against the pillow as she begins to move, rolling her hips in slow circles. You feel incredible, he murmurs, voice thick with restraint. His hips jerk upward slightly as she sank down completely, drawing another ragged breath from him. Melissa leaned forward, resting her hands on his chest as she finds their rhythm, watching the play of muscles beneath his skin as he flexes beneath her. Melissa quickens as Tony's hands roam her body, his thumbs brushing across her nipples before sliding down to grip her ass. Each movement sends intense pleasure coursing through her, the slick heat between her thighs creating delicious friction as Melissa grinds against him. His breathing grows ragged, chest rising and falling quickly beneath her hands as he watches her move above him. He breathes, pupils dilated with need. One hand leaves his hip to trace up her stomach, pausing to circle her nipple with his thumb. Melissa arches into the touch, biting her lip to stifle a moan as his other hand pulls her down harder onto him. His thumb flicks across her nipple faster now, in time with her movements, and it takes everything from her to not cry out. Her body responds instinctively, rolling her hips in tighter circles as the pressure builds inside her. Tony's breathing is ragged now, his free hand gripping her hip almost painfully tight as he meets her downward motions with upward thrusts of his own. The pleasure the two share together leaving them blind to everything else.